Chapter 26. The air outside was still warm, but it was a far cry from the heat that would come later in the morning after the sun came up. I looked up at Murphy and asked, "Aren't you going to call me Null Spot?" Murphy's face was cast in seriousness. "No, I don't think you should go." "I have to go, Murphy." "You shouldn't go by yourself," he told me. "I have Russell," I answered. Murphy shook his head. "You know what I mean, man." I did. I said, "Taking Mandy into that is likely to get us all killed. We can hardly leave Mandy here to fend for herself."
So, Mandy had tears in her eyes, but she remained quiet. "Look," said Murphy, "don't take this the wrong way, but you barely know this Amber chick. She was with them when they kicked us out." "Please stop saying that, Murphy." I looked up the dark street. She didn't want that. She did what she had to do. It wasn't any different than when you gave me the knife in the attic. To save ourselves, we would have killed Russell. It would have been wrong, but what choice would we have had? It was the same for Amber. She made a choice to survive. Murphy shook his head. "I'm going to tell you the same thing you told me about my mom and sister before we came up here. Just like I didn't want to hear it, you're not going to want to hear it. If she's not answering the phone, it's because she's probably dead." I felt a lump in my throat. I nodded. I couldn't chance a verbal answer. I needed a second to get a grip on my emotions. "You like her, don't you?" Murphy asked. I nodded again, then I shook my head. I managed to say, "I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what I feel. Like you said, I barely know her. It doesn't make sense to me. I just know I have to do something to help her. She called me 7 times, Murphy. She wouldn't have called if she didn't need help. She was counting on me." Murphy shook his head and softly said, "Zed." I said, "I have to do this." Murphy looked past me into the dark sky and didn't say anything for a long time. When he did speak, he was as serious as I'd heard him yet. "Don't take this the wrong way. I know we just met and all, but I love you like a brother, man." He wrapped his big arms around me and hugged me tight. "Don't get killed." I was stiff. My arms hung at my sides. I wasn't emotionally equipped to respond, but through the gravel in my voice, I said, "Thank you. I... Murphy let go. "Man, you don't need to say anything. It's not like you're trying to get laid here, but maybe one day, when you get that stick out of your ass, you can act like a normal person." He gave me a smile and a nod. "Until then..." Mandy came over and hugged me too. "Please come back." She stepped away and covered her face in her hands. Murphy said, "You should have enough ammo and water." I said, "With any luck, we'll be back by noon." Luck? What the fuck is that? Chapter 27. The sky was clear, and we had the light of the waxing moon over smokeless desolation. The wind had turned. It came out of the southeast, carrying humidity from the Gulf of Mexico. With water, ammunition, and weapons, I was carrying at least 20 pounds. To balance the load between us, I put the bulk of the water and some food in Russell's bag. I cinched Russell's backpack tight on his shoulders. I checked that his shoes were tied. "Are you ready for this, Russell?" Russell looked at me with his blank face and empty eyes. "Good, me too." I turned and started a jog down the street. I set a slow, sustainable rhythm for my booted feet. As they clomped on the asphalt, I heard Russell's steps fall in sync with mine. He stayed right behind me. As the blocks passed, as the sweat ran over my skin, I slipped into a meditative state. Running always helped to clear my mind of anger and worries. As I ran,
All that existed in the world was the breath in my lungs, the pounding in my chest, and the asphalt slapping the bottoms of my boots. But I missed the usual pain. My knees didn't feel the pounding of jogging with the extra weight. My lungs didn't burn with exertion. My muscles didn't complain about the burden. I put 2 fingers on my neck to check my pulse. Without the feedback loop of pain to keep me from overexerting myself, even jogging could turn fatal. 20 or 30 minutes into the run, I slowed to a walk to give Russell and me a chance to drink and rest.
5 minutes was all I afforded us before I leaned back into a southwesterly jog. Above us, enormous black plumes of smoke flowed out of the east. The Houston refinery smoke was back. Miles passed. Sweat poured. Water bottles were emptied and returned to Russell's pack. I'd hoped to have found a car in which to chance a race to the campus by that time. But the fire's ubiquitous destruction saw to it that no functioning car was anywhere to be had. When we got to MLK Boulevard, we came across the first of several flocks of westbound infected that we'd encounter on our run. There were thousands in that first group, jogging up MLK with their pale, sweaty skin glowing in the moonlight. They jogged in 3 serpentine, intersecting lines with marching band precision. Very creepy. Russell and I waited on a side street and rested while the group passed. We needed to follow MLK down to campus, but I had no desire to disturb the group, though the thought of jumping onto the end of a line did cross my mind. We were all infected. It may have worked. It wasn't until we encountered the 3rd such group that I started to wonder if they were fleeing the Houston fires just as the infected in East Austin had fled our fires a few days before. By 6 o'clock, the sky was painted a dull gray in the east, and we crossed the MLK Bridge over IH-35. We were at the southeast corner of the university campus. Brackenridge Hospital was maybe a quarter-mile south along the highway. My clothes were drenched with sweat. Russell was soaked. I felt fatigue in every ounce of my flesh. I wondered why the virus couldn't have damaged the part of my brain that made me feel that. Russell and I downed more water, and I pointed down toward the hospital campus. It's my favorite used car lot, Russell. I'm thinking I'd look good driving a tan Humvee. What do you think? Russell, of course, had nothing to say. He looked across the hospital complex with a pained expression on his face. When I followed his gaze back, I noticed that there were a lot more infected around the hospital's main building than there were when Murphy and I had stolen our last Humvee. I also noticed that the hundreds of bodies of the dead infected had been picked clean of flesh. With the carrion gone, it wouldn't be long before the infected started to turn on the weak among them, or any infected they came across. Come on, Russell. We ran south on the highway's access road, past the basketball arena. It wasn't long before we were among the bones and vehicles where Murphy and I had acquired our last Humvee. The difference on this trip was that I wasn't picky about which one I got. I wanted the first armored Humvee I could steal. With a vehicle under me, I'd be at the dorm in minutes with a means to get Amber free of that place. I grew anxious as I thought about what I might find in the dorm, but I steeled my heart for whatever I might have to do. The first Humvee we came to had dry pools of blood on the floors. Blood stained the seats, and shredded clothing lay scattered inside. It smelled of maggots and rot. It was disgusting, but bearable. From the passenger side of the vehicle, I held the door open and told Russell to get in and sit down. He complied, but once I shut the door, he became very agitated and started to howl as he fumbled with the door to try to get back out again. I hurried around to the driver's side of the vehicle. 100 infected eyes were on me by the time I landed in the driver's seat. They came running at us as I closed the door. Jeez, every fucking time, are you kidding me? I started up the engine and lumbered away before any of the infected got close enough to lay a hand on the vehicle. Nevertheless, they were anxious to pursue. Russell, did I mention that things were going to get interesting? Oh, and if there are a bunch of infected by the dorm, Things are going to get really interesting. The infected population appeared to have increased everywhere. I ran one down, then another and another. They flowed into the streets to chase us. Austin was thick with them. I knew there were 6 million people in Houston before the virus. How many did the flames drive toward Austin? It seemed like all of them. I cut hard at the first corner I came to, raced a short city block, and turned again. My goal was not to stay on any street long enough for the infected to see me coming and get out in front of us. Back and forth, right and left, I maneuvered the Humvee circuitously toward my goal. We crossed MLK through an irrelevant red stoplight and sped north on Brazos Street. A quick left onto Jester Circle and an almost immediate right put us on Speedway just 2 blocks from the dorm. I swerved around cars in the street and made little effort to dodge the infected who got in my way, depending instead on the toughness of the vehicle. In my growing excitement, I yelled at Russell. "This isn't much of a plan, Russell. I hope it works." We passed the gym, and I bounced the Humvee over the curb without slowing down. Its military-grade suspension jostled us but didn't fail. I took out a hedge as I angled across the grassy quad and headed for the gap between the dorm and the Rocks building. I straightened the Humvee out as I neared the gap, and then dragged the front fender along the limestone wall of the old dorm. I slowed to align the front door of the Humvee with the alcove in which the recessed side door of the dorm waited. I smashed the brakes and flung the Humvee door open. I wasted no time with subtleties in checking whether the door was locked. I blasted it with my M4. The glass shattered and mostly fell away. The infected were already coming. The gunshots wouldn't make a lick of difference. I raced onto the first floor. Russell climbed over the driver's seat and followed me through. I took a quick glance back to gauge my chances of a successful exit and felt okay about it. The Humvee was wedged hard against the exterior wall of the building, completely blocking the entry. The only way for the infected to follow us into the building would be to crawl under. I had no doubt that some would, but relative to the horde that was gathering around the Humvee, the crawlers were a solvable problem. I wasted no time with the elevator, but went straight for the stairs. I bounded up 3 and 4 at a time, with Russell chasing after. When I flung the door open on the 5th floor, I was fully prepared to deliver some mayhem to Mark and whomever of his Roxy whack jobs were still there to get in my way. Instead of a man with a gun, what assaulted me upon exiting the stairwell was the smell of death. From Amber's texts, I knew that most of those we'd left in the dorm were dead or infected. 2 of their bodies lay in the hall ahead of me. I brought by M4 up to my shoulder and aimed it up the hall. "Hello," I shouted. No answer. "Hello?" "Amber." Nothing. "Mark." Nothing. "Marcy." I turned to check that Russell was with me. He stood a few paces back, breathing heavy, but blank-faced. I weighed the choice between running straight for Amber's room or taking the cautious route and clearing the rooms as I went. The ogre and the harpy. Fuck it. I ran up the hall at full speed. I slid to a stop at Amber's door and pounded. "Amber, it's me, Zed." Russell pounded on the door. I looked up and down the hall, no sign of life. I pounded again. "Amber, it's me, Zed." Russell pounded. Damn. I stood back to kick the door open, then gave it a second thought and checked the doorknob. It turned. The ogre and the harpy. The door swung open, and I rushed inside. No. Amber lay on the floor, naked except for a torn shirt. I dropped to my knees beside her motionless body. Russell dropped to his knees beside me. I put a hand on Amber's heavily bruised face. I put 2 fingers to her neck to check her pulse. No. 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 Russell started to sob. Of his own accord, He pulled her torn shirt together to cover her breasts. He sat back on his feet and wailed like a dying beast. I fell back onto my butt and felt my soul drain out of me. Amber's face was swollen and bloody. Her hands were bruised from defending herself. Her skin was not white. She'd never been infected. She was immune. But she was dead. I was numb. I was lost. I'd failed to save her. I had failed. Breath came into my lungs and left. Sounds fell on my ears and registered in my brain. Amber's body lying on the floor was the only thing in the universe that mattered at that moment. Russell's wails hurt my heart. Amber hadn't been killed by the infected. There were no signs of feeding. She'd been murdered. I cut the deduction short and jumped to the only conclusion that made sense. She'd been beaten, raped, and murdered by Mark. I barely knew her, but she was a friend. She could have been more than that. I cried. In my head, the harpy's bony fingers skewered my defenses, and her harsh cackle poured in. The ogre's heavy fists punished me for my weakness and pushed me to rage. Rage brought frustrated tears. Tears brought humiliation. Humiliation brought more rage. In the little bits of my gray matter that could form a rational thought, I wondered whether the infection was for the best, whether we humans deserved to continue. What did people ever do that didn't end in tears? What? Two seemingly normal parents had raised the heartless harpy, whose only joy in life was in ensuring that there was none in mine. Who knew what had turned Dan into an iron-fisted ogre? Our culture made the cops that beat me. It trained the doctors that tried to dispose of me like a piece of hazardous waste. But it made Steph who tried to save me from that fate. It made Amber, a sweet girl who was too afraid of her peers to stand against prejudice when Murphy, Jerome, and I were being cast out. We humans made Mark, and Mark's worth could only be measured in the blood and bruises on Amber's skin. My mind reeled, trying to find meaning for it all, just when meaning had lost its value. Only one thing mattered anymore. I had to find Mark. Mark had to suffer. Mark had to die. Chapter 1. With Amber's legacy, a flash drive in my pocket, I walked. Russell followed. What else was he going to do? Through the university's campus and into a neighborhood of old wooden houses, I walked past cars, corpses, and clothes. The dead left their remains where they gasped their last breaths, and all the tidiness of the world flitted away in the breeze. I had no destination. I had no goal.
Dark thoughts of revenge and the stupidity of it followed me like the half-dozen infected who each fell in line behind Russell, keeping step as we walked. Was social conformity so hardwired into the human brain that even the fever rot couldn't burn it out? Shadows shortened. Summer heat shriveled hope as it boiled toward midday. I wanted to douse myself in the kind of cheap tequila that starts punishing you the moment it passes your lips, and mosh through my hate with some raging, slamming metal music. Oblivion and numbness, so familiar, beckoned me. I wanted to forget everything. Every single fucking thing. I came to a stop. My entourage did the same. I stared at the sun and tried to sear the image of Amber's bruised face out of my brain. But it wouldn't go. Spots in my vision were all I earned for my trouble. I wanted to squeeze Mark's neck and see his eyes bulge, see his face twist, and hear the pinched sounds from his throat as he tried to gasp for breath. I wanted to revel in the ever-weakening pounding of his fists on my face, like a metronome winding down while his brain died from oxygen deprivation. But he was more likely dead than alive, a probability that increased with each passing minute. He might be a slow burn or a raving cannibal, one of a million white faces, none of which I'd ever recognize again.
Unless fortune one day smiled on me, I'd never find him. Revenge would only ever be a little nugget of unrequited, unfulfilled hate weighing on my soul. I needed to let it go, but I knew I never would. Ahead of me, a medicine capsule of a car seemed suddenly to be in the middle of the road, offensively bland, obnoxiously shiny. It angered me beyond reason, and my machete wanted sorely to punish it. So with black fire in my eyes, I attacked, hacked at a fender, and rent ugly scars in the soft metal. Supportive, even in violence, Russell was immediately beside me, beating on the hood with his baseball bat.
And what the fuck was I going to do with him? Did I really need a Siamese twin? My infected hangers-on assailed the car with their fists and smashed their skulls against the windows until the glass spiderwebbed and caved in. I jumped up on the hood and went after the roof with my blade. The whites tore at the car's leather seats. Russell screamed. I roared. The infected joined. We were the destroyers, and our victims' pieces fell to the asphalt. Sweating and breathing heavily, I pointed my machete to the sky and screamed at God. White clouds morphed into other white clouds and slowly slid across the blue and gray. Such was his answer. I jumped down to the street and fell back on the hot asphalt, my dirty, matted hair my only pillow. The odor of unwashed sweat lingered over me. My knees and elbows were soiled and scraped. My arm, bandaged and scabbing, still oozed pus from its own little infections. And the blood of the dead, of those whites victimized by my bullets or my blade, covered my clothes and skin in crusty, reddish-brown badges of every shape. Tired, thirsty, hungry, spent, I stared into the mottled blue. I was lost. My childhood came to mind, and for the millionth futile time I tried to forget it all. But the ogre and the harpy had so branded the stench of their wicked ineptitude on my soul that I would forever carry those scars, cursed to hear the harpy's hiss even when I breathed my last breath. Forgetting is a skill learned by the lucky. I'd tried and tried, but always failed. In my failure, I'd watch over and over Jerome's death while I hid behind a wall. I'd see Earl's head explode in front of me as I ran across the street. I'd forever see Amber's bloody, inanimate face. Nothing in life is worth remembering. The past is something to escape from, nothing more. On my feet again, I wandered through parts of Austin I'd never seen before. But no matter the street names, no matter the style of houses behind the curb, they were all the same, empty and lifeless, the realm of the infected. But I was infected. Was this realm now mine? King Zed and his dumb white lackeys, destroyers of cars and screamers at the skies. That was worth a laugh, but a laugh was a million miles from my heart. I was wallowing in self-pity over a girl I barely knew, and there was no rational explanation for it. I needed a way to get past it. I was rational enough to know that. A house on a bend in Matheson Ridge Road with a wide, lush lawn and an open front door offered itself up as a distraction. The green grass was a thick carpet under my feet, but it blackened my mood to imagine what would become of it when the electric grid failed and the automatic sprinklers stopped giving it life. Curiously, there were no signs of violence on the porch, and the front door was undamaged, apparently just left open, forgotten in a rush. A soft, air-conditioned breeze whispered over me as I walked through the doorway. Behind me, Russell and our friends followed. Looking back, I saw that their faces showed no appreciation of the wonderfully cold air. Oh, Russell, you poor, oblivious man. As soon as his feet landed on the tile of the foyer, I slammed the door in the face of the infected behind, knocking the first one back into the others, who fell on the porch
and the stairs. The doorknob clicked, and I turned the deadbolt. A few seconds later, the infected were beating and pushing on the door. It wasn't the frenzied behavior that I'd seen so many times already. It was different. It reminded me of Russell in those moments after I jumped into that attic, and he stood on the bed, yelling, reaching, and frustrated. Fuck 'em. Russell followed me into a large living room with a fireplace 12 feet wide, built of raw stone, stacked all the way to the ceiling 20 feet over our heads.
The room was filled with expensive leather furniture and inexplicably ornate doodads. It sported a glass wall on the back that gave us a view over a wide, wooded ravine, with glimpses of Austin's downtown buildings in the distance. We had walked much farther than I'd have guessed. Though I wasn't conscious of it, I had to be dehydrated, and my stomach, tired of futilely telling me how hungry I was, had given up. Russell, poker-faced, quiet, unshaven, stinking of sweat, needed water and food as much as I, though I doubted he'd do anything to resolve it if I didn't put it in front of him. But should I? The empathy that had allowed Russell to attach himself to me the night before was under assault from the blackness of my mood. Did the world have room for Russell? Should I be his keeper? Would it be kinder to cut him loose and let him die, or to let him chase me all over Austin until we both fell to the tearing hands of the hungry infected? The kitchen, that's where we needed to be. It was portioned from the living room by a giant marble-topped island surrounded by a dozen stools. The kitchen itself was as large as my apartment. Dual refrigerators built into a cabinet-covered wall proved to be well stocked. Whoever had left this house had left us with a bounty. Bottled water was the first casualty of our refrigerator raid. I opened one and put it in Russell's hand, then turned him around and put another 7 or 8 in his backpack. As Russell gulped his water, I opened another bottle and did the same. The cold water poured down my throat, bringing near orgasmic satisfaction. I was thirstier than I knew, dangerously so, perhaps. Staying alive with my virus-dulled senses was going to require a little more introspective attention. With the water downed, Russell looked over my shoulder while I gathered up cold cuts, wheat bread, lettuce, and condiments. I dumped the sandwich fixings on the island and went to work, stacking several thick sandwiches of expensive deli meats, aged cheeses, lettuce, and ripe tomatoes. I parked Russell on a stool and jammed a sandwich into his hands. We ate. I thought about Murphy and Mandy. Were they safe in Russell's house, eating microwaved meals, sipping bottled water, and staying hidden from the infected massed around the charred dead behind the fence? How many hours had passed since Russell and I left? Could Murphy and Mandy be dead? Had it been long enough for that? Of course it had. I needed to get back to them, but I was drowning in emotions I didn't understand and couldn't process. I needed an outlet. With a full stomach and the distraction of Russell's noisy chewing fading into the background, I sat on my stool and looked across the glossy expanse of marble, out the windows, and down the long ravine. The 28-floor UT Tower stood several miles distant. Smoke hung like an ashy fog over the city and washed color and clarity from the world until it just faded into horizonless gray. High above, black billows of smoke from the Houston refinery fires rolled west. What was it? A week since Dan killed the harpy and bit me in the kitchen? And now the old world was casting about in messy throes of death. Following the city's skyline from the tower south, the basketball arena stood beside the highway like a giant snare drum. Just to the right of that lay the Brackenridge Hospital complex. I strained my eyes to tease details out of the distance, but none would come. Steph was in one of those buildings. Dead? Possibly. Probably. I fished my phone out of my pocket.
It was silent and held no unread messages. I blinked as though tears were in my eyes, but I'd spent all of my tears over Amber's body. There were no more left to fill the harpy's cup. Wicked, destructive thoughts slowly coalesced in my mind.
Trying to find Mark would be a waste of time at best, so killing him wasn't going to happen. Perhaps surrogates would feed the hunger for now. I needed to busy my hands in the bloody work of catharsis. Steph, dead or alive, somewhere up in Brackenridge, was convenient enough to rationalize the violence that was brewing within me. Better to know for sure if she was dead than to ruminate over it later. At least, that's how the rationalization came together. Nullspot the Destroyer had work to do. With Russell close behind, I went into the garage, hoping for a wink of good fortune in the form of a sturdy automobile. Instead, the rows of decorator lights twinkled on a fat, low-slung motorcycle built to rumble as much as roll. Its chrome sparkled, its leather gleamed. To ride it would be tantamount to suicide. Back through the kitchen door, on the wall by the fridge, I spotted a key hanger with 3 empty hooks and a 4th with a key ring dangling down. The leather key fob was adorned with a wicked death's head logo, hanging beside 2 keys and a garage door opener. They had to be for the bike. I stared at those keys for many long moments. My belly was full, my thirst was gone. Manufactured cool air, underappreciated just a week before, bathed me in its luxury. I was safe. I could lay on a couch and watch a movie. I could pretend, at least for a while, that the world wasn't going to shit. But I burned with a hate and a need. Fuck it. I grabbed the keys and marched back into the garage, slamming the door behind me to trap Russell in the house. He howled. I threw a leg over the dormant black machine and slipped the key into the ignition. With my heel, I pushed out the old-school Kickstarter and put my weight into waking the engine. It rumbled to deafening life in the enclosed space. I doubted it could rocket down the road like my old repossessed Suzuki, but it sounded powerful enough. The garage door opener clicked with a satisfying snap under my thumb, and I slid my sling around to level my M4 at the tiny, widening gap of daylight. The first white to crawl under the door got extinguished before his crazy eyes ever saw me. I shredded the legs of 2 more with 5.56mm bullets before the door was halfway up. They were busy bleeding out when the door stopped at the top. More infected ran up the driveway and were massacred for their trouble. With no others in sight, I slipped the M4 around in its sling so that it was on my back. I ran my fingers over the handle of my battered machete and checked that my pistol was handy in its holster. I put both hands on the handlebar grips, revved the beast, and raced out into the street like a thunder god riding a storm. The heavy bike hugged the pavement as I leaned hard into a left turn at a reckless speed. I took a right and then zigzagged through the neighborhood. A wall of sound stunned the infected as I blazed past. Pale white faces popped out of bushes and up from behind parked cars, all too late to make a dash for the road and cut me off. At 38th Street, I headed east. I opened up the throttle and blew past North Lamar Boulevard at 90. I had to brake and swerve through the cars that cluttered the roads around Seton Hospital. I turned into another grid-pattern neighborhood and repeated my zigzag tactic to avoid collecting infected on the road ahead of me. Helpfully, the motor's throaty growl echoed among the houses, sending the infected scurrying in wrong directions. Wind pulled through my hair and tugged at my shirt. Parked cars, trees, and houses flew past in a blur. Whites appeared on the roadsides and disappeared behind. At Red River Street, I cut a hard right and let the bike's big engines sweep me past the eastern edge of the university campus toward the looming basketball arena and the tall hospital buildings to the south. Luck, rumble, and speed
were the only things keeping breath in my lungs and infected teeth out of my flesh. But I'd lose 2 of those when it came time to get off the bike. With the hospital less than a mile south, only luck would be left. Chapter 3. Among the toppled barricades and abandoned military vehicles ahead, the infected froze in their steps and locked me in their famished stares. As I came up beside the basketball arena, I checked my flanks for whites. None. I squeezed both brake levers, and the bike skidded to a stop. A cannonade of sound echoed between the buildings as I held the clutch and revved the engine, tempting the infected into a run. Mouths stretched and white faces contorted in desperate need. Running feet stomped the asphalt, carrying the graceful fast and the clumsy slow. Arms swung and dirty hands grasped. Howls drowned in the storm. In seconds, the horde bloated from hundreds to thousands, as debilitated brains reckoned that I represented a more attainable meal than those who defended themselves on the hospital's upper floors. As the whites drew near, I let go of the clutch, leaned the bike into a turn, and blasted toward the north end of the arena, slowing enough to make certain that I didn't elude my pursuers. I hopped the bike over a curb and drove up onto the wide plaza that encompassed the arena. Compliant so far, my cohorts followed, tempted by the revving engine and a quarry that seemed too slow to lose them. I followed the curve of the building and came around into a southerly direction again. A few crazy whites were off to my left, and a few were dashing toward me from the front, teeth bared and fingers digging at the air. I crested a concrete knoll on the south end of the arena and saw that the hospital complex was relatively clear. Nearly all of the infected were busy chasing the mob around the other side of the arena. Abandoned vehicles, barricades, bodies, and angry, straggling infected were the only impediments to speed. As fast as I could without skidding the bike, I slalomed down the grade, past frustrated crawlers and chasing whites. Behind me, the shrieks of the infected swarm swelled the hot air and pushed me to go faster, pushed me to greater risk. To my right, the tail of the fetid host, the slowest among them, had not yet rounded the arena and was in fact just coming up to it. They spotted me and changed course, howling their good fortune to the clouds. I mocked them with my glare. I was Null Spot the Destroyer. Their greedy, grasping fingers would touch nothing but air. But the Null Spot could extrapolate, and a quick mental exercise told me that I needed to get to my goal faster than my current course and speed allowed. The race was on. The big bike's engine thundered back to angry acceleration, trying to pull me off the back. A crawler under my wheels nearly sent me into a skid, but I was on a beeline and out of choices. The bike hit a curb hard and bounced up in the front. I thanked God that the back wheel didn't shatter as it bumped over the same curb and spun wildly on dead grass. Seconds later, I bounced off of another curb, and my tires caught asphalt just a few dozen feet from the entrance to the parking garage across from the hospital. 5 floors of concrete and empty automobiles would hold no interest for the infected, so it had to be empty. Such was the foundation upon which my hastily conceived plan was built. With nothing ahead but empty asphalt, I pushed the bike hard as 3 or 4 particularly fast infected chased. I rounded the motorcycle into the garage's east entrance as gravity's fingers tugged me down. Rubber burned on concrete as I braked and slowed for a right turn up the ramp. I twisted the throttle. The engine's reverberations hammered courage into my veins. I flew up the ramp and braked into a hairpin turn onto the second floor. Now I was aligned for the ramp up to 3. Empty cars sat alone in their parking spaces. Not a single white was in the garage. If I hadn't needed both hands to control the beast beneath me, I would have patted myself on the back.
I passed the 4th floor too fast to think about it. The ramp to 5 spit me out into hazy gray sunshine on the top level. Bare, sun-bleached concrete, flaking yellow stripes, and a few dusty cars were all that waited for me there. I squeezed hard on the brakes, and the bike skidded to a stop near the door to an enclosed stairwell. Hopefully, the only thing waiting inside would be the reek of fermenting transient urine and stale cigarette smoke.
The engine died when I turned the key, and a peaceful silence existed for the second it took me to make out the wails of the infected, echoing up from the floors below. I dropped the kickstand, left the key in the ignition, and stepped off the bike. With my pistol in hand, I ran to the door of the stairwell and peeked in through the small glass window. There was no movement, so I opened the door and slid inside, closing it silently behind. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. A wicked grin stretched my lips. In spite of my supremely bad choice to ride that noisy motorcycle across town, my luck had held. I was alive. The stairwell was empty. I rushed downstairs, euphorically riding a wave of overconfidence that hid a riptide of anger, churning in despair over Amber's death. I exited the parking garage on the south side, unnoticed by the infected trying to jam themselves into the car entrance on the east corner. But the noise from above had ceased, and short attention spans were losing interest. The infected started to look around for other prey. Mostly they were drawn back to the muffled gunshots coming from inside the hospital. That wouldn't last much longer. Null, Spot the Destroyer, still had an imagination full of bad ideas and a pocket full of stupid to spend. Far up the street, closer to the arena than the hospital, I spied a Humvee sitting on the grass. Its doors were swung open, and a big machine gun was mounted on the top. With that, I could sweep my soul clean of the painful clutter and put it back into stark order. Chapter 4. A crust of blood covered the seats and floors of the Humvee, gluing down shreds of uniforms and bits of bone. Pieces of equipment and empty boots littered the ground around the vehicle. Keeping a wary eye on the infected still frittering near the parking garage entrance, I spent a few minutes looking for full magazines to top off the ammo for my M4. Nothing for the Glock, but I even found a grenade. Those were rare but very handy to have around. Back inside the Humvee, I climbed up through the roof hatch and familiarized myself with the mechanisms for opening, closing, and latching it. That was the kind of thing a careful, smart person would do. The kind of person who had a chance to live through the day. The kind of person I aspired to be, though the morning's activities might have suggested otherwise. I took my time fumbling around with the big machine gun, while images gelled in my mind of dead whites, all with Mark's pious whack-job face piled high in the dirt. A big rectangular box for .50 caliber rounds was attached to the side of the gun. It was empty, but a glance down into the Humvee confirmed what I'd noticed on the way up. Another half-dozen boxes. I slipped down through the hatch and checked each box. 2 were empty, and 4 were full of big brass cartridges stuffed with cordite and plugged with fat lead slugs, each nearly the length of my hand from wrist to fingertips. Some had colored tips, most didn't. I hefted a canister up to the roof as quietly as I could manage and replaced the empty one mounted on the side of the gun. My heart started to pound with morbid excitement over the power that was coming together in my hands. There was a gap on the side of the gun that looked like the place where an ammo belt might feed into it. I played around with every moving piece I could find. I found the safety. I figured out how to load it and guessed that the curved lever on the back of the gun, perfectly positioned for a thumb to press while holding the 2 handles, had to be the trigger. Satisfied that I had it right, I scanned the hospital grounds. Perhaps 20 infected were close enough to make a dash for me when the shooting started. 8 or 9 were grouped in a dense shadow under an oak. They presented a nice, big target. They would die first. A staircase attached to the side of the hospital caught my attention. It was encased in walls of glass filled to bursting with squirming white bodies. I had no idea what the effective range of the machine gun might be, but I was going to fire on the stairwell a block to the south and find out. I crawled back down and took a moment to pull up the handles on the Humvee's combat locks. I thought about putting a second ammunition canister on the roof beside the machine gun so that I could reload faster, but a look back at the infected spreading out as they exited the parking garage convinced me that wasn't a good idea. I'd be lucky to empty the gun's first belt before those infected were on me. Back up through the top hatch, I pulled back on a big crank handle on the right side of the gun, guessing that was the first step to firing the weapon. I pointed the gun at the pod of infected under the tree, the ogre and the harpy. I pressed the trigger. The gun bucked more than expected, and half of the rounds went wild, but enough of them didn't. A head exploded. Gouts of blood burst from bodies. Limbs were severed. Bodies crumpled to the ground. Red mist hung in the air. Holy shit. It was loud, though nothing like I expected. It did command the attention of every infected in sight, and that was expected, as was what followed. They were all running directly at me. With the power of leaden lightning in my hands, and the ogre and the harpy to calm my breathing, I let loose again with the big machine gun and shot down all of the infected nearby, clearing a zone that stretched for a couple hundred rapidly shrinking yards. A great host of whites flowed out of the parking garage, running through the exits and tumbling over the waist-high walls. Their wails drove the wind before them, wavering my resolve. But fear was no newcomer to me. I measured my chances and pointed the gun at the glass stairwell, sending a stream of big bullets downrange. Tracers drew a fiery, thin line of destruction through the shattering walls and disintegrating bodies. Razor-sharp crystal shards and pieces of what used to be people rained down on the infected below. Blood and agony filled the air. Then, with an anticlimactic click, the ammunition belt came to its end. The raging horde from the garage was frighteningly close. I let gravity pull me down into the Humvee, closing the top hatch as I fell through. I latched it just as the first infected hit the Humvee in a mad rush. I jumped into the driver's seat as a second and third pounced on the vehicle. I needed to get moving. If the Humvee got swarmed, I was sure I'd die. Realizing that I'd assumed that the Humvee had gas in it, knowing I should have checked. Knowing it with that sinking feeling in my stomach that tardy knowledge always brings. I pushed the ignition button with a prayer on my lips. The engine rumbled to life. Thank God. I slammed the vehicle into gear and mashed the accelerator to the floor, and the Humvee started to roll. These damn things never seemed to have enough pep. Infected hands grabbed onto the Humvee where they could and dragged their owners on the ground as I lumbered away. A white was on the hood. More were on the roof. Trundling toward the arena, I checked over my shoulder to make sure the mob was giving chase. But not wanting them to give up, I kept my speed controlled. It worked once. Why not again? Down to 5 miles per hour, the mass of infected quickly closed the gap. Others who had been lurking around the arena saw the slow-moving Humvee and came at me. I felt their impacts on the vehicle as they tried to tackle it or jump on. At the north end of the arena, I sped up a little. A few infected fell off of the Humvee. Those on the roof might become a problem if I didn't get rid of them. Rounding the west side of the arena, I headed back south toward the parking garage and coaxed some more speed out of the Humvee. There was still a trickle of infected coming out of the parking garage, but not enough to bring the 5,000-pound vehicle to a stop when I ran them down. I swayed the Humvee left and right and lost a few of the whites that had been clinging to the roof. I jumped a curb without slowing and bounced a few more whites to the ground, breaking their bones and bloodying their skin
as they skipped across the ground like stones on water. Then I was in the trickle of infected coming out of the garage, and the Humvee's heavy steel brush guard mowed them down with little effect on my momentum.
With many dead in my wake and way too much blood on the hood, I turned into the parking garage just as another of my potentially foolish assumptions occurred to me. Was the garage tall enough to accommodate the Humvee and its roof-mounted machine gun? I clenched my teeth as I passed under the first concrete support beam. Nothing. The height in the garage had apparently been designed to accommodate those big four-wheel drive pickups so popular in Texas. Good for me. Goddamn good for me. Following the ramps back up one after another, I converted a dozen more infected from toothy hazards into slippery speed bumps. I reached the end of the ramp on the top level and brought the Humvee to a skidding halt near the waiting motorcycle and the stairwell door, my escape route. The top level of the garage was once again empty. Fantastic. I jumped into the back of the truck and popped open the top hatch. As quickly as I could, I shoved 3 canisters of .50 caliber ammunition up on the roof. Enraged screeching welled up from the lower levels, confirming that my plan was working. The infected were pouring back into the garage. I fumbled, trying to load a belt into the machine gun as fast as my one practice session allowed. But my luck held. Everything clicked into place, and I pointed the utilitarian weapon down the ramp. The infected would arrive any moment. And on cue, they did. First a few, then a few dozen, then a solid, riotous mass of white flowed around the corner and onto the ramp 50 yards down. I depressed the firing lever. Nothing. Shit. I looked down at the gun as though my anxious expression would admonish the weapon into proper performance. Shit. Aside from wishing I were elsewhere, the thing I wanted in that moment more than anything else was to kick Arnold Schwarzenegger in the balls. This kind of shit always worked in the movies. Options. The horde was too thick to drive through. The door to the stairwell was just a dozen feet behind me. It was time to bail. Then I remembered. With seconds that could have been used for escape dwindling away, I instead bet my life on the big handle on the right side of the gun. I yanked it back with all the strength that panic could bring to bear and pointed the weapon at the closest of the infected. I pushed down on the firing lever with both thumbs, and Nullspot was instantly transformed from frightened pants pisser into fiery god of thunder. Slaughter. A heavy lead torrent ripped through packed bodies. Each bullet shredded 2, 3, and 4 deep among them. Instantly, 100 surrogate marks died most satisfyingly, with agonized grimaces on their pinched faces. The vanguard became a slippery, bleeding red and white wall. The mass behind surged and stalled, but then flowed up and over, a river of rage and tearing fingers. In a ridiculously small number of seconds, the first ammo belt ran dry, and as I looked down the throat of a million gnashing teeth, I knew my plan was fucked. In my imagination, I'd been able to kill so many whites that they'd clogged the ramp with their bodies. I'd been able to bide my time as I sprayed the glass stairwell and hospital grounds across the street, clearing an escape path for everyone trapped inside. Then I'd walk leisurely down the stairs to my hero's welcome. Oops. There was no time to load another belt and still kill the new vanguard of bloody runners sprinting to tear my lungs out. It was time for me to run. I wriggled up through the hatch and jumped off the roof of the Humvee, falling through the air with my eyes on the salvation of the stairwell door. With adrenaline pumping at full tilt and my heart banging out a fierce rhythm, I saw, but didn't register, the absence of the stairwell's light through the door's window. I hit the concrete running, closed the gap to the door in a flash, and grasped the handle. As I turned it,
The crazed face of an infected woman smashed itself harshly against the glass.
The door burst open, knocking me back. I tried to catch my balance as a mass of infected fell over one another, roiling through the gap. Oh, fuck. Breathe. Breathe. My hands were instantly on my M4. My fingers, now practiced and intimate with the gun, sprayed a dozen rounds into the pile and bought me a few seconds of life in which I tried to think of a way out. But there was none. I ran toward a corner of the parking structure, not with a plan, but because that was the only direction that wasn't already crawling with infected monsters bent on killing me. I made it to the corner and emptied a magazine at the running whites closest to me. Out of some primal instinct, I climbed up on the top edge of the 6-inch wide wall, trying to get above my pursuers and completely ignoring the 5-story drop to the ground below. A large square support pillar on the corner offered me another 2 feet of height. A few fast, precarious steps ended with a teetering jump. I landed on a square of concrete at face level with 1,000 whites in their grasping hands. But what was a kick in the face to a beast that felt no pain? They were going to tear my skin and shred my flesh. My heart would pump its last between the teeth of a virus-tainted horror. With a million simultaneous thoughts of death and desperate deliverance blazing through my synapses, my hands automatically pushed another magazine into my rifle. Before the trigger sent the bullets flying, I caught sight of movement down to my right on the side of the parking garage, where abso-fucking-lutely no movement should have been. It took a few nanoseconds of full attention to process what I saw, but with only seconds left to live, that was an immeasurable investment. It was a banner. An enormous, nylon mesh banner 15 feet wide and 40 feet long hung from the top edge of the wall and reached down to somewhere around the 2nd floor. That bottom edge was still too far off the ground to risk a jump, but that was thinking too far ahead. I'd likely be dead before that became a problem. Was that it? Was that my only minuscule chance? I glanced back up to the oncoming mob, emptied my magazine to clear the closest of them, and jumped off the concrete corner support. 2 seconds later, I had the top edge of the banner in my grasp, with my boots slipping off of the wall's gritty edge. The ogre and the harpy. The ogre and the harpy. Going off the side of the building was a terrible, shitty, awful choice, with an infinitesimally small chance of being alive at the bottom. But no matter how fast my brain spun, there was no other way. Once those clutching white fingers caught my clothes, my chances of continuing life would hit absolute zero. Infinitesimally small looked good. I squeezed my hands and tried to bunch the taut nylon into something easier to hang on to as my legs flailed out over the drop. Before I had time to hope for the best, gravity seized me and pulled me madly toward the sidewalk far below. I held on to the banner as tightly as I could, but the nylon slipped rapidly through my grasp, friction heating and tearing my skin. To put a damper on my acceleration, I pulled my feet in to squeeze the mesh between the rubber soles of my boots. I started to slow. I had half a thought that I might live. My boots hit something solid and kicked my feet out to the sides. Before I could shit my pants at that surprise, my hands caught onto a round metal rod sewn into the bottom edge of the banner, and I came to a joint-rending halt, hanging 20 feet above the ground. Holy shit! I was alive? Frustrated shrieks cascaded down. I looked up. Oh no. One was climbing over the wall. Like a fish on a line, I wriggled my body to swing the banner, and out it went. Then back. Not far enough. A white fell past me, grabbing at my boots, screaming not out of fear, but out of frustration for my being beyond her grasp. She hit the sidewalk in a sickening combination of a thump and a splat. The banner swung out further, then back. Trying to time the rhythm of my bodily gyrations to the slow rhythm of the banner's swing,
I went way out over the sidewalk, just as another infected woman came sliding down the center of the sloping banner. Her weight helped push it back toward the garage. She missed me by 5 feet when she slipped past with just enough of an arc to drop her past the sidewalk and into the grass with a sound of breaking bones wrapped in tearing flesh. On the backswing, I flew into the gap between the second and third floors. Suddenly, with concrete just 4 or 5 feet below me, I let go. I landed roughly, bruising knees and scraping elbows. My weapons clattered on the floor as I rolled, but my sling didn't slip off. My Glock stayed in its holder.
Only my machete slipped away. The few infected running through the second level looked at me but didn't slow. The party was upstairs. Any wight with ears could hear that. With bloody, jittery hands, I gathered my machete and crawled to a shaded corner where my breath wheezed out in a nervous rattle. The coolness of the concrete offered what comfort it could, while I assimilated the fact that due to little more than luck, I'd just lived through that ordeal. My heart started to slow, and my nerves began the long process of winding back down. I ventured to look down at my torn, blistered hands and thanked the virus that most sensations of pain were in my past. The hands were still functional, but they'd need attention, and soon. Such was the latest price I paid for my life. Camouflaged in gleaming white skin, crusty bloodstains, and body odor, in that moment I exhibited none of the noisy behaviors of the tasty immune. The infected continuing through the second floor ignored me. I leaned my head against the wall and, for a moment, closed my eyes. Exhaustion was knocking at the door. I was emotionally drained, empty, as lost as I'd felt before I tried to fill the hole in my heart with the murder of Mark's proxies. After so many years of being the dog that Dan kicked, couldn't violence cure my rage, salve my sadness just once? Residual adrenaline coursed through my veins. My hands were unsteady. I needed time to regroup. I breathed in hot, smoky air. I smelled blood and cordite. The angry yowls of the infected mixed with the shrieks of the dying. I tried to clear my mind and disappear, even for just a second. But images of dead faces haunted me. Jerome, Wilkins, Earl, the ogre, the harpy, Felicity, Marcy, and 1,000 white faces that used to be human. No, were human. Just unfortunate, diseased humans. Amber was in that procession. Steph's dead face would join soon. The virus was very effectively killing off every person to which I had even the tiniest connection. The virus was binging on humanity, one overflowing spoonful after another, and with each death, human civilization ticked inexorably toward its end. And what the virus didn't destroy, the natural entropy of the universe would. Long held at bay by human arrogance, it would soon crumble the fragile foundations of the world. Fires burned in East Austin. Blazing refineries in Houston disgorged untold tons of toxicity. The reactors would eventually melt down, and our failing dams would wash the reactors' Chernobyl waste into the oceans, killing everything in the marine world as well. Empty skyscrapers would be tombstones to our dead cities. Satellites would fall from the sky. When the blood of our dead was washed away by time, the rusting carcasses of 1 billion cars would again stain the earth red. How much of that would I live to see? Did I want to see any of it? Did I want to face a future alone among the mindless monsters? Alone. Lost in the blackness of my mood, my scavenged cell phone buzzed in my pocket, teasing me with evidence of another life that would soon come to a violent end. I wanted to cry, but the ogre and the harpy had beaten so many tears out of me, and nothing seemed to anger them more than a little boy's tears.
I felt like I was 12 years old again, alone and imprisoned in a heartless world, with countless days of pain in my past and endless days of fear in my future. And I knelt at Amber's body while Russell's wails vocalized my pain. The cell phone buzzed again, and Jerome, cowardly, lying, useless Jerome, killed for no reason at all. What the fuck was that? Was there a path forward, a road out of the darkness? Could I once again find in myself the strength that stood me before the ogre's wrath so many years ago? Or would life's cruelty finally prevail?
As I searched my heart for that answer, the cell phone vibrated for half a second, then cut short. Whether the battery in the phone, the life at the other end, or the hope of the caller, something else had just died. I thought about a buddy of mine from 7th grade, Benny Clark. We met after school one afternoon to settle with our fists some little something so trivial that memory misplaced it almost immediately once it was over. We fought that afternoon, or more accurately, we boxed. But I didn't try, not really. Benny was a smaller kid than me, and that made a real difference at that age. And though we were fighting, he was my friend, and I had no desire to hurt him. He wasn't big enough to pack a punch that could do more than bruise, so the fight was destined to go unresolved. But Assistant Principal McQuigg, being much more observant than I'd have given him credit for, caught us both and hauled us to his office. He laid a choice on the table.
We could take the paddle, or he would call our parents to explain the suspension. Well, that was a no-brainer for both Benny and me. He opted for the combo pack, the call and a suspension. I asked to the point of begging for the paddle. Paddling was punishment with an end. I'd bend over the desk, and McQuigg would haul back for a baseball-style swing and lay into my ass with all his gray-haired might. There was no defined number of swats for fighting, nor for any offense. Punishment ended when McQuigg's temper settled, or his back and shoulders grew tired. This usually happened between 3 and 5 swats. It was a difficult dynamic to predict. In the mornings, McQuigg was full of energy and ready for 5. Not so much in the afternoon. But in the afternoons, his temper was short from a long day of dealing with the likes of me, so he was more inclined to shoot for 5. I took 5 that day. Perhaps my frequent flyer status was built into the equation somehow. In spite of paying the price, however, I was too naive at that age to understand how things really worked in the world. At the time, Dan was an assistant principal at another school in the district. I guess it only made sense that he knew McQuigg. Perhaps McQuigg called to tell Dan of the favor he'd done him by tanning my hide. All I knew for a fact was that when Dan got home from work that day, he felt compelled to bellow at me for what seemed to me to be 1,000 times. You want to fight? You want to be a boxer? Is this what you want to do? You want to embarrass me? Of course, the questions were all rhetorical. They were not to be answered with my words, nor Dan's. The answers were in Dan's knuckles. He beat me all the way through my fear and my pain, leaving only a crusty residue of anger and hate that I carried to school the next day, where 100 snickering laughers pointed at my bruised face. Humiliation is such a powerful motivator in 7th grade. So on the 4th day, when Benny returned to school, I found him in the hall. He smiled at me the way he always smiled when he saw me. I didn't smile back. Instead, I beat him down. With each pound of my fist, Dan's anger rolled through me and down to Benny. And when I was done, Benny looked like me, with fresh blood running from his mouth and nose. He had hollow, helpless eyes that understood something new about cruelty in the world. I got 8 swats from McQuigg that day, perhaps a new record. I got suspended and Dan beat me daily until I went back. But what the fuck? He probably would have beaten me anyway. What I should have learned about catharsis that day was the lesson that eluded me every time I ever let my anger run free. Catharsis is a bullshit concept. Benny had been my best friend for years before that fight. After I beat him in the hall, he never spoke to me again. All that catharsis did for me was cost me a little piece of my humanity.
Slaughtering whites for what Mark did to Amber was like that.
When the rage flowed and the whites died, it felt like something with a frightening name. But after, I felt like a death camp Nazi who'd finally looked into one too many pairs of sunken eyes. And now I sat in a humid charnel house of my own making, having tried to assuage a vindictive rage with the murder of the wrong people. Mark had to die for the world to ever be right again. In my mind, it was a necessary step. But I knew that it was also an indulgence of the darkness, a choice to forever cultivate a hate. It was a backward path, and to chase Mark down that path, the easy path, was to shower myself in the blood of the whites until my luck ran out and I was as dead as the pile of infected at my feet. And would Mark be in that pile? Not likely. But what real choice did I have? To move forward instead? To what? I'd only ever been an isolated spectator to an endless parade of tragedies.
Being alone in the dark was all I knew.
All my life I'd collected acquaintances and discarded them before they became real friends, before they became too much of an emotional risk. And as much as I had needed to find Amber, as much as I needed now to know what had happened to Steph, in my choices, I'd scraped off Murphy, Mandy, and Russell, and isolated myself again. The cycle of my habit was at work under the guise of rational choice. So what was forward for me? That hard path was to pick up the fragile pieces of a nascent chance at life, a life that I'd very handily scattered across a dying city. That path seemed so difficult and so urgent, but the hard part, if I was still alive at the end of the day, was to chance a real relationship with another person, with other people. And I know I didn't think it through at the time that I let Russell latch onto me, but maybe that was Russell's value. Non-judgmental, silent, and simple, Russell wholly accepted and needed me. He took those intangible but important parts of a relationship and put them on the table while asking for nothing in return. Was it possible that in helping Russell to stay alive, he would unwittingly help me to take the baby steps of learning how to fit into normal society, or at least whatever might be left of society when this was all over? With the first few steps of the hard path forward to ironically be illuminated for me by Russell? Perhaps. So, with Russell's help, I chose to move forward, and all those parts that I was good at planning for came together in a snap. I was ready to go, alert, and back in the present. My eyes were open, and I was aware of my surroundings. 3 infected lurked near a support column at the top of a ramp, fixated on me, puffing up their courage. Their faces were gaunt, their hands very busy at invisible nothings that needed desperate attention. Their eyes were alert and shifting from focus to focus, but always finding their way back to me.
They looked hungry, but were unaware of the feast that awaited them for free, if they'd only follow the parking garage's ramps up another 3 floors. Maybe they were just lazy. Maybe they thought I looked like I was dying, infected like them, but an easy meal. I laid my machete across my thighs, its grip slippery in my bleeding palm. I decided that I wasn't going to slaughter the 3 skinny whites, and neither was I going to be eaten by them. But their hunger was going to make them do something stupid, very soon.
A step on the path forward was control, and I was going to take it by bringing the situation to a head. I closed my eyes and leaned back against the concrete wall. I calmed my breathing. It was time. The infected couldn't resist the temptation that my closed eyes presented. Just a moment after closing them, I heard the sound of a half-dozen feet running across the concrete floor. And by choosing the path forward, my old mantra was outmoded, but still effective.
The ogre and the harpy. I drew a sharp breath, opened my eyes, and jumped to my feet just as the three stepped within machete range. Their eyes widened as they each struggled to halt their momentum. Even their malfunctioning brains were able to register surprise. My machete swung up as I straightened and slashed deeply across the belly of the leftmost of the trio. Pushing my blade's momentum in the same swing, I ripped it through the jaw of the one in the middle. Both went down, and the third jumped back. The first infected hit the floor immediately, unconscious and rapidly bleeding to death. The one with the jaw injury was flailing, half silly from the blow to his head, splattering blood in every direction. I roared and charged at the last one still on her feet. She turned and ran. Victory.
Chapter 6. When my feet hit the street that ran between the hospital and the garage, the infected on the upper floors of the mill were still in a tizzy over their lost meal, though many had fallen silent, perhaps feasting on their dead brethren instead. At street level, they were infected loitering and resting in shadows, and others gathered around the doors into the hospital, drawn by the promise of warm flesh upstairs. But something was profoundly different. The world felt a little more dead than it had just hours before. Was it me, or was I sensing something real? I looked out across the street. All of the hospital windows were dark. The giant full-color sign in front of the basketball arena had no advertisement for upcoming concerts. It was black. Its lights were out. The traffic signal at the corner flashed red in an unflinching rhythm. Looking back into the garage, I saw that the overhead lights were out. The lights in the stairwells were off. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket.
No cellular network. No data. No, wait. There was a bar. Then it was gone. I slowly waved the phone through the air, trying to catch a signal, but it would only come for a second or two at a time. It was out there, but it was weak. I concluded the only thing that made sense. The power grid had failed. Mankind had just taken another giant step backward. Soon the batteries that powered the flashing stoplights would go dead, and the rapidly weakening batteries on the cell towers would follow. If the virus itself wasn't the beginning of the end of civilization, the failure of the power grid surely was. I pocketed my cell phone. It was no good now as a communication device, but it was still a pocket-sized computer, though I'd need to find a solar charger for it. Looking back toward the hospital, I had a clear view of the glass stairwell that I'd shot to hell earlier. Nearly every pane on its glass walls was shattered.
Bloody bodies of the infected lay on the stairs, hung out over the edges, or were piled on the ground below. At least 100 whites greedily fed on those bodies. Still, there was barely any movement to be seen on the stairs themselves. Perhaps an opportunity lay in that carnage. With blood still glistening on the scarred blade of my machete, I hefted it in my right hand, drew my Glock with my left, and walked across the street toward the feeding infected. They were noisy. They were sloppy. They tore at clothes with their hands, and with their teeth, they lacerated flesh that seethed with the same virus that had scorched their brains. All around, crimson painted the grass and pooled in the dirt. In the blood, bits of bone, eyeglasses, and shoes were strewn. The infected paid no attention to me. At the moment, I was one of them, a white beast from a child's nightmare, strong and deadly. not worth a second thought when the ground was covered in a bounty of bleeding human meat. At the bottom of the stairwell, I stepped through a shattered glass wall into the epicenter of the slaughter. The big .50 caliber bullets had smashed the tempered glass into thousands of razor-sharp bits of crystalline shrapnel. Every white body was broken, shredded, and bled out, dripping down the concrete steps. Agonized mouths stretched across broken faces, bones splintered through skin. And the smell of death, blood, and everything ripped from stomachs and intestines was heavy in the air. Up I walked, careful with each placement of my foot, lest I slipped. Live infected were among the bodies on the first few floors, feeding on the scraps of their brothers and sisters. By the third floor, their numbers thinned. By the fifth, there were only 1 or 2 per flight, faces buried in the work of gorging themselves on newly dead remains. That made my task easy as I went to work with my machete, hacking at the backs of necks and severing heads. I wanted no breathing white nearby when I got to the top. I passed the 6th floor and killed 3. I passed the 7th and killed 2 more. Between the 8th and 9th, there were 4. One struggled and attacked. As a result, I wore more of his blood than I did of the others. When I finally reached the top of the stairs, I had to climb over a makeshift barricade of hospital beds, chairs, and cabinets. The barrier had no hope of stopping any infected from climbing over, but it did serve the purpose of slowing them down. And, more importantly, it kept them from massing and pushing their combined weight on the door. Once over the barricade, there was enough room for me to stand in front of the steel fire door. Above the doorknob, about 8 inches wide and 2 feet tall, was a long rectangular window. Through the reinforcing wire mesh in the glass, I saw 2 soldiers standing across the hall, with dispassionate faces and nervous eyes, aiming their weapons at me. I shouted, "Hey!" The soldiers shared a glance but didn't respond. "Hey, listen," I said. "I know you're kind of freaked out about seeing me out here, but I need to talk to someone. Can I count on you not to shoot me?" One soldier looked nervously at the other. He said something that I couldn't make out through the heavy door. I shouted again, "Look, I'm not going to stay out here all day. It's only a matter of time before the infected hear me up here and come. So go talk to whoever you need to talk to and let me in. I'm not a danger. I won't stay long. I need to talk to Steph." "Go away," the previously silent soldier ordered. I huffed. "Look, man, don't be a dick. Go get your boss or whatever you need to do, but hurry up about it. If you don't leave, we'll shoot." I guess I should have been happy that they didn't start the conversation with bullets, but I wasn't. I was impatient. "Look, let me be clear about a couple of things. First, there aren't any infected out here. All the ones in this stairwell are dead, at least until you get down to the 3rd floor or so. Second, I'm going to come in there and see Steph. I don't mean anybody any harm, but I gotta tell you guys, I'm already tired of fucking around about it. I went to a lot of trouble to get here, and if I'd wanted to hurt you, I would have just blown the door open with a grenade, come in, and shot your dumbasses." I pulled a pin from one of my 3 grenades, slipped the pin into my pocket, and then held it up to the glass for the soldiers to see. "You see what I have here, right? I know you're thinking that you really want to shoot me through the door now, but if you do, this grenade goes off. The door gets blown open, and the infected come running. Do you know what happens after that? You do, don't you? All of you die. But that's not what I want, and I know that's not what you want. I just want to come in and talk to Steph. I don't mean anyone in there any harm. I sure don't want anybody to harm me. Just open the fucking door. I'll come in, and then I'll leave." I peeked through the glass. The soldiers were talking again. As I watched, one ran off down the hall. The other soldier said, "You're infected, right?" "I'm a slow burn," I nodded. "I am infected. Aside from that, I'm just as normal as you."
The soldier said, "You could infect us all if we let you in. Do you want that on your conscience?" "Isn't that what you're doing already anyway?" I asked. "Infecting yourselves, trying to find the immune ones?" "How do you know that?" he asked. "Because I've been talking to Steph on the phone about it." I glared through the window to be sure he saw my anger at him. "She's a nurse, cute, with red hair, about 5'5". The soldier asked, "The network is still up?" I shook my head. "No, I think the power grid failed. I think there are batteries in the towers, but I guess they're dying."
I couldn't get a signal when I checked. The soldier nodded. "The emergency generator here kicked on a few hours ago." With no more questions on his mind, the soldier stood and watched me. Not concerned with small talk, I thought about racing my motorcycle several years ago out on FM 2222, blazing over the hills and around the sharp turns, trying to shake the carnivorous banshees that lived in my soul. No matter how fast I flew down the road, I couldn't slip them. When I hit a guardrail and my body crashed through the upper branches of some trees on a downward slope, I ended up a summertime resident of the hospital. The main building, the oldest, was laid out in something of a T shape, with the top bar of the T being too long for a properly formed letter. The upper floors each had a central hall down each branch of the T, with patient rooms on both sides. An expansive nurses' station stood at the intersection of the three branches on each floor. At least that was the layout of the upper floors. The lower 2 or 3 had grown maze-like with additions through the years. On the 4th floor, a breezeway connected at an angle from the shortest leg of the T to a roughly circular and relatively new children's hospital. Knowing the layout as well as I knew the house I grew up in, I started to plan how I was going to find Steph if I had to force my way in. Of course, I should rather have been considering what an all-around stupid idea that was, but that thought never really bubbled to the surface. The other soldier came hurrying back into view with a guy in a soiled white lab coat. The three of them conferred quietly for a few minutes, and then the guy in the lab coat came over to the glass. I asked, "Are you the doctor in charge?" "I might be." "Christ," I said, letting my frustration show. "I'm not a Chinese spy. Are you in charge?" The guy in the lab coat peered through the window, trying to see as much as he could see. After he was satisfied with whatever he was looking for, he said, "Yes, I am in charge. I'm Dr. Paul Evans." "Zed Zane, will you please open the door and let me in?" Dr. Evans looked blankly at me, but said nothing. Quietly, but sternly, I said, "Look, the infected downstairs are going to—" Dr. Evans held up a hand to silence me and said, "I know, I know." He stepped back over near the others. More whispered conversations among the three and a few too many suspicious glances at my white face through the glass left me uneasy. But they came to a decision. Dr. Evans raised a hand to the door, and the lock clicked. He pushed the door open. I had one fist gripped around my fragmentation grenade, and the other held my Glock with my finger on the trigger. I walked through. The soldiers held their weapons pointed at the floor, but enhanced my distrust by surrounding me, one behind and one beside me. Dr. Evans stood in front. "You're in." "Doctor." Evans's tone was condescending and angry when he pointed to my hand grenade. "Do you intend to kill us with that?" "No." I glanced over my shoulder at the guy behind me. "I just don't trust any of you." "Then why come here?" he asked. "Like I told the guys," I nodded at each of the soldiers. "I'm here for Steph." "Steph?" he asked. The soldier to my left, the one I'd been talking to, said, "Nurse Leonard." So that was Steph's last name. It had never occurred to me to ask. Dr. Evans asked, "Are you a relative?" Without an ounce of respect for authority left anywhere in me, I spouted, "Really?
After all that's happened, you're going to stonewall me with a protocol that nobody gives a shit about anymore? That pissed him off. Dr. Evans's face flashed anger, but returned quickly to an icy, cold, nothing expression, except for his lips, which remained pinched closed.
I stood half a head shorter than him, but having separated so many souls from so many different-sized bodies over the past week, I was no longer intimidated by physical stature. Dr. Evans forced his voice to sound calm. I was curious, Mr. Zane, that's all. No, I'm not curious. I need to know. For better or worse, I'm in charge here. I'm trying to keep as many of these people alive as I can. They're my responsibility. So, unless you want to detonate that hand grenade right here and kill us all, then you'll have to answer my questions, because you're not taking one step further until I get some answers. I cocked my head at the soldier behind me. Why is he back there? Dr. Evans looked at the soldier behind me and motioned to his right. Corporal. The guy behind me walked around me to stand a few paces behind the doctor. Let me ask you something, Dr. Evans. How long have you been in charge here? Since the beginning? Why do you want to know? He was cautious. Who set up all the triage tents outside? I asked. Not sure why I chose to go down that rat hole. Who decided on the protocols that put all of the infected in that gym and then left them there to die? Was that you? Is that what this is, then? Dr. Evans motioned at the two soldiers. You men go up the hall to a safe distance. He looked down his long, narrow nose and said, I did that. I was in charge here when those decisions were made. If you're here to kill me over some grudge about that, then shoot me. Don't detonate that grenade in here and compromise the safety of the others. No, I shook my head emphatically. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to kill you, though now that you mention it, it sounds like an appealing idea. I was in that gym. I almost died there. I'm a person, you fucker. I'm not a piece of medical waste. But that's how you saw me, right? Dr. Evans shook his head. His face softened. He was troubled. Mr. Zane, don't pretend to be naive. You wouldn't be alive if you were. I made hard decisions to try to contain the infection and save as many people as I could. I'm not going to ask you to understand. I'm not going to ask you to care how difficult it was. I'm a doctor, Mr. Zane. I've dedicated my life to saving other people's lives. Maybe my decisions that night were wrong. Maybe they were the worst decisions. But maybe there weren't any good choices. Mr. Zane, I did what I thought was the best, given what I knew at the time. If that caused you harm, then I apologize for that harm. But I can't change what's past. Look, I said, I'll be honest. I'm kind of pissed about all of that, but I'm not an idiot. I understand that choices were made for the greater good. I'm pissed because in any kind of greater good choice, somebody always gets fucked. I was the guy who got fucked this time. But to get back to the point, I'm not here to kill you or anybody else. Then, as sincerely as I could, given the tension, I added, but I do respect you for taking responsibility, even though you thought I might be here to kill you for it. Dr. Evans exhaled a long breath and said, That's a relief. Can I ask you to put the pin back in that grenade? Perhaps in a minute, I said. Right now, let's just say that I have trust issues. Why are you here? He asked. At the root of it, that was a question I didn't really have an answer to. Mr. Zane? Like I said, I nearly blurted, I need to see Steph. She told me last night she was going to volunteer for the infection. I took a deep breath. She's my friend. I need to know if she's dead. Is she? Dr. Evans slowly shook his head, sloughing off his anger and exposing his sadness. I don't know.
I relaxed a little. "Where is she?" "She's 2 floors down. What do you intend to do when you see her?" "I don't know," I softened.
I've seen so many people, too many friends die. I guess I just have to know, one way or the other. Dr. Evans's eyes examined my face for an uncomfortably long time after that. "I'm sorry I had you put in that infected ward. I really am." With some reluctance, I gave Dr. Evans a nod of acceptance. "One thing you might want to know is that if I'd let you into the hospital that night, you'd probably be dead now." Dr. Evans looked around as though trying to see something that wasn't there. "I'm not trying to find some ex post justification for my decisions that night. But if you've been talking to Nurse Leonard, you know how bad things have been here." I nodded. "Yeah, I know." Dr. Evans turned to the 2 soldiers. "You men keep this door secure." To me, he said, "Come on, Mr. Zane. I'll take you down to see Steph." "Thank you." Before following, I took a gamble. I holstered my Glock and fished the grenade pin out of my pocket and pushed it back into place in the grenade. I turned and handed it to one of the soldiers, noticing as I opened my palm that the grenade was red and sticky with my blood. "I've got 2 more clean ones, if you don't want that one." The soldier accepted the bloody grenade with a nod of thanks. Then I doubled down and gave a grenade to the other guard. I said, "I can probably find some more outside eventually." The second guard thanked me, as did Dr. Evans. Chapter 7. We walked together up the hall. "Was that you outside on the parking garage?" Dr. Evans asked. "Yeah," I answered. "That was a real Tarzan stunt you pulled, getting off of that roof." "Thanks," I shrugged. "Some of us were watching out the window," he said. "None of us thought you'd make it." I half smiled. "Me neither." "Sliding down that banner, is that how you injured your hands?" he asked. I looked down at one of my still bleeding hands and nodded. "How do you even make the decision to go over the edge of a garage?" he asked. "Are you one of those adrenaline junkies that bungee jumps and does skateboard tricks?" "Desperation," I told him. "Oh." Dr. Evans looked me up and down. "Is it true that you don't feel pain, Mr. Zane?" "Call me Zed. That's what everybody calls me. But yes, it's true. I get some monster headaches and I feel tired when I should, but mostly things don't hurt. My hands, I can tell they're messed up. I can feel that, but they don't hurt. And I've been bitten twice by whites." I showed Dr. Evans my arm. "Neither one hurts." Dr. Evans' face grew pensive. "That is interesting. I read something about it on the internet, but there are so many people making guesses out there right now, it's hard to know what to believe. Listen, do you want me to fix up those hands before we head down?" That was an unexpected offer. I nodded enthusiastically. "I'd like that very much." "Do you have your insurance card?" Dr. Evans smiled for the first time. I smiled back, acknowledging his attempts to lighten the situation with a little humor. "Could you look at the bites on my arm, too, if you don't mind?" "Sure." We sat at the nurse's station while he patched up my hands, and he said, "The volunteers are 2 floors down. When we're finished, we'll have to go to the other stairwell to get down there. We have that one blocked about 5 floors down. It's secure for the moment." "Don't bandage my hands too heavily," I said as he worked. "I need to be able to handle my rifle and stuff." Dr. Evans nodded as he gingerly cleaned one of my hands with a gauze pad and disinfectant. "They look worse than they are. Your injuries are all superficial. If you could feel the pain, I'm sure they'd hurt a lot. I'd probably prescribe a painkiller and tell you not to use your hands for a week or so." "Superficial is good," I said. "But they can get infected," he said. "You need to keep them clean." "I will," I said, knowing that keeping a wound clean was an easy task in yesterday's world. Now, with no running water, No corner drugstore, and not even a certain roof over my head every night. That was a much more difficult thing to do. I heard that things went bad at the gym. Dr. Evans' voice took on a distant air. At first I didn't believe it, but now, well, we've all learned something about how violent the infected can be. How did you get out? As Dr. Evans treated my wounds, I told him the story of my escape from the gym and everything since. Afterwards, he worked, and I stared at the sparklingly waxed vinyl floor tiles, the faux cloth texture of the wallpaper wainscot, the black rubber-wheeled stainless steel medical devices, and I thought a lot about my yesterdays. All such things were commonplace in those days. Do you have any idea what's going on in the rest of the world? I asked absently.
Academically, it's interesting to see the whole world in a panic, Dr. Evans replied, without looking up from what he was doing. If our species makes it through this, I wonder what kind of history from this period will survive.
What do you mean? I asked. Dr. Evans said, in the beginning, there'll be news footage and a trove of personal accounts on the web servers if any of those survive. I wonder if anybody will record any of this on their cell phones, or if it'll all be handwritten diaries and archaeological records eventually. At first, I agreed, I'm sure it'll be cell phones, pictures and video. The virus was probably documented on Facebook better than anywhere before things started to get really bad. You know how people are about posting anything unusual, anything special. I don't use it, Dr. Evans said. But my kids do, so I know what you mean. Your kids? I asked. Dr. Evans ignored the question and kept working.
We've heard of islands that quarantined early and are infection-free. Little places in the Pacific, Grand Cayman in the Caribbean.
I've always wanted to dive there, I mused. The water is so blue and clear. Dr. Evans looked up and stared, but not at anything in particular. We were there a few years back, diving near a wreck. You could see for 100 feet, maybe 200. The water was spectacular that day. A school of tarpon swam by us, 5 or 6 feet long at least, close enough to reach out and touch. Their scales were glittering in the sunlight. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I wish I could have gone diving, I said. Who knows? Dr. Evans finished with my hands and went to work cleaning the wounds on my arm. Most of Europe isn't any better than here. There's sporadic internet traffic, but it's dying away. I heard it started in Africa, I added. As far as anybody knows, there's not a single functioning human brain on that continent.
Yes, that's where it started.
And the Middle East? I asked, the next region that came to mind. Dr. Evans said, Israel nuked Iran. That was a surprising change. What? Who knows why, said Dr. Evans. I don't imagine it makes any difference anyway. I guess not. What about South America, Australia, New Zealand, places like that? He said, high population densities present favorable conditions for the virus to spread. South America went quickly. Australia, I don't know. The infection is there, but it's not bad yet. New Zealand quarantined itself and seems to be successful so far. Good for them. I wished I was in New Zealand. How about here? Here? He asked. America, I clarified. What's not like Austin soon will be, he said. I can't think of any major city in which the virus hasn't been found. I asked, are any of them handling it? None yet. Dr. Evans shook his head slowly as he said it. It's so contagious, it's nearly impossible to contain. Well, not nearly.
It's proven impossible to contain.
So this really is the end? I looked at him, hoping to discern whether the forthcoming answer was honest, nor exaggerated. The end? He asked. Of us. Of humans. Dr. Evans shook his head and looked up at me. No, I don't think so. Some will survive. You'll survive if you can make it out of this hospital. I certainly planned to make it out. It'll be the beginning of another dark age, he said. Eventually, we'll come out of it. Different, I hope. Better. Dr. Evans taped a last bandage across my arm. He dropped his hands to his knees and exhaled to indicate he was finished. Am I in any mortal danger? I asked. Am I going to die of an infection? Probably not. Dr. Evans got up off his stool and motioned for me to follow. But he looked like he was walking to his own hanging. Let's go see the volunteers. They've got the whole floor down there. So it wasn't just Steph who volunteered, I asked as I followed him. Did Steph tell you what the mood was like here? I nodded. Hopeless. Yes, he said. That word was all I heard last night. After the first few trials with no survivors, everybody was hopeless. You know, I've used that word all my life. I've read it in books, I saw it in movies, but I never really knew what it meant until last night. Maybe I learned slowly as the week went along, but now I know in the same way I know what love is. Love? What an odd analogy. Not just in my head, Zed. I felt it down to the marrow of my bones, with every beat of my heart, and with every blink of my eye. I felt it with the same all-inclusive intensity that I've felt love. You're a young man. Have you ever been in love? I shook my head. Lust, certainly. Infatuation, of course. Love, no. I know the hopelessness you're talking about. Yet here you are, he said. Here we both are, I countered. Dr. Evans, how many are down there? Call me Paul. Formalities are for the past, I think. Okay, Paul. Paul came to a stop and turned to face me. When Steph volunteered last night, it was like she was the catalyst for everyone's courage. Maybe she's a natural leader, or maybe she was everyone's hope. When she gave up, everybody else did too. What do you mean, everybody else? I asked. Look around. Paul waved a hand at the empty corridor. Do you see anybody up here? It occurred to me as I looked, I'd seen almost no one since coming onto the floor. Nearly everybody volunteered for infection, he said. There are only 17 of us left who are keeping the place secure in case anyone comes out of the experiment with immunity. How many are immune so far? I asked. I don't know, he said. I haven't been able to bring myself to go downstairs to watch. You see, there are 153 people down there, Zed, all infected. And if the first trials are any indicator, half of them are dead already, and we'll shoot the other half by midnight. You have lost hope, I observed. Hopelessness, Paul reiterated, is an emotion with so many ugly faces. You know, I was in the army before I came here. I was a doctor in Iraq in both wars. I've seen my share of things that would make most people weep. I've had boys younger than you bleed to death right there on my table. Boys in uniform, who looked me in the eye, sometimes holding my hand, in that moment when they gave their lives for something they believed in. Dr. Evans's eyes looked down the hall at something that wasn't there. You do your best, but sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes they die anyway. When I thought of infecting us all to save a few, intellectually it was the right thing to do. The only logical thing. Dr. Evans seemed at a loss for words, so I said, I think Steph felt the same way about it. Everything about it feels wrong. I wrestled with a tactful way to express a harsh thought, but went with, maybe you'd feel better about it if you'd volunteered to go first. I couldn't. Dr. Evans' wide, sad eyes fell back on me. Why? I asked, expecting to hear some bullshit about how the whole place would fall apart without him at the helm. Because I'm immune. What?
That was a surprise. I was exposed the Saturday before everything got bad. Dr. Evans pulled up the sleeve on his left arm. How? I asked. I was bitten by a violent patient. Dr. Evans showed me a bandaged wound on his forearm. He was infected with the virus. His skin was pale. His temperature was elevated. His pupils were dilated. His behavior was deranged. I said, I got it on that Sunday. Obviously, I wasn't as lucky with you. Or perhaps I wasn't as lucky as you, Dr. Evans suggested. You can walk among them.
You'll survive if you're careful. I'm a prey animal now.
Is anyone else here immune? I asked.
There's Sergeant Dahlhover downstairs. He got bitten early on, Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. He never turned. Like me, he never showed any symptoms. He and I are the only two here who are immune that we know of.
So naturally, you assumed there had to be more, I asked.
Dr. Evans nodded. It was the logical conclusion.
Is Sergeant Dahlhover the one in charge of shooting of the infected downstairs? I asked, trying to mask the urgency I felt at the thought of finally arriving at Steph's location, only to get there one bullet too late. Dr. Evans confirmed with a nod. We arrived at the door to the stairwell that would take us down. He looked through the window to confirm there was no movement on the landing. In a new habit of all the living, Dr. Evans very quietly pushed the door open. I followed him into the stairwell, carefully and without a sound.
As much as I wanted to hurry, hurrying led to mistakes, and mistakes were paid for in blood. I stopped when he did. We listened to the sounds from far below. The infected were down there, and they were pissed. Dr. Evans looked down the center gap between the stairs. Anything? I softly asked, leaning over to look myself. The pungent smell of their unwashed bodies, thick enough to taste, wafted up in the confined space. We're clear for now, he whispered. Let's go. They're trying to get at the soldiers behind the barrier down there. They never give up. Can they see the soldiers through the barrier? I asked. Yes, of course, he answered. They won't give up as long as they can see your guys, I said. Evans stopped halfway down the first flight of stairs and gave me his attention. Look, I said to him. If they can't see you or hear you, they eventually lose interest and go away. Why do you say that? He asked. I got lucky, I said. It worked the first time I tried it. Evans started downward and didn't speak again until we were on the next flight of stairs. I don't think Sergeant Dahlhover would agree with you on that. I figured I'd give him another nugget of solid gold advice. You know, every time you shoot a gun, all you accomplish is to draw more of them in. It's been discussed, said Paul. It's true, I reiterated. Dr. Evans said nothing else on the subject until he swung the door open for us to leave the stairwell. Why don't you talk with Sergeant Dahlhover about what you know? If we need to alter our tactics, we will. We came out at the nurse's station just like the one 2 floors up where Dr. Evans had treated my wounds. A skinny man in civilian clothes with a very unmilitary slouch and a droopy, broken man's face eyed us lazily. A soldier far down the hall, his weapon at the ready, called, "Everything all right, Top?" In a raspy, smoker's voice, the skinny sergeant replied, "Yeah." Then, with no change in his posture or facial expression, he looked me over and asked Dr. Evans, "What's this?" "Slow burn," Evans answered, as though all the life had drained out of him. He hadn't emotionally prepared himself to be down among the volunteers. "So they're real?" the sergeant asked. "So it seems," he said. "I'm real," I confirmed, "and just as normal as you." "Yeah." The sergeant said it in a way that made it clear he didn't agree. I already didn't like him.
The entire length of the long hall was lined with chairs spaced about 5 feet apart. In most of those sat a sagging person with a torn bedsheet gag between his or her teeth, arms and feet restrained. Some of them stared at the wall across the hall. Some slept with chins on their chests. A few looked at us with interested eyes.
10 or 11 were obviously transitioning from human to beast. One close to the nurse's station was bleeding from his mouth while trying desperately to gnaw through his gag. Down from him, the skin of a woman's wrists and ankles were worn through from her struggles against her bonds. Many of the chairs were empty and sat below big, bloody stains on the wall. And, like red entrance ramps to a highway that nobody wanted to be on, a trail of blood led from each chair to merge with a long, bloody smear to the end of the hall. It was immediately clear what was going on. When the volunteers turned symptomatic, they were shot where they sat. I asked Evans, "What are you doing with the bodies?" In his gruff voice, Dolhover answered for Evans, "Throwing 'em out the window." Just listening to his voice made me want to cough the phlegm out of my own lungs.
That's a bad idea. Using apathy as a defense, the sergeant said, "Can't keep 'em here."
"But the infected are eating them below," I protested. "You're giving them a reason to keep hanging around." "Doesn't matter," he said. "They'll be eating us all soon enough." Dr. Evans cut in. "Zed Zane, this is Sergeant Dolhover." Sergeant Dolhover looked at me again, with no change in his droopy eyes. He made no effort to shake my hand. I was apparently untouchable. "Fuck him." I said, "Hello?" No response. Double fuck him. Dr. Evans, in a voice that saddened more with each word, asked of Sergeant Dolhover, "How many so far? I see lots of empty chairs." 83. 83 people, all shot in the head and tossed out a window. Dr. Evans looked at me. This was my idea. I'm the one who convinced these people to bet their lives on hope. Droopy-eyed Dolhover just stared at him. Dr. Evans was getting hard to look at, so I scanned up and down the hall, searching for a head of red hair.
"Is Steph alive or dead?" "Steph?" Dolhover asked. "Nurse Leonard," I clarified. With the smallest of gestures, he pointed. "She's down the hall." My mood perked up, but I quickly tamped it down. "Fever?" Dolhover croaked. "No." I didn't ask for any more information, nor did I wait for permission. I stepped out of Dolhover's sad gaze and hurried down the hall, looking at each face as I passed. I'd only seen Steph with a surgical mask on. Aside from red hair, green eyes, and fair skin, I had little idea what she looked like. To look down that long hall had the emotional effect of looking through a neighbor's window while they beat a crippled dog. Walking down the hall, trying to avoid stepping on the viscous trail of coagulated blood, was viscerally painful. Some volunteers, seeing only their last hopeless thoughts, let me pass like an invisible man. One woman stared with tears on her cheeks at a mural of blood above an empty chair directly across the hall from her. Right there, over 5 or 10 or 12 hours, she had seen a person, perhaps someone she knew, perhaps a close friend, slowly turn from human into something else. She had watched the face lose hope when the fever came on. She witnessed the deterioration of the mind. She saw the animalistic gnawing at the gag and the scraping of skin until blood flowed. She saw the black, wild eyes where no human intellect lived anymore. I wondered, when Dolhover's revolver fired, ringing everyone's ears, splitting that skull, whether she saw it as a mercy or a horror. Down that trail of tears, blood, and utter despair, I spotted a redhead with tear-drained but alert eyes turning to watch me approach.
Recognition perked her to life, and I couldn't stop myself from running the last steps. Stopping beside her chair, I immediately started untying the strip of bedsheet that gagged her mouth. "Hey," Dahlhover rasped from somewhere behind me. I ignored him and removed the gag.
In a hoarse voice, Steph said, "Wow, you're still alive."
I swallowed hard on a lump in my throat, as a faint but real smile stretched my lips. "Wow, you're still alive." Steph's smile was real, but it was competing with the pain on the rest of her face. The guy in the next chair over started to squirm and grunt through his gag. "Can you take his off too?" Steph asked. "Okay." I stepped over and started on the guy. "God damn it." Dahlhover's voice echoed up the hall. I didn't even look at Dahlhover, but I heard his voice drop to background noise as he droned something at Dr. Evans. To Steph, I said, "And I thought I was uptight." Steph answered, "It hasn't been easy for any of us." I shrugged as I removed the gag from the guy. He thanked both Steph and me, then opened and closed his mouth several times to stretch his jaw muscles. I squatted down beside Steph and started to untie her hands. "Don't," she told me. "Why?" I asked. She said, "I might turn." I stopped and looked up at her.
"But leave them." She was firm. I stood up and stepped in front of her chair, but suddenly had no words. The guy in the next chair over had no such problem and spoke very fast.
"We were infected last night around 7. It's like 1 o'clock now. We've got to wait until 7 before we know if we're immune. But we won't be, though the theory is sound. Some of us, maybe a lot of us, should be immune. But so far, no winners. You know what I mean?" "You'll have to excuse him," Steph said to me. "He gets excited and can't shut up." The guy said, "I think fast. That's just how I am. But not for long." Then very softly he whispered to us, "I'm pretty sure I've got the fever." Steph tried to repress a sob. The guy looked at Steph, pain in his eyes. Then, at a normal talking speed, he said, "I'm sorry, babe." "Babe." Steph looked at me.
"Put your hand on his forehead, see if he feels hot." I stepped over and laid my hand across the guy's forehead, feeling his temperature on the skin between my bandages. "I'm Jeff Aubrey," he smiled weakly. "Zed Zane," I answered, looking down at him and shaking my head slightly. He was hot. "I saw that," Steph said. "He has the fever, doesn't he?" Jeff said, "If I hit 104 before Dahlhover checks us again." "Jeff, don't say that," Steph implored. I checked Steph's forehead for a fever. She was cooler than me. "Babe," said Jeff, "the odds of both of us being immune are astronomical. With me infected, that makes your odds better. I'm okay with that." Jeff looked up at me. "Well?" I told him, "She feels normal." Steph sniffled up another sob. "Why the gags?" I asked. "They're to keep us from biting anyone when we turn," Jeff answered. Steph asked, "How did you get in here, Zed?" I took a few minutes to convey an abbreviated version of my story. "So, all that shooting outside a little while ago," Jeff asked. "That was you?"
"Yeah," I nodded. "Tell me again, why did you come here?" he asked. I looked at Steph, again wondering the same thing. I looked up and down the hall as I tried to cull my thoughts on the matter. I looked back at Steph before I spoke. "Hope. I think I was looking for hope." Jeff laughed bitterly. "If this is where you came to find hope, I'm glad I'm not out there." Without looking back to Jeff, I asked Steph, "Does he ever stop talking?" "No," she answered. "Now you know why I needed you to talk to." "For what it's worth," I said, "I'm glad you're still alive. I'm glad that you still have a chance." "Hey, Zed," Jeff demanded my attention like a needy toddler. "Yes, Jeff?"
I'm going to be dead in an hour or two, he said. I don't know you, but you look like you like Steph. It's not like that, I interrupted. He asked, will you look out for her? Jeff, Steph implored.
I'm already doing that, I told him. Besides, you might not turn. You might be a slow burn like me.
That's like hoping I win the lottery. Jeff's face showed how little he thought of that. Besides, that's not what we're doing here. Dahlhover is going to shoot me at 1:04. I can stop him, I said, feeling the confidence of my dust-up with the whites. I don't want to be one of them, he said. You guys don't need to shoot everybody as soon as they get the fever. I looked up and down the hall at the men with guns and the evidence of what they'd been doing. It disgusted me. You've got nothing to lose by waiting. Jeff said, It's been discussed. It's been decided. I knew what I was getting into when I volunteered for the infection. I said, I guess I did come to a wrong place for hope. There might be a speck of hope, Jeff contradicted me. I thought about punching him in the face. Not seriously, but the thought did cross my mind.
Looking back at Steph again, I asked, Does he always do this? To Jeff, I said, Would you pick one side of the issue? Are you hopeless or not? I analyze things, he said. I look at all sides. I'm a numbers guy. There is hope in the numbers. I looked back at Steph. What does that mean? This is new to me, she said. Jeff squirmed against his bonds, wanting very much to move his hands as he talked. I've had a lot of time to think about things while I've been here, waiting for the infection to rot my brain. And, I asked. This whole thing is only going to last 6 to 18 months, he told us. If you can find a way to last that long, then you're home free. Steph asked Jeff, What does that even mean? In his rapid-fire speech, Jeff said, The infection rate was over 99%. Some of the infected died outright. Most of them turned into white-skinned cannibals. For the Austin area, that meant we had nearly 1 million infected running around, trying to eat anything that moved. Seems like I've heard this before. It was like listening to Jerome all over again. Jeff pressed on. By the time the infection runs through the population, there might be 10,000 people who are either immune or slow burns, maybe less. Not very good odds. I looked up and down the hall again. I was already bored. Dahlhover and Evans were talking quietly near the nurses' station. The soldiers at each end of the hall were attentive, but hadn't moved from their positions. About 4 chairs down, one of the tied-up volunteers was starting to get very agitated. He'd turned. Of those 10,000, Jeff continued, who knows how many are still alive? It might be 5,000. It might be a couple of thousand. But with 1 million infected on the loose, the odds of an immune person staying alive are pretty bleak. Steph said, And that's one of the reasons everyone here was so hopeless. How can we fight 1 million infected? That's just it, said Jeff, his voice notching up a level. We don't have to. We just have to figure out a way to feed ourselves and stay hidden until the problem solves itself. Okay, I was interested. What does that mean, solve itself? When the infected get hungry, and there aren't any of us around for dinner, they eat each other, right? Jeff asked. I've seen that, I confirmed. So that's true? Steph asked. I nodded. People are omnivores, said Jeff. With 1 million infected running around Austin, they'll eat every piece of biomass they can get their hands on, whether it's a house cat, an acorn, or us. Pretty quickly, the most plentiful food source available to them is going to be each other. Do you know that the average American contains about 200,000 usable calories? Really? That was a surprisingly morbid bit of trivia. How could you know that? Jeff went through the calculation with me. If you take the average weight of a Texan and subtract the weight of the skeleton, then figure the body fat percentage,
You can calculate the calories. And that comes out to 200,000 per person? I asked. Jeff nodded. The average calorie intake for a person of the average size is about 2,500 calories. That seems high, Steph countered. We're talking averages, Jeff shot back. There are a lot of really big people out there. I thought their metabolisms run a lot faster than normal, I said. That's been suggested but not proven, said Jeff. If it's true, then that works in our favor. How's that? Steph asked, surprised.
It works in our favor, Jeff continued, because if we can stay hidden, then the infected will eat each other up that much faster.
How fast? She asked.
If they are their only food source, they'll probably eat each other up at the rate of 8 to 9% per month. So 1 million infected today turns into about 100,000 in 6 months, and about 10,000 6 months after that.
And all of the infected coming this way from the Houston fires? I asked.
Doesn't change the math much, said Jeff. More infected means more mouths to feed. More mouths to feed means more infected get eaten. The result doesn't change in the end.
Steph's face looked almost hopeful. That makes it sound like we have a chance. And you did all this math in your head while you sat there? I asked, with as much disbelief as I could put into my voice. Steph said, He's really good with numbers. I shook my head.
I'd need a spreadsheet to figure all that out.
Jeff doesn't, Steph reassured me.
Wow. That was impressive.
You know, I saw a news story about the drought and the reduction of the state's cattle herds, and one of the surprising bits of information I came across was that there was something like 5 or 6 million cattle in Texas. What do cattle weigh? Somewhere between 500 and 1,500 pounds? That's a lot of calories, right? Enough to seriously change the math, Jeff agreed. And then there are the other farm animals, sheep, goats, horses, whatever, I added. But to get those calories, the infected have to leave the city to find them, said Jeff. They have to figure out how to eat them. Cowhide is tough, probably too tough for our tiny, blunt teeth to bite through. But that's not the most important point. The infected don't know that all of those calories are out there for free. They're not that smart.
They only see the calories running around the cities with them. Those are the ones they'll try to eat.
You may be right, I agreed. But it sounds like there are a lot of hopes and guesses built into your calculations. Jeff nodded. There are lots of factors that can affect the final number. But the only real question about the end result is when we arrive at 10,000 infected, not if we arrive there. How long do you have to wait until the infected population kills itself off? That might be 6 months, it might be 2 years, it might be 5 years. But however you look at it, there's a time in the not-too-distant future when the infected become a manageable problem. All you have to do is stay alive until then. Jeff talked for another 5 or 10 minutes before he got a very glassy look in his eyes, and then passed out mid-sentence. Steph had me check his pulse. He wasn't dead, but he was burning up.
In the silence left by Jeff's unconsciousness, I asked,
So you guys are a thing? We're engaged, Steph said with little enthusiasm. I felt a pang of irrational jealousy. What did I have to be jealous about? Zed, I should have told you that I had a fiancé. I shook my head. No, it's not. That's not why I came. At least now you know why I needed someone to talk to. She nodded at unconscious Jeff. There's barely enough room in Jeff's conversations for Jeff, let alone me. I smiled. Yeah. Thanks for coming. It means a lot to me. I shrugged. I was worried. I had to know if you'd made it. Was it worth risking your life to find out? That was a hard question. I lived through it, so yes, I guess so. Do you think you'll make it?
Steph shrugged and shook her head with minimal effort and less result. I don't know. Maybe. None of the others that we infected lasted this long.
Chapter 9. After talking with Steph for another half hour about the only things on our minds, the virus, the infected, and our experiences, I returned to the nurse's station. Evans and Dahlhover stopped talking and looked at me when I walked up. During my time down the hall, Dr. Evans seemed to have regained something of himself. He stood a little straighter. His face was a little more animated. Dahlhover's face retained its permanent disappointment. "First off," I said, "thank you for not trying to kill me yet." It seemed like a good way to start the conversation. "There are no evil people here, Mr. Zane," Dr. Evans told me, instantly back into the harsh, stonewalling man I'd first met upstairs. That wasn't sarcasm. I meant that sincerely, I told him. Things out there are pretty dangerous for people like me right now. I'm learning to expect the worst, so thanks for being good people. Doctor. Evans said, "Sorry I got defensive. Discourtesies are the least of my problems these days." I shrugged, then charged bluntly into my request. "I know all of you debated and decided to shoot the volunteers when they hit 104, but I think that's a bad idea. There may be slow burns like me among them." Dahlhover snorted and started walking away. "Oh, you're one of those." I really didn't like that guy. Dr. Evans leaned close and in a soft voice said, "Sergeant Dahlhover doesn't actually shoot them as soon as they reach that temperature. Before we started this experiment, we all agreed that we would. But Sergeant Dahlhover waits for the dementia and the violent behavior, so he knows for sure." "Oh." I turned toward Dahlhover to apologize, but he was walking toward the end of the hall, a thermometer in one hand and a pistol in the other.
I don't understand then.
"He goes through the temperature checks every hour because that's the procedure we agreed on."
But why?
"Waiting for the volunteers to turn before shooting them presents a real risk to the rest of us. But Dahlhover is the one who shoots them. Then he and these men carry the bodies to a window and throw them out. It's gruesome, emotionally difficult work. Dahlhover refused to shoot anyone until there was no doubt what they were."
And no one else would step up to do the dirty work, I deduced.
Dr. Evans' face turned sadder, and he nodded.
"I guess it's easier when they're actively trying to kill you," I surmised. "But tied up in a chair? Yeah, sitting there looking like normal people, for the most part. Yeah, it would be hard." I looked back down the hall at Dahlhover, who slumped as he walked under the burden of his duties. "Sergeant Dahlhover is a good man," Dr. Evans said. "He's prickly, but he's a good man. Is he organizing your defense?"
"I mean, who's in charge of that? I retired as a colonel, but I was doctor. If anyone is in charge here, it's me. After me, Sergeant Dahlhover has been the ranking military man for 3 days now. Yes, he organizes our defense." "Will he listen to me if I talk to him about your tactics?" I asked.
"He's prickly, but not closed-minded," said Evans. "Do keep in mind, though, we're all learning as we go." Down at the end of the hall, Dahlhover started taking temperatures. More than a dozen volunteers were sitting up straight in their chairs with their attention focused on the proceedings. Steph was turned toward Dahlhover, her thick red hair hanging down to her shoulders. I wondered how it must feel, watching the executioner working his way up the hall, not knowing if it was your turn to die. I said, "That guy down there, Jeff Aubrey, he has some interesting thoughts on how the infected might kill each other off." "Really?" Dr. Evans was interested.
"Yeah, you should talk to him pretty soon," I said flatly. "He's got the fever." "I was hoping he'd make it," said Evans. "He's a bright guy." "He could turn out to be a slow burn," I hoped aloud.
I'm afraid that's a lot rarer than you think. But you don't know for sure, do you? I asked. Nobody knows for sure, Dr. Evans conceded. Changing the subject, I asked, May I make an observation? Sure. You didn't want to come down here, did you? I asked. It was easy to see. But you seem a little better now. Dr. Evans nodded. 17 of the volunteers haven't shown any signs of the virus yet. Meaning? I hate to venture a guess, said Dr. Evans. I'm hopeful. After all of the volunteers in the first 2 groups died, I was afraid that we were making a big mistake. But with 17 showing no symptoms 18 hours after exposure, it's a positive sign. So Steph might make it? I asked.
Don't get your hopes up unrealistically. I'm learning new degrees of pessimism every day, I said. But I do know that good things can happen, even with everything that's going on. Hoping that Steph or any of these other people will be okay isn't the same as believing they will be. Dr. Evans gave me a half-dozen nods, I guess to emphasize his agreement. We're on the same page, then. I don't know if Steph will make it, but I'm sure some of the 17 will. At least for me, that was more hope than I came down here with. Let me ask you, Zed, now that you're here, are you staying? No. Through all the morning's blood and despair, I'd chosen a path to my hope, and my own hope lay with those that desperate, shared struggle had bonded to me, my new family, Murphy, Mandy, and Russell. I have people to get back to. Leaving will be harder than coming, said Evans. I don't know, I half smiled. Coming was pretty hard. Yes, I guess it was, Doctor. Evans caught a little bit of a smile himself. Listen, I said. After you finish your experiment with the volunteers, get up on the top floor, stay quiet, and don't let the infected see you. Eventually, they'll leave you alone. I appreciate the advice, said Dr. Evans. And we may do just that. But please do talk to Sergeant Dahlhover. He has some opinions about the behavior of the infected that you might find interesting. Like what? I asked. I'm not in agreement, so it would be better if he explained his position. Okay, I said. Listen, after I get out of here, I'll try and find a way to get back in contact with you. My buddy and I are both slow burns. We can move among them without too much danger. We may be able to help you if you start running low on supplies. Why don't you both join us? I stifled a sarcastic laugh. We haven't had much luck with the uninfected so far. Dr. Evans put a fatherly, trusting hand on my shoulder. You won't have any problems here. I know you're not a danger.
You're the first.
With a small styrofoam pitcher full of water, the kind put on the bed trays of patients, along with a few single-serving containers of applesauce, I sat on a chair by Steph while I waited for Dahlhover to finish his rounds. You should eat some of this applesauce, I said, holding a plastic spoonful up to her mouth. She shook her head. I may still turn. The food shouldn't be wasted on me. Drink some water at least, I prodded. After enough convincing, she finally did. Dahlhover hasn't shot anybody, and he's almost done, I said. Is that a positive sign? Steph shook her head. I count 7 or 8 that are acting out. I'm surprised he didn't shoot them. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable doing it while you're here. Why? I asked. Who knows? Maybe it's guilt. He probably feels bad enough doing it already, and having a stranger watch him do it makes it too hard, too monstrous. How long have you been a nurse? I asked. That's a change of subject, Steph smiled. Just curious, I said.
7 years.
Really? I hadn't expected that number.
What does that mean? She asked.
I was gonna say that would make you 30 or 31.
Thanks, Steph said insincerely. But you don't look that old, I said. I mean, you seem mature, but You look like you're in your mid-20s. Mature? I shrugged as I fished for the right words. Confident, strong. Not hung up in pretending you are or aren't something. Like back in the triage tent, you seemed in control. That was a crazy night, and everything could have fallen apart so much faster than I guess it eventually did. But you're one of those people who's kind of like a rock in a storm. It calms the people around you. Steph smiled and almost laughed. That's the nicest I've heard it said. What's that? Steph nodded over at Jeff. He says I have a stick up my ass all the time. It was my turn for muted laughter.
Thanks, she said sarcastically again. No, it's not that, I said. It's just that I've been told the same thing. Apparently, I'm a bit uptight.
Steph looked off to my right, and I followed her gaze to see Dahlhover's sour face looking down on me. Oh, I didn't hear you come up. Dahlhover, of course, said nothing, but simply waited for me to proceed. I said, Dr. Evans asked me to talk to you about your tactics with the infected. Okay, Dahlhover responded, as though the word took more effort than he had energy for. Okay, I parroted, for no other reason than to be a dick. My experience with the infected is different than yours, but when I've been trapped with people, kind of like you guys are here, I found that if I remained hidden and stayed quiet, they forget about me. They're not smart. They don't have long attention spans.
They eventually go away.
I didn't want to tell Dahlhover outright that they were dealing with the infected altogether incorrectly, but it needed to be said. Whenever people out there fire a gun, start up a car, or even start talking too loud, the infected hear, and they swarm to the source every time. They know what sounds to associate with normal people. Whenever you fire a gun, it's like ringing a bell for Pavlov's dog. Dahlhover's flat expression didn't change. He just looked at me. I looked back and unsuccessfully tried to gesture a response out of him. Nothing. I got a little irritated. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dahlhover paused just long enough to hint at rudeness and said, Yes. I decided to be blunt. Do you think maybe you should change your tactics then? Maybe hide out here? Maybe give yourselves a chance? No. What? The volume of my voice shot up a few notches. Zed, Steph said, trying to diffuse my rising temper. Why? I asked Dahlhover. Why stick with what you're doing when you know it's not working? Over Dahlhover's shoulder, one of the soldiers was starting to fidget with his gun and look around. He was clearly uncomfortable with the tone of the conversation. Dahlhover decided to speak. When Evans asked you to talk with me, did you think that you'd just tell me how it was because you're the only one who knows anything about killing the infected? Or did he want us to share what we both know? Well, I started, immediately on the defensive. Steph cut in. Zed, listen to Sergeant Dahlhover. Maybe with what he knows and what you know, you might figure out some more things about the infected. I wanted to protest and tell them I knew all the important things there were to know, but I didn't. As much as I thought it was true, it also felt a lot like arrogance, which meant that's probably what it was. So I nodded and tried my best to sound sincere. I'm sorry, Sergeant Dahlhover. I'd like to hear what you know about fighting them.
Dahlhover stared at me for another length of time that bordered on rudeness before his rusty voice said, Everything you said is right, but you've missed the most important point. I jumped in with, the emergent behavior. What? Dahlhover asked, either surprised or not understanding a word outside of his vocabulary. Ah, how they follow each other around and stuff, I explained. That's part of it, Dahlhover told me. Call that whatever you want. For some reason, they like to mimic. The part that'll get you killed, though, and I mean you, because you think you already seem to know everything, except this one thing, are the smart ones. The smart ones? I asked, my tone dripping with disbelief. Zed, Steph cut in again. The virus doesn't have the same effect on everybody. Mostly it turns people into them. The whites, I said. Yes, she confirmed. But there are others, well, like you. You're fine, normal.
But there are lots in between with different levels of brain function. Like Russell, I thought. Then I recalled that Jerome had said something about it on that first night. But I'd taken to assuming that so much of what he'd said was just bullshit to sell his CDC lie. Between attacks, said Dahlhover, I watch them out the windows. I see what they do down there in the grass. The smart ones go down there and walk around until they get a bunch of infected following them. Then they lead them up here to attack us. So we shoot as many as we can, but the smart ones are goddamned good at getting away. I keep seeing the same damn smart ones down there in the grass, rounding up herds of the dumb ones to do the dirty work. I shook my head. But why? Why would they do that? I think that some of them are like the criminally insane, said Steph. I don't think there's any way to explain their actions in a rational way. For some reason, some of the smart ones have decided that they need to attack us up here, and that's what they do.
That's why hiding and staying quiet won't work, Dahlhover told me.
They'll come anyway. We have to fight them off.
I didn't want to believe it, because it added a whole new dimension to the problem of dealing with the infected, a much more dangerous dimension. You guys need to get out of here. We need to get you to a safer place. Where would we go? Asked Steph. Dahlhover asked, Where is this safer place? I was at a complete loss on that answer, and my silence let that be known. Finally, I admitted, I don't know. But listen, my buddy Murphy, he's a slow burn, like me. Maybe there's something we can figure out together to help you guys out a little. Hell, maybe he and I together can get one of those Humvees with a 50 cal on the top and drive by and do strafing runs and kill a bunch of them off for you.
Fewer you'll have to deal with up here that way.
Dahlhover's face grew darker and more disappointed. Like you said, Zane, every shot draws more of them in. For every one you shoot, the noise will bring two. Hell, all that noise you made shooting the place up will probably bring in every infected within a mile. Shit, he was right. I'd very likely done more harm than good with my stupid Rambo stunt. My eyes fell to the floor, and my heart sank. Guilt. The glass-walled stairwell that I'd shot up had refilled with infected from the streets below, effectively ruining my chance to exit the hospital by the way I'd come in. That's why Dahlhover and I were in a short stub of a hall, just long enough for the bank of 4 elevators, with 2 doors on one wall behind us and 2 in front. Dahlhover said, "This is where I was going to get out after everybody died." Was? I asked. They won't all die, he said. Some of them will be immune like me and the Colonel. So you'll stay with the group then? I asked. Dahlhover nodded and grunted in affirmation. I told him, I'll try and round up some radios or something and get you one so we can keep in contact. Yeah. Dahlhover's listless tone of voice verged on pissing me off, until it occurred to me that his complete lack of nonverbal communication made his words something of a Rorschach test, and I might be reading too many of my own emotions into it. Which begged the question, why was I pissed off? Steph was alive and probably immune. I was happy about that. The situation in the hospital was deteriorating, but stable enough for the time being. Could it be jealousy over Steph and Jeff? I had to ask myself if I really was that immature. I didn't bother to answer. I put a hand on the seam between the sliding elevator doors for no reason other than to turn my attention away from Dalhover.
He hefted a long crowbar that he'd gotten from who knew where and said, "The last time I had the doors open, the elevators were all down around the first or second floor. The shafts were clear. There's a maintenance ladder over here on the right-hand wall of the shaft. You'll have to hold on to the conduit and metal supports on the wall and climb around to it." "Too far to reach, huh?" I asked. "It's a 6 or 7 foot gap over a 120-foot drop. You could jump it if you wanted to." The barest smidgen of a smile crossed Dalhover's face. "My balls aren't that big," I told him. "I was always good on the monkey bars as a kid. I'll climb it." Dalhover slipped the business end of the crowbar in the seam between the elevator doors and pried back and forth to create a gap. I stepped back to give him room to work. He got his fingers in the gap, handed me the crowbar, and then used both hands to pull the doors open. As the narrow gap expanded from 1 inch to 2, then suddenly a dozen, several sets of white fingers wrapped around the door's edges from the inside out. That took us both by surprise. Dalhover lost his balance and fell back. Infected howls poured through the gap as hands pushed the doors all the way open. The dark interior walls of the shaft were crawling with whites. Shit. I drew my machete as a white face popped out past the door and looked down at Dalhover. I jumped over and hacked, cutting a diagonal chasm across its face. Blood erupted from the wound, along with an enraged scream that followed the white as it fell back into the shaft. Dalhover yelled something, but my focus was on another white trying to climb out on the far side of the doorway. I swung the machete in an arc to the right and cleaved the infected's hand between the fingers. The hand lost its grip, and gravity pulled him down the shaft. Howling swelled up from the bottom. The frenzy was on. A pair of feet dangled down from the top edge of the elevator doorway. I hacked across the ankle, and blood poured out. 2 heads came up from below. Neither survived long enough to get more than an arm through the door. I felt confident for about 2 seconds, believing that I could hold them off with the machete, while Dalhover figured out how to fix the problem we'd just created. Movement to my left snuffed the life out of that line of thinking. After seeing the first elevator door slide open, I guessed that the infected had enough brain capacity to apply that same solution to opening the second set of doors in the 2 elevator-wide shaft. Machete time was over. "Goddamn smart ones," Dalhover groused. He fired the first shots, hitting the whites squirming through the gap between the other set of doors. "They'll be coming through all of the elevator doors on these shafts now." Dalhover shouted with the decisive authority of a man who'd been listened to his whole life. "The 2 floors above will get ambushed." I grabbed my last hand grenade, pulled the pin, got as close to the elevator door as I dared, and tossed it underhand up into the shaft above. Sergeant Dalhover understood immediately my intent and the risk of it. He was already scampering away from the elevator bank when I turned to follow. I had nothing by which to gauge where in the shaft the grenade would detonate. I only knew that I didn't want to be standing in front of the open elevator door if it happened there on its fall back down. I ran after Dalhover and just made it around the corner when the blast reverberated through the halls. Sergeant Dalhover and I immediately spun on our heels to go back. "I'll hold them at the elevators as long as I can," he shouted at me before we started to move. "You need to warn them upstairs. The smart ones will be coming through the elevators." I sprinted back toward the nurses' station. The halls seemed to narrow and enhance my sensation of speed. I felt like I was flying, which was exactly what I needed to be doing. Behind me, Dalhover's rifle fired. At the T intersection with the main hall, I looked right and left. The guards that had been at each end were running at full speed toward me and were close. "The infected are in the elevator shafts," I shouted. "They figured out how to open the doors." I pointed at one of them. "You, run upstairs and warn them." I pointed at the other. "You, go help Dalhover."
"What about them?" a guard asked, pointing at the volunteers as he moved. "Go," I commanded. Both soldiers ran. Up and down the hall, the volunteers that still had the mental capacity for it understood that danger was on the way, and they were struggling against their bonds. The experiment was over. I ran at full speed down to Steph. "What's happening?" Jeff asked, conscious again. "Zed?" Steph's eyes were wide with terror. I drew my knife and quickly cut her loose. I jumped over and proceeded to cut Jeff loose. As soon as his hands were free, I gave him the knife and told him, "Go cut loose anyone who's not symptomatic." I turned and pushed my Glock into Steph's hand. "Can you use this?" "Yes." I pulled out 4 magazines and put them in her lap, as I very urgently told her, "They're coming in through the elevator shafts. Take everybody upstairs to 12. Without another word, I ran back toward the sound of gunfire. "Zed!" I heard Steph's voice behind me. "Zed!" I ran on. There was nothing more to say. I rounded the nurses' station and slid to a stop as the gunfire suddenly ceased. A half-second later, Sergeant Dahlhover ran out of the short hall between the elevators. 5 steps behind him, an infected man rounded the corner, screaming and grasping. I dropped to a knee and aimed my M4. 2 more infected followed. Dahlhover ran right at me, and in his face I finally saw emotion. Fear. Pointing my rifle at his chest, I yelled, "Duck!" He took 2 steps to comprehend, then chose to trust me.
He hit the floor like he was sliding into second base. As soon as his body fell out of my sights, I fired a 3-round burst at the infected man who'd been on his heels. His chest exploded in red, and he lurched to the side. I fired again and again at the other 2, and enough of my bullets hit flesh. Faster than I thought possible, Dahlhover was back on his feet and hugging the wall as he ran toward me. More infected ran out of the elevator bank. 5, 7, 10. Oh, shit. Dahlhover took up a position on the opposite side of the hall and brought his weapon to bear. "The elevator shafts were full of them," he fired. "We won't be able to hold them." There were at least a dozen dead or dying in the hall, and another 10 or 12 stumbling over the bodies of the fallen. They were coming around the corner faster than Dahlhover and I could kill them. "We need to retreat to 12, Dahlhover yelled to me. I leaned back and peeked up and down the hall full of volunteers. 5 or 6 people were on their feet, 2 helping Steph to get someone free, the others running for the stairwell. "Not yet," I hollered. "We need a few minutes." "What?" Dahlhover was livid. He jumped to his feet and stepped back into the main hall. He looked up and down, then paused, red-faced with rage or urgency, I didn't know. But without another word, he returned to his kneeling position and fired. We were killing and killing and killing, but the infected were advancing. I wished I still had those 2 other grenades. We didn't have a few minutes. I yelled back up the hall, "Steph, Jeff, you're almost out of time." Dahlhover dropped a magazine to the floor and reloaded with enviable speed. "Last mag." I ran a hand across my vest, pulled out a few, and flung them across to him. He gave me a nod. I emptied another magazine, filling the hall with screams, before I paused to reload. As soon as the magazine clicked in, I looked back around the corner. Steph and 5 others were running toward me. The stairwell was just to my right around the corner. I yelled, "Dahlhover, they're coming. Go when you're ready." Dahlhover jumped across the hall and got right in my ear. "Go into the stairwell and yell. I've got 2 men manning the barricade 5 floors down. Make 'em run. We have to hold the stairwell door until they get upstairs or they're dead." I was around the corner in half a second and through the door. I screamed down the stairwell. "Hey! Hey!" "Almost there," an out-of-breath voice called from a floor below. Steph and the other volunteers poured through the door, and I directed them upstairs before stepping back out into the hall to support Sergeant Dahlhover.
The infected were less than 20 feet away. I fired rounds as fast as they would pour out of the rifle, then dropped my magazine and started on another as soon as I loaded it.
I only had 3 full magazines left in my vest, 120 rounds, less those flying from my barrel. I was on the verge of panic. The ogre and the harpy. The mantra calmed me. I thought clearly. The situation appeared to have only one end, but that wasn't true. I was not going to die in this fucking hospital. With 70 people still tied to chairs in some state of fever or infection, the mass of our pursuers was likely to take pause on the 10th floor to gorge themselves on the unlucky before refocusing on us. I felt no emotional attachment to the 70 lives I'd just clicked off. The infected volunteers were going to die anyway. At least their lives could be traded for time. "Give me 20 seconds and get your ass in the stairwell," I shouted, not out of fear now, but out of necessity. In the blink of an eye, I was out of my firing position and bounding to the other end to the nurses' station. I grasped the cold steel end of a gurney and wheeled it toward the stairway door. The gurney smashed into the door, and Dahlhover gave me a glance. I ran around, turned the handle, and wrestled the wide gurney through the door. 20 seconds had passed. Dahlhover was still firing. The gurney was heavier and more unwieldy than I'd hoped, but having pushed it through the door, I shouted to Dahlhover to come as I manhandled it up the stairs to clear the swing of the door. A second later, Dahlhover squeezed past the door into the stairwell, and I slammed the gurney back into it, turning it over, jamming it between the door and second step up. A second later, the infected hit the door from the other side. The door rattled, the gurney jiggled, but only slid far enough for the door to open an inch or two. Dahlhover climbed up over the gurney to the stairs beside me. Good thinking. A different kind of whooping and yelling came through the door as the whites noticed the bounty of living flesh tied to the chairs in the hall. 70 lives traded for time. Time would save lives that still had a chance. I felt shame, but shoved it into a dark place for later, guilty rumination. The ogre and the harpy. Dahlhover peeked down the stairwell between the rails. "Anybody else down there?" No human answer came, but the infected below were screaming and tearing at the barricade 5 floors down. "Let's go." Dahlhover ran up the steps and I followed. If things are this bad on 12, we're done. At the last flight of stairs, we passed 2 soldiers with grim looks on their faces and their weapons pointed down. Several of the hospital staff were starting to build a new barricade at the top of the stairs, using chairs, beds, and pieces of equipment I couldn't identify. As soon as we exited the stairwell and stepped into the hall, I heard gunfire blasting from down near the elevators. The battle for 12 was already on. Dr. Evans was standing at the nurses' station where he had a view of all 3 wings. He was pointing to a couple of the staff and giving them instructions. Dahlhover and I ran up beside him as the 2 staff members hustled off. To Dr. Evans, Dahlhover said, "Colonel, 10 is overrun. Zed cut the staff loose that weren't symptomatic yet." Like a meth addict, my adrenaline rush had my attention blazing on overload, and I couldn't stand still. I noticed Jeff Aubrey, pale and unconscious again in a chair behind the nurses' station. When he next awoke, he'd be one of the infected. We would need to deal with that. Dr. Evans told Dahlhover, "We've got everyone off of 11. We've got 6 men at the elevator bank keeping them back, but all 4 doors are open." There's no activity on the exterior stairway yet, but that will change with all of the commotion. You saw that we're trying to seal off this stairway. I think there are 26 of us now, but I'm not positive on the count. Half military, half infected hospital staff. Already bored with Evans's status report, having deduced that much 2 seconds after I came out of the stairwell, I was watching the nurses and other doctors running in and out of rooms, gathering equipment. It was urgent, but organized, controlled. I didn't see Steph among them. "We're setting up a fallback barricade on the north wing," Dr. Evans said. "Fallback, fallback, fallback." "No." I didn't shout it. I just said it. Dalhover and Evans stopped, surprised, and looked at me. "No?" Evans asked. I spoke quickly, but not in panic. "Dalhover's right about the smart ones. Some of them are trying to work cooperatively. The fact that the other elevator shaft is now open proves that. They must have opened it."
They're able to find the weaknesses in your defenses. It's obvious that hiding here won't end well. If we don't escape, we'll die.
"Escape is suicide," Dr. Evans disagreed. Without a moment of hesitation, Dalhover nodded his head at me and said, "He's right." Dr. Evans shrank and sagged back into the man I'd first met 2 hours before. That's what despair looked like. Weakly, he asked, "How?" Dalhover said, "We've probably got some time while the infected are on 10. We'll have to figure something out and then take a chance. Some of us are bound to make it." Dr. Evans shook his head, not at us, but more at himself and some internal dialogue. "We'll go with Dalhover's escape plan," I said. "We're going down the elevator shafts." Dalhover's droopy, apathetic eyes found another new expression when they looked at me. The expression said, "Dumbass." Chapter 13. It was a suck plan, but our choices were sucky or shitty. You take what you can get.
30 minutes after my arrival on the 12th floor, the flow of infected climbing up out of the elevator shafts had slowed to a trickle.
Most were exiting on the 10th floor, drawn by the ecstatic howls advertising the feast below. I peeked down both shafts to confirm that. There was light coming in from some open doors 12 floors down, and light from the open doors near the top, but most of the shaft was hidden in deep shadow. Any part of the walls illuminated with dispersed light was covered with fearless white climbers. The bottoms of both shafts were covered with dead whites, and those among the infected who were happy to eat their own. Having done my final check of the shafts, I hurried back around the corner to where everyone and everything was staged. Dr. Evans and Sergeant Dalhover looked at me with expectant eyes. "Last chance, guys. Are we doing this?"
If not, I'll go out by myself, or with whoever else wants to chance it.
"I don't expect more than half of us to make it, and that's if we get lucky," Dr. Evans said. He was back to being detached, efficient Evans. His analysis was probably right. I looked at Dalhover. In his flat, gravelly voice, he said, "Everybody's in. They all see where this is going to end if we stay. Then we run for it." I pasted on my best fake smile. Running has worked for me more times than I can count. Dr. Evans turned to the survivors arrayed by the wheeled hospital beds up the hall. He yelled, "Does everyone know what to do?" Only silent, stern faces looked back. Heads nodded. I looked for Steph's face in the hall. Our eyes met. Hers were red from crying over Jeff. She wouldn't allow anyone to shoot him, and she wouldn't leave him at the nurse's station. I'd given her a hand moving him into a small storage room near the end of the main hall. She locked the door from the inside and left him there.
Sure, there was a chance he'd awaken in a day or two as a slow burn, like me, but
"If anyone gets separated from the group, you're on your own," Dr. Evans said. "We can't go back and look for you. We'll have to presume you're dead. Stay together." No response from the group. No questions. We all stood in an awkward moment of silence, readying ourselves to rush into death's greedy maw. Dalhover's gruff voice snapped everyone's attention forward, not because it carried, but because they were used to listening to it, and he was used to their listening. "This ain't gonna be a pep talk, but soldiers, listen up. I don't know if any of us will make it out of here, but these civilians volunteered to get infected.
They're probably all immune, or they'd be dead down on 10 right now. These civilians have a chance. Most of you don't. Some of you may be immune, but the truth is that most of you will probably be infected and dead by the end of the week. You know that as well as I do.
When we run out of here, I'm not telling you to sacrifice yourself for the civilians. I'm just telling you to keep that in mind. If we get in a bad situation, remember why you put on that uniform. Be soldiers. Dalhover didn't waste any time waiting for acceptance, agreement, or even a smile or a nod. He headed for the elevator shafts. Dr. Evans looked around. He watched Sergeant Dalhover go, then looked at me. "Ready?" I nodded. Dr. Evans yelled, "Good luck and God bless. Let's go." Hospital beds, gurneys stacked with computers, patient monitors, chairs, rolling cabinets, anything with wheels or any heavy object that could be piled on top were rolled toward the elevator bank. Down at the corner by the elevators, Dalhover and I stood out of the way and watched as the soldiers guided each piece of heavy equipment into one each of the 4 open elevator doors. Each piece bounced down the shaft, making a hell of a noise, scrubbing the climbing infected from the walls, and hitting the bottom with the sound of a grenade explosion. And more equipment followed. The sound of automatic gunfire from far around the corner confirmed that the diversion had started. 3 of the soldiers stood at the top of the exterior stairwell and fired at the hordes of infected who were either still on top of the garage or below on the west side of the hospital grounds. If that worked, many of the whites still outside would be drawn to that side of the hospital to feed on the dead. A steady flow of beds rounded the corner and quickly disappeared down the shafts. 15 minutes in, the gunfire had stopped. Those soldiers handling the diversion secured the door and had come into the hall on rearguard duty. A guy by one of the shafts yelled, "Clear, I think." I ran over and stuck my head through the open elevator door. A single bald white head leaned through the door on the 10th floor, looking up at me. There was no light coming from the bottom of the shaft. It was clogged with a thick tangle of stainless steel, hospital bedding, shattered equipment, and shattered white bodies. At least, that's what I imagined. It was black. On the parts of the walls I could see in the light coming through our open doors, there were no climbers. I hoped that no more would be able to make it up through the jumble at the bottom. Only those on 10 would be a problem. It was time to do or die, run or cry. I looked at Sergeant Dalhover, and he gave me a nod. The 2 soldiers that I'd first met guarding the door to the exterior stairwell stood ready, along with a 3rd, to follow me down. 2 deep breaths, and I reached into the shaft, grabbed a sturdy piece of conduit, and swung a leg out over the chasm to find footing on the wall. I spider-crawled sideways, grabbing onto anything that looked like it would hold my weight. The 3 men followed me. Sergeant Dalhover and 3 other soldiers were in the shaft across the hall doing the same. After a frightfully long time that, in reality, couldn't have been more than a minute, I put one bandaged, slippery hand on a rung of the service ladder and thanked God, though I don't know why. My feet found the rungs below, and I wasted no time in working my way down to make room for the following soldiers. Moments later, I was down to the 10th floor, but well beyond the reach of rapacious hands. Looking to solve that problem, a bold white leaned far out into the shaft and focused on the meals coming down the ladder. A moment later, a computer monitor crushed his head as it fell from above, dragging his big white body into the chasm. More infected were there behind him, but it wasn't my job to deal with them. That was for the 3 men above, soldiers to spread out on the walls around 10, opposite the elevator doors. They had sidearms, and their job was to keep the infected focused on this shaft. Another diversion. I hurried down into the darkness, hoping nothing waited for me down there on the wall or the ladder. The floor numbers were sloppily spray-painted in large numerals on the concrete walls of the shaft, beside each set of elevator doors. I just passed the 7th and was barely able to make it out in the darkness when a white body and another piece of equipment crashed down not 2 feet away from me. Gunshots echoed down through the shaft. 2 more bodies fell. I passed the 6th floor. A computer monitor, terrifyingly close, whooshed by and crashed into the pile of medical equipment and bodies below. Only 2 floors to go, but I was in the blackness now, feeling my way down the ladder, pausing between labored breaths and listening for the sound of a white. The air was full of sound seeping through the walls from outside, echoing down from above and up from below.
From down there, the sounds were of dying whites, wrenched in the broken equipment at the bottom of the shaft. Or, if my luck had turned to shit, it was the labored breathing of whites climbing up out of the darkness toward me. I hurried as fast as my bandaged hands allowed. A very faint seam of light outlined the edges of a set of elevator doors. That was 5. More gunfire, another body. I was breathing heavily from the exertion. My arms and hands were stiff. 4. I hollered up, "I'm here! Don't drop anything else!" I worked my way off the ladder and onto a thin metal support attached to the wall, wide enough for only my toes. I grabbed conduit and pieces of metal framework and went as swiftly as I could. More gunfire from above. I pressed myself to the wall in case a flailing, infected body was coming. More gunfire. Damn, I just need another minute. A body brushed me as it fell past. Fuck. "You all right?" a voice called from above. "I'm good." My hands were shaking. I was breathing a lot more rapidly than necessary. "Calm down. I have to do this. I have to." Necessity pushed caution aside. The longer I stayed on the wall of the shaft, the more likely it was that I would die at the bottom. I grabbed hurriedly with my hands and shuffled my feet. I slipped, almost fell, but recovered. In seconds, I was in position beside the door. I drew my machete, reached across the smooth, stainless steel width of the door, jammed it into the seam, and pried. A gap appeared. Light. I looked around me. There were smears of blood on the wall, bits of scalp here and there where sharp edges of the supporting steel framework stuck out an inch or 2 into the shaft. And below me, nothing moved on the walls, but the dying moans from the white bodies crammed into the broken equipment drew me to look down. That was an image queued up for repression. I turned away quickly. I wiggled, pried, and pushed. The doors parted, then slid apart. I adjusted my footing and my grip so that I could avoid the sliding door. Then I stopped and listened. I heard howling. I heard gunfire. I heard screams, but I didn't hear or see anything on the 4th floor. Luck? I climbed past the door to where I could peek into the hall through the gap between the doors. 2 infected squatted in the hall between the elevators, looking at me as curiously as I was looking at them. None of us made any aggressive moves, but the whites looked around at the ceiling, the walls, and the closed elevator doors. Sound was everywhere, and they were trying to identify a source they could get to. The elevator doors across the hall seemed to be piquing their interest the most. I climbed out of the shaft and planted my feet firmly on the floor. With my machete in hand, ready to do the necessary work, I reached down for my Glock as a backup. It wasn't there, and I recalled that I had given it to Steph. A curse was on my lips, but I felt better with her having it. She needed at least one weapon. With both infected facing away from me for the moment, killing the first was easy. I swung hard at the back of her neck, severed her spine, and she crumbled. Blood spewed across the waxed floor. The other infected looked down at his partner rather than over at me. He seemed transfixed by the glossy, pooling blood. When he did see the blade of my machete swinging toward his throat,
He tried vainly to block the blow, but lost all the fingers on his right hand. The blade gashed his neck open anyway, but he wasn't dead. His bloody, fingerless hand reached out for me. His mouth opened and closed, trying to scream or bite. I jumped back, and he fell on his face, adding his blood to the pool on the floor. I stepped over to the elevator door through which I'd come and waved up the shaft, holding out 4 fingers. From above, a voice yelled, "4!" More gunfire followed. I crossed the hall, jammed my machete into the seam between the elevator doors, and in moments, I had them pried apart. Sergeant Dahlhover was on the service ladder, looking back at me. I leaned in and looked up the ladder. It was full of our people. I didn't look down to see if we'd lost any in their attempts to climb around the wall and make it over to the ladder. That was useless information that only held bad memories and nightmares. Dahlhover worked his way around the wall with the athleticism of a spider monkey, and within seconds was standing on the floor beside me. "Any trouble on 10?" I asked. He shook his head. "The diversion is working, but we lost one. She slipped and fell trying to get to the ladder." Dahlhover read the question on my face. "It wasn't Nurse Leonard. I'll clear this floor while you get everyone out." Dahlhover looked down at the 2 dead. "There may be more." I shrugged, as though I needed to provide some kind of excuse for the 2 dead whites. Intellectually, I knew they were murderous cannibals, but they looked as human as me. Some emotional artifacts of morality are hard to slough off. I took off at a jog around the corner, peering into any open door, looking for movement. Closed doors, I left alone. Chapter 14. 5 more infected on the 4th floor died under my blade by the time I rendezvoused with the group at the elevator bank. 20 or 30 of us stood close, shuffling nervously, pointing weapons up and down the hall. A soldier was firing his pistol up the elevator shaft that I'd come down. I was wishing he wouldn't, but he knew the risks as well as I did. A scream echoed out of the shaft, and the soldier jumped back. The now familiar sound of bodies crashing into the medical equipment below drew every eye to the door. The soldier anxiously frowned and said, "They're coming down the shaft." Dahlhover asked, "McWilliams? Cook?" The soldier shook his head. 2 more dead. Dr. Evans looked at me. I knew my part. I was the scout. The infected didn't see me as a meal or a threat, mostly, so it made sense. I took off at a run. One of the soldiers followed 30 or 40 feet behind. The breezeway to the Children's Hospital building was angled off of the main hall, so I could see more and more of its length as I ran on. Through the glass walls of the breezeway, I saw down to the 8-lane highway that ran past the other side of the Children's Hospital. It was clogged with cars and littered with human remains. East Austin was visible in the distance, with its demarcation of charred black to the north and lucky, impoverished neighborhoods to the south. Bodies in various states of consumption lay in the hall. Equipment was scattered among bits of medical supplies. Dead soldiers. Yes, I chastised myself for the moment of excitement. They weren't just potential sources of ammunition and weapons. I had to remember that the soldiers had been people too. Or maybe it was better that I didn't. I scrounged some magazines that seemed full and left the rest for those following behind. Though the evidence kept suggesting otherwise, it was hard to let go of the action movie truism that more weapons in more good guy hands was a good thing. I ran out onto the breezeway. The sun glared through the glass walls, casting painful reflections off of the gleaming floor. Other than the remnants of a barricade, there wasn't much of anything in the breezeway. The remains of some bodies marked by their scattered detritus, brass bullet casings, and blood on the glass. It was disturbingly beautiful, translucent red in the sun's brilliance. handprints smeared in long arcs from eye level to floor, sprays where severed arteries emptied. But lower, chest height and down, the blood was smudged into nothingness. That caught my attention. It occurred to me that it had been licked off of the glass. Could it get any worse? Gunshots from far behind urged us both forward.
The infected from upstairs in the other building were coming down, but there was motion ahead. I raised a hand to signal the soldier following me to slow. Down at the end of the breezeway, at the entrance to the children's hospital, infected were feeding on the dead. As I moved closer, I counted 7 heads bobbing up and down, tearing back and forth, grinding their teeth into the flesh of the corpses. I paused and almost stumbled. The feeding infected were all children, white and skinny, in hospital gowns. One child looked up at me with wispy strands of hair over a bald head, dark circles under sunken eyes. That kid must have had cancer when the virus claimed him. Another face popped up, sallow cheeks smeared in blood, chewing teeth working on a stringy strand of muscle. There were so few children among the infected that it was a surprise to see these. Children were slow, weak, and naive, natural victims and easy prey. Of course, there weren't that many. With the eyes of children, not beasts, they watched me approach, curious and innocent. Innocent, with mouths dripping the clotting blood of the dead. They all needed to die, and I needed to kill them. The ogre and the harpy. As I got close, the wispy-haired cancer kid sat up on his heels and waited for me. With as much self-hate as I'd ever felt, I hauled my blade back and swung it around. He didn't move. Like a young Russell, he just watched the blade arc toward his tiny skull, which nearly exploded as the machete tore through fragile bone. For the second time in a day, and perhaps just the second time since I was 12, I wanted to cry. A girl of 11 or 12 with long blonde hair squatted beside the boy, blinking bits of his brain matter out of her eyes when my backhand swing severed her thin neck with little resistance. Her blonde hair whipped across my eyes as her head spun into the air. A splash of her arterial blood splattered my face and open mouth. I wailed. Another girl, maybe 5, rolled over, grabbed my left foot, and tried to bite through my boot. I dropped to a knee and felt bones crunch as my weight came down her. She was coughing blood and trying vainly to move her arms when I slashed a dark-haired boy who'd figured out that I was a threat. The last 3 children were coming at me by then, and I hacked wildly at grasping hands, tiny arms, and vicious little teeth. It only took a few seconds, and they were all down. I froze in a ready position, breathing heavily between the blood-splattered windows and dripping ceiling, hacked limbs and severed heads at my feet. Disgusted by the taste, I spit what felt like a mouthful of the blonde girl's blood onto the floor. One child's body jerked, headless on the floor, not yet all the way dead. The broken girl still coughed up blood as she cried and lolled her head, but wasn't able to do more. I looked back to the other end of the breezeway. The soldier's expression was hard to read in the distance, but his mouth was hanging open, his arms dangling at his sides. He'd been as horrified watching as I'd been in the doing, but it was necessary. Of course it was necessary. It had to be necessary. I felt like a monster, a loathsome, shame-filled monster. Move, move, breathe, don't think about it. The hallway at the end of the breezeway split to the left and right into the children's hospital. I pointed left and waited for a confirming nod from the still frozen soldier before moving cautiously ahead. Rounding the corner, I was confronted by a thin girl of about 13 with heavily bandaged arms. Further down the hall was a boy of a similar size.
Behind me in the hall, leading in the other direction, a girl of 4 or 5 sat by the wall, gnawing on something. Please, God, let this be all of them. The thin girl with the bandages charged. I turned away from the little gnawing one and hacked down with my machete.
The blade tore through the thin girl's collarbone and into her chest, lodging in her rib cage. I cursed myself for having notched the blade when I'd vented my frustration on the car earlier that morning. Deep red blood gushed from her mouth, and she coughed a wicked scream as she sank to the floor. The patter of small feet and an asthmatic wheeze came from behind me. I spun and kicked the gnawing little girl hard under the jaw. Her head snapped back, and she dropped to the floor, wide-eyed and bloody-mouthed, but motionless. For the first time in my life, I wished the harpy's harsh words and the ogre's menacing fists had finished their work and beaten all of the humanity out of me when they had the chance. Ill-prepared to bear the grinding of bone on metal, I placed a boot on the thin girl's chest and wrestled my machete loose, freeing her blood to roll across the shiny floor. Up the hall, the gangly brown-haired boy stood, frozen and staring with a familiar blankness on his face. A blankness that wouldn't last. With dripping machete in hand, I ran at him, intent on chopping that accusatory blankness away. And he did nothing but watch as I hacked him down. Once on the floor, he was just a pale-skinned child, staring and silent. Blood oozed out of fresh wounds, capillary action pulling it into florid red blossoms on his hospital gown, gluing the gown to his bony ribs as it dampened. His mouth worked slowly, as if trying to tell me something important, but no words came, only burbles of blood and spit that splattered up in a little fountain driven by his dying breaths, staining his face with pain as it rained back down and flowed into his brown hair. His eyes looked up at me for many long, accusing seconds before they glassed over with death. His brilliant red blood crept across the floor in a sadly feeble attempt to drown its owner's killer. Still, the dead eyes stared and stared. The boy hadn't done anything. He hadn't been aggressive. He hadn't moved. The familiarity of the blankness on his face clicked in my mind. Russell. Had I just killed a younger version of Russell? Every curse word I knew exploded in my mind, held back by my stifling lips. I wanted to scream and scream and scream. The slap of bare feet on the smooth floor pulled my attention back into the moment. Another girl was running up the hall, at me, or past me. It didn't matter. When she got within range of my machete, I cut her down to bleed and die beside the docile, brown-haired boy. After she went down, there was silence in the curved hall. Nothing moved except the blood, crawling its way across the smooth floor and clinging to my soles. My soul. Was the children's hospital the most horrific place yet? It felt that way. Stuff it away, stuff it away. Put it all someplace black and deep. The ogre and the harpy. I ran around the curve of the hall until I reached a stairwell door. That was my goal. That was our planned escape route. Unfortunately, there was no window on the door to reveal the interior. I muttered a curse, turned the knob, and pushed it open. Shit. The stairwell was full of infected. The big ones. They howled as I pulled the door shut again. My kingdom for a grenade. A group too dumb to work a door, though, my favorite kind. At least there was that. But how long would the door stay shut now that they had seen me open and close it? The fear of being trapped kicked my brain into a higher gear. I needed to find another exit.
The description of the children's hospital provided by Dr. Evans included an atrium further up the hall with a wide stairway that curved all the way down to ground level. It was time to run again. If the atrium wasn't clear, we'd have to chance another elevator shaft. But did we have time for that? No.
Every moment in the halls of the hospital with no barricade between us and the infected was a risk. A big risk. We couldn't hope to hold off any significant number of them with only bullets. Ahead of me, the hall opened up to the 4-story atrium, walled with glass, filled with tropical plants and sunshine. I came to a halt against a chrome railing, supported by waist-high glass panels. As promised, a wide-open stairway meandered down through the space to the lobby floor. Remains of the dead littered the lobby. Among the remains, a wight that looked like a hobbit's grandmother with fucked-up hair rambled in a circle. Her fitful grunts echoed off the sterile walls. Choosing to gloss over any thoughts about why a grandmother might have been at the children's hospital when the world went to shit a week ago, I instead focused on her physical unsightliness. She would die quickly when I got down there. I repositioned to get a better angle on a view out the front doors. The infected were out there, but not many. The diversion had worked. We had a chance if I could get the others here in a hurry. I bolted back up the hall. Chapter 15. The tall glass wall on the front of the atrium gave us a slightly sterilized view of the world on the outside. It muffled the jagged edge of the wailing infected out there. The tint on the glass hid the ash that tainted the air. 4 vehicles were visible on the lawn. 2 armored Humvees, an ambulance, like the one that transported Murphy and me to the gym on the first night, and an unarmored Humvee for anyone with more stupid in his soul than me. Squeezing us all into the 2 armored Humvees and the ambulance would be tight, but the ambulance was vulnerable. Dahlhover quickly separated the people into vehicle-sized groups and told them to organize themselves fast. Better to pick a driver and call shotgun now, in the momentary safety of the atrium, rather than out in the trampled grass, running for our lives. The small delay caused by 2 people trying to get through the same door at the same time might get them both killed. Dr. Evans, apparently evaluating the vehicles just as I was, asked me, "Is that ambulance safe?" "Only if it sticks close behind a Humvee," I answered. "On its own, the infected will destroy it. Remember, they can't feel pain like you can, so beating a windshield with their fists until it shatters won't bother them one bit. They'll jump on a moving car without a thought as to whether they'll get injured or killed. Once they get all jazzed into hysterics, unarmored vehicles can't survive." "What else is out there that we can't see from here?" he asked. "Should we skip it then?" "No," I shook my head. "It's one of the closest vehicles to the door. There probably aren't more than 3 or 4 more armored Humvees out there. The only other one that I know of for sure is too far to get to safely. Tell you what, I can walk out first and grab the farthest one and bring it back over. But I'll warn you before I start the engine. Once I do that, shit gets crazy faster than you can imagine." Dr. Evans thought for a second. "We'll do that. Don't start the engine until you see us run out the door. Then drive back over and pick up who you can. I'll ride in the ambulance with one of the soldiers driving." "No," I didn't agree at all. "You're immune. You're in charge. You need to be in a Humvee." "No, Zane. The biggest risk is in the ambulance. I won't ask someone else to do it." Arguing was pointless. "Be sure you have a weapon," I told him. "I want Dahlhover with you in the lead vehicle." Dr. Evans looked out across the grass as he talked. "You've been out there. You know what it's like. The 2 of you leading works well. The ambulance will fall in right behind, with the other 2 Humvees in the rear."
I followed Dr. Evans's gaze out the window.
As relatively calm as the lawn looked at that moment, it was deceptive. I said, "We may not be able to straighten that out until we get into East Austin. But that depends on how far they chase us, I guess. Oh, and I'm taking Steph in my vehicle. I don't care who else comes along." "That's up to you," said Evan. "Dahlhover will organize the rest." Down on the floor of the lobby, Grandma Baggins was still circling. Far behind us, in the other building, gunfire still echoed. At least a few of the soldiers were back there paying for our escape with their lives. I steeled my courage with their bravery and asked, "Would you let Dahlhover get Steph and wait by the front door? I'll pick them up there. I'll head down and get that Humvee. I'll probably be in it and ready by the time you guys get downstairs. But make sure I'm in the driver's seat before you come out. Oh, and one more thing. Once you're outside, you've got about 30 or 40 seconds to get inside those vehicles, get them buttoned up, and start moving. Shoot anything in your way or anything nearby. Shooting will draw about a bazillion infected from the other side of the building, but if you're not already in the vehicles and moving by the time they get here, it'll be because you're already dead." "Thanks for the encouragement," Dr. Evans smiled wryly. Good. At least he wasn't humorless. I ran down the stairs, stepping as quickly and as lightly as possible, so as not to announce my presence to any infected in the off-shooting halls. When I hit the terrazzo floor of the lobby, the bloody-mouthed little troll of a woman was gawking at me with irritation in her eyes. At full speed, I ran at her and slashed my machete through most of her fat neck. Not looking to see the results of my work, I spotted movement to my left near an information desk. 3 whites were there, feeding on the body of a child. I got only the usual glances as each infected greedily pulled the corpse closer to themselves, trying to set their territory. I slowed down only enough to make the turn toward them. They were surprised that I was suddenly on them. My machete swung at the back of the head of the man nearest me, but he turned to look up at the last moment, causing my machete to glance off of his skull, taking hair and skin but little bone. He fell, dazed. I swung again and slashed one across the face. She rolled onto her back, not moving. The third pounced at me, and I barely got my machete up to defend myself. We both fell over. I landed on my back with her on top of me, my blade jammed into her chest. She struggled and spewed blood, but was dying. The scalped one had regained his senses enough to grab my foot and pull. I kicked at him with my free foot while I struggled to get the dying woman off of me. The infected guy crawled and clawed his way onto me and tried to bite my leg. My knee smashed a solid blow to his temple, and his eyes rolled back in his head. That gave me a chance to get the bloody woman off of me and to get to my knees. I punched the guy twice in the face while noticing how much he looked like Mark. That made it easier. I jumped to my feet and finished him with 3 crushing kicks between his crazy blue eyes. The dying woman was on her back, struggling and gurgling for breath. At least they weren't kids. I stepped on her chest to pry my blade out. I yanked several times. Again, the nicks in the blade were a problem. I'd need to find a replacement. Finished with the 3, I hurried back out into the center of the lobby. Dr. Evans was leaning over the railing 4 floors up, looking down with wide eyes and a concerned face. Most of the group was already hurrying down the stairs. Dripping in blood, again, thankfully none of it mine, I waved and ran through one of the wide rows of glass doors at the front of the lobby. Despite the circumstances, it felt better to be outside than in. The heat embraced me like an old friend, and I ran toward a Humvee a full block away. The sounds of the infected were all around, but there weren't that many to be seen. Something wasn't right. Something really wasn't right. I looked left and right as I put distance between myself and the doors. The few infected I passed looked me over but made no aggressive moves. That would change soon enough.
I reached the Humvee. Its doors were closed and nothing was moving inside. I cupped my hands and looked in through the windows. No infected, no bodies, and no blood. Empty and clean. It didn't get any better than that. I looked back toward the atrium doors. Oh, shit. In my surprise, I'd said it too loud and caught the attention of a nearby white whose little goldfish brain connected the verbalization with the taste of food and rushed me.
Unprepared for the attack, my machete caught him under the arm, almost too late, but effective enough. His nearly amputated arm threw him off balance, and he spun to the side with the momentum of it. My next blow cut a deep, blood-spewing gash across his neck, and he fell to the grass to bleed out under the cruel sun. The infected I'd heard, but hadn't seen when I ran out of the building, were squatted along the wall of the building on both sides of the door, sheltering themselves from the sun among the shrubs in a narrow band of shade. They were hundreds. Dr. Evans and the hospital survivors were arrayed at the glass doors, ready to push. Neither group was aware of the other. People were about to die. I raised a palm and exaggerated emotion for them to stay. Smiles and up-pointed thumbs were the response. Fuck. Hands were on the doors, ready to push. Freedom for them was a door glass thickness away. Anticipating escape, they were going to come out any second now. I could think of one thing to do to avert disaster. I swung open the door of the Humvee, tossed my machete in, and raised my M4. I looked left. I looked right. I had some space. I fired at the infected by the walls. 1,000 howls ripped the air, and the squatting whites moved as one, as though the hospital wall itself had jumped. The mass of them raced toward me as I emptied the magazine. I jumped into the Humvee as the vanguard of the horde from the west side of the hospital rounded the corner, chasing a sound they'd heard and of which they were anxious to find the source. I was surrounded. I scrambled over the seats and set all of the combat locks. It wouldn't do to have smart ones opening the doors while I was running for my life. Back in the driver's seat, I cranked the Humvee. Its engine rumbled to life. I floored it. The tires spun on the dry turf and sent dirt, grass, and dust into the air.
If any infected had any doubt where their human morsel had gone, I'd erased that doubt for them. I steered straight for the infected mass rounding the corner and raced the engine. The first infected I hit was obliterated by the bumper, and the next few died just as badly. When the crowd grew thick, I angled to my right to stay out of the mob. I couldn't let them bring me to a stop. Stopping was dying. The Humvee bounced over bodies, fallen barricades, and curbs. In a sea of screaming white faces and chomping jaws, I didn't have a thought to spare for the survivors from the hospital. I'd done what I could. Personal survival trumped philanthropy. The Humvee slowed under the press of human flesh. I wondered if I'd done too much. The vehicle lurched as it slowed, and the tires spun on bloody, wet humans. Former humans. Whites were all over the vehicle, pounding on the roof, bashing their fists at the glass. The Humvee swayed. I was losing control to the weight of the flowing bodies. If the Humvee stopped, it was over. The whites wouldn't leave, and I wouldn't be able to get out. The Humvee would run out of gas. The AC would go. I'd die of heat stroke before day's end. But I wasn't angry, as was my habit. Fright gave way to acceptance of the high likelihood that I'd pushed my luck one too many times. The Humvee crept through the crush of bodies. I wrestled with the steering wheel, played with the gas, and fought for control. The infected screamed in frustration. Inexplicably, the riot of bodies thinned on my right side, so I cut the steering wheel hard in that direction.
I threw a prayer at the sky to aid in my escape. Who knew what might work? With the diminished effects of the infected pushing on the right side, those on the left began to win the push-me-pull-you contest, and the vehicle leaned hard to the right. I gunned the engine. The wheels alternately spun and caught, spun and moved, then miraculously caught and accelerated.
There were fewer whites ahead than behind. With the devil in my grin, I forgot the God of whom I'd just asked a favor and screamed in triumph. More bumps, more jerks, more whites maimed under my wheels. I saw spots of clear turf in the gaps between the infected piled on the hood. At 20 miles per hour, I jerked hard to the left, then back to the right, trying to induce a rhythmic sway in the cumbersome vehicle. 4 or 5 fell off, and I was able to see well enough around the remaining ones that I wouldn't hit a tree. The hospital was to my right, and when a determined woman fell off of the driver's side door, I saw over the heads of the mob. Neither the ambulance nor the Humvees that the survivors had planned to take were there. Something about the plan had worked. I let myself feel good about that without spending a thought on how many had died in the run for the vehicles. The Humvee bounced over a particularly large pile of infected bodies and dropped over a curb. My tires were on asphalt. I turned hard to the right and hit 30. The street ahead was relatively clear. I had to slalom through the haphazardly scattered cars, but that worked to my purposes anyway. I lost 1 or 2 of my riders with each sway to the left and right. I caught a right-hand turn and thought I might roll the Humvee as I headed back toward downtown. A curbed median appeared in the road, and instead of braking, I accelerated toward it. When the tires hit the curb, I bounced out of my seat and hit the roof of the Humvee, hearing the infected bounce and roll across the Humvee's roof as I landed back in my seat. Sweet. I was on the wrong side of the road, but what difference did that make to anybody anymore? I guessed that there were maybe 3 or 4 whites still on the Humvee. Manageable. I wondered how long the survivors would wait for me at the rally point, but that was a secondary concern to my other responsibilities. I'd left Russell in that house, and I needed to go get him. He wouldn't survive on his own. I needed to get back to Murphy and Mandy. With what I now knew of the smart ones among the infected, they were in more danger than they knew. I made a left turn and started my zigzag tactic through the square city blocks to work my way west. The drive through the infested city was time-consuming and strenuous. My arms were tired from constantly turning the steering wheel at each corner to avoid large groups or to run down solitary whites. That last, a questionable practice. How durable was the armored Humvee, after all? But some of them looked enough like Mark that each time it seemed worth the risk to the vehicle. I glanced down at the Humvee's radio about 1,000 times on my circuitous journey. Contact with Dahlhover, Evans, and the other survivors waited for me through that little metal box. But each time I looked at it, I was immediately befuddled. It was nothing like Dan's simple CB radio that I'd found stashed in the garage when I was a kid. That radio had an on/off switch, a channel selector, and a volume knob. It was easy, both to figure out and to operate. But this thing had about a half-dozen knobs, only a few of which seemed to have an understandable purpose, several jacks, and a keypad. A keypad. What the hell was that for? Even what I thought was the on/off switch looked to have 9 positions. Frustrating. Without an operator's manual, figuring it out could take hours or days. Certainly not something to be done while running like a mad mouse through West Central Austin. Perhaps Murphy knew how the thing worked. With something resembling optimism, I finally made the right turn onto Matheson Ridge Road, committed to running over any infected anywhere near my path. One died on the asphalt as soon as I rounded the corner. Others were in front yards or driveways as I passed, and not worth the risk, though they did pursue. As opportunity would have it, A huddle of whites were on the driveway of the house where I'd left Russell, feeding on their dead, looking up at my Humvee as it bore down on them. But there just weren't enough functional synapses left in their brains to process the lethal conclusion coming their way at 40 miles per hour. I braked hard into the turn, and Humvee's tires squealed loudly as the heavy truck bounced over the mailbox and up the driveway. Some of the whites jumped at the last second. Most of those thudded against steel as I ran them down just before crashing into the garage door. Long panels of bent aluminum and shrieked as the Humvee barreled through. After all of that, to my surprise, 2 infected were pinned to the back wall of the garage by the Humvee's bumper when I came to a stop. They were messed up and bloody as hell, but alive and pissed. I jumped out of the driver's side door with my M4 in my hands. No point in trying to be quiet now.
A white came running at me from outside. I fired about 3 rounds before I got the guy. He fell back, squirming, but not a danger for the moment. It took 3 more shots to finish off the other 2 on the wall. I turned my attention back to the garage door, almost too late. Damn it! The infected I'd shot was crawling at me and close. I couldn't miss at this range. I shot him twice in the chest, and he stopped moving. I saw no movement down the driveway and out into the street. That wasn't going to last. Now, for the moment that I'd dreaded. Please, let Russell be okay. With only a few rounds left in my magazine, I switched it for a full one. Ammunition was way low. That was a real concern. I positioned myself by the doorway to the kitchen, with one hand ready to pull the trigger and the other on the doorknob. I didn't expect anything dangerous inside, but caution could not be overrated. I turned the knob, tugged the door, and jumped back several feet as I raised my weapon. The door slowly swung open, and the sunlight pouring in through the bank of windows on the back of the house silhouetted a man standing just inside the kitchen. Russell. He didn't move. I stepped closer and squinted at the light. Russell's face was streaked with tears. He stared emptily forward, back in the state in which I had originally found him. I felt like shit. I wondered what emotions Russell could feel. I wondered what thoughts went through his simple brain. Did he feel abandoned? Did he think I was never coming back? I let my rifle dangle from its sling and put a hand on his shoulder. I looked into his unresponsive eyes and said, "Russell, are you okay?" He, of course, said nothing. I squeezed into the kitchen, closing and locking the door behind me. Pushing past him, I took his hand and said, "Come on, Russell," hoping that he'd follow. He did. We walked back over to the granite-covered island. A room-temperature sandwich still sat there on a plate. I tore it in 2 and set a half in front of each of our stools. "Russell, let's sit down and eat. Come on, sit down." Russell complied, and together we shared another meal. Chapter 18. With Russell back to normal, or perhaps after no apparent change in Russell, but with my guilt assuaged, I did a quick search of the house for goodies. There were no firearms, but there was a good quantity of food and water. 20 minutes of silence in the house had left the garage empty of infected, though there were several who'd started feeding on the newly dead in the driveway. Bad choice for them. With no trouble from the feeding infected, I loaded the Humvee with enough food and bottled water to last 4 people for a few days. After getting Russell loaded into the passenger seat, it was just a matter of running down the infected in the driveway again, and another long, tiring drive through the neighborhoods north of downtown. I found a passable bridge over the highway and lost a few platoons of chasing infected as I sped the Humvee into the ash-covered wasteland of East Austin. Thankfully, it was still a dead zone. I slowed the Humvee down to 30 miles per hour, a safe speed for navigating around road hazards. With nearly every structure burned to a black skeleton and piles of ash,
and with all the street signs unreadable, there were few landmarks, but the towering concrete overpasses at the intersection of highways 183 and 290 were visible from the tops of hills miles away. Knowing that I'd been too long in getting to the rally point, I chose to go there before picking up Murphy and Mandy. I felt sure they were safe for the time being. As I approached the southwest corner of the highway intersection, in what had been a parking lot for a small complex of low-rent duplexes, I spotted a single Humvee with a thin, slouched man standing on the roof, keeping watch with a pair of binoculars. Dahlhover.
He had to have seen us as we approached, but remained vigilant in watching the other directions for threats.
"Russell," I said as I pointed.
"There they are."
I spotted Steph's flaming red hair catching in the breeze as she exited their Humvee. She was followed by one of the soldiers. Among the burned ruins of the duplexes, I saw no other vehicles and no other people got out of the Humvee. My heart sank. Surely they weren't the only escapees. I navigated my Humvee through the maze of streets toward Dahlhover's position. A straight line across the ruins of houses would have been quicker, but who knew what hazards lay under the ash and in the twisted metal and brick remains. There was no immediate need for urgency, so no need to risk the Humvee's tires. After stopping my Humvee close to the other and taking a moment to survey the surrounding area for movement, I got out. Russell immediately howled, and I had to hustle around to let him out of the other side.
Dahlhover, Steph, and the soldier were waiting between the Humvees, giving me odd looks as I led Russell back around. Dahlhover looked at me flatly. "You made it." The soldier shook my hand and gave me a nod and wan smile. Steph stepped up close and seemed for a moment caught between a hug and a handshake. In the end, she threw an arm around my neck and gave me a quick squeeze.
Wow, you're still alive.
"It's the new hello," I answered as she pulled away. Both Dahlhover and the soldier were looking at Russell suspiciously. "Don't worry about him," I told them. "He's harmless. Just, I think the virus fried his brain. But he's not a danger. Are there more of you? Please don't tell me this is all that made it out." Dahlhover shook his head and said, "We lost 7. "So, how many?" I asked. Dahlhover answered, "Us and 15 others made it." "Dr. Evans?" I asked.
Yes,
Steph said.
he made it.
I shook my head and looked down. I didn't know all of those infected were in the shadow of the building. I almost didn't see them.
With no change in his tone, Dahlhover said, "Everyone knew the risk." "Where are the others?" I asked. Dahlhover pointed between the towering bridges of the highway interchange. "Dr. Evans's family has a farm out near Taylor, maybe 20 miles northeast." "He knows that his family probably isn't alive, right?" I asked. Steph kindly said, "It kind of goes without saying, Zed." "Yeah," I answered. "I guess so. And you guys waited here for me?" Each of them nodded. "Thanks." That seemed insufficient for how I felt. They'd taken a risk and waited for me past the point where hope that I'd arrive had run out. That meant a lot to me. I struggled in search of a way to express that, but I was at a loss. Dahlhover gestured toward Russell. "You said you had 3 friends. 2 of them are in a house near here," I answered.
"I have to get them, or go there." I suddenly realized that past the rendezvous point, I'd made no further plans with these people. Did they wait out of gratitude? Or were they planning on sticking together now? Into the ambiguity, Steph said, "We'll go get them together." That's what I wanted, or so I was thinking at the moment. But how would that turn out? I looked around at the burnt landscape to check for movement and to collect my thoughts. I looked at my feet. I glanced at their faces. My silence had grown awkward, so I just put it on the table. I know what people see when they look at me and Russell.
We're monsters. Now that everybody has escaped from the hospital and they don't need my help, well, I know how things go from here." "No," Steph disagreed emphatically. "It's not like that. Come with us. We don't feel that way." I shook my head. "That's how you feel, Steph." I looked at each of them. "Maybe all of you do." Dahlhover nodded, going back on word rations.
I went on. The rest of them might feel that way too, but right now they feel gratitude for me helping them get out. Or maybe they're angry at me for dragging them out of a place they thought was safe. Maybe they're angry at me for getting their friends killed. However they feel right now, eventually all of that will fade, and what will be left is the fear, then the hate. It'll always be like that. "Yeah," Dahlhover groused. Steph was instantly angry. "I didn't have you figured for a quitter. What are you going to do, give up and go be a hermit in the woods?" I laughed bitterly. Considering what I did this morning, I don't think that quitter is the right word. "But you're giving up on people, aren't you?" Steph asked. "You don't even want to come with us and try?" "Yes, I do," I nodded. But the last group of people I helped turned on me once they had full bellies and guns in their hands. My voice was notching up. They wanted to kill me and my friends. We had a good place to hole up, in a dorm over on the campus, and we took those people in. After they kicked us to the curb a half hour later, one of us was dead. These were people just like all of you, people that needed my help, people that were grateful. But in the end, I was just another monster to them. Dahlhover said, "Man, I need a cigarette. Do you have any?" "Nope," I shook my head. "You mind if I check your vehicle?" Dahlhover asked. "It's not really mine," I told him. "It is now," Dahlhover countered. "Yeah," I said. "Go ahead." Dahlhover swung the driver's side door open and started rummaging. We all watched in silence because it was better than what we were talking about. "God damn!" Dahlhover jumped out of my Humvee with a red and white package of cigarettes raised in one hand. "It's my lucky goddamned day." He took one out and placed it between his lips, then fished a lighter out of his pocket. He looked me in the eye and said, "We'll go with you to get your friends if you want. We owe you at least that much. After, if you want to come along with us, we'll talk to all the others when we get to Colonel Evans' place. You can decide from there if you want to stay or go. But I personally guarantee you that you won't be harmed by anybody there." "A guarantee," Steph said, awkwardly stumbling over the curse with a smile. "That's a pretty good guarantee." I looked over at the soldier with them. He smiled thinly and nodded. I said, "You don't say much, do you?" "No, sir," he answered. "Let's go get my friends." I extended a hand to Dahlhover. "If they want to join up with you guys, we'll tag along." Chapter 19. We parked a quarter of a mile from Russell's old house, among a collection of burned-out cars that would serve to hide the Humvees from a casual observer. With the pile of charred bodies located on the opposite side of the block of unburned houses, we had a good chance of remaining hidden from the infected feasting there. Russell and I headed out on foot toward his old house. I didn't see a single infected moving about as we approached. That made me nervous. I was getting conditioned to expect one to jump at me every time I blinked. As we stepped up onto the curb and started across Russell's dead lawn, the front door opened and Mandy peeked out. She cast a nervous glance both left and right, but her smile glowed as bright as the sun. I hurried the last few steps up onto the porch and through the door as Mandy swung it wide for both Russell and me. Without a word, she closed and locked the door behind us. Murphy, who had been keeping lookout through the window on the back door, turned and grinned widely when he saw us inside.
Mandy threw her arms around me and hugged me tightly.
She did the same with Russell and got pretty much the same response. Nothing. Though I, at least, did smile. "Let's get upstairs," Murphy said, leading the way to the office. Once we were all upstairs, Murphy pointed out the back window and said softly, "There's got to be at least 1,000 of them out there now. They've been coming in groups all day. They wander in from the east mostly. When they get close, I think they smell the dead and find their way here." Through the back window, I saw that the pile of corpses had been dragged all over the blackened grass. The burned yards were covered with infected, surrounding and mutilating each corpse as they fed. Bodies had been dragged right up to Russell's back fence, and 50 or 60 whites fed on them, not 30 feet from where Murphy and I stood at the window. Murphy nodded his head toward the infected out back. "They make me nervous being that close." "Yeah," I agreed. "I'm so glad you made it back."
Mandy's voice burbled with excitement. Murphy took that as a cue and slapped my back.
"God damn, I am too, man. I figured you were going to get killed running off in the middle of the night like that." I shrugged. "What's the story with Amber?"
Murphy was suddenly very serious. I shook my head and tried to say that she was dead,
but the words got caught in my throat. Crap. Why did that happen?
Mandy hugged me again.
"She's in a better place."
I nodded at the cliché and drew a deep breath as I pulled away.
"Mark killed her. I think he's a slow burn."
"If he's a slow burn, why'd he kill her?" Murphy nodded his head toward the infected behind the house.
"Maybe he was just like them."
"Nothing fed on her," I said, trying to push an image of Amber's bruised face out of my mind.
"She was beaten to death." "That doesn't make any sense."
"Are you sure it was Mark?" Murphy asked.
I nodded. "Everybody else was dead."
The building was still closed up.
"All of them?"
Murphy was surprised. "Yeah," I confirmed. "All of them were infected except for Amber."
"Getting kicked out of there was probably the best thing for us," Murphy said.
I didn't want to agree, but we were alive. That was better than the alternative. Mandy asked,
"Could Mark be immune, do you think?"
"No," I answered. "Amber was pretty sure he got infected."
"Man, that just doesn't make any sense." Murphy was shaking his head and starting to pace around the room.
Amber's death was at least as frustrating for him as it was for me.
"I don't understand why he'd kill her if he was a slow burn. I don't understand why he didn't feed on her if he was infected."
Dahlhofer has a theory that some of the slow burns aren't like us, more like the criminally insane.
I've seen it myself. I think he's right.
Mandy asked,
"Who's Dahlhofer?"
It took nearly a half hour to bring Murphy and Mandy up to speed on what had happened. It took a little longer to discuss joining up with the hospital survivors. In the end, we decided that joining would be best. We headed for the Evans family farm. Ash and black turned to tan grass and rolling hills as we drove out into the country. Wind-tortured trees grew along the fence lines. Houses, trailers, sun-bleached barns, and rotted sheds dotted the hill crests or rested in valleys. Cattle grazed in parched fields or huddled like whites where the trees provided shade. Fields of dry corn stalks and cotton waited for harvests that would never come. We saw not one living human as we navigated the narrow county roads and farm-to-market roads. Escape to the country was starting to seem like a really good idea. Following Dahlhofer, Steph, and the soldier in the lead vehicle, Murphy drove our Humvee in uncharacteristic silence. He and Mandy kept sharing furtive glances and worried smiles. I guessed that their relationship had changed, perhaps significantly, in my absence. In a shallow valley, the road bisected a grove of tall pecan trees that mercifully shaded us for a half-mile. At the end of the grove, we came upon a small collection of buildings at a T-intersection. A town name was painted on a green highway sign in reflective white,
but I didn't bother to read it. It was one of those towns so small that its name was only ever mentioned by people giving directions that included the phrase, "down yonder." A closed store with a sagging wooden sign weathered away on one corner. A bar was boarded up with sheets of gray plywood, delaminating with age. The 5 or 6 houses in the speck of a town were in such a state of disrepair that the owners had to have died or stopped caring years before I was born. Brown stains, clothing remnants, and a few bones littered the crushed caliche parking lot in front of the bar. At the edge of the road, coyotes fought over the remains of a child-sized body. Mandy turned away from the sight outside her window and looked at Russell and me in the back seat. In a tone that made it clear that she was convincing herself, she said, "It's better out here, I think." "Yeah," I grunted, leaning my head on the glass, staring emptily out of the window. My ability to pay attention was starting to fade. My butt was in a cushioned seat. Cool air blew over my skin. Fatigue, held at bay all day by a river of adrenaline, was coming to collect its due. "We're doing the right thing," Mandy bounced out in her squeaky wheel voice. She said some more things, but my fatigue made her words seem like sing-song noise, not worth comprehending. My attention drifted. My eyelids grew heavy, and I fell asleep. I needed the sleep, but sleeping led to dreaming, running and chasing and killing and dying and murder and blood and screaming and screaming and screaming. And those kids, those pitiful fucking kids. I shot up straight in my seat. I had a crick in my neck and drool on my cheek. I was disoriented. The Humvee was idling but not moving. Russell sat beside me and stared straight ahead. Through the windshield, I saw the other Humvee sitting on the road. A longhorn. Yeah, a big fucking cow with horns longer than my outstretched arms, trotted between the two vehicles. What the? I wondered if I was still asleep. Another of the big cattle followed the first. Murphy laughed. "Man, you know you're in Texas when you see a stampede." Mandy giggled. "There's only like 10 cows. That's hardly a stampede, and they're not in a hurry." To our left, one of the big longhorns jumped over a barbed wire fence and walked out into a crop of dying sorghum. The rust-colored bull sniffed at the plants, but didn't seem interested in eating. Murphy pointed down at a farm in the dip between the rolling hills. "Look, down there beside that barn." Mandy looked. "What?" "That's a Humvee. I'll bet that's the farm." Dahlhover jumped out of his Humvee and trotted back toward us, giving the longhorns a wide berth. Murphy opened his door a bit so that Dahlhover could speak to him. "After these damn longhorns get out of the road ahead of us, we'll get moving again." Dahlhover pointed to the farm down the slope. "That's the place over there." "Gotcha, Top," Murphy answered. Without another word, Dahlhover hurried back to his vehicle. To no one in particular, Mandy said, "I hope they have running water. I really need a shower." "I'll say," Murphy laughed. "Don't be a pig." Mandy punched Murphy in the arm. Something had definitely happened between them. Outside, the Longhorns had lost all sense of urgency. No one in the Humvee seemed to care. With our goal in sight, and no two-legged monsters in pursuit, our need to hurry was gone as well. My head lolled over against the glass, and I closed my eyes again. Rest. "I like it here," Mandy said.
"If there's not enough room for everyone in the house, I'll bet there are empty farmhouses nearby that we could move into."
"Yeah," Murphy agreed. "What kind of crops can you grow here?" she asked. "I don't know," Murphy answered. "Whatever we need, probably. We even have cows. I like steak. Do Longhorns taste like regular cows?" Mandy asked. Murphy chuckled. "They don't have as much fat, I think." "Look," Mandy said excitedly. "There's someone on the porch. They're waving at us." More things were said, but I was starting to fade back to dreamland, or maybe dream hell and sleepland. But there was a change in Mandy's tone of voice. Why are all the longhorns looking in that direction? I opened my eyes and sat up, not alarmed, but alert. The longhorns outside had all come to a stop and were looking back toward the farmhouse to our east. 2 weeks before, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. But running for your life at every turn changes a person.
I put a hand on my rifle and looked around for the danger. Murphy had tensed as well. He sat up straight in his seat, saying nothing. "What is it?" Mandy asked, seeing the change in Murphy and looking back at me. "Don't know," Murphy answered. The longhorns bolted. Given their 1,000-pound weight, their quickness was surprising. The impact of their hooves hitting the ground vibrated up through the Humvee's tires. They each hopped the fence to our left and plowed through the sorghum, sending clouds of rusty pollen up in their wake. The people on the porch had stopped waving and were looking around. Whatever had spooked the longhorns had piqued their attention too. I listened. Over the sound of the Humvee's engine and the longhorns' hoofbeats, I couldn't make out anything. "Infected," Mandy pointed, fear tweaking her voice. Perhaps a mile away, on the other side of the valley, a double helix of stark white infected were cresting the hill. With the house between the people on the porch and the infected coming over the hill behind them, they had no way of seeing the whites. "Are they naked?" Mandy asked, her voice no less urgent. Ahead of us, Dahlhover jumped out of the Humvee and aimed his rifle into the distance. He fired. He had no hope of hitting anything at that range, but I assumed the sound was meant as a warning. The people on the porch froze. Dahlhover fired again. "Get inside," Mandy pleaded. "They will," Murphy comforted her, putting a hand on her thigh. As if they'd been waiting on permission from Murphy, the people on the porch hurried into the house and closed the door. Several more helices of jogging infected crested the hill to the east. Dahlhover shot the rifle in the air 3 times in rapid succession and looked down at the house. "They should be safe now that they're inside," Murphy said. "They just need to be quiet." More infected came. Then more, and more. It looked like God had dumped a city-sized bucket of whites on the other side of the hill, and they were splashing over and pouring into the valley. With my voice stressed to the point of betraying my fear for those below, I shouted, "They need to get out of there!" I swung my door open and pulled my weapon up to my shoulder as I ran around to the other side of the vehicle. Russell was on my heels. Dahlhover shot me a worried look. The far hill was solid with running whites. They didn't shout. They didn't howl. They didn't see the people in the house yet. But the sound of tens of thousands of running feet and heavy breathing rolled across the valley like a swarm of ghostly locusts. Where the hell did they all come from? "Good God!" Dahlhover shouted, in a rare display of emotion. I fired my rifle indiscriminately at the horde. Hundreds, maybe thousands, naked and hairless, and what the fuck was up with that anyway, were distracted by the crack of my gun and altered their direction to run at us. The rest washed over the house. From below, gunfire popped. Glass broke. A great howl gathered the strength of every rabid voice in the valley and blew the hush all to hell. The ogre and the fucking harpy. It took all my willpower not to run. I swapped my empty magazine for a full one. A grenade explosion disturbed the mass of bodies on the porch, but its sound was lost in the tsunami of screams. The bloody void left in its passing was quickly filled with struggling white bodies. Still the infected flooded over the hill. How many could there be? Dr. Evans and a woman crawled out of a second-floor window and onto the roof above the porch. Another woman clawed her way out as Dr. Evans climbed the rough brick chimney to get to the top of the house. The infected were out the window now. They caught the third woman. She was shrieking. That's to say that her mouth was open wide, her face stretched in fear. But the sound was lost. My finger hovered over the trigger. Dr. Evans and the first woman made it to the roof. A dozen infected were on the porch roof, running about, searching. More climbed out through the window. Dahlhover aimed at the house and fired, but the million-legged anemone absorbed the bullets with no effect. I followed his example with 30 more futile bullets. A white started the climb up the side of the chimney. When his head peeked over the edge of the roof, it exploded in the spray of brilliant red over white skin. He fell and bounced off the roof below, where his body was swallowed by the mass. More infected followed. However many bullets Evans had in his pistol, it wasn't enough. Dahlhover hung his head and, like a warped wooden man, walked back to the front seat of his Humvee. The infected were starting to run up the long slope toward us. It was time to go.
My danger-driven talent for fast thinking kicked in, and I ran up to Dahlhover's side of the Humvee, yelling at him through the window, "Follow us!" "What?" He looked back at me with a stolid face and eyes that had seen too much pain. He didn't nod or shake his head. "Follow us!" I pointed at our Humvee. I ran back to my Humvee and jumped in behind Murphy. "We're taking the lead." Without a word, Murphy gunned the engine, ran through a ditch to get around Dahlhover, and pushed the lumbering Humvee to speed away from the farm. "Murphy," I said, not an ounce of humor in my voice. "Remember when you asked me whether emergent behavior in the infected would present any added danger? I think I can answer that now." "I know the answer," Murphy responded flatly. Mandy, with tears in her eyes, said, "That was terrible."
Those people didn't have a chance. No. I shook my head and wondered whether they'd still be alive if I'd left them in the hospital. Probably the same question going through the minds of those in the other Humvee. No, they wouldn't. Rationalization? No. I told myself that wasn't the case. Whether I'd been there or not, the infected would have discovered access to the upper floors of the hospital through the elevator shafts. Had Dahlhover and I not chanced on them coming up the shafts at the moment that we did, all of those in the hospital may have died that morning. But they were all dead just the same. In helping them escape, perhaps I'd only succeeded in buying them a few more hours of life. What killed them wasn't my help. It was an unlucky choice. Dr. Evans's family farm wasn't as secure as its isolation implied. As a result, they paid the price for the mistake. Blood, pain, terror, death. It was a failure to understand the new rules. And every failure was paid in blood. That goddamned lesson insisted on repeating itself, and it was pissing me off. Still, another dozen good people were dead. If any corollary was there to be learned, it was that nothing should be taken for granted, not one single thing. Houses were never safe. Escape plans must always be laid. Guards must always be posted. Those in the house apparently hadn't posted a lookout, an oversight that had cost them their lives. Had they seen the flood of infected pouring into the valley, perhaps they could have escaped in their vehicles. They depended on flimsy doors and brittle glass to protect them. They fucked up. And I knew that the doors and windows at Russell's house that Murphy, Mandy, and I thought had protected us the night before, in fact, hadn't. What had protected us was luck. The mountain of burned bodies behind Russell's house gave the infected a much more tempting distraction than a potentially fruitless search of abandoned houses. I wondered whether my life, or anyone's, was simply a measure of the number of lucky guesses made. That was depressing to think about. Disempowering. Dr. Evans and company could have kept the vehicles near the doors and pointed away from the house, ready for a quick escape. They could have set up a diversion in the barn to draw any infected away and buy themselves some time.
They must have been at the farm for a few hours before we arrived. Surely they were all tired, frazzled by their experiences, free from immediate threat for the first time in days. So they rested. They let their guard down. And that was another lesson for me. No downtime until all preparations that could be made were made. All mistakes are paid for in blood. Again, the most important lesson of all. The future promised to be grueling for those who survived, grueling and tense. Learning the new rules would be as important to continued life as eating, drinking, and breathing.
With no roadmap, no syllabus, and no list of requirements for the future, the hospital survivors who died had opened the book of tomorrow's secrets to a page of useful knowledge, paid for with their lives. I silently thanked them and took the lessons to heart.
"Why didn't they have any hair?" Mandy asked. "Why were they naked?" "They had hair," Murphy argued. Mandy shook her head for emphasis, but her shaking was slow, as though the work of doing it while under the burden of what she'd just seen was difficult. "No, they didn't." "I'm not a fan of 70s porn," Murphy told her. "I know the difference between hairy and hairless." Mandy turned to look out the window, and with no emotion in her voice, she said, "You are a pig, Murphy." I said, "Murphy's right. They were bald, not hairless." That seemed to settle the hair question, with no resolution. After half a mile, Mandy said, So what?" I asked. "So what does it mean?" She turned to look back at me.
"I'm not sure," I answered, happy to take my mind off the horror and get lost for a second in the clinical questions on the quirkiness of the whites. "It can't be natural, I don't think."
"Am I going the right way?" Murphy asked.
"Yeah," I pointed. "Just stay on this road for now."
"What do you mean, not natural?" Mandy asked.
"I mean," I said, "these are the only bald whites that we've seen. And as Porn King Murphy pointed out, they definitely weren't hairless. I'm not a doctor or anything, but it seems to me that if the virus was going to make your hair fall out, it would all fall out, not just the hair on your head."
"Makes sense, I guess." Mandy turned back forward in her seat. "What then?"
"I don't know. But that didn't prevent me from speculating. Maybe they do more than follow each other around. Maybe it's another emergent behavior thing and they're trying to look alike too."
"So what?" Murphy scoffed. "One bald nudist walks down the street and all the other whites say to themselves, 'Hey, I want to be like him.'"
"Maybe," I shrugged. "I don't know. You tell me."
"It's your idea," Murphy countered.
"I don't know." I wasn't going to put too much into defending a guess. Nothing was said for a bit after that until we passed back through the small, nameless town and the pecan grove.
Mandy said, "When they started to come up the slope toward, I think one of them had a knife."
"What?" I asked in surprise. "No way," Murphy responded.
Mandy nodded and looked at us. "I think so. It was far away. I can't be sure, but I think one of them was carrying a knife."
That was enough to kill the conversation in the Humvee. Perhaps we all knew the ominous implications if some of the infected could use weapons. There was indeed a whole spectrum of intellectual capacities among them. The Humvee bounced down the bumpy country roads, back in the direction we'd just come. Without any of the usual pep in his voice, Murphy asked, "You're the man with the plan, Zed. Where are we going?" "Not Russell's house," Mandy interjected, staring despondently out the window. Pointing needlessly out through the windshield, I said, "Let's head back to that bridge over I-35 that was clear." "At 32nd Street?" Murphy asked. "Yeah, sure." "Are you thinking back to the university?" he asked. "Back to one of those big old buildings? You think we can hold out against—" Murphy's voice trailed off, as though mentioning the endless horde would confirm that they were more than a nightmare.
I have an idea, I said. Okay, Murphy glanced back at me. Let's hear it. I scooted up in my seat. Russell mimicked. The mood in the Humvee was settling into a darkness from which it would be hard to come back. Mandy had gone silent and was staring at nothing.
The absence of Murphy's smile was hard to bear. He was in no shape at that moment to pick the mood up off of the floor, but it needed to be done before despair set in, and we gave up. So it was up to me to redirect our collective mood.
Do you know where Mount Bonnell Road is? I asked Murphy. On the other side of town, where all the rich white people live. Yeah, well, not all of them, but some of them, I said. That's where we're going. Back into the hornet's nest, Murphy absently muttered. It's not that bad if we do it right, I told him. Murphy's voice flipped to defiance. Yeah, I'll just run down any motherfuckers that get in our way. Not any, I disagreed. There's an upper limit to that. Yeah, Murphy answered absently. His mind was back on the horde. If you see any really big groups, let's not try to plow through them, I said. We'll need to drive around. Murphy grunted an acknowledgement. Mandy was still silent.
I took a moment to explain my tactic of zigzagging through the neighborhoods to keep the infected from clogging the streets ahead. I emphasized how important it was not to lose the other Humvee in our maneuvers. With that taken care of, I changed the subject. I used to date this short, red-headed girl named Jackie. War stories? That surprised Murphy, but his tone suggested that he wasn't in the mood. Defensively, I said, there's a point. Mandy looked over her shoulder at me, showing her watery eyes. Then she went back to staring through the glass. When I was a freshman at UT, I met her in my psychology class, I said. Well, she met me. I mean, she kind of picked me up in class, and then we started going out. Was she cute? Murphy asked. Of course, I answered. Really nice little, I looked over at Mandy, but she was working hard at ignoring me. Well, the thing is, she still lived at home and drove into school each day. Her parents had a big house up on Mount Bonnell.
Murphy raised his voice for emphasis. God damn, null spot. How many women do you want to try to save? That's not where I'm going with this, I countered. Mandy muttered, I doubt that. No, really, I said. Hear me out. I'm guessing we don't have a choice, Murphy smiled. I continued with my story. So, like, back when we were dating, I'd go over to her house and we'd watch movies and stuff and study together. Uh-huh, Murphy's tone implied a lot inappropriate activity. I'm sure you were studying, Mandy was sarcastic, not at all happy with my topic of choice, but at least she was starting to engage. Sometimes, maybe, I said. Well, the truth is, we were both 18 and horny as hell, and it seemed like all she ever wanted to do was screw. Mandy scoffed. Like you didn't. Oh, no, don't get me wrong, I answered. I love sex. Lots of it. Murphy snickered. I continued. But Jackie, oh my God. She was like a nympho or something.
She'd wanted to screw every day, more than once. Sometimes 4 or 5 times. Oh, whatever, Mandy scoffed. You'd be surprised how virile a motivated 18-year-old can be, I countered. Murphy raised his eyebrows and gave us a speculative, maybe. Well, she wore me out, I'll tell you. There were times when I'd make up excuses not to go over to her house, just so I could get a day of rest. Mandy shook her head. This story is getting unbelievable. You said there is a point, right? It's not just you making up stories about your sexual exploits. I said, well, there is that part, but... Murphy laughed. I'll get to the point, I finished. Jackie liked to have sex everywhere. In her bed, of course. In the wine cellar when her parents were upstairs. The wine cellar? Mandy asked. Rich people, Murphy muttered.
Everybody who lives on Mount Bonnell has money, I said. People with money have wine cellars. At least, that's the way I saw it.
A rich girl who likes to have sex all the time?
Mandy didn't believe a word of it. And why would you ever leave a girl like that? She dumped me, I admitted. She said I was too emotionally distant. Murphy laughed out loud. I'm so surprised. Well, to get on with my point, we'd sometimes go for walks in the neighborhood, and whenever they were building a new house, she'd want to sneak in at night and have sex in it. Say what? Murphy grinned. No way, Mandy scoffed again. No, I'm serious, I said. I told you. She was kind of a nympho and a little kinky. And I'll admit, it was kind of a turn-on. Mandy made a show of looking back out the window. She wasn't ready to give up on her mood. And the point is, I said, there was this one house just off the street, kind of set back in the trees. It was an ugly kind of modernish box thing, like a tiny 3-story Walmart or something, all concrete and not enough windows. Sounds hideous, Mandy said. Yeah, I agreed.
That's what I thought. We went there probably 3 or 4 times. Then one night, we were upstairs in what was probably going to be a master bedroom or something. It had these great views over the cliffs of Lake Austin, and we, were doing our thing, when this dude with a flashlight and a gun came in and scared the crap out of us.
What?
That surprised Mandy. It was a security guard, an off-duty cop, I said. He was kind of pervy about seeing Jackie naked. I think that's why he didn't arrest us for trespassing. After that, there was a cop there all the time, and I mean all the time.
Why? Mandy asked.
I think the place belonged to some reclusive rich dude or something. I'm not sure, but I think they built a wall around it. I mean, they were building something the last time I was there. But the way the terrain is there, you can't see the place until you go through the trees and just kind of run into it. You can't see it from the road. You can't even see it from up at the park on top of Mount Bonnell. The owner must have been really paranoid, Mandy deduced. Yeah, I agreed. Murphy said, if they finished that wall, it sounds like it could be a safe place for us if there's nobody there. Even without the wall, the place seemed pretty secure, I said. I'm guessing the owner holed up there pretty quick once this whole infection thing started. So going there might be a waste of time. After what we just saw at that farm, I say we give it a shot. Murphy looked over at Mandy as if for permission. We've got nothing to lose. Mandy nodded, neither enthusiastically nor reluctantly. Mount Bonnell, like every hill in central Texas, is covered in a forest of squat cedar trees, sprinkled with stunted oaks over jagged limestone and thin dirt. Most trees are 10 to 15 feet tall, but thick from root to tip with dark green foliage. They look to be as much shrub as tree. The uncurbed asphalt road disintegrated at its edge into gravel and dirt under the overhanging branches of cedars all along Mount Bonnell Road. The only breaks in the forest were wide patches of green grass lawns fronting oversized houses and lush flower beds. Relatively few people had lived in the area before the virus hit. That meant few of the infected, the formerly wealthy or their live-in domestic help. Halfway up Mount Bonnell Road, the houses on both sides of the street suddenly stopped, and only the shadowy cedars remained. And we were alone. A few infected chased up the slope, but far behind. They'd lose interest soon enough. Slow down, Murphy. I scanned ahead, looking for a familiar break in the trees. Murphy let up on the gas, and the Humvee coasted down to 25 miles per hour. The place we're looking for is near the top, but it's easy to miss, I told him. And you can't see it at all from the road? Mandy asked. No, I answered. You can't tell because of the trees, but the road we're on isn't on the crest of the hill. It's on the Austin side of the hill. All the houses on the left
between the road and the river, are on the crest or on the other side of it. This house is like that, on the other side of the crest, and with all the trees you can't see it." "Why do that?" Mandy asked. "It seems like if you spent $1 bazillion on a big house with a gorgeous view, you'd want to show it off." "The same reason that the Klingons have a cloaking device," Murphy answered. "I'm sorry, Murphy. I have a life." Mandy's tone was disdainful. "You'll have to explain to me what that means." "If you don't want to fight," Murphy explained, "you hide. The cloaking device makes you invisible." "Just like the house," I finished. "The people who own the place like their privacy a lot. I doubt they were thinking about fighting anybody when they built the place, but hiding the house is a big step toward making it secure."
For us, if the infected never see the place, they won't ever try to swarm over it. A narrow caliche driveway split the wall of cedars on the left. I pointed. "I think that's our turn." Murphy slowed the Humvee and turned into the gap. Ahead, the narrow, dusty road curved almost immediately, allowing a view of nothing from the road but more cedars. Dahlhover's Humvee followed very closely behind. Mandy said, "It's like a road to a trailer park." "Exactly," I said. The road made a wide arc and curved back to the left before coming up along a wall. We were headed back downhill again on the dirt road as it ran along the wall on our right, with Mount Bunnell Road on our left, on the other side of a hedge of cedar trees. "Looks like they finished the wall," Murphy observed. "Are you sure this is the place?" Mandy asked. "It's got to be," I answered. Murphy said, "That wall has got to be at least 10 feet tall."
After a few hundred feet of wall, we came to the end of the drive, a large semicircle that allowed room for cars to turn in and out of the gate. Rectangular blocks of limestone the size of coffee tables bordered the semicircle. Outside the ring of limestone, the terrain grew much more rugged. The gate itself was designed to roll on a track on the other side of the wall for opening and closing. It was covered from top to bottom in sheets of steel and hid the property just as effectively as the wall. Murphy stopped the Humvee, and we all shared a look. We were idling at the gates of a possible refuge, with no obvious way to get inside. I looked at the shadows in the cedars. "Do you guys see any whites out there?" All eyes peered into the darkness under the trees. Nothing. We were momentarily safe. "Keep an eye out," I told them. I opened my door and very deliberately climbed out, allowing Russell to come along.
I didn't need him making a noisy scene. Who knew what could be hiding in the dusky shadows? An obtrusive surveillance camera on the top edge of the wall was pointed down at an intercom on a post. I pressed the call button on the intercom, and a red light indicated something, so I spoke while waving up at the camera. "Hello in there." I watched the camera, listened, and waited. Nothing. I gave it another moment, then tried again. "Hello in there. Listen, we want to come in. If you're in there and don't want us inside, now's the time to tell me. Otherwise, we're going to climb the wall." I waited. No response. "Hello," I tried again. Still nothing. I pressed the button a final time. "Listen, I'm coming over the wall. If you're in there with a rifle, it'll be easier to tell me to go away than it will be to shoot me. At least, it'll be easier on me. Hello? Hello?" Nothing. I looked around into the growing darkness under the trees. I had no idea if any whites might be around, but if there were any close, the idling Humvees would eventually draw them in.
I went back to the Humvee and maneuvered myself and Russell inside. "Okay, guys," I said. "There's either nobody home or they chose not to answer. Murphy, if you can angle this thing up against that wall, I may be able to get on top and climb over." "That's your plan?" Murphy asked. His dislike for the idea sounded clearly in his tone. I shrugged. "I'm making it up as I go along." "Yeah, aren't we all?" Murphy nodded.
We don't know what's over there, and you're not exactly an expert with that rifle. I'm getting better, I protested. I hit most of what I shoot at. Eventually. I'm not staying here by myself, Mandy protested. It's not safe for you to come with us, Murphy told her gently. I thumbed back at the other Humvee. I'm going to let them know what's going on. I'll get Dahlhover to come up here with you, Mandy. Cool? That's fine.
What about Russell? I looked over at Russell, who was staring at the front window with no expression on his face.
Mandy, he seems to respond well to you. Can you sit back here with him and keep him calm? Okay. I cast another glance around before I swung my door open and hopped out. Better safe than dead. Once my feet were back on the ground outside, I looked around and listened. Russell was having a fit, but the sound was muffled through the armor and thick glass. The wind was blowing through the cedars, birds were squawking. There was a sound of shuffling in the rocks and twigs somewhere off to my left. Something was out there, something noisy. I raised my M4 to my shoulder, pointed it at the noise and said, "Hey!" The noise stopped immediately. I relaxed. It was more scared of me than I was of it. Probably an armadillo. I hurried back to Dahlhover's Humvee. He got out halfway and looked around cautiously before settling his sad gaze on me.
He softly rasped, "What's this place?" In as few words as I could manage, I explained that it might be a refuge for us, and told him our plan for going over the wall. "Will you be able to open the gate from the inside?" Dahlhover asked. "You know I can't answer that. I'm just hoping." Dahlhover nodded. "Yeah, I know. Listen, after you and Murphy go over the wall, I'm going to stay on the top of the Humvee and keep an ear out. I'll holler over and let you know what's shaking," I told him. "We need some tactical radios," Dahlhover groused. "Running around like a bunch of yahoos is going to get us all killed." I nodded. We needed a lot of things. Murphy got the Humvee into position right up next to the wall and cut the engine. With both engines off, only the normal noises of the evening were left. The wind, the birds, the crickets. But somewhere in the background was the sound of electric motors. I angled my head, but couldn't pinpoint the direction of the source. Dahlhover heard it too, and looked at me with eyebrows slightly raised. We both shrugged and climbed onto the Humvee. From the top of the Humvee, the wall was still tall. I revised my guess to 12 feet or so. The top edge of the cinder blocks was at the top of my head, but a smooth, round limestone coping added another 10 or 12 inches. I reached over the top and ran my hands across the dry, chalky surface, finding nothing at all to grip. Dahlhover looked at me with a question on his face. I pulled my arms down. "The wall's got to be a foot or so thick. There's nothing to grab onto." Dahlhover stood on tiptoe and reached over the wall, straightening his curved spine. His rough hands scraped across the limestone. "What's up?" Murphy asked in a low voice as he climbed up beside us. Dahlhover shook his head. "Goddamned wall." Murphy stepped up next to the wall and reached over with as little success as I'd had. Looking at Murphy, Dahlhover shook his head. He leaned back against the wall and interlaced his fingers to form a stirrup. He looked at me. "You first, Zane. Put a foot in. Step on my shoulder if you need to, but don't kick me in the face." It was little uncomfortable standing face to face with Dahlhover, my nose only a half-inch from his, smelling his tobacco breath and unbrushed teeth. Personal hygiene habits were taking quite a beating. Toothpaste was going to have to find a place on my future scavenge list. Putting 2 hands on his shoulders and a foot in his hands, I gave Dahlhover a nod and jumped while pushing up with my hands. As I reached the top of the wall, I stepped up to one of his shoulders and threw an arm over, twisting sideways to throw a leg up. To my surprise, I topped the wall and stopped there, draped like a sloth on a branch with 1 foot and 1 arm on each side,
and my face lying on the dusty limestone coping. "Shit," Murphy muttered.
I can't believe that worked.
Your turn, Dahlhover said, scooting over near the end of the Humvee's roof. You're a big guy. Don't know if I can hold you. You might get bruised. It won't be the first time, Murphy said as the two got into position.
I turned to look into the compound. The wall surrounded a couple of terraced acres that curved in steps that followed the contour of the mountain. At the bottom edge of the lowest terrace, there was no wall, just an unbroken row of smooth limestone blocks laid flush with the grass from the north wall to the south wall. The sharpness of the edge and the invisibility of anything beyond implied a sudden drop down the steep slopes and cliffs to the river. In the growing darkness, I spotted the source of the electric motor sound. On each of the 5 terraces, a green, turtle-like robot mower hummed across the grass. On the second tier down, the mower was followed by 4 infected, keeping pace with the slow-moving machine.
2 of the infected wore some kind of private security uniform. One looked like a lanky high school kid. One was a shapely, naked woman with one of those stylishly expensive haircuts that looked like it was on backwards. She struggled in the rear to keep up while limping on an injured ankle. One of her forearms had an obvious extra angle. "What do you see?" Dahlhover hissed in a loud whisper. Looking down at him, I whispered back, "4 infected. They don't see me yet." "Nobody else?" Murphy asked, as he stood with one foot in the stirrup of Dahlhover's hands. "No." "Nobody with rifles?" he asked. "Nobody is shooting yet," I answered. "And the house?" "Everything looks fine," I said. "Perfectly normal for rich people, except for the whites in the grass." Dahlhover rasped, "What do you think?" I looked over the house. It was built down the slope a bit, and didn't appear to have any windows or doors on the bottom floor. The only entrance was across a breezeway from the second floor that ran over a little ravine between the house and a 6-car garage built around one side of a circular plaza of a driveway. "I don't see any movement in the house." I looked back down at Dahlhover and Murphy. "There are whites, so the virus is inside. If it's inside, then everybody inside is probably infected. Except for the whites, the place seems safe." "You want to go in then?" Murphy asked. "This place looks safe as hell to me," I answered. "I think it's worth the risk." And that was enough talk. Dahlhover boosted, Murphy jumped, and then worked on pulling himself up into the same sloth-like position I'd adopted. Dahlhover turned to scan the darkness in the cedars. Murphy quietly said, "Man, it looks a lot farther down to the ground from up here." "Yeah," I whispered back. "It's gonna hurt." "Yeah," I agreed. You want to go first?
"No."
Nevertheless, I shifted my weight so that my feet started to slide over the wall and down inside the compound. It was slow at first, but as my clothes dragged across the chalky surface of the limestone, I quickly passed the point of no return. There was nothing to grab and no way to slow my descent. Any chance of landing safely was predetermined by my initial shift and the physics of friction. Then I was falling. I hit the ground and rolled out onto the crushed granite driveway. My joints were jarred from the impact and probably would have hurt enough to take my breath away, if not for the virus. Everything felt suddenly stiff, but nothing felt broken. I was on my back and rolled quickly onto my stomach and pushed myself up to my knees, pulling my weapon up to a firing position as I did so. Necessity makes you tough. From above, Murphy whispered, "Is that crushed granite any softer to land on than the grass?" "Yes," I lied. A sliding sound announced Murphy's decision to join me, and a second later he grunted when the ground knocked the wind out of him. "Damn," he groaned after a deep breath, not making any effort to move from his prone position. "That sucked." I could no longer see the infected that were on the second terrace down. They either didn't see us when we were on the wall,
or weren't interested. They didn't come after us. "What first?" I asked. "Do we try to get the gates open or check the house?" Murphy rolled over onto his stomach and pushed himself to his hands and knees. "Did I say that sucked?" "Yep." "There are lights on in the house," Murphy said. "Solar power," I suggested. "Convenient." "Yep." Murphy got to his feet, looked around, and then pointed to a security camera mounted on the corner of the house. "If somebody is still inside, they know we're here." That made me uncomfortable. I looked around again, and now that I was looking for them, I spotted several cameras.
"What do you think?" Murphy said. "I'm with you. I don't think there's anybody home, but we need to check it out before we try to figure out the gate. Let's go." I jumped up and started a jog up the driveway with no cover except the fading light of evening. Murphy huffed loudly behind me. At the end of the driveway, I angled across to the corner of the garage and stopped beside the wall, partially hiding myself from the house. Murphy came to a stop, breathing heavily beside me. An old, two-door Mercedes convertible with oversized spinner rims and low-profile tires sat in the courtyard. I shook my head. What a way to fuck up a car. "Yeah," Murphy agreed. Following the line of the curved garage, I spotted a set of double doors at the other end. That was a people entrance. The doors were decorative, after a modern fashion, but still managed to look formidable. "You want to try the doors?" Murphy asked. "Might as well," I answered. "If there's someone in there, they know we're here."
They haven't done anything yet, but if we sneak around, they might think we're more of a danger than we are. I walked out onto the courtyard and followed the curve of the garage. "I'll cover you," Murphy said from behind. At the first garage door, I checked to see if it would open, but was immediately befuddled. There was no exterior handle. The door was made of long metal slats that could, I presumed, roll up to the ceiling inside. I pushed it with my hand. It felt weighty and solid. This was no ordinary sheet metal garage door. Without even the smallest gap into which to push my fingers, I pressed my hands flat against the metal and pushed upwards. It didn't budge, nor did it flex. It may as well have been a solid wall. I shot a look back at Murphy. He wore a questioning expression, but refocused his attention on the house. I bypassed the other 5 garage doors without stopping to test them. Once I reached the double-door entrance, I was again stumped. The doors stood 9 solid, patinated feet tall. I pushed one, then the other. Neither rattled in the slightest, nor were there handles to pull. I looked back at Murphy and shrugged. He returned the gesture. A railing ran from the corner of the garage, from just beside the double doors, around a third of the plaza's circumference. It kept people from falling off of the plaza and into the ravine that separated it from the house. Halfway along the garage wall, a breezeway extended out toward the house's front door. There was no way to reach it from the outside. I stepped back and looked up at the roof of the garage. Crap. The eaves of the roof stretched out at least 3 feet from the wall and were at least 10 feet up. I'd need a ladder to get up there. I went over and peeked around the corner again. Double crap. Even if I did get on the roof of the garage as a means to get onto the roof of the breezeway, I wouldn't be able to get to the house. The roof of the breezeway was a tall V-shape with a wide curved peak. Like the coppice on the walls, only made of smooth metal, it would be impossible to grip. Worse still, there was no way to get from the roof down to the house's entrance without pulling some kind of crazy Spider-Man move. I looked back at Murphy, threw up my hands, and shook my head. He waved me back over. I jogged back. "Let's go out behind the garage and see what we can see," he suggested. "Yeah." I followed Murphy along the featureless garage wall, around the corner, and down the slope of the mountain. We descended along the back wall of the garage, which grew taller and taller as we went down.
At the opposite corner, we came out onto one of the terraces that formed the ravine between the garage and the house. The breezeway was 15 or 20 feet above us by then. That sucks. Murphy was not thrilled. I didn't say that I'd expected that, though I did. We probably need some ladders to get up there.
We may have to go back out and ransack the neighborhood. It's almost dark, Murphy countered. Let's check around the other side of the house. If there's no way in, I think it might be best if we all hop the wall and just camp here in the grass tonight. It won't be comfortable, but it'll be safe. He was probably right, but the idea of trying to sleep on the ground with the fire ants and the scorpions didn't sound like any kind of rest to me. On the other hand, when was the last time I'd had a full night's sleep? We made our way around to the side of the house and then to the back. The last colors of the sunset were fading from the western horizon. Below us, the terraces were separated by vertical walls of stacked limestone 5 or 6 feet tall. Above us, the back porch of the house was too high up for any kind of ladder that we'd likely be able to scrounge from neighbors' garages. Whoever had designed the house had designed it to have only one way in, over the catwalk. We followed the wall back around to the other side of the house. The bulk of the 2 acres spread out below us on the terraces. The 4 infected we'd spotted earlier were at the far end of the terrace above us, near the car entrance, still following the mower. We need to take those whites out before we get the others, Murphy suggested. Okay. We climbed up a short terrace wall to get up to their level. From there, Murphy led the way down. I drew my machete as we went. He pulled his hatchet and held a knife in his other hand. I reached for my Glock as a backup weapon and recalled that I'd given it to Steph. As we closed on the infected, the mower made a turn and followed the wall at the back edge of the terrace, leading the 4 infected toward us. The security dudes first, Murphy whispered. As we pass, I'll take number 2, you take number 1.
Okay. The whites were following each other in a tight formation, so instead of following directly behind Murphy, a position that would have left me no room to wield my machete, I stepped to my left so that I was jogging directly at the oncoming lawnmower. The infected saw us, but didn't alter their behavior. We were just like them, 2 more whites following one another across the grass. At least, that's what they thought, until Murphy came up beside guard number 2 and smashed him across the head with his hatchet. As soon as I saw Murphy move, I slashed guard number 1 across his throat. He gushed blood and fell. Guard number 2 was down but wasn't dead. Murphy's hatchet was stuck in the guy's skull at an odd angle, and he was trying to get up. The kid was lunging at Murphy, but I was too far back to help. At the last second, Murphy jabbed and drove his knife up through the kid's larynx.
In that moment, I pulled my machete up for another swing and punished guard number 2 for not dying right away. I caught him across his left shoulder, and he rolled over, unable to support himself any longer with that arm. He rolled onto his back, his teeth still gnashing at Murphy's ankle, until my machete cleaved his face, and he died. Looking up from that, I saw Murphy pulling his knife from the kid's blood-spewing throat. The naked, limping woman was howling and doing her best to close the gap between herself and Murphy. It only hastened her death as Murphy kicked her hard in her good leg and she went down. My machete ended her struggles too. With darkness in my eyes, but victory in my heart, splattered with another layer of fresh blood, I looked at Murphy. He shone his twisted grin back at me. It was gruesome, disgusting work. But winning a life-or-death struggle left you on an emotional high with a contradictory weight of guilt that was hard to reconcile.
You all right? Murphy asked. I nodded. You? Yeah. The teenager made a gurgling sound and refocused our attention as his soon-to-be lifeless body struggled to breathe. Aside from the blood flowing from his mouth, nose, and throat, he looked normal, just a regular kid, whose only concern a week before had been looking cool for his friends. and getting his hands into the jeans of the cute girls at school. Now, he was dying on his lawn. His gurgling went on, accompanied by raspy breaths, as his empty eyes stared at the stars and blinked. Murphy stepped back beside me and looked down at the kid. I didn't see Murphy's face, but the change in his breathing told me he was as troubled as I was. Neither of us moved. Neither of us spoke as first 5, then 10 minutes ticked by, while the kid so very painfully, very slowly, finished dying.
When the last noise gurgled out of the kid's slashed throat, the last light of the sun had gone from the sky, and the crickets chirped loudly into the hollow night. In a hoarse voice, Murphy said, "We should go." Some were easy, some were hard, some were really hard. I asked myself how many infected I needed to kill before I would stop paying an emotional toll. I climbed the short wall to the next tier and froze. You know what? What? Murphy was immediately alert and looking around as he brought his rifle up. That's the kid's car up there. That fucked up Mercedes? Murphy asked. I nodded and jumped down to the grass beside the kid and started going through his pockets. I found his billfold, of no use to me. Then I found his keys. I pulled them from his pocket. They glimmered in the light of the half-moon as I looked up at Murphy and tried to smile. Bingo. House keys? He asked. I nodded. And the car. I'll bet he has a garage door opener in the car. Fuck yeah, Murphy said with as much enthusiasm as could be mustered. Zed, why don't you run up there and check out the dude's car? I'll go let Dahlhover know what's up. Yeah, I agreed. I'm sure they're wondering by now. Together we clambered up the terrace walls and took off in our separate directions. The run back across the property took an unexpected toll. When I reached the flagstones of the courtyard, I was breathing heavy, sweating rivers, and dragging my feet. I realized that I'd been pushing myself way too hard for too many days. I needed sleep, a full night of it, maybe a few. I bent over, putting my hands on my knees to catch my breath, and looked down along the line of the wall. Murphy was agitated and walking up and down in front of the section of the wall that we'd entered over. Uh-oh. Something wasn't right. What do to? Run back down the hill and shout futilely at a wall, or proceed with the plan? We had no way to get back over the wall. I put my hopes on the Mercedes and ran as fast as my tired legs would carry me. When I got close to the car, I fumbled with the keys and then pressed the single worn button on what looked like a car's keyless entry fob. Click. The noise didn't come from the car. I looked to my right, at the double-door entrance at the end of the garage. Oh. It clicked again, relocking itself, I assumed. I pressed the button again, and the door clicked again. Sweet. The door's locking mechanism clicked again as I jammed the most likely-looking key on the ring into the old Mercedes door lock. Luck. I hopped in and a few seconds later cranked the starter and the German engine purred. Something was actually going right. Hard to believe. With the headlights off, the agile little car zipped around the curve of the courtyard and crunched loudly on the crushed granite driveway. In seconds, I was rolling down my window and skidding up next to Murphy. His face was as worried as it had been the day we'd stormed into his mother's house. In a taut voice, he said, "No answer." I checked up and down the wall. "This is the spot where we came over." I yanked a 3-button garage door opener off the visor and showed it to him. "I'll bet one of these opens the gate." The wall on the front side of the house ran in a straight line that paralleled Mount Bonnell Road. At one corner was the gate near where we'd parked the Humvees. Perpendicular to the front wall, and through the gate, was what I guessed was a long section of the driveway that ran along the side wall of the property for 8 or 9 car lengths.
That section of the driveway was blocked off from the main compound by another wall. At the far end of that section was an interior gate that matched the gate to the outside. Murphy ran toward that gate as I drove toward it, pressing button 2 as I went. I didn't know how the remote was programmed, but button 2 made sense.
Button 1 for the exterior gate, button 2 for the interior gate, button 3 for the garage door, or vice versa. Either way, 2 was the answer. Over the revving engine, I heard the mechanical click from some large piece of machinery. The interior gate started its slow slide open. I killed the engine, pocketed the keys, and ran with Murphy through the widening gap. To my right, as I passed through the gate, I saw a guard shack built into the back wall. Beside that was parked a small black pickup truck. A peek through the shack's windows revealed that it was empty. Good. I caught up with Murphy as he ran down the length of the walled gauntlet, and I pressed the first, then the third button. Nothing happened. Fuck. I stopped and looked down at the 3-button controller. I pressed button 1, then 3 again. Murphy stopped and looked at me with eyes full of anxious, silent questions. Looking back at the door still open behind us, I quickly deduced that the outside door might not open until the interior door was closed. From a security perspective, that made sense. I pressed button 2, and the interior door started to close. With exaggerated body English, I urged the interior gate to close, while Murphy ran toward the exterior gate to wait. Paranoid fucking owners. But that was a good thing, assuming we could take control of the place. The interior gate finally locked into place, and I tried button 1 again as I ran toward the outer gate, and was rewarded with the metallic sound of the outer gate sliding to the left. As soon as the gap was wide enough, Murphy squeezed through. I followed him onto the moonlit dirt road between the compound wall and the cedar forest. Once through, I paused and thumbed the remote. As the gate stopped and reversed its motion, Murphy rushed toward the dark shapes of the Humvees parked along the wall. I waited for the gate to come to a close before proceeding. It wouldn't do to have any whites running into the compound while we weren't looking. Once the sound of the gate's mechanism silenced, I heard disturbing noises coming out of the darkness up the gravel road. Scuffling, shuffling, and sobbing. Shit. I ran toward the murky shadows by the Humvees and saw a cluster of black figures struggling in the dark. My rifle was up and I was ready to shoot, but as I drew closer, the details resolved. What the hell happened? Damn it, I hissed as I came in close. Murphy was engulfing Mandy in his big arms. Steph lay on the driveway, sobbing and trying to give instructions to Dahlhover, who was working at trying to stop the bleeding on her neck or shoulder, I couldn't tell. The other soldier, the guy whose name I'd never learned, lay face down on the caliche in a mess of blood and brains, with his feet and legs still in the Humvee. Kneeling down beside Steph, I asked, "What the fuck?" Dahlhover looked over at me with his permanently sad face and rasped, "Jackson turned and attacked Nurse Leonard." I grabbed Steph's hand and leaned over. She was frightened and hyperventilating. Tears flowed. She gasped, I don't think it's bad. We need to stop the bleeding." "We will," I said as calmly as I could fake. I looked over at Dahlhover. "It's a nasty bite," he told me. "Tore off part of the trapezius near her neck. It's bleeding like crazy, but I think we can stop it. This is a military first aid kit. The gauze has a coagulant in it." "Steph," I said, leaning over and looking into her panicked eyes, "can we move you inside? Do we risk making it worse?" She shook her head immediately. "No risk. Move me. Keep the pressure on the wound." Okay. I took a microsecond to collect my thoughts and devise a plan. I jumped to my feet and looked around.
Mandy, you come here and keep the pressure on Steph's wound.
Murphy, you pick her up and get in the passenger side of Dahlhover's Humvee. Dahlhover, you drive it. I'll take the first one. You follow me in. Let's go. Now. They all jumped at my command. I ran to the Humvee in front and got into the driver's seat. I looked back. All the others were getting loaded up. With the engine started, I pulled forward and pressed button number 1 on the remote. The gate started its slow slide open while Dahlhover's Humvee came up behind me. Once the gate opened wide enough, I turned right and drove quickly inside, pulling all the way to the end of the gauntlet with Dahlhover behind. I pressed button 1 again, and the exterior gate obediently stopped, then reversed direction. Again, I urged it forward. Come on! But it didn't close fast enough. First one, then 2 more infected came running through the shrinking gap and pounced on Dahlhover's Humvee. God damn it! I jumped out, drew my machete, and ran to the back corner of my Humvee. The gap in the door was almost closed. Another infected had just run through. I spotted movement through the gap in the gate. Whites were running through the cedars toward the opening, probably drawn by the noise of the opening and closing. The time for machetes was past. Time to think clearly. The ogre and the harpy. There were 4 in the walled gauntlet and more on the way. I wanted to shoot those running for the door. Getting the door closed with the minimum number of infected inside had to be a priority. An open gate and an unknown number of whites inbound were the first ingredients in the recipe for disaster. But fast-moving targets in the dark over 70 feet away were targets I'd likely miss. And once I pulled the trigger, the ones already inside would charge. I only had one choice, but I needed to be goddamned quick about it. I pointed my rifle at the closest of the infected, the one trying to get through Dahlhover's door. He wasn't more than 6 feet away. I fired, and his chest erupted in a fountain of blood. The 2 infected on top of the Humvee immediately sprang at me. The female led and fell over the windshield. She spider-crawled across the hood, scraping her knees and palms to blood in her hurry to taste my flesh. She caught 2 rapidly fired bullets, one in the head and one through the throat. Without missing a beat in my firing rhythm, I hit high on my next shot, but the 4th caught the next white in the shoulder, spinning him over the other side of the Humvee. The running guy was closing fast, but Dahlhover swung the Humvee door open at the last second, and the running white collided with it and fell. 2 shots, accompanied by muzzle flashes from behind the door, told me that the infected was dead. I looked back toward the gate. Damn. It had reversed direction after hitting an infected who was down, but struggling through. Apparently, a safety feature built into the closing mechanism had reversed it. I ran toward her, firing as I did. Bam, bam, bam! All 3 shots missed. I stopped and steadied my gun. She was up and running at me with wild eyes and chomping teeth. Breathe. I pulled the trigger again, once, twice. She fell. I reached into my pocket and fingered the remote again, pressing all the buttons. The gate stopped and reversed again. I ran toward the closing gap. I saw 2 more infected men jump over the big stone blocks that bordered the drive, running at me. I fired again and again and again, 4 shots at the 2 runners to get one down, but the gate closed. The last white outside hit the metal gate with a loud bang, then went quiet, knocked out by his own anxious stupidity, perhaps. Jesus. I gulped a deep breath and looked around. Dahlhover was out of his Humvee and on the other side. He shot 2 more times, and that last wounded white was dead. I listened. Somewhere out there, I heard the sound of a few infected screaming. I couldn't gauge the distance with the walls, but they were few and far enough away that I felt safe for the moment. Dahlhover hurried around the back of his Humvee and checked each body as he went. "All dead?" I asked as I ran by. He nodded.
I pressed button 2 on my remote, and the interior gate slid slowly open. I hopped into my Humvee, and as soon as the gap was wide enough, I drove in. Once through the gate, the Humvee's tires chewed up some of the lush green sod as I drove it around the little convertible I'd left on the driveway. With both Humvees through, I fingered button 2, then waited to watch the gate close and stop. God damn. With Dahlhover behind, I sped up to the courtyard in front of the garage. I slowed once my tires hit the flagstones, and I pressed button 3. The door on the end of the garage, the furthest from the breezeway, opened and exposed a well-lit, empty spot. I pulled in, and to my left, I saw an old, blue, mid-60s Corvette convertible with the top down.
To the left of that sat a Tesla. I jumped out and ran past those two cars and a Bentley, then past an empty space. At the other end of the garage sat a very shiny Mercedes. It was silver, sleek, and expensive as hell. That much was clear. It was also clear that it wasn't blocked. I flung the door open and hopped into the driver's seat, realizing immediately that I didn't have the keys to start it. I wanted Dahlhover's Humvee in the garage and the Mercedes out, but I had no way to move it. I jumped out of the Mercedes and ran back up to the garage door that I'd left open. Murphy, carrying Steph, came in with Russell, who was glued to Mandy's side, and Dahlhover behind. I pressed the button on my remote, and the garage door closed. Then it was silent, except for our labored breathing and Steph's pained, soft moans. We were safe, but somehow that concept didn't sink through to attenuate our need for urgency.
Realizing suddenly that all eyes were on me, I said, "Come on." I hurried back toward a pair of double doors at the other end of the garage. They matched the two I'd seen outside, so I deduced that they must open onto the breezeway to the house. Once at the doors, I stopped. There was no knob. Of fucking course it had no knob. Really? Every fucking tiny little thing. I glanced at the faces of the others. They were expectant, anxious. Fuck. I jammed a hand into my pocket and pulled out the old Mercedes keys. The key fob with the other remote. That had to be it. I pressed that button, and the door clicked and swung open. As though I'd planned it all along, I held it open and ushered the others through. As we hurried across the breezeway, the door clicked shut behind us. A very roomy patio was inset into the house at the other end of the breezeway. Flower pots of every size held tropical plants and flowers. The front door was way oversized compared to any house I'd ever been in.
It was constructed out of black iron in an ornate pattern of ivy and flowers, with a sheet of glass behind. It had a large iron handle. A handle. Thank God. I pulled on the handle, but it didn't budge. I tried the key fob again. A welcoming click followed. I pulled on the handle, and we all stepped into the immeasurable comfort of an air-conditioned house. Chapter 26. "Damn," Murphy muttered. The entryway was set on a dais 4 steps above the biggest living room I'd ever seen. It was a vast expanse of light-colored wood floors, modern furniture, stark white walls, and widely dispersed abstract art. The most stunning feature was the 2-story wall of windows stretching around the convex curve on the back of the house. Through the windows, the sky glowed a faint purple along the horizon. The black hills across the river were dotted with the tiny stars of solar-powered landscape lights and occasional, fully lit houses. The wide Colorado River shimmered far below in the moonlight and stretched out around a bend heading west and south. "Wow," Mandy said. To our left, a dining room held a very long table that looked to have been sliced vertically from a 300-year-old tree and spanned enough length to seat 20.
To our right, a wide staircase of the same light-colored wood as the rest of the house rose and sank at intricate and unexpected angles like something designed by M.C. Escher. Somewhere up those stairs, footsteps echoed. We all shared a look. The house was not empty. I nodded to Murphy, still with Steph in his arms. He backed into a corner to the left of the door. Mandy did the same. Thankfully, Russell stuck with her. Perhaps he'd tired of my abandoning him. Dahlhover tracked the barrel of his rifle back and forth across all the spaces, keeping an eye out for movement. That left the stairs for me, so I positioned myself at the foot of the staircase and waited.
The clomping footsteps above were awkward, careless, and urgent. It had to be a white, alerted to our presence by the sound of the opening and closing of the door. I reached again for a pistol that wasn't there, and thought of taking back the one I'd given Steph. She was in no shape to use it. Too late. Through the gaps between the steps, I saw jeans, a turquoise t-shirt, and white skin. The white was on the stairs. In no time, it tromped down, made its way around the last sharp corner, and howled. She was a short, stout Hispanic woman, with her black and gray hair pulled back in a bun. She had blood smeared through the wrinkles on her face and down the front of her tent-like t-shirt. I couldn't figure out why she didn't trip, stumbling and running as she was. Looking past my alabaster skin, she focused on Dahlhover and rushed toward him, which made my task easy. I stepped to the side, and as she passed, swinging my machete around and catching her across the back of the neck. My machete, wedged between her vertebrae, was yanked out of my hand when she dropped. I reluctantly let it go, raised my M4, and pointed it up the stairs. The paralyzed woman struggled to breathe as she bled out at my feet. I listened for more noises in the house, but couldn't make anything out with the woman's mouth making dying noises below me. It stopped. I glanced down to see Dahlhover's knife sticking out of the side of her head. He was standing back up and raising his weapon. Problem solved. The relative silence revealed a noise somewhere down the stairs. Dahlhover heard it too. It was a muffled, thumping sound. We listened for a few moments longer. The sound wasn't getting closer. It definitely wasn't getting farther away. Someone was trapped somewhere below. "Hey," I called into the house, hoping to draw any more infected to us. Still, the muffled thumping from below. "Hey!" We waited. I gave it a few more minutes and shouted again, "Hey!" Nothing but the thumping. Dahlhover quietly told me, "We need to clear the house." I nodded my agreement, then looked back at Murphy. "You got this?" "Yeah." He laid Steph on the floor and brought his weapon up. Mandy kneeled down beside Steph to keep the pressure on her wound. Russell kneeled beside her. Steph seemed stable, not calm, but not hyperventilating anymore. I looked at Dahlhover with raised eyebrows. Which way first? Dahlhover tilted his head to his left and moved into the dining room. I followed. It was clearly empty, but there was a doorway at the far end on the right. Dahlhover hurried down one side of the long table. I went down the other. Glancing to my left through the windows, I saw the walled gauntlet we'd driven through and the curved terraces of the lawn. The bodies of the two security guards, the naked woman, and the boy lay down there. But the only movement came from the lawnmowers. Dahlhover stopped against the wall beside the doorway into the kitchen. From across the dining room, I walked forward slowly, scanning across the kitchen in an arc. It was empty. I nodded the all clear to Dahlhover, and he jumped through the doorway and down 5 steps to the kitchen's tile floor. I hurried across and joined him. The under-cabinet lighting gleamed off the stainless steel countertops and smooth black lacquer cabinets.
Dahlhover was moving left around the central island and opened a door to a pantry. A light came on automatically as the door swung. From where I stood, it appeared to be large, but sparsely stocked. Dahlhover grunted something unintelligible and closed the door. He hurried over to the two refrigerators built side by side into the cabinetry. He opened one, then the other, bathing himself in the glow of the refrigerator lamp. Upon closing the second, he looked at me, and his sad eyes turned angry.
Goddamned vegetarians.
The far wall of the kitchen was just an extension of the floor-to-ceiling windows we'd seen from across the living room, but only half the height. There was apparently a room above the kitchen. A long stainless steel bar separated the kitchen from the living room and was lined with a row of bar stools. I followed Dahlhover around it and into the living room. On the other side of the glass ran a balcony the length of the house. Nothing out there but patio furniture. The living room had plenty of furniture, but was devoid of anything alive. On the back wall of the living room, there were several doors and the entrance to a hall. Above those rooms, the doors on the upstairs rooms swung out to an open hallway that ran the length of the house. The first door off the living room led into an empty bathroom. The next, a library with a desk and more couches.
Down at the end of the living room, a short hall opened up to a washroom on the right, a maid's quarters on the left, and a downstairs guest room. A narrow stairway in the washroom led us upstairs, where it came out beside a linen closet. From there we walked into the master bedroom, which took up one whole end of the house. It, of course, had the requisite floor-to-ceiling windows, along with a bathroom that might better be labeled a spa. It was larger than my apartment and decorated in dichroic glass tiles and translucent glass bricks. Off of that were two closets large enough to garage a car. "Jesus," I muttered to Dahlhover. "Yeah," Dahlhover answered. "It was good to be rich." We came out of the master bedroom onto the upstairs walkway, and I glanced down into the living room. Nothing moved down there, but the muffled thumping from somewhere downstairs could still be heard. The first door led to a gym. No infected there. Another bathroom was empty. Next, a guest room with its own bathroom proved empty. We crossed a catwalk near the stairs, and Murphy, Mandy, and Russell silently watched us pass. The room at the other end of the catwalk had to be a kid's room, probably the one we'd killed on the lawn. It looked like a cross between the master suite and a teenager's room. Great views, enormous bathroom, cavernous closet. Our shock over the opulence was starting to wear off, and the stark reality of life's unfairness was sinking in. Satisfied that the second floor was clear, I followed Dahlhover back to the stairs. Above us, the stairs climbed up to a landing with a glass door that opened to the outside. "Up or down?" I whispered. Dahlhover shrugged. "The noisy one downstairs isn't going anywhere. It's the quiet ones that worry me right now." I whispered down to Murphy from the catwalk. "We're going up. Are you cool?" "I got it, man." Murphy refocused his attention down the barrel of his rifle, which was pointed at the stairs.
Dahlhover and I climbed. Once at the top, looking through the glass door, I said, "I'll go out first. You stay inside. I want to be sure the door doesn't lock us out." "Yeah," was Dahlhover's reply. I went outside and let the door close behind me. It closed with a click. I retried it, and it opened. Finally, a normal door. Dahlhover came outside with me. On the roof, a large swimming pool was surrounded by pergolas, from which hung rows of hoses designed to spray a cooling mist over the tanning chairs. I walked around the counters of an outdoor kitchen and looked over the rail at the edge. Dahlhover's Humvee sat undisturbed in the courtyard, just as we'd left it. The garage's roof was a solid mass of solar panels. I wonder if that provides enough electricity to power the whole house. "I hope so," Dahlhover answered.
After walking the roof's perimeter and satisfying ourselves with the view of the property from the top, we let ourselves back inside and headed downstairs. We passed Murphy on the main floor with a nod and proceeded down. At the bottom, the stairs flared wide into an expansive room set up like a theater lobby. Above a curtained entrance to what could only be a home theater, a marquee surrounded in little golden bulbs advertised some movie I'd never heard of. A snack bar complete with soda machine, popcorn machine, and candy counter stood off to the side. A pair of restrooms marked Ladies and Gents opened out of one wall. One wall of glass panels separated the brightly lit faux lobby from the dim light of a wine cellar. An arched doorway of old-looking wood opened to a tasting area that was flanked by a dozen dark wooden shelves full of bottles. The cellar was bigger than most of the liquor stores I'd been in, and I'd been in a lot. There was no one inside. Dalhover and I shared a look. I was trying to do the math in my head. How much more money than me did the owner of this house have? I guessed something similar was going through his mind. I looked around again. The sound that had been thumping from down there had stopped, but there was a white around somewhere. The two restrooms had open entrances with angled halls inside, just like you might find in a theater. The entrance to the theater itself was draped with a heavy curtain. If we were going to get surprised by a white rushing out, it would be from either the restrooms or the theater. The doors we'd hear opening. I nodded to the theater, and Dalhover gave me a minimal expression of affirmation. He stepped over to the side of the entrance and put a hand on the curtain. I understood his intent and centered myself in front of the curtain, rifle at the ready. He slowly drew the curtain back. Beyond, I saw several rows of plush recliners facing a movie screen at least a dozen feet wide. Just as in the rest of the house, night lights held the room in a dim glow.
Nothing moved, so I proceeded cautiously in, looking left and right in rapid succession as I passed the curtain. No white was waiting there to ambush me. The walls, I noticed, were decorated with an assortment of movie posters, all featuring the actress Sarah Mansfield. Oh, shit. I connected the face of the naked woman on the lawn to the smiling face on the posters. This was her house. I'd killed Sarah Mansfield, hacked her to death with a machete, and watched her infected son drown in his own blood. Of course, I didn't know Sarah Mansfield, but her death felt personal. I'd seen so many of her movies, even finding some private satisfaction while I rewatched a particularly racy movie of hers when I was alone in my room, that I felt like I knew her. I felt bad. The sadness was coming to crush me. Was it Sarah's death? Or was her death just a release valve for all the bottled-up shit from the past few weeks? My eyes welled up. No time for that now. Stuff it down. Put it somewhere dark. The ogre and the harpy. Breathe, move the feet, focus. A quick circuit through the fat leather chairs proved the theater empty, and I exited. The restrooms were next, and I followed Dalhover into the ladies' and then the men's. Both were free of infected. Back in the lobby again, I whispered, "This is Sarah Mansfield's house." The Sarah Mansfield. Before I could answer, a metal door to our left thumped with the sound of a fist pounding it from the other side. Well, that answered that question, and the next question. That was the source of the sound, and whoever was making it did know we were there. Dalhover took up a position by the wall and off to the side, with his rifle leveled at the door. Just to be certain, I knocked on the door and said, "Hey!" Fists on the other side went nuts, and the door shuddered under their violence. It had to be a white. I looked over at Dalhover. This is going to be fun. He looked at the door, then back at me, all business. I wished I had my pistol. I wished I'd taken the time to retrieve my machete. Alas, I only had the M4. Not the best weapon for very close quarters. I drew a deep breath and turned the knob slowly. The locking mechanism slid on lubricated brass, and as soon as the catch was free of the strike plate, I pushed. The pounding stopped, and big white fingers immediately snaked around the edge of the door, flinging it back and dragging me off balance in the process. I tried to raise my rifle as I fell, but an enormous beast of a man pounced out of the room and with a brutal swipe of his arm knocked my weapon away. Before I could react, two ape-like hands gripped my head and pulled my face up to his gaping maw. Putrid breath, brilliantly white teeth, black eyes. And I was a rag doll, too slow to keep the bellowing monster from ripping my face off. Terror. Dahlhover yelled something. I may have heard gunshots, but those teeth were coming at my face, and I could do nothing to stop them. Then, in what looked like a thoughtful pause, the man looked up and down my white face, notched up to a new level of frustration, and discarded me. He tossed my head, thankfully with the rest of me still attached, as though he were passing a basketball, and it bounced off the hard floor in a similar fashion. Through the stars in my eyes, I saw the rabid mountain gorilla leap across the lobby and bound up the stairs. Dahlhover's rifle erupted. Wood splintered. Sheetrock exploded with bursts of dust. Metal sparked. The white disappeared upstairs. 3 staccato bangs were followed by 3 more. Then the sound of a heavy body hit the wall, and I watched as the giant man tumbled back down, bouncing on stairs until coming to a stop with the loud slap of skin on tile. Dahlhover wasted not a second. He crossed the lobby and smashed the butt of his rifle into the man's skull. 1 crunch. 2 crunch. 3. The sound of bone mashing into meat. Holy Christ! I tried to pull myself up off the floor, but ghostly hues of color and shadows swam across my vision. I blacked out. That tenuous state of awareness that lives between sleep and consciousness lasts for spans of time that feel like hours, but I know can only be minutes. Some mornings, in that time before waking, I cling to gossamer pornographic dramas and lusts that feel like love. Most mornings, and often in the middle of the night, I squirm away from a faceless, suffocating monster covered in dirty, dreadlocked fur. It waits in my dreams to rend my flesh, swallow my soul, and leach my bones. They are dreams of terror and trying so hard to run. But my feet never move. My hands are syrupy slow. I scream through dead vocal cords. I try to drag myself through the middle realm and open my eyes, but the nightmare sucks me back, tenaciously holding on. It was Steph's face I saw, washed in golden, late-afternoon sunlight, when I finally caught my breath and opened my eyes. "You were having a nightmare," she said. I blinked. "You almost sounded like you were..." She said the next word like she thought it might be offensive. "Whimpering." It sounded like screaming in my head. "Are you okay?" I managed a nod. "What were you dreaming about?" "Nothing," I whispered the lie. "I don't remember my dreams." Steph laid her hand on my forehead, then touched my face. Satisfied with whatever information she gleaned, she straightened up in her seat, but her eyes didn't leave my face. I noticed a bulky bandage on her shoulder, and she seemed to be letting her right arm rest in her lap. "Your arm?" "I'll be okay," she said. Murphy stitched up my shoulder. "Murphy?" "I'll have an ugly scar," she smiled. "Won't we all?" I crooked a tiny smile and nodded. Unexpected, unexplainable tears welled up in my eyes, and I clenched them shut. "Where did that come from?" "Does your head hurt?" she asked.
I nodded a lie. Well, not really. My head felt like it was made of broken glass. A plastic pill bottle rattled, and the lid burped off as Steph said, "You have a nasty bump on your head. I don't think you have a concussion, but I'm not positive. Can you sit up?" Everything in the world seemed to disconnect and slide around my field of vision as I pushed myself up on my elbows and closed my eyes. Steph's fingers touched my lips and pressed 2 pills between. She said, "Swallow those, they'll help." When I opened my eyes again, she was bringing a straw to my lips. I drank the pills down and sucked greedily on the straw, realizing suddenly how utterly parched I felt. After the straw slurped loudly on the bottom of the empty cup, I laid my head very, very gently back on a pillow and breathed deeply. Steph's hand came to rest on my forehead again and stayed. "You have a fever, but that's expected." "What's my temperature?" I asked.
Do you know?
99.6. I sank further into the cushions. That temperature was 0.2 of a degree warmer than when I'd checked it at Russell's house. Was the virus winning its battle with my immune system? Would my brain start dying? Steph said, "I can give you something for the fever." Pills wouldn't help with that. It was the first thing everybody tried. I squinted into the brightness of the room and asked, "Sunglasses? Do you have my sunglasses?" "Yes." She turned and picked them up off of the coffee table she was sitting on and slipped them onto my face. "Thanks." Under the protection of the sunglasses, I opened my eyes wide and let them linger on her face. Her eyes were kind but determined. She was lean like a marathoner. She wasn't pretty, not really. Plain, maybe. But when she smiled, she lit up. I asked, "What day is it?" "I don't know."
Does it matter anymore?
"No," I said. "I was wondering, is this tomorrow?" A touch of a smile crossed Steph's face. "Are you asking if you got injured last night?" "Yes, sorry. My brains are kind of rattled." Steph nodded. "Yes, it happened last night." "What time is it?" "Late afternoon?" Steph craned her neck to look at a clock. "It's 4:15. Wow. Was it the blow to my head, or was I just that exhausted? Probably both. "So, no concussion?" "I don't think so." I put a hand on the back of the sofa and very, very slowly pulled myself up to sit. "You don't have to sit if you're not up to it," Steph told me. "I want to." I finished getting myself upright and felt dizzy. "I do not feel good." "Do you feel nauseous?" The concern was heavy in Steph's voice. "No." I started to shake my head to clear the cobwebs, but a sharp pain put a stop to that. "I feel crappy all over." "Besides the bump, you're probably dehydrated. You need to get some food in you, too."
When was the last time you ate?
"I don't know. I had a sandwich with Russell yesterday."
Yesterday. Where is Russell?
"He's with Mandy."
He must be mad at me.
"Why do you say that?" she asked.
Long story.
"I'll go fix you something. Are you hungry?" Steph jumped up from the giant square coffee table and headed off toward the kitchen. My answer to the question was apparently not going to matter, so I just watched her go. Nicely fitting jeans, a clean t-shirt draped just to the waistline, her red hair shimmering like it belonged in a shampoo commercial. What the fuck? Am I awake? I looked around the living room. It was modern luxury. It was orderly. The glass wall was clean. No panes were broken. I saw no smoke on the horizon. I heard no distant gunfire. I saw no whites. I breathed in cool, crisp, clean air and savored the essence of civilization: air conditioning. Juxtaposed against the stark cleanliness of the living room, I realized that I reeked.
My clothes felt crispy with the salt of evaporated sweat and things I didn't care to think about. I hadn't had a shower in more days than I could count. My hair was full of so much crud that it stood at weird angles on my head. Water was running into the sink in the kitchen as Steph leaned over a counter. "Water too?" I asked loudly, my voice echoing in the expanse. "All we'll ever need," Steph called back. "How's that?" I asked. "We think it's piped up from the river and filtered. There's a big water system downstairs." "That explains why you're all cleaned up." Steph smiled at me and went about her business. A blender spun loudly in the kitchen. "And you know the best part?" "No," I said. "There's a whole closet full of clothes upstairs that fit me perfectly." "Cool." "Yeah." I leaned my head back on the couch, closed my eyes, and found a position that let the lump on my head rest on a soft spot. I felt sure I could get on my feet if I needed to. It would be painful. Balance might be difficult. But I'd risen to the task so many times over the past several days that I had a new concept of what I could endure. Perhaps the apocalypse had made me a better person. Achieve personal growth through the end of the world. That was a silly thought. Likely the most laudable achievement in my future would be surviving the day and going to sleep in a safe place. Perhaps that was as good as it would ever get again. The noise of my weapons scooting across the wooden top of the coffee table caused me to jerk my head up faster than was prudent. Shards of pain radiated through my brain. Ouch. Steph sat down on the table in front of me. "I made you a smoothie. It's frozen strawberries, bananas, and blueberries. There was a big jug of some kind of organic protein powder in the pantry. I put some of that in there, too." "Thanks." I sipped a big gulp through the straw. "Damn, that's good." Steph smiled, but it evaporated as quickly as it came. I sipped some more. "It's not a very substantial meal, but there isn't much food around," she said. "Oh?" "I think Ms. Mansfield was vegan," Steph told me. "Lots of semi-wilted fruits and veggies in the fridge, along with some tofu. Enough pasta, beans, and some sauces in the pantry for a couple of days if we're not too hungry. Oh, and frozen fruit in the freezer." Steph pushed a glass of water into my free hand. "This might be the best thing I've ever eaten," I said, only half joking. The pureed, frozen fruit in my stomach made me realize how famished I was. "Thanks. Cooking isn't my forte." Silence settled in while I slurped. Thoughts of all that had gone on and all that was happening outside the walls started to sneak back in. Not wanting to think about any of that, I said, "You seem to be doing okay with your shoulder." Steph nodded, and with a confident look on her face said, "Yes, about that. I'm sorry, I kind of freaked out when it happened." "Don't worry about it." "If I stand too quickly, I get a bit dizzy," she said. "I think I must have bled out at least a pint by the time they got me stitched up." I shivered. "I'll bet that didn't feel good without anesthetic." "Sergeant Dahlhover found a nice bottle of vodka to help out with that." She smiled again. "I think my hangover this morning was worse than the pain in my shoulder." "Yeah, I've been there," I said. "You know, I found a big bottle of hydrocodone in a house a couple of days ago. Murphy might know where it is." "He already gave me the bottle," she said. "Thanks." "Don't mention it." "So, what's the deal? What did I miss while I was out?" Steph looked around for a moment, then said, "We're staying in Sarah Mansfield's house, but you know that, right?" I grimaced. "I think I killed her." "The virus killed her, Zed. You just put her out of her misery." "That's a nice way to think about it," I said. I guess that was probably her son out there on the lawn with her last night. He's dead too.
"I guess," Steph answered. "I didn't see them. I've been in the ward with you since they stitched me up." A small laugh was all I could manage.
"This isn't bad for a sick ward."
"Actually, it's everything for the moment. We all slept in here on the couches last night."
"Really?"
Steph looked around the big living room. "I think everybody felt comfortable being in the same room together."
"Did somebody stand watch?" I asked, concerned.
"I'm pretty sure. I was out of it once the hydrocodone kicked in, but they were talking about taking shifts in the video room when I passed out."
"The video room? That didn't sound right at all. You mean the theater?"
"No, not the theater." That puzzled me, and it showed on my face. "That's what Dahlhover and Murphy called it," said Steph.
"I haven't been down there yet."
Downstairs?
"Yes, there's a room for the security guards down there where they can monitor all of the video cameras. It was the room where you got bounced around last night." I smirked. "Bounced around. That's about right. How many cameras?" "I think Dahlhover said there are 20 or 30. You can see all of the common areas in the house, anything on the grounds, and outside the wall."
"No shit." That was a nice surprise. "It's true," Steph confirmed. "I guess that'll make it easy to stand watch at night." "Mandy is down there now," Steph said. "Sergeant Dahlhover insisted that somebody be on watch at all times."
"So there is something to like about Dahlhover."
"He's a good man," she said. "He's just surly."
"I think he's the saddest man I've ever met."
Steph gave me a little patronizing smile and said, "I'm going to try and take a shift tomorrow."
"I shouldn't do any manual labor for a week or two, but I can take sitting in a rolling chair and watching video monitors."
"I'm starting to have trouble focusing on what you're saying,"
I said a little dreamily.
"What were those pills you gave me?"
"Hydrocodone."
"Oh."
Somewhere in the next few moments, sleep stole everything away.
Several days passed. Life in Sarah Mansfield's compound was a surreal concoction of normalcy, opulence, and the separate reality of the world beyond the walls. We were showered, fed, and comfortable. We had soft beds, clean sheets, and not a single wight to chase us around. But the sounds of gunshots from the city increased in frequency and drew closer each day. Whether through overwrought fears or accurate observation, it seemed the carnage was coming our way. The memories of our experiences, all the dying, all the dead, and all the infected, haunted our quiet times.
We talked a lot about anything or nothing, whatever it took to keep us from staring at the walls and sinking into our thoughts. We'd all been through so much. We needed time to heal. We distracted ourselves with the seemingly endless library of movies in the basement theater. We drank wine in the evenings and watched the panoramic sunsets over the hills across the river. All the ash and smoke in the air made for brilliant reds, purples, and oranges. The death of our world painted in spectacular beauty on the sky. We took turns maintaining our vigil in the guardroom, watching the walls, watching for the threats that were sure to come. I thought often about the naked horde that overran Dr. Evans' farm. Would all the whites eventually shed their clothes in their primal regression and band together into unstoppable, hungry armies? Would they scour the land and devour every last person before finally consuming themselves, as Jeff Aubrey's calculations had predicted? Were we going extinct? Or did we have hope? Perhaps hope. Murphy's big smile was back. Mandy was still sweet. Those two had moved into an upstairs room together. The rest of us, not wanting to be alone at night, shared Sarah Mansfield's very large former bedroom. We had all the electricity we needed, pretty much. The battery banks in the garage would store a few days' worth if we kept the temperature in the house at 78 degrees. Most of the lights were LEDs and used barely any electricity. Nevertheless, we removed any light bulbs that left us visible at night from across the river. We were hidden in plain sight,
with a strong motivation to stay that way. Sarah Mansfield, movie star, activist, environmentalist, vegetarian, and paparazzi paranoiac, left us a house absent of firearms, meat, or animal products of any kind, generally a little short on edibles, but otherwise it couldn't have been more perfect. In the long term, the terraces would be good for farming.
The walls provided protection. An elevator down to a surprisingly secure boathouse gave us access to the river, and a primo surveillance system ensured that no infected hand would ever touch our walls without our knowing ahead of time. It was mid-afternoon, and I had the watch. Murphy sat in one of the high-backed leather office chairs, as did I. He was busy on the computer, but keeping me company. Russell squatted by the wall behind us. The wall in front of us was covered with color video monitors, all mounted at angles to give the person sitting at the center of the monitoring desk a good view of each, one monitor for each camera. Each had a bright red LED that would light up when the motion detector attached to the camera activated. Two 42-inch screens were centered on the wall directly in front of the chairs. The video feed from the small monitors would scroll across the big ones at regular intervals.
Below the big screens at the center of the desk was a map of the compound that showed each camera location. The ones displaying on the large monitors would light in green. With the press of a button, any monitor could be called up to the big screens. Audio from that camera could be piped in. It was an impressive system. On one of the big screens I was watching, two infected were a good way down the street, squatting beside a brick mailbox under the deep shade of an oak. Murphy, with a copy of Amber's flash drive and a laptop from the kid's room, was busy stitching together Google satellite map images to get a full map of Austin. Don't let this go to your head, Zed, but it was a good idea to download all this stuff to the flash drive. The maps were Amber's idea. I didn't think to ask for that. I'd have preferred not to have Amber's name mentioned.
Her swollen, bloody face still haunted my thoughts, and those thoughts always turned into rekindled hatred for Mark. And in the darkness of that mood, I'd entertain fantasies of how I'd slowly dismember him and listen to his high-pitched, girly screams as I sliced off his genitals one small piece at a time. I thought of stapling his lips back against his face and breaking his teeth, but leaving the painful stumps in his mouth. I wanted to flay his skin, smash his fingers with a hammer, and gouge out his eyes with a grapefruit spoon. It was a dark, twisted place of glorified revenge and torturous pain that bordered on evil. It was not a healthy place for my thoughts to wander. "Well, we owe her," said Murphy. "When I'm done putting this together, this map will come in real handy. Hell, it might be the only one in existence." That makes it valuable as hell. And because my dark mood made me feel contrary, I said, "But there's got to be gas station maps everywhere." "Man, those are fine for driving, but a satellite map is a whole different deal. You see where the Walmarts are and the food. You can see where the houses are, where the trees are for cover." I shrugged. "Yeah, I know." Murphy grinned. "So you were just being a dick, right?" "Yeah, I guess." He said, "Now that you've got that out of your system for a few minutes, I've been thinking." "About?" I asked. "I think we need to put together a plan to defend this place." "I think we don't," I answered. "You not done being a dick yet?" Murphy asked. "No, that's not it. I think we let the walls keep out the infected and let the house do the rest. I don't think we do anything." Murphy shook his head emphatically. "Man, that's the pussy approach, Zed. This is a sweet place. We need to hold on to it." "What do you have in mind?" Just then, Steph came in through the open door that, like most of the interior doors, we'd propped open.
"What are you guys doing?"
I nodded toward the monitors, watching some whites down the street. Steph's casual demeanor was obliterated by an involuntary tensing. Her eyes turned worried,
then fearful. Then she tried to mask it, all in the gap of a second or two. "It's just a couple, and they aren't doing anything right now," I told her. "They rambled up the street a little while ago, looking for food, I guess. Now they're resting in the shade." Steph relaxed and walked over to stand between the chairs. Murphy reached up with one of his long arms and pointed them out on the monitor. "They're way down the street. See 'em there, just by that mailbox?" "Yes," Steph nodded. "I see." "They don't look like a threat," Murphy reassured. Neither Steph nor I responded to that. For my part, I just didn't agree.
They were all threats, either active or waiting to materialize. I looked up at Steph. "I thought you were watching a movie with Mandy." She turned to sit on the desk in front of us. "Too sappy. I got bored." Murphy asked, "Is Mandy still in there?" "She recommended it. She said it was one of her favorite movies," Steph answered. "She digs the chick flicks," Murphy allowed. We looked at each other silently for a moment, then Steph stood and said, "Well, hey, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys." No, I said hurriedly. "We were just talking about defending this place, stuff like that. Stay if you want." "I shouldn't feel this way, but this place seems pretty well defended already," Steph said. "That's what I'm saying," I agreed. "But what do we do when they come?" Murphy asked. "Because you know they're gonna come. It's just a matter of time." "We don't know that for sure." Steph's wan smile appeared. She was trying to convince herself as much as Murphy. "This place is hard to find." You can't see it from the road unless you hike through the trees. The only way to find it is by accident. Unless you're across the river, Murphy disagreed. Then you just have to look up. From over there, this place probably looks like Olympus, I concluded for him. "Yeah," he agreed. "Like Olympus." "But the infected aren't smart enough to see us from across the river, figure out how to get over here and then find us too." Steph argued, "They don't have that much mental capacity." Murphy shook his head emphatically. "Not according to Sergeant Dahlhover. From what he says about the smart ones, those guys could figure it out. What we need to do is mount 4 or 5 50-caliber machine guns on the roof. Then if those fuckers come for us, we just shred them when they try to come over the wall." A gruff, flat voice said, "That's a bad idea." We all looked at the door. Leaning on the door jamb was Dahlhover, his face stretched down into his comfortable frown. But with all of our eyes on him, he didn't feel the need to elaborate. "Hey, Top," Murphy asked after a few moments of waiting. "Why the 50's a bad idea?" "Those walls aren't made for defense. They're made for privacy. Sarah Mansfield wasn't interested in keeping an army of infected out when she built this place. She was interested in keeping the paparazzi from taking pictures of her tits." Dahlhover stopped talking and looked at us as if that were sufficient information. It wasn't. I didn't agree with Murphy, but I didn't know what Dahlhover was getting at, so I asked, "What do you mean, exactly?" "Those are cinder block walls. 50-caliber bullets will go right through them," Dahlhover told me. I didn't see a downside to that, assuming the infected were on the other side of the wall. Dahlhover went on. "A swarm of those infected will show up. Everybody will run up to the roof, all panicked and such. With no experience behind one of those guns, shooting 50-caliber bullets at the infected coming over the walls. What you're going to shred won't be the infected. It'll be the trees and the walls. Then the infected will waltz right in through the gaps." "Doesn't matter," said Murphy. "Every window and door in this place has those steel doors that roll down to close them up. The infected can't get through those." Dahlhover argued, "You've got a lot of confidence in this house's defenses that you didn't design or build. You don't know where the weaknesses are, you only see the strengths. But the smart ones, they'll find the weaknesses. They did at the hospital. They'll do that here." "I don't think they're that smart," said Murphy. "Doesn't matter," I countered. "Why?" Murphy asked.
his tone telling me that he thought I was just being a contrary dick again.
Once we get 1,000 or 2,000 of them out there, they'll creep around and dig their little fingers into every little nook and crevice. I looked at each of them. They'll test every door, every window. They'll climb up on the garage roof if they can. They'll try to get across the catwalk roof from the garage. Most will fall off. Some might make it. Who knows? Think of it like a hacker trying to get into a computer. They set up a program that tries 1,000,000 passwords and keeps on trying until one works. The whites are like that, whether they're smart or not. With enough of them out there, trying and trying to get at us in here, one of them will eventually find a way. When one does, the rest will follow. Yep, Dahlhover agreed. So what are you saying then? Murphy asked. Do we just abandon the place the first time a white gets curious about the wall? Dahlhover looked at Murphy without changing his expression in the slightest, but without giving him a response. Man! Murphy was exasperated. Top, I'm not being disrespectful. I like it here. I like sleeping in a clean bed. I like sitting in a recliner and watching movies. I like taking showers and having clean clothes. I don't want to leave. I honestly don't know what you expect us to do when the whites show up. Dahlhover thought about that for a minute. His face somehow found a way to grow even sadder, and in his gruff voice he said, All I know is that what we did at the hospital didn't work, and in the end, everybody died except us two. Once we fired the first shot, all of our choices disappeared. We were just reacting and retreating and dying. Steph looked down at the floor, thinking through the problem perhaps, or thinking about too many painful memories. After several long moments of depressing silence, I said, Hide and run. Running and hiding is how we got here, Murphy scoffed. No, I shook my head emphatically. I mean it as a tactic. Oh no. Murphy dramatically lolled his head back and looked at the ceiling. I've heard that tone before. You guys will want to get comfortable for the lecture. Ignoring Murphy's taunting hadn't yet produced any results, but in the absence of any other plan, I went with it again. Those guys that killed Jerome. Murphy, do you remember what we talked about afterwards? Murphy wrinkled his brow. We talked about a lot of stuff. I think that's when we decided to go steady, he laughed. I pushed on. I mean about why those guys that killed Jerome were still alive. They'd killed a couple of hundred infected and they were still alive, trying to kill more. Because they had suppressors, man. Right, I agreed. But the silencers and the way they used them to snipe the infected, it was a new tactic, an effective tactic to fight a new enemy with new strengths and new weaknesses. Fine, null spot, I'll play along, Murphy said. So when you say hide and run, you don't mean run and hide.
No, I don't, I said. That's a cliché. What I mean by hide and run is that instead of fighting them head-on or just shooting them, what we do instead is hide. That's what those snipers did. They stayed hidden for the most part, and without giving away their hiding places, they were able to kill the infected. And the other thing we do is run away, retreat. We need to make sure that we always have a path of retreat that'll take us to our next hiding spot. According to the math done by Jeff, every day we stay hidden, there'll be fewer of them out there, because they'll have to eat each other if they can't eat us. In a year or so, there won't be that many left. At least, there won't be any megahordes like that one that overran the Evans farm. We have an escape route, Dahlhover rasped. Down the elevator and through the tunnel to the boathouse.
We'll all fit in the ski boat.
Zed's right, Steph said, with the kind of authority in her voice that people listen to naturally. So naturally, all of us looked at Steph. We'll fight when we have to. We'll kill them when we have to. But we need to be prepared to run always. That's how we'll survive. When do we run?
Murphy asked, not quite sold on the plan.
I'll decide, Steph told us, as though it were the most natural of choices. Say what?
Murphy looked at me, as surprised as I was. She's the only officer here, Dahlhover told us. Say what again? Wait, I started, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Everybody was looking at me, waiting. I pointed at Steph. You're an officer? I was a captain, she said. Was a captain? I asked. I'm a civilian now. I pointed at Murphy. And I knew you were in the army. 4 years in the infantry, he confirmed. I looked at Dahlhover. First sergeant, 20 years. Retired. I rubbed my hand across my face, as though that might have helped with my frustration at feeling suddenly very much like an outsider. So what exactly is going on here? Is Steph in charge? I'm just asking. Somebody needs to be in charge, Steph announced. A squad of soldiers with a leader will survive where a leaderless gang of ruffians will get killed. Man, I can agree with that, Murphy added enthusiastically. Dahlhover nodded. Steph said, Zed, you're a natural leader, though I don't think you see yourself that way. You're brave and you're smart, but you don't have any respect for your own life, so you do stupid things. And you get lucky. Do you think 3 stupids was enough? I asked, a little petulantly. This isn't a coup, Steph told me. As far as I can tell, everybody here owes you their life. Uh-oh, I interrupted. I'm having déjà vu. Grow up. Steph didn't yell, but her voice was as firm as a hard slap. I respect you, Zed.
And I like you. I really do. There's nothing happening here that you're not a part of. I think we all need somebody in charge. That's just the truth of it. Running everything by committee will get us killed. You want to be the leader. I'm fine with that. I'll bet my life on your instincts and your luck. Why not? You saved me. Is that what you want? Shit. She was being rational, authoritative, and firm. I was outclassed. We can vote on it. We can do anything you like. Steph looked around at us. I think Zed's spot on about the strategy. Hide and run. But, not to be sexist, that's just not a strategy that a man is going to be good at implementing. You guys get your testosterone up, and you all want to pull out your machine guns and go all null spot on the whites. Not you too, I interrupted with a feeble smile. She said, I think a woman is better at being able to make the choice to retreat.
So if hide and run is our strategy, I think I'm the natural choice to lead us. Dahlhover spoke up first. I'm fine with that. Murphy followed immediately, showing me his apologetic face while he spoke. I'm good with Steph. All eyes fell to me, and, frankly, I agreed. Yeah, Steph, I can follow you. Thank you. Steph gave us a curt smile. Just so you know, this isn't the army. We're all in this together. We'll talk about decisions as much as you feel like we need to, but when the chips are down, when the whites are coming, we won't have time to dicker. We do what I say, and we argue about it later. Agreed? Nods all around. Mandy excused herself ever so politely to get around Dahlhover and came inside with the rest of us. What's everybody talking about? Mandy looked at me with a face painted in several layers of empathy. Zed, are you okay with this? Steph is smart and brave, and I respect her, I said. Don't be a dick, Murphy interrupted. It was the kind of thing a friend could say to another without starting a fist fight. I know it sounds that way, I said. I do. But I mean it. I think Steph is the right choice, the best choice. I'm good with it. I smiled. I really was good with it. Steph was smart, and I trusted her. Mandy gave me an unnecessary hug. Still looking at me, she announced to the group, If you guys are good with it,
I am too. Steph looked at Dahlhover and said, Sergeant, will you put together a duty roster? Yes, ma'am. She looked at the rest of us. We have a roster for keeping watch, but unless we want this beautiful place to turn into a pigsty, we need to start taking turns keeping it clean, sweeping the floors and cleaning the bathrooms. Do you guys agree? Of course, we all did. We're running short on supplies. Murphy, Zed, you guys are the obvious choice to go out and scavenge. That will probably be your primary duty on the roster. I'm cool with that, Murphy answered.
That sounds fair, I answered. Besides, we're the only ones who can hide in plain sight out there. It makes sense.
We're almost out of food, Steph said. Everybody already knew that. Zed, are you up to going out today or tonight? I looked at the scabs on my hand and the mostly healed wounds on my arms. I ran a hand across the shrinking lump on the back of my head. More ready than I've been for half the shit I've done in the last few weeks, I guess. No, really, Zed. Steph was all business. We can all skip some meals if we need to. How are you feeling? Looking directly at her, I said, I'm okay. Really. I'm not 100%, but I'm good to go. Remember, I do have the advantage of not feeling most of the pain from my cuts and bruises. So as long as I'm not dizzy or bleeding out, I'm good. You don't need to hurt yourself or risk getting Murphy hurt because you're trying to be the valiant null spot. She smiled at me. I rolled my eyes. I'm not fine.
I'm sure I don't look fine, but I'm good. Murphy and I are a good team. We've been through some shit together. We're both good. I'll leave it to you two to decide when to head out and where to go. But we need food. Meat, if you can find it, Dahlhover spoke up, surprising everyone with the request. We were all becoming used to his economy with words. I'm with that, man, Murphy agreed. The other priority will be a rally point, said Steph. We need a place to run to when this place is compromised. Don't you mean if? Mandy asked. I think we can only hope for if, I said. But we need to plan for when. I've got a satellite map here, Murphy said. Zed had Amber put it together for us, along with everything else. We can find some places along the river that might work, and check them when we go out. That sounds good, Steph told us, but we need just one place tonight. Find one good one. We'll try and get 3 or 4 safe houses lined up over the next week or two. The more options we have, the more likely that we'll all live when we have to move.
Chapter 31. The sun had slipped below the mountains west of the river an hour earlier. The sky had relatively few clouds, and there was plenty of moonlight by which to navigate. I pressed the garage door opener on the boat's dashboard, and the boathouse's door rose out of the water. Murphy and I used paddles to push the ski boat out into the lazy current. Russell, who had re-glued himself to my side, waved a paddle to no effect, except to splash the water around the boat. Hey, Murphy, when you guys came down here the first time, did you check under the water? For what? To see if someone could get in that way. Yeah, man, Top jumped in the water and checked it out. There's a metal fence from the wall all the way down to the river bottom. The biggest thing that can get in is a catfish. Cool. Well away from the boathouse, we seated ourselves and let the current take us.
The boat slowly spun and rocked. Tiny waves lapped the hull. Cicadas sounded like little monkeys with kazoos. Frogs and crickets chirped. The breeze rustled its way through the thick trees. It was peaceful, mostly. Heavy gunfire from Camp Mabry, easily heard from the pool deck on Sarah Mansfield's roof, echoed off the houses on the far side of the river. It was the familiar sound of organized, well-armed people trying to hold out against the infected. It's what the hospital sounded like before it was overrun. Occasional staccato gunshots rang in the distance, though it was nothing like the frequency of gunshots in those first few days after the infection stomped on Austin with both feet. At first,
The near-constant sound of gunfire disturbed me. Now, it was a reassuring sound. It meant that there were other survivors out there. The virus hadn't yet won.
After a long silence between us, Murphy asked, "How far downstream should we go?" Looking around, I answered, "There's a marina about a quarter of a mile up from the dam. I'll start the engine when we get there." The plan was to exit the boathouse as stealthily as possible. Taking our new hide-and-run strategy into account, keeping Sarah Mansfield's house and our presence there unknown was paramount. So we burned off 45 minutes of the evening by drifting down the river before starting the boat's engine. Once the engine was running, we'd glide upriver past hundreds of boathouses, including Sarah Mansfield's, until we were at our destination. We'd wrap up business there, and on the way back down, cut our engine and let the current bring us home while hiding silently in the darkness. As expected, the marina came up beside us. Murphy was sitting in the port side seat with his rifle at the ready. Russell sat on a bench seat in the stern, uninterested as usual.
The engine started easily with a muffled rumble that seemed unduly loud, but that too was expected. I throttled the engine and we headed upriver. At the bend in the river below the tan-colored limestone cliffs of Mount Bonnell, I saw the crenellated shapes of the houses along the crest and silently thanked Dahlhover for his insistence on light discipline. All of them, including Sarah Mansfield's house, were black. Miles passed in silence. Murphy and I focused on scanning the banks for whites lurking in the trees, but the only human forms we passed were occasional bloated bodies floating in the water. After poring over the satellite photos of the river between the two dams, we'd picked out a house that was our first candidate for both scavenging and scouting as a possible rally point. The house was large, very large. It had 2 garages, enough space for 4 cars. It had a pool on the back porch between the house and the river. It sprawled across a large slice of riverfront property on an otherwise undeveloped isthmus, formed by the river and a wide tributary that flowed in from the north. At the landward end of the isthmus, what appeared to be a tall limestone cliff sealed it off from access through the trees. The only way on or off the property was across a gated bridge over the tributary. The next closest houses were a group of 5 or 6 a quarter-mile away. That general area of the river was only sparsely developed, and there were many square miles of virgin forest behind it. So, although any number of infected could have wandered into the area, the indigenous infected might number only in the dozens. Depending on the depth of the water in the tributary and the height and slope of the cliffs, the place might be safe. With a mile or 2 still to go, Murphy quietly said, "The river would make a good trading route." "You're still on that idea?" I asked, as I steered the boat through the center of the river. "Why wouldn't I be? I'm not looking for a superhero job during Reconstruction like you. I told you, man, I want to take advantage of the opportunity." "Reconstruction?" I asked. "Yeah, man. The post-apocalyptic period. You know, after everything has finished going to shit and we start picking up the pieces. That's Reconstruction." I looked back out across the river, thinking that I preferred the silence. "I'm telling you, man," Murphy continued his pitch. "We're in the position. We can make it happen." "Yeah, maybe." Murphy took my lack of interest as a sign to change the subject. "So what's up with you and Steph?" "Nothing. Deflection time." "What's up with you and Mandy?" Murphy grinned. "We have our own room and we sleep in the same bed." Is it a secret about what's up with me and Mandy? No, I guess not. Then stop pretending we're in junior high for a minute and just answer my question.
Murphy grinned and then laughed. "There's nothing up with me and Steph," I told him. "Why not?" he asked. "I don't know." "Are you mad because she's the boss now?" he asked. I laughed. "No. I honestly believe putting her in charge was a good move for us." Okay, so you don't think she's cute? I guess she's pretty, I said. I mean, when she smiles. So? So what? I asked. What are you going to do? Murphy, she's engaged. Probably not. You may not have noticed, but damn near everybody is dead. Maybe, I said. He was in the hospital with her. He was passed out with the fever when we left. Murphy was suddenly serious. He was alive when you guys left him? Yeah, I said. We didn't have a choice. He had the fever. He was probably going to turn. She couldn't stay with him. If she had, she'd be dead now.
We couldn't carry him along. We barely escaped as it was.
That must have been hard on her, Murphy allowed. But we've all been through the shit, man, or none of us would be here. You move on, or you die. That's the way it is now. Smile and get over it. Is that how the Murphy philosophy goes? I never got my wristband. I put a smile on my face to try to mask the harshness. Murphy was silent for a few moments, then said, I like you, Zed. You know that, right? But sometimes you're just a dick for no reason at all. It's like you want to grow up to be a grumpy old bastard like Dahlhover or something. The boat skimmed around another long, slow bend, and the silence lingered between us. I finally said, Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Murphy slapped me on the back and said, It ain't nothing, man. A few minutes later he said, You should do something about Steph, though. She's a good one. Just so we're clear on one thing, I said.
What's that? When I get to be Dahlhover's age, I don't want to be anything like him.
Murphy laughed. Man, we won't live that long.
Chapter 32. Murphy said, Up there on the right, past that tree hanging over the bank. I followed the line of Murphy's pointing finger and spotted it. How can you tell? That's the boathouse from the satellite picture. It's got that weird wooden roof. I can see the boathouse, I said, but I can't make out the roof details. You can see that? Yeah, man. Angle over that way, skipper. Do you want to pass it and drift back? I asked. No, man, fuck that. I want to get out of this boat. I chuckled. If you need to whiz, you can do it over the side. No, man, it's not that, he said. It's the other thing. You can sit on the side of the boat and hang over, I said. But if you make a mess on the hull, you're cleaning it up. Man, just pull up to the boathouse.
I'll use the bathroom inside.
Well, don't forget to flush.
Murphy ignored me after that. At the boathouse, I killed the engine and drifted the last few boat lengths toward the dock. Murphy jumped out, pulled the bow in by a rope, and tied it to a cleat. With that done, the back of the boat drifted downstream with the current, keeping it parallel to the dock. Murphy picked up the stern rope. I shook my head. Let's just leave the bow line tied in case we need to leave in a hurry. Okay. Unfortunately, with the stern of the boat not tied, it made exiting to the dock a tad tricky, but both Russell and I managed it without getting wet. Murphy was already halfway up the paved path between the house and the dock. Underneath the pavilion-style boathouse, Russell and I hustled past a big pontoon boat and headed toward the house. We skirted the pool. Murphy already had his face pressed to a window, peeking into the dark house. Anything? I whispered as we neared.
Murphy turned as we got close. Another rich person's bedroom.
Just because it's $1 million house on $1 million piece of land doesn't mean they're rich, I sarcastically countered. Murphy ignored me and moved over to a door of rectangular panes of glass that gave us a view of the kitchen. It was empty as well. Murphy tried the doorknob, not locked. He turned to me and grinned. We slipped into the darkness and were immediately alerted to the sound coming from the next room over. The familiar sounds of feeding infected. I was turning to leave, thinking that was the prudent path, but with his pistol held close to his body and his hatchet raised, Murphy crept through the kitchen toward a wide doorway that led to the next room. I hesitated, torn between using my M4 or the combination of the machete and the pistol that I'd gotten back from Steph. The lump was still on the back of my head.
The humiliation of getting tossed about like a rag doll by that behemoth of a man still stung my pride and underscored the fragility of the invincibility lie I'd been telling myself. But we were in the house. It was spacious with wide doorways, so it probably had wide halls. The sound wouldn't carry far outside. And no matter how many infected were in the house, I had more bullets than they had lives. At least, that's how the rationalization went. I really wanted the power of the M4 in my hands. I followed a few paces behind Murphy. Russell shuffled along with me. Murphy paused at the doorway and looked at something in the darkness on the floor. He shook his head and his shoulders sagged, but he had to move. He made a hard right turn through the doorway, staying close to the wall on the other side. With Murphy out of the way, I saw what he'd been looking at. It was a pink tennis shoe, sized for a little girl of 4 or 5. My heart sank. I sidled up to the door jamb. Across a formal dining room, a 10-foot-long fish tank divided the next room, probably a living room, leaving space on either end to move from room to room. The sounds of feeding were louder, grunting, tearing, and breathing through mouthfuls of wet flesh. Russell whimpered. What the fuck? Russell was staring at the shoe. His whimpering grew louder. All sounds from the other room stopped. Feet shuffled. Murphy was on the move to the end of the table to cover the far entrance. I aimed my rifle at the near entrance and waited. Russell wailed. Might as well get things moving. I yelled, "Come on, fucktards!" Footsteps. An old man, not frail, but old, with white hair, white skin, rabid eyes, and clacking teeth, rounded the fish tank and took nearly a whole step toward me before I pulled the trigger and sent him falling back. To my right, Murphy was on the move. Chairs scooted. A body hit the wall. An old woman, plump and garishly dressed in a blinding flowered tent of a dress, stepped on her dying husband as she rounded the fish tank and came at me. 3 bursts from my rifle, plus her momentum, left her sprawled at my feet, bleeding out a rapidly expanding pool of red. The sound to my right stopped. I glanced. Murphy stood, ready, breathing heavily, but ready. No more movement in front. Still, Russell wailed louder with each passing second as he cradled the shoe in his hands. I watched my end of the fish tank, waiting for another threat, but was surprised when a 50-pound bag of sticks hit me from behind. Balanced as I was against a frontal assault, I went down, cursing my surprise as I hit the floor. I brought an elbow around to smash my attacker in the skull before he had time to sink his teeth in. Through layers of thin skin, bone hit bone. Once, twice, then a miss. Russell was suddenly above me, slapping and punching at my assailant. I felt hot breath in my ear as strong, thin arms worked their way around my throat. Murphy's big voice yelled, "Damn it!" A sickening crunch of wet bone vibrated through my head as my assailant's skull pushed hard against the back of mine. Then he went limp. Russell still beat my attacker while I squirmed to roll it off of my back. I gathered my feet beneath me and looked down. It wasn't a he, it was a she, a bony grade school girl with a bloody blouse and a vacant, dead stare. Looking up, Murphy's eyes were wide with concern. "I'm okay," I told him without an ounce of dignity in my voice. "Stop, Russell. Stop hitting her." Murphy was immediately back on alert, listening and looking in all directions. Russell stopped beating, but fell to his knees and sobbed. We waited there in the dining room for a good while, covering the entries in case anything else in the house should find us interesting.
but nothing did.
Afterwards, it took 15 cautious minutes to search the sprawling house for others. It was empty. Nor were there any whites on the lawn or in the empty lots next door. The isthmus was deserted. We found ourselves back in the living room, on the other side of the fish tank, standing among the remains of 5 or 6 kids, probably the older couple's grandchildren. Russell was on his knees among them, the tiny pink shoe still in his hands, crying like a father next to the body of his own lifeless daughter. It was painful to see, so much so that I saw the glassiness of repressed tears in Murphy's eyes. He'd murdered his first child just minutes before. Sure, he had been saving my life, but that just didn't make it any fucking easier when a child's dead eyes stared up at you from the floor, begging you for an answer to the question of why they couldn't wake up from their nightmares. Why won't the monsters go away? Please, Daddy, I'm so scared. Breathe. Breathe. Move the feet. Change the subject. Look away. Anything. Murphy looked at Russell and asked softly, "You think he lost his kids?" "Maybe in that fire," I said. "That would fucking suck." "Yeah." How hard would it be retain the full depth of human emotional pain while being completely incapable of understanding it? That was Russell's burden, another measure of the virus's cruelty. Perhaps needing to redirect his attention as much as I, Murphy said, "I saw a gun safe in the library." "If it's open, cool," I said. "If not, I think we're screwed." "You check that. I'm going to go take care of some business, if you know what I mean. Then I'm going to see if I can raid Grandpa's toolbox. The guy had some serious tools in that workshop." "Yeah," I agreed. "That'll make Dahlhover happy. There aren't many tools in Sarah's house." "Nothing will ever make Dahlhover happy." "Okay, do your business," I said. "Then work on making Dahlhover less unhappy." "I'll check the gun safe, then head upstairs and get the medicine cabinets. After, I'll come back down and try to get Russell to help me with the pantry." "All right." Murphy hurried off. Before leaving Russell to wallow alone with his grief, I spotted a nice watch on the old man's wrist. He wouldn't need that anymore. I went upstairs where most of the house's bedrooms were located. I hurried through the rooms that appeared to have been used by the children visiting their grandparents. I stopped long enough to steal the pillowcases and backpacks. I dumped the contents of those on the beds without taking any time to look. No upside there. I also found 3 laptop computers and 4 cell phone chargers. Those weren't at all necessary for our immediate survival needs, but could come in really handy in alleviating the inevitable boredom that was to come from being imprisoned in Sarah Mansfield's house. In the boat, I stashed the laptops, 2 pillowcases full of medications raided from the master bedroom, and a couple of his and hers revolvers from the nightstands by the bed. Next, I checked the gun safe. It had a combination lock and a formidable appearance. I scratched that off the list. Back in the living room, I went through the children's pants pockets and found their phones. Then I took Russell by the hand and nearly had to drag him away from the carnage to help me with the pantry. Once back in the kitchen, where he could see no bodies, he started to improve. 5 cases of bottled water were stacked in the back of the pantry. We didn't need that at Sarah's house, but 1 case was going to the boat as part of our emergency supply to be left there. The rest would stay in the pantry as part of our supply at this safe house. I also set aside several shelves worth of canned food for the same purpose. Russell and I filled pillowcases with canned soups, canned meats, olive oil, pasta, and boxes of wonderfully sugary breakfast cereals. The kind that kids love. Exactly the kind that was absent from Sarah's house. We made 5 trips to the boat to carry it all. Once done loading, it occurred to me that I hadn't seen Murphy the whole time. Damn it. I should have noticed sooner. I instructed Russell to stay close and quiet, Mostly, I just hoped he would. We hurried off in the direction of the garage. After passing through a large washroom, I stood in the doorway to the garage and workshop. There were no windows in the garage. It was pitch black. I shined my flashlight around, but saw nothing. Murphy? Nothing. Murphy! I went in and searched around a partially assembled antique pickup, inside, underneath, and in the bed. Murphy was nowhere to be seen. Tools were scattered everywhere. He had to have been there. A loud noise from somewhere outside panicked me. I reversed direction in the dark garage, nearly running Russell over in the process, and headed back toward the laundry room door. I sprinted through the house, pausing at each window I passed, looking for movement outside. I reached the kitchen in seconds that passed like agonizing minutes. Through the windows, I was able to see out to the boathouse. I spotted a dark figure standing at the stern of the pontoon boat. I immediately thought the worst, and rushed through the back door with my weapon up, aimed at the shadowy figure. Fear didn't occur to me in that moment. I was in null spot mode. If Murphy needed help, I'd help. I ran around the pool and down the slope toward the boathouse. Getting closer and closer, I slowed. All of the detail, previously obscured by darkness and distance, resolved. It was Murphy, standing by the stern of the pontoon boat. When he turned, his big grin shone like a beacon. "Oops." "Oops?" I asked.
Yeah, man.
Murphy pointed to a big red box 5 feet long and 3 feet wide, lying on the flat deck of the pontoon boat. I was trying to roll this toolbox onto the pontoon boat. "What?" I was trying to— "Why?" I asked impatiently. "We have a boat." I scrounged up all the good tools in the garage, but there were a lot of them, and you never know what you're going to need. "So you brought all of them?" I asked. "There were more in there," Murphy answered defensively. "And?" I asked, very deliberately looking at the heavy toolbox, causing the boat to list slightly to stern. Murphy looked from the box to me, as though I was a little slow for not figuring it out already. "We'll just take both boats back." My first instinct was to say no, to argue, but then I thought, why not? The pontoon boat wasn't fast, but we didn't need fast. If anything, the pontoon boat might be better for scavenging than the ski boat.
With its long, flat deck, it was kind of the water equivalent of a pickup truck. It made sense.
I pointed over to the ski boat and said, "I think Russell and I got enough food for 3 or 4 days, maybe more." I checked the time on my new wristwatch. "Nice watch," Murphy complimented me. "It's kind of loose." I fished a second big gold watch out of my pocket. "Here, I got one for you too." The guy had a whole collection of them in his closet, one for every day. "Man, you know what this watch is worth?" Murphy asked. "Does it matter anymore?" I asked. "More than my car," Murphy told me anyway. We'd planned to be back at Sarah's house by midnight, but it was just after 10 o'clock. So we went upriver to check out a second location on the south bank. We left the pontoon boat at the safe house with plans to pick it up on the way back.
I said, "I know I was the one who argued that Russell could be helpful in carrying stuff if we brought him along, but I think he's too unpredictable."
"Yeah, man," Murphy nodded. "He's a liability. You never know when he's going to sound off." "Nope." "Man, do you see that?" Murphy asked, tension suddenly in his voice. "What?" I slowed the boat. I peered into the darkness and was just able to make out a geometric shape on the river, maybe a half-mile ahead. It wasn't an immediate danger, but it was out of the ordinary, and that was reason enough for caution. Murphy stood and pulled his rifle up to the ready. I looked at the shadows on first the right and then the left bank, with ambush on my mind. There was nothing unusual, just the trees and the water.
When we'd halved the distance, I saw that the shape was a tourist boat with 2 decks made to resemble a riverboat from the 1800s.
It was probably 70 or 80 feet long, with lots of space on the decks for 100 tourists to eat fajitas, drink margaritas, and enjoy the sunsets. It looked deserted. Pointing at the boat, I said, "It's not drifting. It must be anchored there." "That's not a bad idea, man." Murphy was giving it some thought. "The infected can't get to you out in the middle of the river. I guess. They can't swim, can they?" "Don't know." I'd assumed that they couldn't, but realized that that was the purest of assumptions. I hadn't seen one swimming, and that was all of the supporting evidence I had. "Swing wide around it," Murphy said. "I wouldn't get too close yet." "Yet?" I asked, navigating the ski boat closer to the north shore. Man, it could be a great place to get away from the whites. As we got a clear view of the starboard side, we saw 3 ski boats tied off there. I grew wary and stopped watching the shores, focusing instead on movement on the decks.
"You think there's anybody alive on that boat?" Murphy asked. Shaking my head, I said, "All I know is that I don't like this one bit."
Not waiting for a response from Murphy, I pushed the throttle forward a little. I had a bad feeling about the derelict boat. We were passing 50 or 60 feet off of the starboard side of the boat when Murphy said, "I think it's deserted." "Murphy, if we were on that boat, we'd be hiding, right? We'd be doing our best to make it look deserted, right?" "Exactly." He said it with little enthusiasm. "Exactly?" I asked. "That sounds like agreement, but I know it's not." With the tourist boat behind us, but not yet at a safe distance, Murphy leaned over and pulled the throttle all the way back, leaving the boat to idle while the current sapped our momentum. "Either there's nobody on the boat, or there's somebody." "Oh, Jesus," I mocked.
"And you call me Professor."
"Man, I'm just saying, if there were infected, we'd have seen them moving around." "Probably," I nodded. "If it was some kind of ambush," said Murphy, rubbing his chin, "they would have shot us already." "Maybe," I agreed. "If they were hostile, they probably would have been up there on the top deck, pointing guns and acting like assholes or something. So, it's either empty, or there are some regular people up there hiding from us because they don't know our intentions." "And?" I asked, prompting Murphy for a conclusion before our boat drifted too far back down the river. Murphy told me, "It's safe for us to get on the boat." "Look, Sherlock," my tone heavy with sarcasm, "I don't think those are all the possibilities. That boat looks like nothing but risk to me. I see every possibility of getting shot or chomped, and I don't see any upside." "Man, it's cool," Murphy reassured. "Take us over there."
"I'm going to check it out."
"It's a bad idea." I didn't make any move toward the throttle. "Take us over there," Murphy insisted. Oh well. Murphy stood in the bow with a rope in his hand, ready to jump over to the lower deck of the pseudo-paddle boat when we got close. Having only driven a ski boat rarely, I was cautious in my approach, not wanting to bounce the bows together with enough force to damage anything. As much as I wondered what lay hidden behind the waist-high rails on both decks of the big boat, my attention was pulled back to driving the ski boat. Okay, Murphy coaxed. "Another couple of feet." "Don't come any closer," a female voice commanded out of the darkness. Startled, I fumbled with the throttle as my eyes darted around for the source of the voice. I accidentally pushed the throttle forward. The engine revved, and a second later the ski boat glanced off the big boat.
In the collision, momentum carried Murphy over the bow, and he landed roughly against the railing that went all the way around the lower deck. The ski boat drifted back out, leaving a cursing Murphy hanging on the rail with his feet dangling in the water. "You let go of that rail," the female voice commanded urgently. Above, over the second deck railing, I saw the silhouettes of 3 heads, and more importantly,
I saw the long barrel of a rifle angling down toward Murphy. "Hey! Hey!" I shouted. Russell was suddenly on his feet beside me. What the hell was he doing? "I can't swim!" Murphy hollered to anyone who would listen. "You should have thought about that before you jumped on our boat," the woman replied. "I fell!" Murphy yelled back. "Be cool," I hollered to the people on the boat. "Just let me come back over and get him." I steered the slow-moving ski boat toward Murphy. The heads appeared to be conferring. "Look," I said, "we thought the boat was deserted."
We don't mean any harm. If you guys try to get on, I'll shoot." "You guys?" I looked over at Russell and calmly said, "Russell, sit down, please." I put a hand on his shoulder and guided him into the seat beside mine. I called back up, "We're not trying to jump on your boat." "Yet. There's your boy hanging from the rail," the voice replied. "His boy?" Murphy's tone suggested that he was offended by that. Making my voice as smooth as possible, I pleaded with her. "We don't want to hurt you. We thought the boat was deserted. Just let me get Murphy off of the boat and we'll go, if that's what you want. You don't need to be afraid of us." "You're all infected," she said. "I can see that from here." The ski boat's bow bumped the hull of the riverboat next to Murphy, and he danced his legs in the air until he managed to get a foot into our boat. "Yeah," I called back up, "we are, but we're not like the other infected." I got a little exasperated. Hell, that much should be obvious just because we're talking. Murphy hauled himself into our boat, and as soon as he was all the way in, I reversed the boat and backed away to a distance of 10 feet or so. Then, with the engine idling, I asked, "You okay, Murphy?" "Man, I'm fine," Murphy grinned sheepishly. "As long as crazy bitch don't shoot me." "Be nice," the girl said in a normal tone of voice. "Be nice?" I laughed. "You were going to shoot us a second ago." "You're off of our boat now," she answered. Murphy said, "Man, let's get out of here." "Hold on a sec," I said. I called up to the girl, "Now that we're back on our own boat, can we talk for a minute?" "As long as you keep your distance," was the answer. Great. What did I want to ask? "Look, we're staying at a place downriver, and we'll probably be coming this way to look for food and stuff. Do I need to worry about you shooting us every time we pass by?" Conferring again. Just don't get too close. If you don't want me to, I won't, I assured them. Then another voice, a younger voice, blurted out, "Why do you guys look infected but act normal?" Harsh, muffled words followed between them. "We're slow burns," I answered. "We got infected, but then we got better. Are you all immune? Do you know?" "Slow burns?" another female voice asked. Well, that answered that question. They were all 3 girls. That's just what they called us. We have a higher temperature than normal. Obviously, we're white, well, except for Murphy. He prefers mocha frost. Besides that, we're normal. "How many of you are there?" a girl asked. "Don't tell 'em," Murphy whispered. "There are 6 of us," I answered. "Are they all like you?" she asked. "No," I answered. "The others are normal. They're immune." "Immune?" There was excitement in the voice. "How do you know?" "One's a nurse. They were at the hospital until, well." "They're with us now." "Until what?" The voice was suspicious. "The hospital was overrun." I paused and said, "Hey, my name is Zed. That's Murphy there in the bow, and this is Russell here beside me. But Russell doesn't talk. Why don't you at least tell me your names so I know who I'm talking to?" The girl with the rifle stood up. "My name is Amy. This is Brittany and Megan." It was hard to make out their features in the darkness, but Brittany and Megan were shorter. They had higher-pitched voices. I guessed they were in junior high or grade school.
Null spot, Murphy scolded me in a low voice. Dude, chill, I told him. The girls had to be alone. If not, why send a woman and 2 young girls to defend the boat? They had to be poorly armed. Again, why send 1 hunting rifle against 2 heavily armed men? Are you guys okay? I asked in a voice that showed sincere concern.
There was a hesitation, but in a voice that belied the truth, Amy answered,
We're fine. They're not fine, Murphy whispered, suddenly concerned. I know, I told him. What are you saying? Amy asked. I answered, We don't think you're fine. It's just the 3 of you, right? Another pause, and Amy answered, No. Yeah, I answered, with just enough sarcasm to let her know that I didn't believe her. We just scavenged some stuff from a house downriver. We've got some food and some bottled water. You guys can have some if you need it. I looked at Murphy, ready to defend my choice, but his face showed me that he agreed. He must have come to the same conclusion as me. The girls weren't doing well. The 3 conferred for a moment. I called over, We can pull alongside and put the stuff on the deck and pull away. We have a case of bottled water we don't need. We saw some bodies floating in the river. It's probably not safe to drink the river water. We boil it, Brittany answered.
Good, I said. Do you have any food?
If you have some you don't need, Amy answered.
Well, I wouldn't say that, I called. But we could spare a few bags. A lot of it's canned. Do you have a can opener?
There's a galley in the back of the boat. Yeah, probably.
Good, I said. Can I pull alongside and put the stuff on?
Yes, Amy answered. But don't get on the boat. It took a minute to maneuver the boat over. Once there, Murphy moved the case of bottled water and a few pillowcases full of groceries over to the big boat. As he finished up, I picked up one of the revolvers I found at the safe house and handed it to him. Give him that, too. What? They only have the 1 gun, I told him. We can get more. Murphy grudgingly took the revolver and laid it on the deck, along with a box of bullets. When I pulled the boat away, one of the girls disappeared from above and reappeared on the bottom deck. We left you a gun and some ammo, I called across the water.
You need more than 1 gun.
Thank you, Amy said with deep sincerity. The other girls thanked us as well. I'm curious about how the boat thing is working out for you, but maybe we can stop back by tomorrow night. I don't want to overstay our welcome tonight. Yes, Amy said. You guys can stop back by tomorrow. Cool, I responded. Oh, one quick thing. Do you know if the infected can swim? Have they been able to get to you in the boat? No, Amy answered. They can't. They come to the banks when they see us, but they never come out into the water. Listen, I said. You know the movie star, Sarah Mansfield? Of course, all of the girls did. Megan said, She has a big house down the river. My dad showed it to me when we were skiing last summer. Cool, I answered. That's where we're staying. I'll make a deal with you if you're interested. What's that? Amy asked, cautious again. We've got plenty of room down there.
If you guys get in trouble and need to get out of here, you can come down.
How do we get up there? Megan asked. It's way up on the cliff. There's 8 or 9 mansions right down on the water on that side of the river. A little ways past the last one on the left is a boathouse. Just come there. How will you know we're there? Amy asked. Security cameras, I answered. You said a deal, Amy said. What do you want from us? Pretty much the same thing, I answered. If we get in trouble and have to bail out in a hurry, can we come here? Brittany was back on the top deck, and the 3 of them deliberated for a moment. She answered, It'll probably be okay. Thanks, I said. Well, Amy, Brittany, Megan, it was good to meet you guys. I think we need to get back before they get too worried about us. The girls thanked us across the water as I turned the boat around and headed downriver with the current.
With the tourist boat shrinking in the distance behind us, Murphy came over and stood on the deck between where Russell and I sat. "That was a good thing you did, Nullspot. It was the right thing to do." I smiled and nodded, hoping that he was right. At first I thought it was thunder, but the sky was still clear. The wind hadn't changed direction. Nothing was different. It was just another hot, mosquito-filled Texas night. But the rumble grew louder the further we went downriver. Russell was growing agitated in the back of the boat. Murphy was looking up at the mountain crests on the north side of the river with worry furrowing his face. "That can't all be gunfire, can it?" I asked him. Murphy slowly nodded. "It's over in West Austin somewhere. I'm betting Camp Mabry. Sounds like they're shooting everything they've got. I'm glad I'm not a white over there right now." Murphy shook his head.
I'm just glad I'm not over there right now.
"That's all machine guns and grenades and stuff?" I asked.
"Yep." Murphy was nodding again.
"I can't even imagine how many whites they must be slaughtering with all that." Murphy stood and looked off into the darkness. "I can't imagine how many whites are attacking them if they're still shooting." "Fuck," I muttered, as the realization of that sank in. Murphy looked down at me with a request forming on his lips, but it didn't need completion. I throttled forward. Noise be damned, and get the pontoon boat another night. Shit was going down. There was no time to waste. The miles disappeared in a hurry as the ski boat slid over the smooth water. We skipped the drift phase and motored right into the boathouse. After docking, we ran up the tunnel with several pillowcases full of groceries and the extra revolver. When we exited the elevator in Sarah's basement, Steph was waiting for us with a poker face, but with dread in her eyes.
"What's the story?" I asked.
Sergeant Dahlhover and Mandy are on the roof,
Steph started.
"What are they doing there?" I interrupted.
"Listening." Steph was terse. Murphy asked, "What's going on?" Steph gave Murphy a stern look. "You take the video room. We don't know yet what's happening, but you know as well as I do that it's big. Zed, all of the steel doors have been rolled down over the windows and the patio. We're secure, but you take Russell and check every window and every door. Double-check the garage." "But we haven't been out there," I protested. "Doesn't matter," she told me. "Double-check them all. Do it now." "Yes, ma'am." That grated on me. I hated being told what to do. But she was the boss. And she was right about the double-checking. I ran toward the stairs. "When you finish up here, go back down and double-check the boathouse." "Do you want us to bring up the rest of the groceries on our way back?" I asked. Steph was surprised.
"There's more?" I pointed to the pillowcases we'd laid by the wall. "That much, and a little more. Bring what you can, then come to the roof. That's where the rest of us will be." She turned to Murphy. "I'll send Mandy down once we get upstairs." Then she looked at all of us. "Stick together. Stay in your buddy pairs until this blows over. Now go." Murphy went to the video room. Steph headed for the elevator, and Russell and I ran up the stairs. It took maybe 30 minutes to check all the windows, the garage doors, and the boathouse. It was a big house, but everything was as buttoned up as it could be. We were secure. Russell and I got off the elevator on the roof to see Steph and Dahlhover leaning on the rail, looking east toward the sound. I looked too, and saw nothing but trees. "It's all secure," I told them as I walked up. "Thank you," said Steph. "Double-checking all of the windows makes us more secure. You understand that, right?" "Of course," I answered. "Mistakes are paid in blood." Both Steph and Dahlhover gave me an odd look. I shrugged, but didn't think it needed explaining. Steph said, "You're right. We can't afford to make any mistakes." "Murphy thinks there's a battle over at Camp Mabry," I said, diverting back to the salient issue. "Yeah," Dahlhover agreed. Steph pointed east over the trees.
We've seen flashes from explosions over there. Sergeant Dahlhover doesn't think they're far away." "Yeah," I said. "Camp Mabry is only a couple of miles that way. It sounds intense. Do you think that maybe the army is finally here?" Dahlhover shook his head and looked back out into the night. I didn't pursue the point. I knew it had been a stupid question to ask. "It sounds like it's slowing down to me, but it doesn't look like we're going to learn anything up here that we can't learn from downstairs," Steph said. "All we're doing is exposing ourselves to stray bullets, even if we are out of their effective range. Sergeant, what do you think?"
"Can't see dick up here," Dahlhover answered. Steph pointed toward the door.
"Let's go down to the video room."
So we all trooped downstairs. When we got there, Murphy and Mandy were sharing cold Pop-Tarts. It didn't take much more than the smell of the sugar and the crinkle of a foil wrapper to tempt the rest of us to join in. After several days of perfectly healthy veggies, the Pop-Tarts were delicious. Steph spoke first.
"Sergeant Dahlhover, what are your thoughts?"
Dahlhover spent a minute collecting those thoughts before he answered. "I'd say there's a pretty good force over at Camp Mabry. National Guard, maybe some regular army, maybe some civilians. Probably hiding out there the same way we were at the hospital." He paused for a long time. "With the same result?" I asked. Everybody silently looked at me. Uncomfortable moments stretched through the silence. "Looks that way," Dahlhover finally confirmed.
Steph asked, "Why do you think there are so many infected?"
Dahlhover shook his head. "Don't know. Maybe it's the bunch from the hospital. Maybe it's the bunch from the farm. Maybe the guys just started shooting at some whites and didn't stop soon enough, so everyone on this side of town came running. Maybe the smart ones found them."
"Any other guesses?" Steph asked. There weren't any. "Are we in danger?" Mandy asked. Murphy put a hand on her shoulder, but didn't say anything one way or the other. "We don't know, Mandy," Steph told her, "but we're going to play it safe. Tonight, we'll keep watch in pairs." She looked at me and then Murphy. "You guys have been out doing your job. Sergeant Dahlhover and I will take the first watch." While Steph was looking at each of us for questions, I said, "I think we should all stay down here tonight. Close. We can sleep in the recliners in the theater."
"I can do that," Murphy said.
"Those things are comfortable."
"We should probably keep a bug-out pack close too," I added, just in case.
"Hide and run," Steph confirmed. "That's our strategy, I agree." "Wait!" Murphy's tone got everyone's instant attention. He pointed up at one of the screens. 3 people were running across the road, 2 soldiers and a civilian. It took half a second to extrapolate their path through the trees onto the dirt road and right at our walls. I did a quick check of my rifle, pistol, and machete and was stepping toward the door while asking, "Are we going to bring them in?" There was a pause. Dahlhover looked at Steph. Murphy looked at me. Mandy looked worried. Russell followed me over to the door. "Somebody open the gate when they come to it," I said. "Don't let them through the second gate until I'm there." "No," Steph said, suddenly past her indecision. "Don't go alone. Mandy, you stay here and watch the monitors. The rest of us will go. Let's not take any chances."
Chapter 36. We spread out in a semicircle around the end of the driveway, where the gate would slide open. I was by the wall, with Russell standing too close. I had my machete and pistol at the ready. Murphy stood away from the door, and would likely be the first one the soldiers saw once the door slid open. Dahlhover was off to Murphy's other side, and Steph was opposite me with the door opener in her hand. The howling of whites in the trees was noticeable. They weren't there when we left the video room, and with no way to communicate with Mandy, we had no idea how many were out there. It was more than a handful, and less than a few dozen. In the distance, though, there were hundreds. Their vocalizations were starting to overwhelm the sounds of battle, which were decreasing significantly. What did that mean?
So we stood there, not knowing for sure what was beyond the door. Had Mandy opened the outside gate for the soldiers, only to have them chased in by a mob of whites?
We should have left the decision to open the interior gate in her hands. At this point, she was the only one who knew what was beyond. That's what I was thinking when Steph raised the opener and very dramatically pressed the button. The gate's opening mechanism clanged, and the tall steel gate lurched. Murphy readied himself in front of the gap. I hefted the machete. "Hello?" Steph called a greeting, barely audible over the sound of the rolling gate. When the gap created by the opening gate was maybe 18 inches wide, it became time to pay a bloody price for another mistake. But I didn't think about that until later. A gun went off. In the microseconds that it took to be surprised and process the sound, Murphy's head snapped hard to the right, and he seemed to have lost his balance. There was blood in the air. He was falling. Dahlhover cursed. My mood flipped from caution to blinding, white-hot rage.
2 hands, holding a pistol out in front, policeman style, pushed through the gap in the gate, and without the tiniest hint of hesitation, I swung my machete in a big arc over my head and chopped across both wrists. A severed hand and a pistol spun off towards Steph. A man shrieked. The other hand dangled from a forearm on ragged tendons. Blood spewed. The gate stopped and reversed as I dropped my Glock and machete and pulled my M4 up to maximize my killing power, because it was time to do some killing. In half a second, I was pushing my rifle barrel through the shrinking gap and pointing it at a handless, screaming man on the ground beneath a fountain of his own blood. Steph's voice was screaming too, not in panic, but in harsh orders. The words didn't process, and I didn't care. Only the trigger and the soon-to-be-dead man mattered to me. Just as I pulled the trigger, my rifle jerked hard upward, and I sent 3 rounds over the wall. "God damn it!" I raged. Before I even knew what was happening, Dahlhover had my rifle pushed back against my chest and pointed at the sky, while pinning me against the cinder block abutment where the gate closed. His eyes were hard to match with the blaze in mine. The gate clanged shut. "What the fuck?" I screamed at Dahlhover. With hands like stone and an expressionless statue face, he didn't respond. How could that skinny fucker be so strong? My hands were shaking, I was so angry. But I fought to control the rage. Without that control, Dahlhover wasn't going to let go of me. And if Dahlhover didn't let go of me in those next few seconds, things were going to get very ugly. Over Dahlhover's shoulder, I saw Steph kneeling at Murphy's side. Her hands immediately went to work at his head. I had to get over there. "Let me go," I told Dahlhover, in as calm a tone as I could muster. He waited a few seconds before releasing me, using those seconds to reassure me that he was in control. But he let go and stepped out of my way. I was immediately on my knees on Murphy's other side. "Cover that gate," Steph ordered Dahlhover, pressing a cloth to the side of Murphy's head. Murphy was breathing. His eyes were open, but didn't appear to see anything. His left arm was busy trying to do something repetitive. I felt helpless. Chapter 1. Steph, in nothing but a bra and jeans, was on her knees at Murphy's side with 2 fingers divining for a pulse on the side of his throat. She pressed her t-shirt to the wound on his head and moved her lips in whispers, whether to herself or Murphy, who knew. Gunshots rang the driveway door's steel sheets and punched 3 neat holes around Russell, who stood oblivious, watching Steph and me. "Cease fire," Dahlhover ordered. "Cease fire!" 3 more gunshots. "God damn it!" Dahlhover yelled, with real anger in his voice. "This is First Sergeant Dahlhover, U.S. Army, retired. If you fire 1 more round, I'm gonna open this door and shove that weapon up your ass. Do you hear me?" Still on one knee beside Murphy,
I was pointing my M4 at the door, ready to send a full magazine of punishment back through the sheet metal. "Move, Russell," Dahlhover ordered. Russell didn't respond. "Russell!" I yelled sharply to get his attention. I pointed to where Dahlhover had protected himself behind the abutment. "Go stand behind Sergeant Dahlhover. Move!" Russell shuffled to his left. Once he was beside Dahlhover, the situation hit a tense stasis. No one spoke. No weapons discharged. Steph's lips moved in silent entreaties as she tended to Murphy. A bleeding man on the other side of the gate, too stupid to think before he acted, mewled while his remaining hand dangled by a tendon. The infected out in the cedar forest yowled, and the popcorn bursts of distant rifle fire punctuated their cries.
Dahlhover broke the tension with, "Who is on the other side of this wall?" An uncomfortably long silence followed before a female voice answered, "Specialist Freitag and Specialist Harris, sir. We have a man down." The expression on Dahlhover's face turned to something else too quickly to decipher, before switching back to apathy-masked danger. Fists pounding on the outside gate announced the arrival of the infected. I stifled a curse. The gunshots, the shouting, the noisy rolling of the gates. Every white within earshot was on its way. Dahlhover looked to Steph and asked, "Captain, in or out?" Steph appeared frozen by the choice. I glanced at her, then back at the gate. But before she passed the point where my impatience compelled me to answer for her, in an emotionless voice she said, "In, if we can get them in safely. Any risk, and they can go back out with the infected." She refocused her attention on Murphy and his wound. My simmering rage was coming to a boil, stoked by the sight of the bloody t-shirt pressed to the side of Murphy's head. His eyes were closed. He wasn't moving. But the part of my brain that was still rational enough to slough off the anger reminded me that rage was not my friend. It was my favorite addiction, but it only ever led to tears and regret. "Breathe. Breathe. Suck it up, bitch. Calm down. For now, anyway. For now." "Freitag," Dahlhover called softly. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, sir," Freitag answered, mimicking his volume. "We were trying to help you. You have a man down. We have a man down. Accidents happen." And then my emotions slipped. "Accident bullshit. That fucker shot Murphy on purpose." "Quiet, Zane," Dahlhover lashed out with the practiced authority of a longtime sergeant. "Shit happens in the real world. Now grow up or shut your goddamned mouth." I was cowed. But Dahlhover was right. Breathe. Breathe. Don't fuck this up more than it already is. Dahlhover called back. "Specialist Freitag, you can wait until the whites outside leave. We'll open that gate and you can go. Or you come in and you won't be harmed, but I swear to God, if you raise a weapon at one of my people, I'll beat your ass so bad that you'll goddamned well thank me when I throw your stupid ass back over the wall. Your choice." I didn't hear anything through the gate, though I guessed they were discussing their choices in hushed voices. The handless man had fallen silent, passed out, or dead. Freitag answered, "Sir, we'd like to come in." Dahlhover looked back to Steph again. It was clear that she had the final say. She looked at both Dahlhover and me, perhaps giving us a chance to voice dissent. We didn't. She gave Dahlhover a nod, raised the clicker, and pushed the button to open the gate. The electric motor and rattling wheels echoed up through the flat metal panels of the gate and drowned out the sound of the whites pounding outside. I looked down the barrel of my rifle and tracked across the growing gap, ready to stop on the first target that came into view. But the bloody body of the handless man came first. I passed. A big, bald man in fatigues, with thick shoulders, Murphy's size, knelt beside the handless man, tending his wounds. The gate rolled further open. A young, dark-haired woman in camouflaged fatigues, seemingly designed to camouflage her gender more than anything else, stood with a rifle in her sling pointed at the dirt. Her round, young face held no expression, though her eyes immediately locked on Murphy. "Specialist Freitag?" Dahlhover asked. "Yes." Another odd look on Dahlhover's face. He looked suspicious to me, and that put me on edge. Dahlhover said, "Get your man, and be quiet about it. Let's get this gate closed." Using a two-man saddleback carry, the soldiers picked up and carried their injured companion into the compound. Steph fingered the button on the clicker, and the gate started closing behind them. She stood up, looking at the situation. Two potentially hostile soldiers carrying a wounded man, the four of us with Murphy still on the ground, and Dahlhover and me standing there with weapons at the ready. The rumble of a Humvee engine behind us caught our attention. Racing one of the Humvees down from the house, Mandy brought the vehicle to a dramatic stop behind us, jumped out, and immediately fell to her knees beside Murphy. As though she had planned it that way, Steph didn't waste a second. She pointed to Murphy and then to the bleeding man. "Put them in the Humvee." The two soldiers immediately moved to comply. Dahlhover looked at me, then nodded toward Murphy. It was clear from his stance and the placement of his hands on his rifle that I needed to figure out how to get Murphy loaded up without his help. Dahlhover intended to stay at the ready. Still at Murphy's side, I shouted a command to Russell to come help me. "How bad is it?" Mandy asked Steph through her tears. "It might be superficial," Steph answered, "but get behind the wheel. You're driving us back to the house." Mandy started to protest, but understood enough about the situation to just nod and comply. She straightened back up. Freitag and Harris had little trouble loading their skinny charge into the rear passenger side of the Humvee. For Russell and me, with limp Murphy, the going was tougher, even with Steph's help. He weighed so damn much. Not lifeless, but disturbingly close. I closed the door on the Humvee and noticed Freitag and Harris standing to the side with blank faces and idle hands. I wanted to berate them for not helping with Murphy, but I held my tongue. Had they given us a hand with him, I would have wanted to berate them for that. Such was my anger. Any excuse would detonate it. As the Humvee started to roll, Dahlhover ordered, "Up to the house." "We'll unload them and move them downstairs to the lobby outside the video room. Zane, you lead when we get to the house. I'll take up the rear. Go." One step into my run, Dahlhover said, "Zane, wait. Pick up the hand." "What?" "Pick up the hand." "Fuck you," was the phrase on my lips. But I managed to say, "Why? We can't reattach it without a doctor." "Just get it. Move. Let's go." God damn. The three soldiers jogged toward the house. I went over and picked up the wounded guy's pistol. I slipped it into my belt, shivering. My fingers lingered in the air just above the severed hand on the ground. In spite of all the death I'd seen, the thought of picking up the amputated hand gave me the willies. But if I didn't, I'd get shamed by Dahlhover in front of the others when I caught up with them at the house. That would be worse than touching the macabre artifact. I pinched the thumb between my fingers and lifted. It was supple, warm, just like living flesh. A silver bracelet slipped off of the wrist and jingled to the ground. I nearly ignored it, but paused instead, and bent back down to give it a closer look. Embossed on the silver was a six-armed red cross. I flipped it over to look at the back and rubbed the blood away with my thumb so that I could read the text. Uh-oh. A stream of blood, maybe 3 inches wide, crawled slowly across the floor, forging a meandering path of deep red against stark white marble. The contrast of colors
and slow, worming movement was hypnotic, even beautiful, if you could forget for a moment that it was the essence of life, flowing from the open veins of a bird-thin man in blood-soaked clothes 3 sizes too big. He lay semi-conscious, smearing the pristine red into ugly smudges around his body, his face stretched into a silent grimace. Thin, brittle hair tried to cover an oversized skull.
Bulbous elbow joints stood out from Holocaust arms like the lump of his larynx riding up and down under pallid skin. Most of us were there in the lobby between the theater and the video room. Freitag and Steph were tending to the wraith who had lost his hands. Well, he'd lost one hand. The other was, for all practical purposes, lost. Murphy lay on the floor with a pillow under his head, eyes closed. Mandy was keeping pressure on his wound, tears silently slipping down her cheeks. Beside her, Russell, with his hands on Murphy, quietly stared. The well of his tears had run dry. Dahlhover stood in the doorway of the video room, passing occasional instructions over his shoulder to Specialist Harris, whom he had parked in front of the monitors. The blood oozed its way past the toes of my boots, and it occurred to me that I still had that amputated hand, somehow forgotten, as though it held onto me as much as I onto it. In my other hand, I grasped the bloody silver bracelet. "I don't think you can save him," I said.
In doing so, I accepted the reality of what my anger-fueled machete swing had been, justified or not, murder. Freitag ignored me. Without looking at me, Steph said, "Zed, go out to the Humvees and see if you can find some more of these bandages." I didn't comply. My anger was gone. Harsh reason was back. Irritated, Steph repeated, "Zed, I need you to get us more bandages." That snapped me out of my own thoughts. He's a hemophiliac. Both Freitag and Steph stopped working and turned to look at me. I reached out and presented the bloody silver medical ID bracelet to them. Steph took it and looked at it closely. "Where did you get this?" I raised the amputated hand and showed it to them. Freitag looked down at the bird-thin bleeder. "All the more reason to get those bandages. Now," Steph emphasized. Separating my emotions from the situation, I said, "I don't think we should." "You want him to die?" Freitag snapped, letting her anger run free.
"Calm down," Dahlhover ordered, his hands wrapped very comfortably around his rifle.
Freitag started, but couldn't find the words to proceed. "Zed," Steph cut in, "we talked about exactly this kind of situation. The chips are down. You need to go get those bandages." "I will," I told her flatly, "but it would be a mistake." Steph's eyes went cold with anger, but her face showed no emotion at all. I asked, "Can you save him? Even if I get the bandages, can you save him?" Freitag was ready to explode. Steph's face didn't change. "If we were at the hospital right now," I asked, "in the emergency room, back before all this virus shit went down, could you save him?" I don't think... I'd heard bullshit wrapped in authority enough times in my life that I didn't need to hear any more to know what was coming. I cut Steph off. "Answer me honestly. Even if we were at the hospital, could you save him?" Steph's anger shot up in a rush.
She ground her teeth and pinched her lips, but she didn't speak until she breathed in and out a few times. Finally, with an unexpected meekness, she answered, "A hemophiliac with a double amputation. Maybe, but his odds would be low." "And here?" I asked. "Here with no medical facilities, no coagulating agents, no doctors, no sanitary facility? Do we want to use our precious few medical supplies in an attempt to save a man who has, what, a 1 or 2% chance of living through the night? We're not even going to try?" Freitag let all of her disgust for the question flow through her words. I pushed on.
And what if he does make it through the night? What are his chances of being alive once infection sets in? And you know it will. You have to put tourniquets on both arms to stop the bleeding, am I right? He's a hemophiliac. His blood won't clot. A tourniquet is the only way we can stop the bleeding. But with the tourniquets on, the flesh lower on the arm will die.
Then what? Steph's gaze fell to the floor. She couldn't stomach giving up.
He's right, Dahlhover rasped. Freitag slumped as she sat and draped her bloody hands across her knees, staring absently at the amputee. Strands of her black hair had come out from under her cap and were tipped with straw-thin scabs of blood where they dragged across the bleeder's wounds. Her light brown Hispanic skin was smudged with red where her dainty hands had wiped at her sweat. Her smooth, doll-like face was failing completely at masking the hate. So we're just going to let him die? Steph stood up and looked each of us in the eye before settling on Dahlhover. Top? Captain, Dahlhover answered. Unless God himself comes down here and miracles him all better, he'll die. If he makes it through the night, he'll be dead in a week. The longer he lives, the more pain he'll suffer. Letting him die now is the humane thing to do. Steph spun around to look at me with fire in her eyes.
In her head, she knew that letting the man die was the only thing that made sense. But her nurse's heart couldn't accept it, and for that, her eyes showed me her blame. Silence hung in the air, as heavy and slow as impending death. I finally broke it. I'll get the bandages, if that's what you want me to do. Steph didn't answer. Freitag reached over and put a hand on the dying man's cheek. In an icy voice, she said, "He was a painter." Everybody seemed stuck between breaths at that. Freitag continued, "His paintings were beautiful. He was really good. He was living his life's dream when all this shit happened." Softly, Steph asked, "What was his name?" Freitag ignored the question and continued to stare at the bleeding man. "He was my aunt's boyfriend. He was good to her." Silence lingered, broken only by the rapid breaths of the man on the floor. Steph finally admitted, "I can't save him. I don't think he'd want to live without hands." Freitag's voice was harsh. "How can a painter paint without his hands?" Steph looked down at her hands. They were covered in cold, wet blood that had climbed its way up to her elbows. To herself, she said, "I need to wash." She headed for the restroom. That was that. I looked back down at the handless painter, whose blood wasn't delivering enough oxygen to his brain, which in turn told his body to breathe faster. I stepped over the bloody amoeba on the floor and went to squat by Mandy and Murphy. I asked, "How is he?" Mandy started to say something, but burst into tears. When I woke after a short, fitful sleep on a recliner in the theater, I got up and looked around in the darkness. Murphy lay just as he had when I'd gone to sleep. Mandy slept on the recliner pulled up beside his with an arm stretched over to him. Russell slept in a near-sitting position on his recliner. Specialist Harris hung off the edges of a recliner too small for his large frame.
Quite the opposite. Freitag was as engulfed by her recliner as she was by her billowy fatigues. Walking out into the dim glow of the lobby, I saw that the frail-boned bleeder had died in the night. His body was wrapped in blankets and lying next to the elevator. The crawling red floor amoeba and all of the bloody smears had been cleaned off of the white marble floor while I slept. There were no scattered bandages or red footprints. It was as clean as the day we arrived in Sarah Mansfield's house. A glow shone through the open door of the video room. A desk chair creaked. Plastic wheels rolled across a few inches of floor. Hushed conversation followed. I looked back down at the birdman's body, and my gaze lingered across the contours of his head and his bony shoulders. His arms were crossed over his chest like a mummy. A couple of hours of sleep had done nothing but enhance my emotional separation from the corpse.
He may as well have been a piece of abstract furniture or a long-dead museum exhibit. I felt nothing. No pain, no anger, no empathy, and certainly no sorrow. It was just another corpse, tidier than most, but just as dead. He died about an hour after you went to bed. It was Steph's voice behind me, informative in tone and frayed from fatigue. I searched for words that would be right for the moment, but I couldn't find them, so I just stared at the bird man. "We have coffee," Steph offered. I turned. She leaned against the door jamb with a cup in her hand. "We found it in the groceries you brought back." Thinking of going up to the kitchen to get a cup, I looked at the stairs, suddenly daunted by the climb. Maybe a cup wasn't worth it. As if reading my thoughts, Steph tilted her head into the video room and said, "I brought the coffee maker down here. Better to help us stay awake on the night shift." I could use a cup. I walked toward her, and she stepped out of the doorway as I neared.
I asked, "Did you sleep?" She shook her head.
Dahlhover eyed me as I walked in, his eyes no more or less tired than they always looked. "Sergeant Dahlhover and I took the night shift," Steph said. "The whole night?" I asked unnecessarily. "That's the plan," Steph answered. "There's creamer and sugar in the drawer to your left." Without a word, Dahlhover turned back to one of the large monitors. It showed a mob of whites in the dark at the front gate, beating it with their palms and fists. "How many do you think are out there?" I asked Dahlhover as I poured a hot cup. "At least 100. Some are starting to walk around the wall, looking for a way in." "The ignorant fuckers should go away," I said, frustration in my voice. "We're not out there anymore. I mean, we haven't made any noise in hours, right?" "They're beating on the gate. That's the noise," Steph reasoned. "They're too stupid to know it's not us. Their numbers have been growing all night." Dahlhover pointed to one of the whites on the monitor. "That's a smart one." I moved over for a closer look. "Which one?" "The one on the rock?" Steph asked, her surprise giving away a little of her disbelief. "She's not doing anything." "Yep," Dahlhover replied. "Yep?" Steph asked. Dahlhover motioned across the mob with his finger. "Look at 'em. They're all beating on the door, but that one, she's just sitting there on that rock staring at the gate." "Maybe she's really stupid," I hoped. "Maybe lazy, maybe sick." Dahlhover shrugged. Steph asked, "You think she's trying to figure the gate out, don't you?" "Yes, ma'am, I do." Dahlhover looked up at Steph to emphasize his point. The white, sitting on the rock, cocked her head to the side, changing her perspective. It reminded me of a dog. 4 more infected walked out of the cedars and passed her by as they joined the mob. I blurted, "Oh, shit." "What?" Steph was immediately tense.
I pointed at an older man, one of the 4 that had just come out of the cedars.
"I think I know that one." "Know him?" Steph asked, in disbelief. "I used to date a girl who lived down the road. I think that's her dad." Steph drew a deep breath to calm herself. "That's how you knew about this place? You'd been up here before." "Yeah." Together, we watched, and conversation died away. We were hypnotized by the surging mob as they pushed and beat on the gate, the manifestation of death, trying vainly to storm the castle. Vainly, for the moment. I broke the trance. "As much as I hate to say it, I think we're coming to the end of our hiding phase here. It may be time to run soon. What are your thoughts, boss?" "Boss?" Steph looked at me with the smallest of fragile smiles. I shrugged. If you're not going to call me Steph, I think I'd prefer Captain. It wasn't harsh, just a simple request between friends. Jefe? I asked, trying for levity.
I was finding that humor was often the only way past all of the repressively painful bullshit of life as it was. I don't speak Spanish, Steph said, sitting down in the empty rolling chair. Then how did you know what I was saying? I think sometimes you think you're still 15, Steph said, looking intently at the large monitor in front of Dahlhover. Her face still showed the fragile smile, though. Agreed, Dahlhover rasped. Steph concluded, It sounds too much like heifer. I'll stick with boss if that's what you want. I laid a hand on Steph's shoulder. You're the boss. What about you, Dahlhover? You don't want to call me anything but Dahlhover or First Sergeant. Dahlhover's tone gave no hint of allowing compromise. Top? I asked. Dahlhover looked at me, and I understood that for some reason that title was off limits to me. Whatever. I looked back to Steph. Back on topic, boss? Dahlhover withdrew a nearly empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth. In here? I asked, a little offended. Secondhand smoke isn't going to be what kills you, Zane, Dahlhover told me. Steph came to his defense. He can't very well go outside and smoke. Of course he could. He'd be safe on the roof. Nevertheless, I dropped it. The white on the rock cocked her head in the other direction. Steph asked, Sergeant, will that gate hold? Dahlhover gave that some thought as he took a long drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke back out. Hard to say. Your best guess? Steph asked. I think it'll take a whole lot more of them before they have any hope. Even then, the gate might not break. It might bend. If that happens, we won't be able to open it. I said, we need to start keeping account of how deep the crowd is that's pushing on the gate. Steph and Dahlhover both turned with the same blank, what the fuck are you talking about, stare. It didn't bother me. I'd seen the expression too many times in my life to be bothered by it. Let's say the gate does break down, I lectured. If we know how many people deep the crowd is at that moment, then we learn something very important. That is? Dahlhover asked in his flat tone. The interior gate is on the right-hand side of that driveway. The width of the driveway between the walls limits how deep they can stack up in front of it, I explained. For instance, if they have to be 30 deep to exert enough force to break the outside gate, the driveway between the walls may be too narrow for 30 people deep. If that's the case, then they won't be able to break the second gate, and we'll be safe. Steph was nodding when I finished. That makes sense. Sergeant? Makes sense, Dahlhover agreed. I'll set up a log and instruct the watch to track the mob depth every 15 minutes. I think you earned a Pop-Tart, Zed. Steph gave me a real smile. I smiled back. Damn it, Dahlhover groused, and reached down to open a drawer of a file cabinet. From within, he pulled out a foil-packaged pair and handed them to me. I accepted. Thank you, hoarders. I love these things. Dahlhover turned back to the monitors. I think we stay for now, Steph announced. When they breach the first gate, we'll reconsider. Besides coffee and the other goodies, how did your trip upriver turn out? I briefly gave her and Dahlhover the important points. Any trouble with infected at the house? I hesitated, then shrugged. Steph knit her brows and asked, They were in the house? Some, I answered. How many? Some. Were you in any danger? My hesitation gave me away. Zed! Steph was a little more angry than the conversation warranted. You can't keep taking unnecessary risks. You're going to get killed. I'm fine, I added a lie. I know what I can get away with. Steph huffed and turned her attention back to the monitors. I asked, Do we know anything for sure about Murphy yet? Is he going to be all right?
Steph shrugged.
The bullet didn't penetrate the skull, but it did hit bone when it grazed his head. And we'll see. We'll see, I shot back at her. What does that mean? He's unconscious, right? He hasn't been awake since it happened. Is he in a coma?
Zed, don't be melodramatic, Steph kindly scolded. I cleaned the wound and put an antibiotic on before I bandaged it. It stopped bleeding. He's probably got a concussion. Whether there's more damage, swelling of the brain, or something else, I won't know until he wakes up. Worst case? I asked. It doesn't do any good to talk about the worst case, Zed. Almost pleading, Steph continued. Don't we all have enough sorrow already? Sorry, I'm just worried. Steph reached over, put her hand on my arm and said, Let me do the worrying, okay? I'll do everything I can for him, but it's out of our hands for the moment. Either he'll be okay, or he won't.
Without hospital facilities and a neurosurgeon, there's nothing more we can know. Nothing more we can do. I gave Steph a weak smile and a nod. Dalhover changed the subject and said, About the gates. Yes, Sergeant? Steph asked. It's a risk, but we could drive one or both of those Humvees down there and park them up against the outside gate. They weigh 3 tons each. The infected won't be able to move them. You want to bet? I thought about my Humvee back at the hospital, caught in the tide of screaming whites. Enough of them can. Dalhover continued, 6 tons of steel behind those gates might make the difference. And the risk? Steph asked. They'll hear the diesel engines, even with all that banging they're doing, Dalhover answered. Steph said, They already think something is behind that gate. I don't think the sound of the engines will make them any more or less determined. It'll make a difference with the smart one on the rock, Dalhover countered. Steph thought about that for a second. What do you think, Zed? I could go over the wall and kill that infected girl on the rock, I said with a callousness that surprised even me. The smart one? Dalhover asked, not bothered one iota by the girl or my indifference about killing her. With her gone, I said, I could hike down the hill a bit, create a distraction, and draw the mob away. What kind of distraction? Dalhover asked. I haven't thought that far ahead, I answered. Let's assume for the moment that I can. That mitigates the risk, Dalhover agreed. Not to Zed, Steph's voice jumped up an octave. Neither Dalhover nor I responded. Steph shook her head and pointed at the monitor. I'm not sending Zed over the wall into that unless there's no other choice. Dalhover smoked the last of his cigarette, stubbed it out on the bottom of his boot, and threw the butt in a trash can. By the time there's no other choice, it'll be too late. By the time you know that you should have killed the smart one on the rock, it'll be because there are more smart ones out there, or because there are too many of them, or because they've already figured out a way to attack us. If we're going to do it, then it's got to be preemptive. If we move the Humvees to block the gate, then sending Zane over the wall is a necessary step. You're downright loquacious when the spirit moves you, Dalhover. I slapped him on the shoulder. Dalhover looked at me in a way that said, Don't touch me again. It didn't look like we were ever going to be best buddies. And how will you get over the wall and back in again? Steph asked. We can figure it out, I responded. I think the primary question to answer is whether we should do something, not whether we can. We can figure out the how-to later. But you're the boss. What do you want to do? Steph propped up a hard facade in front of emotions that was starting to frazzle. Is that what you want to do, Zed? How many times can you roll the dice and win? Steph took a long breath to collect her thoughts, looked up at me, and spoke. Let me ask you, if we take the risk— No, Zed, if you take the risk, what do we gain? I didn't need time to think about it. I'd already assessed the situation. I knew the answer.
Maybe everything. Maybe nothing. So you understand where I'm going with this? Yeah, I said. Best case, I go over the wall, kill the smart one, distract the mob, and they move on. We stay here and live happily ever after. Worst case, I get killed. That's the worst case for me, anyway. But somewhere in the middle, there's the most likely case. Which is? Dolhover asked. I answered, we get rid of this group, and eventually a larger group shows up, with too many whites or too many smart ones to get rid of. So we bail out and head upriver. The thing is, I don't doubt that will happen. I just don't know when.
It could be later on today, or next week, or next month. Sounds right, Dolhover agreed. And if more show up this afternoon, Steph asked, is risking your life worth a few more hours of luxury? It's not about that, I argued. What then? She asked. Murphy. Murphy. Serious and calm, I answered, like you said, we don't know how bad Murphy's injury really is. If jostling him around on a boat for a couple of hours could put him at more risk, then going over the wall is worth it to me. It's that simple. Steph couldn't find a good response, so she remained silent. Why? Dolhover asked unexpectedly. Why? I shot back at Dolhover more harshly than I wanted to. Not affected by my emotions, he repeated, why? I need to. Why? I looked around the room, maybe looking for an escape from the suddenly uncomfortable question. But the need for secrecy with my motives was a childish remnant of junior high social dramas. I answered, I would do anything for Murphy. You'd even risk your life? I nodded. You'd die for him? I thought about it for a second, or pretended to. I knew the answer as soon as it was asked. Yes. Dolhover didn't take his eyes off of me, but took his time pulling out another cigarette and lighting it. Why? I was getting a little irritated and snapped, because Murphy and I would both be dead if it weren't for each other. He saved my life more than once. I wanted to say he cared about me. I wanted to say he loved me like a brother, but those words just couldn't come out of my mouth. Dolhover stared at me. I looked over at Steph. She watched, but was unable or unwilling to intercede. It took me a minute for me to put some thoughts together. Murphy and I work well together. We care for each other. Murphy will do anything for me. I'll do anything for him. Dolhover nodded. And what about the rest of us? What are you asking me? How do you feel about the rest of us? I spent a few moments looking at Dolhover and thinking about what he and I had been through. I'll be straight with you, Dolhover. I don't like you very much. I know you don't like me. But I respect you, and I don't think you'd let me down. I don't think you'd fuck me over. We've fought together. I don't know what makes that mean something, but I know that it makes me think I can trust you. Dolhover continued to appraise me as he sucked on his cigarette. Yeah, you're right that I don't like you, Zane. I think you listen to your balls more than your brains. You make bad choices, but for the right reasons. Somehow it works out for you. You're lucky, loyal, and brave. Or stupid, I'm not sure which. I was taken aback by that mix of compliments and insults, but I bit back a big, fuck you. I'll tell you what, though, Dolhover continued. I'll stand by your side in a fight. You can take that to the bank. You can trust me. I guarantee it. Does that mean we're going steady? I asked with an empty smile. Dolhover gave me that stare of his that made it clear that my smart aleck remark wasn't worth a response. But he did say, you can call me Top if you want. I nodded. Top. What about me? Steph asked.
effectively masking any extra meaning that I might have read in her face. With a little of the emptiness gone from my smile, I answered, "We haven't been through enough shit together yet." Steph spun her chair back toward the monitors. "You're such a 15-year-old.
Chapter 4. The deck lounger, made of heavy ipe wood, seemed to have too many sharp corners, but at nearly 8 feet long, and with widely spaced slats that had supported its now absent cushion, it would serve its new purpose, that of a ladder, quite well. Dalhover and Specialist Harris carried the lounger down from the pool deck and across Sarah's backyard toward a part of the wall far from the front gate. They huffed and sweated under their burden, more so Dalhover than burly Harris, but refused my help. My duties in the remaining wee morning hours were yet to come. As they wrestled the lounger down one of the tiers, I took a moment to double-check my kit. My machete, a pistol, and a rifle, of course. Extra ammo, water, and a few snacks, just in case. A lighter and a knife. "How long have you been here, First Sergeant?" Specialist Harris asked. "A week, I suppose," Dalhover answered. "Were you guys over at Camp Mabry?" I asked. "Yes, sir." "No need to call me sir," I told him.
"I'm not in the military. I'm just some dude." "Habit," Specialist Harris responded. "We were at Mabry from the beginning, at least my unit was." "You didn't get deployed?" Dalhover asked. "No, First Sergeant." Dalhover and Specialist Harris wrestled the chair down another tier. "And the rest of your unit?" Dalhover asked unnecessarily. "I'm the only one left." "In that firefight we've been hearing since yesterday." Of course, the implied question, too uncomfortable to ask on its own, was how the rest of them died. "No, sir," Specialist Harris answered. "They all got infected before that." "Yeah," I nodded. "Apparently the virus got just about everybody. I'm guessing that since you didn't turn, you're immune." Specialist Harris turned his melon-sized head and looked at me, but didn't respond beyond that. I thought he was trying to intimidate me, maybe out of habit, with an ominous silence he'd practiced in the mirror to complement his thick arms.
"How did the firefight start?" Dalhover asked.
"That's hard to say, First Sergeant." "How's that?" "They were shooting from the first night, a little at first. We weren't under orders to shoot. That's not what we do, you know? Shooting civilians." Harris came to a stop on the grass and drilled us both with his flat brown eyes, maybe looking for any sign of judgment from us. There wasn't any. Dalhover and I held our silence and looked up at him. "It's hard to say what happened. Officers were getting the virus. Guys were getting the virus and falling out. For a week or so, it seemed like we had a new CO every couple of hours." Dalhover nodded knowingly. Perhaps it wasn't unlike his experience at the hospital. Harris stroked his fingers across a thick black stubble of beard. "Somewhere in the first few days, more guys just took it upon themselves to preemptively shoot the infected. There were orders or rumors of orders to shoot, but nobody seemed to know for sure."
"We were designated as a rally point for the refugees and survivors." The survivors. Can you believe it? Man, we were only a couple of days in when word came down. I guess that's when I knew things were bad. By that time, half my unit had the virus. Most of the rest went in the next couple of days. I asked, "Did a lot of civilians come in?" Harris nodded. "Yes, sir. At first, yes. It slowed to a trickle by the end of the first week, and then nobody." "How many of you were there?" Dalhover asked. "Hard to say, Top. The number was always changing. We had partial units coming in and single guys from units that got wiped out. We had civilians coming, and people kept getting infected. There was a time there when we were in control of a couple of buildings, and the infected were outside trying to get in, coming at us at all hours of the night and day. I remember it feeling like a siege. There were maybe 100 or 150 of us at that point.
I thought it stabilized there.
At least it seemed like it did for a while.
Dahlhover sat down on the lounger, removed his crumpled cigarette package from his pocket, looked into it through the hole in the top of the pack, and made a sadder face than usual. He took one of the last few out and lit it. We were making runs to the ammo bunkers a couple of days ago. Dahlhover interrupted. The ammo bunkers. There are 2 there, right? How full are they? Mostly, Harris confirmed. They're secure and mostly full. Dahlhover nodded. The gears in his head were turning. Our CO pieced together a unit from 6 of us and sent us out in 2 armored Humvees to ferry as much of the ammo and weapons back to our 2 buildings as we could. We were on a run when we saw them. Them? I asked. Naked and bald, a whole shitload of them? Specialist Harris crinkled his brow and nodded. How did you know? A guess. I looked over at Dahlhover. The ones we saw out by Dr.
Evans' farm, you think? They're the only naked ones we've seen, Dahlhover answered.
I recalled that Mandy said that she'd seen one out at Dr. Evans's farm with a knife. I asked Harris, did you see any of them with weapons? Some. Specialist Harris nodded as his eyes fell to the ground. What kind of weapons? Dahlhover asked. Knives. Things they could use for clubs. Looking for more information, Dahlhover continued. How many had weapons, do you think? Not many, Specialist Harris answered. Maybe 10 or 20. I added, I'm guessing there were thousands of them. Yes, sir, answered Specialist Harris. From over here, it sounded like you killed a lot of them, I observed. Yes, sir. Did you run out of ammunition or get overrun? We didn't run out, Specialist Harris shook his head. There were too many of them. We were overwhelmed. How many do you think you killed? Dahlhover asked. Top, I want to say thousands, but there were so many, it didn't seem like we killed any.
Sorry, that sounds like a contradiction. Not really. I offered up the small comfort. If it was that horde we saw out east of town, there were tens of thousands of them. More. Dahlhover leaned down to pick up the chair. Harris followed his lead, and the 2 of them carried the deck lounger the remaining distance to the wall in silence. Once there, they laid the chair flat and then propped it on its end against the wall. I stepped up onto the makeshift ladder and climbed halfway up. It was solid enough, and it was tall enough. Dahlhover turned to Specialist Harris. Go back into the house. On the 1st floor, not the basement, at the far end of the living room is a laundry room. There's a linen closet there. Get 4 or 5 sheets and bring them back here. Yes, First Sergeant. Harris turned and hurried back up to the house. My rope? Dahlhover nodded. That's cool. I continued my climb to the top of the ladder. Throw it over when I get back, okay? Are those your balls talking? Dahlhover commented.
What? Stop thinking with your balls. Use your brains. What, you want me to wait for you guys to make a rope out of the sheets and then climb down that? Dahlhover, his face serious, nodded. I made the jump when we broke in here. I tried not to let my disdain show. That's a 12-foot drop. With the curved coppice, there's nothing to grab onto to slow your fall. In the dark, you won't be able to see what's on the ground outside. You could drop over the wall and sprain your ankle on a stump, or worse. You're not going to bounce on your balls, that's for sure. Use your head, Zane. Wait for the rope. I hated being schooled, but Dahlhover was right. To jump off of the wall again had all the hallmarks of a mistake in the making, a mistake I didn't have the extra blood to pay for. I climbed down the chair ladder and sat myself in the grass and waited for Specialist Harris to return.
What do you think of those 2?
Dahlhover chose that moment to go back on word rations and pointed his expressionless face at me instead.
This isn't the army anymore. You can talk to me about the other grunts, you know. The same look from Dahlhover. I waited, but after a moment it seemed pointless, so I said, I think Freitag hates me. Dahlhover looked up toward the house, then back at me. Every time she had the chance, when they were taking care of Birdman, that guy I injured, she kept giving me hateful looks. Dahlhover looked down at his watch, then back up at the house. Whatever. I huffed and ran my hands across my vest, belt, and pockets. Another check wouldn't hurt. Mistakes are paid for with blood. After several long, silent minutes, Specialist Harris returned with the sheets. We worked together, tying knots in the sheets every couple of feet, and then attaching them end to end. When it was done, Dahlhover looked at me and nodded.
Good. I made a show of yanking on two of the tied sheets to test the strength, and said, Yep. We won't stay out here to wait for you. I'll be keeping an eye out for you on the monitors. We'll come out and throw the sheets back over the wall when you're getting close, Dahlhover told me. I nodded and said, But I may be in a hurry, and Dahlhover looked up at the wall. You don't worry about me. If I see you running, I'll have those sheets over the wall when you get here. But Dahlhover looked me hard in the eyes. Don't worry about that. You take care of what you need to take care of. You be careful. Don't take more risks than you need to. Don't do anything stupid. And don't worry about the sheet. It'll be there when you get to this end of the wall. Okay. Dahlhover had a way of erasing doubts with his certainty. Now get up there and use the sheets when you go down the other side. We'll hold it here. I glanced at Specialist Harris. He said, We've got you. I gave them a nod. That was enough. Time to get to work. Time to kill. With no pain and no noise, my feet gently touched the ground. I let go of the rope, and feeling the slack, Dahlhover and Harris pulled it quickly back up over the wall. I was back in Indian territory. Silent in the darkness, I looked around and listened. Just like at the front wall, the cedar forest was set back from the side wall by a 15-foot-wide clear-cut buffer. The moonlight revealed no infected along its length. Out in the night, pops of gunfire mixed with sounds of coyotes, monkeys, and crows. The infected. White fists beating on our gate would draw all of those infected in if I didn't solve that problem. Nervousness sweated my palms. Stop thinking. Start moving. I crossed the clear-cut band and stepped into the inky darkness among the cedars. My boots crunched too loudly across limestone gravel, and I froze. Stealth was important, but the forest floor was mottled with shadows and pads of brown cedar needles that had accumulated in the low spots. Among the dark blotches, my feet needed to find those that were the rotting cedar needles. Those spots would be soft and silent. Slowly, I made my way through the trees, careful to avoid prickly pears and thorny vines, careful to keep close enough to the edge of the trees so that I could see the compound walls and maintain my bearings. Nervousness melted away as I sank into the task. Upon reaching the corner of the compound, I peered through the trees down to the front gate at the far end and made out the gray shapes of the raucous mob. The sound of their pounding fists and wails carried easily to me up the Kalichi Road. I thought for a second about taking a direct approach down along the wall, but thought better of it. I didn't want that smart one on the rock to see me coming. But with at least a half-dozen thorns of one type or another already sticking through my pants and irritating my skin, I decided that the stealthy approach through the woods was more trouble than it was worth. Instead of continuing through the woods, I followed the Kalichi Road back out to the street and made a right onto the asphalt. That put me on a path parallel to the compound's front wall. Once down the street, a short traipse through trees would bring me up behind the smart one and the mob.
Sticking close to the edge of the road, I moved. There were 7 or 8 whites far down the street who caught my attention. Movement in the trees across the street gave away the presence of at least 10 more. Up the street behind me, I spotted a group of 3, very interested in something moving amongst the cedars. My machete found its way into my right hand, and I cradled my pistol comfortably in my left. Quick, deliberate steps moved me toward my goal.
The whites gave me little more than a passing glance. As far as they could tell, I was one of them. But what they couldn't know was that I was walking death, hidden in plain sight among them. That thought brought with it a feeling of power. Nervousness, fear, and that sense of power made for a heady mix of emotions, and I had to suppress a laugh. I was a wicked pirate assassin on my way to kill. Arg. My chosen spot in the cedars came up on the right. The sound of the infected beating on the gate and yelping made it clear that I was close enough. Off of the asphalt and into the trees I went, back to looking for dark spots on the ground between the trees and avoiding the prickly pears. Far off to my left, I heard the sound of at least a couple of whites crashing through the trees as well, chasing the sound at the gate. The moonlight ahead of me grew brighter. The light tan color of the caliche road that ran along the outside of the wall became visible. The wall itself looked black and ominous. I spotted white arms, legs, and heads as I came to a stop at the edge of trees. I was at the point where the road widened out to form the circular turning area in front of the gate. Not 10 feet to my left, the smart one still sat on her rectangular slab of limestone, scrutinizing. She was a small woman, just a hair over 5 feet tall, with the athletic look of an Olympic gymnast. She sat on the edge of the stone and dangled her feet, occasionally dragging her toes in the gravel. Her hands busied themselves in slow movements, fondling her fingers first on one hand and then the other, then starting over again. She was concentrating on the obstacle of the gate. Unlike the mob, she was silent. She was thinking. That was simply not acceptable. Death had arrived to reconcile that transgression. I stepped out of the woods and meandered toward her, feigning attention on the mob. She looked at me, but I didn't look back. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw her facial expression change. I froze, but after a few moments, she looked back at the wall. I pretended to keep my attention on the mob as I slowly sidled to my left. She looked at me again, but this time didn't look away. I focused on the whites in front of me. Still, she stared. And stared. 3 or 4 minutes passed until I couldn't take the staring anymore. I looked back at her. Her concentration was gone, replaced by blank curiosity. But those eyes, deep brown and indecipherable, were almost human. How much was going on inside that diseased brain? I tried my best to mirror her blank expression, to no effect. Still, she stared. I looked back toward the mob, hoping she might do the same. After a minute, she did. She looked at the mob, the gate, the wall. Whether it was my imagination or not, her expression didn't go back to the concentrated look she had before. Only curiosity was left. She was about 4 feet to my left, just beyond arm's reach. With my machete, I knew I could spin and bring the blade around with enough force to cleave a mortal wound in her small body. She wouldn't have a chance. By the time she realized what was happening, her flesh would be tearing open. The thought of it gave me pause, but she had to die. If she didn't, Steph, Murphy, Mandy, all of us were at risk. Pirate assassin. Arg! Like a striking cobra, at least in my mind, I made my move. The blade came up and out. My arm pulled it down over my head as I stepped and spun with all the fury and speed that virus-infected muscles could deliver.
But in those microseconds it took for my blade to reach the diminutive woman, she not only saw me move, but reacted fast enough to jump to her left in a blink. My blade hit rock, ringing loudly and throwing sparks.
Surprised by her speed and my failure, I found my eyes glued in disbelief to the sight of the blade's edge grating against stone, not buried in flesh.
But the mob, at least those in the back, were moving, turning their attention to me. Things were going to get very interesting very fast. I looked down the length of my blade and followed it up toward the gymnast. Her momentum was still carrying her to her left, and she was trying to catch her balance in a weird bit of awkwardness that seemed out of place for her apparent athleticism. Then I spotted it. Blood. She teetered 2 steps further from me, then another. The blood was on her arm, halfway between the shoulder and elbow. Lots of blood. And her shirt was cut across the ribs. There was blood there, too. When she came to a stop 10 feet away, she stared at me with a look of horror that told me she understood, with every bit of imagination and intellectual abstraction, exactly what was coming next in all of its gory, painful finality.
A white from the mob on my right screamed and started to move.
Another scream of jubilation followed and was joined by more. For an impossibly long time, the gymnast eyed me, accusing, hating. Then she ran. 8 or 9 whites with blood in their eyes chased her into the dark cedars, hounds on the hunt. Full of ambivalence and remorse, I ran after. Finish what you start. She has to die, right? On the heels of the other white chimps on the hunt, we screamed with one voice. We were a pack. Branches snapped, grunts, breathing. Underbrush mashed underfoot. The girl stayed in the trees and veered to her right, away from the road. She was prey. All she thought was escape, survive. Something in the sound changed up ahead. Struggle in the trees. That was quick. The girl was caught, screaming. Not the pursuing whites, but the girl. The hair on my neck stood. My blood flowed ice cold. It sounded like murder. The wolves had caught Little Red Riding Hood and were eating her alive.
I stopped and watched the last whites ahead of me disappear into the darkness. The girl's voice didn't sound like that of an animal. It sounded human. She sounded human.
No! A voice ripped through the black forest in a bloody gurgle, then squelched down to nothing. Only the sounds of the beasts remained, triumphal, snarling at one another, staking their claim at the kill. No! Is that what I heard? Like a jackboot kicking me in the head, a pariah of a thought hit my brain. What if she wasn't a smart one? What if she was a slow burn, just like me? What if she had simply been wondering how she could get inside and join us? What if? She screamed just like a normal human. What if? No. Fuck! In the blackest of moods, I marched down the center of the street, the tip of my blade still red with the gymnast's blood. A long helix of whites was rounding a corner far ahead, but my thoughts were elsewhere. Some thoughts should never be conceived.
Some questions should never be asked, because they have no answer, and the questions themselves serve only to haunt with grinding guilt and second-guessing. No, that's what she screamed, but it couldn't have been. I simply had to remember it differently. Repression is your friend. I had black holes aplenty in my heart for tossing in such memories. I just needed to keep shoving until this fucking memory let go and fell. I angled toward a pair of whites squatting beside a bed full of dead brown flowers beneath 3 enormous oaks in the front yard of an oversized, overpriced house,
with ridiculously oversized white columns holding up a stupid little roof over a just-pissed-me-off-for-being-there front porch. When I stepped off of the asphalt and into the grass, I had their complete attention. They were both disheveled, with blood on their shirts and smears on their faces, indisputable evidence of what they were: mindless, murderous monsters.
Their death would cleanse the guilt I felt over the gymnast. But she had to be a monster, too. She had to be. I raised my machete to do the bloody work that was only necessary to rip the memory of that gymnast's screams from my mind and push the whole episode into a forgettable, black hell. But the pair wasn't mindless enough. I don't know what they saw or what they deduced, but just before I got within machete range, they both jumped to their feet, ran across the yard and around the corner, casting furtive glances behind. I didn't chase. Fuck. I squatted down beside the bed of dead flowers and stared at the grass. Did she really scream no? Should I have maybe made a sign with my hands? I didn't know sign language. A thumbs up, an okay sign? How do you communicate without talking? Repression skills don't fail me now. I looked around. The next house over had an SUV sitting in the driveway. My plan was to blow it up. Well, not that one in particular, just the first one I came to. And that one was first. I'd need to break into the house and get a towel or a pillowcase or something to stuff into the gas tank. I could light it and run off. The explosion would draw the mob away from our gate, hopefully. It was a simple plan. But as I sat there looking at the SUV, I started to ask myself some questions. Does it really work when you blow up a car like that? In all honesty, I didn't know. It always worked in the movies. But in the movies, machine guns never ran out of bullets when 1,000 monsters were running at you on the top of a parking garage. I realized that I seriously needed to disabuse myself of any truisms that I'd learned from my favorite action heroes. I didn't have any experience with blowing up cars. It made no sense to bet my life on getting it right on the first try. What else then? Could I puncture that tank and then torch the leaking gasoline? Sure. But then there was the noise of puncturing the tank. Noise that would be loudest when I was lying on my back, halfway under a car. A very vulnerable position when making appetizing sounds among the ravenous predators. No, that was a bad idea. Kick it to the curb. What else? I could start the engine, put the car in gear and let it roll out into the street. There was little doubt that would attract the attention of every wight in sight. But would it make enough of a commotion that the mob would be drawn away from the gate? I looked up the street and tried to gauge the distance to the gate, hidden among the cedars. It was at least 100 yards, maybe a couple of hundred. The risk-to-reward ratio on that plan was too high. What about the horn? Noisy? Yes. Easy getaway? Yes. Well, probably. But could I wedge something in the horn button to make it sound? I thought about the way that car horns were constructed. Sure, in an older car where there was a horn button of some sort, that idea might work. But how many modern cars had the horn button embedded with the airbag beneath the vinyl in the center of the steering wheel? Damn near all of them. So, wedging something in the horn was a crap plan. I looked down the street. The helix of whites had filled the road. If they kept coming, they'd soon join those at the gates. I looked at the SUV for a moment longer, and then something obvious occurred to me. Duh! I looked around to see where the closest whites were. There were many more around than I felt comfortable with, but the nearest was far enough away that my inspiration might bear riskless fruit. I pushed my pistol into its holster and put the machete into the scabbard I had rigged on my back. A hunk of limestone the size of a soccer ball, decorative, I guess, lay among the brown stalks in the flower bed.
I walked over and squatted down to it. "Lift with your legs," the voice in my head told me.
So I did, with a grunt. With another grunt, I pushed it up to rest on my shoulder, with both hands holding it steady. Here goes nothing. A few slow steps, and then 3 quick ones toward the SUV gave me all the momentum I needed. With another grunt, I launched the stone toward the driver's side window. The glass shattered, rocking the SUV back and forth. A siren under the hood bleated overbearingly. Without slowing, I ran past the SUV and around the corner of the garage to get myself out of sight. Best not to be associated with the noisy car. In the infected mind, noisy meant tasty. I had no plans to be tasted. Once past the house and out of sight behind a large shrub, I looked back. The whites I could see were running toward the car. At least 6, then 9, then a bunch. The car very cooperatively switched to a different, but just as obnoxious, noise. Ha! Bitch. I skirted around the back of the house to put some distance between me and the car, then made my way through the cedars again until I came to another yard of mowed, dead grass. My machete and pistol were back in my hands. They felt comfortable there, necessary extensions of the new me. The yard contained a big wooden playscape and a big stone-covered patio with lots of outdoor furniture, but thankfully nothing that moved. I made my way out to the front yard, and as I rounded the house, the long helix of whites that had been down at the end of the street were winding their way past, heading for the squawking SUV. There were at least 20 whites already on the car, doing what they could to expose the tasty morsels that just had to be inside. I stepped up onto a big terracotta flower pot to get a view up the street. A steady trickle of infected were coming out of the cedars up around where the gate to Sarah Mansfield's compound stood. The plan appeared to be working. A short distance down the road, I spotted another car, much newer and much smaller. If my luck held, it also had an obnoxious alarm. And that was the updated plan. Smash, wail, repeat. Work my way down the street. To my surprise, the plan worked without incident. I tripped the alarms on 5 cars, the furthest a mile down Mount Bonnell Road and around a sharp bend. At that point, the street behind me was overrun with whites, manic in their search for edible people in and around the bleating cars. It was time to head home. As promised, Dahlhover and Specialist Harris were waiting for me when I arrived back at the wall. The knotted sheet rope hung down from the top of the wall, and I barely had to expend any effort as they dragged me up. The wide arc of the coppice worked in our favor for that. Leaving our makeshift ladder in place, we headed back inside. "I didn't check the front gate," I said. "Did it work?" Dahlhover gave me a nod and the faintest of smiles. High praise from him. "Any trouble?" Specialist Harris asked. I shrugged. What was there to say about that? We climbed up a wall at the back of one of the tiers. I checked my watch, then looked up at the sky. It was just starting to turn gray in the east. Finally, the end of a long, long, fucked-up night. Sleep came easier and deeper than I ever would have guessed possible. I didn't dream. I didn't stir. When I woke again, laying flat in a recliner in the theater, the only sounds were those of Murphy's deep breathing and Mandy's light snoring. I checked my watch. It was after 9, and I was starved. Quietly, so as not to disturb the sleepers, I got up and exited the theater, visited the restroom to take care of necessary business, and threw some water on my face. In the mirror, I looked thinner and couldn't help but run a hand over the hollows in my cheeks. My hair wasn't to the unruly stage yet, though I'd need a haircut soon. Well, I'd want a haircut soon.
Wants and needs were different now.
At least living in the Mansfield mansion afforded me the luxury of washing my hair and shaving every day. Electricity and water made personal hygiene so easy. Feeling rested, but a touch groggy, I was wondering what troubles the new day would bring when I came out of the restroom and walked up to the theater-style snack bar, behind which Sergeant Dahlhover had positioned himself with one foot propped up on a shelf, savoring a cigarette. He was watching across the foyer, where Freitag was having a tense but hushed conversation with Steph. Steph was inside the video room. Freitag was in the doorway. I leaned on the snack bar counter and gave Dahlhover a nod. I asked, "Any update on Murphy?" Dahlhover shook his head. "Is he still unconscious?" "Yeah." Dahlhover shook his head again. "It would be better if he was awake." "Of course," I nodded. "What does Steph think?" "She says we won't know until he wakes up." I looked at my watch. It's only been, 9 or 10 hours? That's not abnormal, right?
Dahlhover's eyebrows knit. "More like 24, Rip Van Winkle." "What?" Dahlhover tapped a finger on the face of my watch. PM, not AM. I looked at him like he'd lost his senses. "You slept all day." "Wow." I rubbed my hands over my face and shook my head. I looked back at Dahlhover, still not sure whether to believe him. "Go up top and look outside. It's dark again." I guess I must have needed the sleep. Dahlhover nodded and reached under the counter. He pulled out a box of chocolate candies from inside the glass display case and laid them in front of me. "You should eat something." Chocolate candies for breakfast late in the evening. Dahlhover read the look on my face and said, "Specialist Harris is in the kitchen making dinner for everyone. He says he was trained as a chef." "I think I'll wait for that then." "He just went upstairs. We were waiting for you and Mandy to get up before we ate dinner, but we're all hungry."
Nevertheless, it'll probably be a bit before it's done. Eat the candy.
He was right. "Could you give me a Coke, too?" Dahlhover scooped up a cupful of ice and drew me a soda out of the fountain while I opened up the box of chocolate-covered nuts. Over my shoulder, Freitag was getting animated with her irritation, and I turned to look, a little curious about what kind of bug she had up her ass. I was starting to think she probably had a whole crop of cultivated ass bugs. I thanked Dahlhover for the snack, and then he fell silent, watching the exchange between Freitag and Steph. I took my hors d'oeuvres, crossed the foyer, and planted myself on the floor with my back against the glass wall of the wine cellar. Using one of Sarah Mansfield's expensive, organically grown, hand-picked by a happy farmer on a sustainable farm Egyptian cotton towels, I started to clean the crud off of my machete blade.
After that, I planned to spend some time cleaning up everything in my kit, at least until dinner was ready. I thought about asking Dahlhover to give me some training on how to care for my rifle and my pistol, but as I sat there wiping and re-wiping the nicked blade, I couldn't help but see that Birdman's body was still lying next to the wall across the foyer, and in spite of the sugar and caffeine working their way into my bloodstream, that dragged my mood down. Becoming transfixed on the amorphous, blanketed lump, I slowly wiped back and forth on the blade that had killed the man inside. I tried hard to put the memory of that clusterfuck out of my mind. I tried to think of something good to replace it with. My success at getting the whites away from the gates the night before felt good to think about for nearly a whole second. But that led, of course, to memories of the no-screaming gymnast who'd paid for our safety with her life. Why were those memories even back? Repress, repress. I gave nothingness a shot. The oblivious serenity of an empty mind. That's what I longed for. How good would it be to shed all of my messy memories and live for a day in Russell's blank mind? A gray void swallowed my thoughts,
And for a little while, all that existed in my world was the zen of a clean blade. There was no dead bird man. There were no harsh, hushed arguments across the room. There were no cannibals with virus-laden brains. Somewhere in my nothingness, I started to feel okay. Dalhover kicking a booted foot that was splayed out in front of me brought it all to an end. Awareness of reality was back. I looked up at him, too disappointed to be startled. I didn't ask why he was getting my attention. I simply let the question hang in the expression on my face. Yes? Dalhover squatted down and leaned in close, his tobacco breath assaulting my senses again. Good Lord. There had to be something going on in his mouth besides just poor dental hygiene. I looked past him.
I no longer saw Freitag in the door of the video room. I didn't see anyone in the foyer. We need to get rid of the body. Dalhover tilted his head slightly in the direction of the Birdman. Okay. I quickly deduced that I was going to have a role in that chore. Freitag wants to bury him outside. Dalhover shook his head. His gesture made that idea seem like the stupidest thing he'd heard in a while. The noise of digging might bring more infected in, I guessed. Dalhover nodded. What did you do with the other bodies? I asked. Dalhover knew I was talking about Sarah Mansfield, her son, and the security guards. Dalhover, Murphy, and Mandy had gotten rid of those when I was passed out on the couch in the first few days of our residence in Sarah's house. He answered, "The river." You pitched them in the river? The tone of my voice maybe contained a little antipathy for the idea. What about the water supply for those downriver? Dalhover looked at me expressionlessly.
Of course, it was the only idea that made sense. The bodies needed to go. It was the least bad of several options. I nodded toward the dead man. Is that what we're going to do with him? Dalhover nodded. Me? I asked. You want me to do it? You and Freitag, Dalhover confirmed. Good. She could at least help me with her dead brother-in-law, or whatever the fuck he was to her. What about Specialist Harris? Dalhover's face went expressionless again. He shook his head. It occurred to me why. I was a little slow of late. I wondered if the virus was starting its grisly work on my synapses. You don't want them both down in the boathouse alone, do you? Dalhover didn't respond, but his lack of response was enough to confirm it. You don't trust them not to run off with our boat, do you? I figured I'd push it. I already had a strong distaste for Freitag, but I still wanted to hear Dalhover's reasons. Why? Dalhover played the blank face on me again. I persisted. Why? I'm not saying I won't do it, but I need to know why you don't trust Specialist Harris and Freitag. Dalhover looked over each of his shoulders and seemed to have some difficulty dredging up a voice. It's her. Something's not right about her. I raised my eyebrows in question. Dalhover just looked at me. He knew what I was asking, but he just didn't like to offer up anything voluntarily. What exactly is not right about her? Dalhover's lips creased shut for a moment before he said, I don't think she's military. What? I sat up straight. Why? Just things. Like? She doesn't speak like she's in the army. She doesn't stand like it. Dalhover shook his head. She doesn't act like it. What the fuck? Why would she lie about that? I wondered aloud. And Harris? Dalhover nodded, but his face looked troubled. You think he is military, but you don't trust him, do you? I thought about that for a second. That's why you want me to go down with Freitag. In case something bad happens, you think I can handle the chick, but you can handle Harris. Dalhover gave me a nearly imperceptible nod. He's twice your size. Dahlhover's blank facial expression made it clear that that wasn't a problem. Can you handle the girl? Fuck you. Yes. Take the body down. Let her say whatever she needs to say. Put it in the river. Then come back up. Don't dick around. Got it? Yes. Are you going to confront Freitag about the military thing? Dahlhover shook his head. Not yet. Why? Captain Leonard chose not to. Why? I was a little miffed about that. Dahlhover looked a tad angry. He was miffed because I'd questioned a decision that came down the chain of command. Then it occurred to me. Steph wants to wait until Freitag has time to get over the death of what's-his-name. I nodded toward the dead guy. Can we have dinner first? It's not ready yet. Freitag had his feet.
I had the other end as we carried Birdman down the tunnel to the boathouse. It was tense, nearly silent work, with Freitag spitting just enough words to facilitate the task. At least the guy wasn't heavy. Once in the boathouse, with the dim moonlight reflecting through the open door, Freitag stared at sparkles on the surface of the water and scrutinized the dark cedar forests covering the hills on the far bank. Somewhere in that reverie, her face changed. What had been a bronze-faced Medusa morphed into a young, friendless girl. "We can't leave him in the river," she said, softly, almost to herself. The change was disarming. Sure, she'd shown me nothing but repugnance since entering the compound, but she also had to watch somebody close to her slowly die a grisly death. How would that kind of thing affect me, I wondered. Somewhere in that thought process, I concluded that only thing that made sense was that Dahlhover's mistrust had been misplaced. He was just a sour old man who saw in others the empty disappointments of his own life. That was something to remember for the future. Still, I didn't see any ready alternative to ditching the Birdman's body in the cold, black water. I bent my knees slowly, and Freitag picked up on the body language, and we lay Birdman on the pier beside the ski boat. I looked around the boathouse, as though a solution to the dilemma might be hanging on the walls among the skis and water toys. Ropes. We had ski rope hanging on the walls. Good to know. Good to remember that they were there. How handy would rope become in our future? But back to the task at hand. I cast an exploratory glance at Freitag, and she was looking at me. She didn't appear ready to cry, but she was sad, and looking like she had something to say. I ventured a question. "What are you thinking?" "I can't put him in the water." I nodded, but still had no alternative. So I listened. Tentatively, Freitag asked, "Can we take the boat out and maybe bury him in somebody's yard?" "Absolutely not." Conciliatorily, I said, We can't risk being out there digging a hole. It would attract attention." She knew exactly what kind of attention that would be. She looked down at the body, then squatted and lay her hands on the legs. She looked up at me, and I felt her pain. "Please." I looked out into the darkness and thought about it. Was there something I could do to assuage the guilt that was moldering on my soul? Maybe... Look, we can't bury him, but you know what? Maybe we can take him down the river a bit and find a peaceful place to leave his body. "Not in the water," she pleaded. "A peaceful place on the shore somewhere," I offered. She nodded, and I felt a little better about the situation. Dahlhover wouldn't be pleased, but fuck him. He wasn't my dad and sure wasn't my fucking boss. Let's get him in the boat. We worked together quietly to lay Birdman on the couch across the stern of the boat. I didn't resent the silence anymore. I understood, I thought, and respected it. Time for logistics. When we get where we're going, it'll be better if I take him ashore. There's less risk that way. Thank you.
Freitag gave me a doleful look. I was afraid of running from those. They don't generally bother me. I'll take care of him. Have you driven a ski boat before? Freitag looked at the controls, a steering wheel, a throttle, and a couple of gauges. It doesn't look hard. It's not. The two big things to keep in mind are, first, that the boat doesn't stop on a dime. In that way, it's not like driving a car. Secondly, the engine is noisy, like a hot rod. Don't rev it, or every white on the river will come out to see what's up. Okay. Take the helm. I'll loose the lines and push her out.
We'll drift down a bit before we start the engine. Freitag looked at me with a question on her face. It reduces the chance that anybody will see us coming and going from the boathouse. If they don't know we're here, then we have a better chance of keeping our presence here hidden, and we'll have better chance of staying alive. Know what I mean? Freitag gave me a nod and took her seat. I took the ropes off of the cleats, pushed the boat, and then jumped onto the deck. With an oar, I pushed the boat out into the river. Moments later, the boathouse door was closed again, and we were drifting down the green-black river, listening to the night sounds. I made myself comfortable in the passenger seat and stared up at the stars. Clouds passed in front of the moon, catching a glowing sliver lining as they went by. Freitag wasn't able to appreciate the calm as we drifted down the center of the river. She kept staring back at the body, playing what-if games in her head and grieving. I checked my watch for no other reason than new habit. I looked around at both shorelines. What was his name? Softly, Freitag answered, Javi Marin. You said he was a painter. Freitag nodded. What kinds of things did he paint? She thought about that for a moment. Do you know what Dia de los Muertos is? The Day of the Dead, right? Freitag nodded, but didn't take her eyes off of Harvey. He painted Dia de los Muertos art. Big, flowery pieces. He sold them at festivals and a couple of shops downtown. He didn't make a lot of money, but he made my aunt happy. I looked down at the deck of the boat. I thought an apology, no matter how sincerely expressed, would sound more insulting than remorseful. I stayed silent. Some houses drifted past on the south shore, and I let the silence smooth the abrasive edges off of my guilt. Harvey was dead because he fucked up and paid the price for that. I thought about Murphy and wondered if he was going to make it. I absently wondered how Russell would handle it if Murphy died. As my mind wandered, I thought about that day in the living room when I came to on the couch, the day after the giant security guard nearly smashed my skull. I thought about how lovely Steph looked as she was walking toward the kitchen to make me breakfast. Shiny red hair and clean clothes. A normal woman in a normal world. I wondered if Murphy was right about her and me. There was something there, I felt certain about that. But that something was hard to define. Freitag interrupted my thoughts when she asked, They call you Zed? I nodded. Is that what you want to be called? I shrugged. I'd never really thought about it. It's just what my friends have called me since forever ago. It fit well enough. And you? Specialist Freitag, she answered. Do you have a first name? Diana. What's your real name? It doesn't matter. It sucks anyway. Freitag looked over at me. I don't like my name either. I prefer Specialist Freitag. Diana is a good name. Can I just call you Freitag? If you want. It seemed like as good a time as any, and something needed to be said. I didn't mean to kill Harvey. Like Sergeant Dahlhover said, it was a bad situation. Things got out of control. Bad things happened. I nodded. We were all under a lot of stress. It was... Freitag couldn't find the words. I helped her out. We've all been there. It's intense. We're all fighting for our lives. None of us are used to it. No,
Freitag agreed. I pointed to a covered dock on the other side of the river. We shouldn't go much further. How about that place over there? Freitag stood up in the boat and looked around, taking her time to see every detail. Can we go a little further? I nodded, thinking that she might have to reset her expectations. She wasn't going to find the perfect spot.
Nevertheless, I did want to smooth things over, and I thought I could afford a little extra time and risk to do so. Freitag sat up on the back of the skipper's seat with her feet on the seat cushion and watched the shoreline, scrutinizing every house that passed. I looked back and forth from shore to shore, focusing for movement in the black shadows under the trees, movement that seemed to be getting more and more frequent. Or perhaps my imagination was starting to see things in the blackness simply because I was looking so intently at it. Finally, Freitag pointed to a particular house on the south bank and said, "There." We'd been drifting the whole time, and there was no good reason to start the boat now. So, together, Freitag and I paddled over to the almost boathouse and up next to the dock. I hopped out and looped the bow line around a cleat on the dock and handed the rope to Freitag. "Here's the deal. Don't tie the rope. If you need to make a break, just drop the rope and push the boat out into the water. The whites don't swim. Start the engine once you're out in the water. Go past our boathouse, then drift back down in silence. Got it?"
"I won't leave you here," Freitag told me perfunctorily. "No heroics are necessary. If you see me running this way with them after me, then yeah, it'd be cool if you waited. But if you're out here alone and they come, just go. I'll be okay. They generally leave me alone unless I do something that identifies me as normal, like talk or shoot a gun or start up a car. They get really excited about that kind of shit." Freitag gave me a nod. "Because you look just like them?" "Yeah," I answered. "If you have to bail out, I'll just steal another boat and head upriver when things calm down. Like I said, they'll probably leave me alone. I'll probably be fine."
There's no point in endangering yourself for nothing.
"You're the boss."
No, Steph is the boss.
Sometimes my urge to be contrary just can't be contained. "I'll leave Harvey up there in that flower garden by the house. It looks like a nice, peaceful place. Cool?" "Yes," Freitag agreed. "That's a nice place, thank you." I nodded. "After I take care of Harvey, if the house looks empty, I may do a quick check in the pantry. I mean, we're here already, and we have more mouths to feed." "How long will you be inside?" Freitag was looking up and down the river. I looked up at the house. 10 minutes at most. "And if there are infected inside?" I shrugged. "I'll skip it. Or we can skip it altogether and go back and get some dinner while it's still warm." "No," Freitag told me. "We're here. Like you said, we'll need the food." "Are we cool?" "Yes." I turned to look at the property and gave it one slow scan. Satisfied that we were safe, I worked with Freitag to get Harvey out of the boat.
Thankfully, his body was light enough that I was able to carry it awkwardly over my shoulder. Leaving Freitag behind with the boat, I walked quietly up the pier and onto a thick green lawn that sloped gently down to the river's edge. Giant oaks supported a dappled canopy of dark green leaves scattered above like clouds. 20-foot crepe myrtles bloomed brilliant pink even in the darkness. A meandering stone path edged with monkey grass led to a lush flower garden, still alive in moist soil so close to the river. I kneeled, and as gently as I could, I laid Harvey on his back amongst the brightly colored blooms. I stood up straight and took a long look down at Harvey's blanket-wrapped corpse among the flowers. I felt a pang of envy. In the comforting darkness, in a fragrant bed of rich color, Harvey was at peace. Freitag was right. This spot was better than the river.
There were no words to be said for Harvey's impromptu disposal, not by me, anyway. So I said none. I waited a silent moment longer. Whether to make myself a Freitag feel better, I didn't know. Such was Harvey Moran's funeral. I could risk no more time. There were monsters about. I looked around the grounds to see what I could see in the darkness. I heard noises. The infected were near, but nothing moved save the sway of branches in the light breeze. I glanced back to Freitag. She stood as I'd left her, a Hispanic Barbie in frumpy fatigues, holding a rope, waiting in the boat. The risk of running a quick pantry raid seemed small. We had the time for it. Why not? I followed a meandering stone path around the edge of the garden. The house was old, probably built in the 50s or 60s, on a middle-class income before Austin had sprawled out into the western hills and drove the value of even modest lakefront properties into the millions of dollars. It was a single-story structure with clapboard siding, a shingle roof, and one of those enormous single-pane living room windows that had been so popular back in those days. It was a security nightmare. I tried the knob on the back door, but it was locked. I crept down near the end of the house to a sliding glass door. It didn't fit with the architectural style and had probably been installed in later years. Good for me. I could break in through one of those with ease, something I'd learned as a kid when I'd broken into the house of a kid from school through just such a door to steal all of his Nintendo games. It's easy to guess how that turned out. The sliding door was locked, so I jimmied my machete into a tiny gap near the door's handle and jiggled as I wedged the blade through. It didn't take much time and didn't make much noise. The lock compliantly popped loose. Before sliding it open, I took a moment to look and listen. Still and quiet. My new favorite state of things. I slowly moved the door on its track, opening up the house and allowing stale, hot air, damp with the sticky smell of death, to flow over me. I felt my gorge rise. The sliding door had opened to a bedroom. A corpse lay rotting, tangled in blood-stained sheets, horrid black bite wounds on its arms and neck. Maggots crawled through wounds and across the skin, giving the impression of movement, a grotesque living being. My grip tightened on my pistol. At the foot of the bed lay another body, with a good portion of its skull gone. A brownish splatter of drips and lumps decorated the far wall. It was easy to see what had happened. A couple, one infected, one not. The white attacked the one on the bed, who'd waited a few bites too long before using the gun on her lover. I stepped around a blackish spot on the floor and tried not to taste the fetid air. Leaning over the bed, I pried at the rigor mortis grip of the decaying fingers on the revolver. There was a disgusting sound as I yanked it free. I scooted away from the bed as quickly as 3 steps would take me. In a dresser, I found a flimsy shirt in the top drawer. I wrapped the shirt around the pistol before dropping it into my backpack. I had no desire to get that repulsive stink in my bag. I wiped my hands on another shirt and tossed it on the corpse. Looking up from that task, it occurred to me that the bedroom door was open. And it occurred to me that I'd been in the house less than 5 minutes, and I'd already fucked up. I should have cleared the house before I went to work scavenging the revolver. Once again, luck had carried me through a mistake. I went to the bedroom door and banged on the wall with the butt of my pistol and said, "Hey!" I waited and listened, but heard no other sounds from inside the house. I repeated the exercise and waited. No whites came. "Anyone in here? If there's anyone in here, just say so and I'll leave. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to raid your pantry. That is, unless you're using it." I felt stupid for saying all that. Was there a protocol for breaking into someone's house if they were inside, hiding from people that looked just like me? I'd have to give that some thought.
After waiting for what seemed like a long enough time, I went back to search through the bedroom with the 2 corpses. In spite of the time I spent killing brain cells and memories as I wasted away the last years of my youth, I did read a lot. I did listen, and I learned. The world was a fountain of trivia, and one bit of trivia that found a home in my brain was that though the number of guns per capita in America was on a steady rise, the number of gun owners wasn't. Simple math led to the conclusion. If the 2 corpses had 1 gun, they might very well have had another, and they'd likely have bullets stashed somewhere nearby. I checked the nightstand. Nothing there but some lubricating gels and adult toys.
I avoided touching any of that as I rummaged. I went back over to the dresser and went through it drawer by drawer. Again, nothing of real value to me, though I did nick a couple pairs of socks. I held up a lacy black thong to the light coming through the back door and imagined what they would look like wrapped tightly over Steph's hips. But one glance at the body by my feet turned my stomach and reminded me that I didn't have time to indulge those kinds of fantasies. In the guy's underwear drawer, I paused. The size was right, but I felt really creeped out at the thought of wearing a dead man's skivvies. I left them. A trip to Walmart was in my future. The closet was next, so I stepped over and slid the door to the side. The hanger rack was packed with clothes, and the floor was covered with shoes, mostly women's. The shelf above the hanger bar held a dozen boxes, and I started pulling those down one by one and checking the contents as quietly as I could. A box of photographs, keepsakes, more photos, ski goggles, gloves. Bingo. One of the boxes contained a cleaning kit and 3 smaller boxes of ammunition. I couldn't imagine anything else of value that might be in the other boxes, so I stashed the goodies in my bag, slipped the only clean pillowcase off of its pillow, and headed for the hallway. Another small bedroom proved empty, though I did take 2 pillowcases from the bed in there. Pillowcases, it turned out, were awfully handy to have around. The end of the hall opened up to a living room, stylishly done, with black lacquer furniture over natural wood flooring. The front door was open, though. Splinters of wood from the mangled door jamb lay on the floor. I was immediately back on alert and stared into the shadows, looking, listening. It took several long moments of waiting there at the end of the hall, convincing myself that I was alone in the house, before I crossed over the creaky floor. The kitchen had a window that opened to the front of the house, and I leaned over the sink to get a good look out. No dangers. Nothing of immediate interest. There was movement just down and across the street. Several whites were at the side of the road, in the deep shadows under the oaks, squatting and tearing at something. It didn't take a lot of imagination to guess what. I turned my attention to an open door in the wall at the end of the cupboard, and was dismayed. Spilling out of it and covering the floor were packages of cereal and crackers, torn open and empty, as though wild animals had been here already. That was the pantry. Careful to push the crunchy wrappers out of the way rather than step on them with my boots, I moved across the kitchen. It was messy. Every single box of any kind of food was ripped open. Every jar was broken. At least the canned goods were spared. That was something positive. I started filling one of the pillowcases with cans and had it nearly half full when a loud rumble from outside startled me. I dropped the pillowcase, jumped to my feet, and pulled my weapons out, ready for a fight. In the moment it took to do that, I realized that the rumble was the ski boat's engine. I raced through the house, across the living room, down the hall, and over the corpse on the floor of the bedroom. I bounded out through the sliding glass door. The sound of the boat's engine revved loudly. What the fuck? Freitag had the boat in the center of the river, throttled all the way forward as she circled, bouncing over waves, and making a noisy, tempting spectacle for every white within a mile. Is she trying to warn me? I looked left. I looked right.
There were no whites in the yard, none on the dock. I heard them, though. They were yelping, they were running. They were excited, and they were coming toward the sound of the boat in the river right in front of me.
I ran at a full sprint toward the dock and waved. What had frightened her off? My boots stomped noisily across the boards over the water, and I stopped as I got to the edge, waving and yelling, "Hey! Hey!" She still had plenty of time to pick me up. As I came to a stop, she looked at me with an unreadable expression. She made one more full-throttle circle, and as she straightened the boat out, extended her arm toward me, flipped a middle finger, and let it stand brazenly as she headed up the river. Then it occurred to me that she was calling the infected down to my location, and she was abandoning me. Fucking Dahlhover was right. I screamed across the water at the top of my lungs, "Vindictive cunt!" And as the reverberation of my scream faded from my ears with the receding sound of the motor, the clomping of running feet on wooden planks told me that I'd just fucked up in royal fashion. But that's as far as that thought went, because a body slammed me from behind, knocking the wind out of me as I splashed into the cold green water with a hysterical, hairless monkey on my back. Bodies pressed me down through the cold water and into the muddy bottom. Hands tore at my clothes and grasped for my throat. Panicked arms and legs flailed. There were more than 2 of us in the water. My face was being pressed into the mud. My feet were above me. I squirmed. Air. I needed air so desperately. I spun, wrestled, and lost my sense of which way was up. All reason was gone. Only mindless panic and my need for air were left. My feet hit something solid and I kicked out hard. My head broke the surface for half a second, and I gasped as hands clawed at my face to drag me back down and lift themselves out. I was back under. Elbows, knees, fingers, and teeth. However many of us there were, we were all struggling at a primal level to use one another's bodies to get our own heads above the water. Escape or die. I caught a second half-breath, and then I was under again. With some oxygen in my blood, I was able to form a thought. I pulled a knee to my chest and kicked out hard against a body as hands held firmly to my ankle. Paddling mightily with my hands, I got my head above water for another breath. The hands on my ankle wouldn't release, so I kicked and kicked and kicked with my free leg, hitting flesh and bone. Then I was away from the grasping hands. Underwater, I swam hard for a few strokes and got another face full of mud as my teeth ground against a stone buried in the muck. I pulled my feet under and pushed to shoot my head above water again, just barely. I sucked as much air as I could before the weight of my equipment dragged me back down. Once under, I danced my feet around to find the bottom as I sank. It took several long seconds of sinking. The water was way too deep to stand. I didn't know where the shore was. I needed to get several long breaths or I was going to drown. In desperation, I shed my rifle, my pistol, and my machete and pushed off of the bottom again to get my head above water. With most of the weight off, I was able to get a good breath, but my vest, still full of magazines, dragged me back under. It was harder to get rid of. I bounced off the bottom again, breathed, and saw that I was 20 feet off the end of the pier and drifting slowly downstream. A dozen whites were on the shore, focused on me and following me down. Dragged under again by the weight of my vest, I struggled to peel it away. I pushed to the surface for another breath. It took longer to get up through the column of water above me. The river was getting deeper. If I didn't shed the vest on this breath, I might not get another chance. Back underwater, I tore at the vest with frantic hands until finally it fell away. I kicked and struggled back up again until my head broke the surface. Just barely able to keep my face out of the water, I gulped precious air. The boots felt like weights on my feet. I caught a deep breath and floated for a moment on my belly as I ran my hands over my body,
looking for anything I could shed. My belt and holster went next. All I had left were t-shirt, pants, and boots. I'd have to suffer with the boots. Laced halfway up to my knees, there'd be no way to shed those and not drown in the attempt. But with all the other weight off, I was able to swim. A good 50 feet away from the last white, still struggling, barely, in the water off of the end of the dock, I treaded water and floated with the current. Those on the shore still followed. A scream from the other shore caught my attention, and I saw that I had at least a dozen fans over there as well.
Shit. Getting out of the river would prove difficult. Sure, I was just as much of a white as all those on shore, but they couldn't see enough of me to know that. All they did know was that I sounded like food when I went into the river. Most of those on shore didn't see that part, though. Most of them knew only that the other infected were very interested in having me for a meal, and that was a good enough recommendation for them. Spinning myself in a slow circle as I treaded water and drifted with the current, I looked for boathouses or docks with boats attached. Unfortunately, every dock in sight was empty. It occurred to me then that Freitag was a lot sneakier than I'd given her credit for. She wasn't being picky about finding the most peaceful place to lay Harvey Marin to rest. She was looking for the most promising place to lay me to rest.
She'd been looking for the most whites, all those shadows I thought I'd seen moving under the trees on the banks, and the absence of nearby boats that I might escape with. Bitch! I continued kicking my legs to keep my head out of the water. Was Freitag punishing me for what I did to Harvey, or was it that she just hated whites? But the question of whether her motive was hate or revenge was moot at the moment. All of that would come later. At the moment, it promised to be another long night. At least I was well rested. I needed to find a way to elude my pursuers and round up a boat to take me back up the river. Before the sun set again, I'd give Freitag a harsh lesson in what hate and revenge looked like, all wrapped up in the black heart of somebody who knew more about rage and hate than she ever would. The water didn't seem cold anymore. An expanse of smooth, grass-covered acres flowed down from a plantation-style house on the south bank to the edge of the water.
An 8-foot black metal fence bordered the estate and presented an opportunity for me to get my feet back on dry land without having to fight off a bunch of hungry brutes while I did so. Dog paddling silently in the direction of the empty dock, I'd soon be fading back into the anonymity of my whiteness while I sought out a boat. When I got within a dozen feet of the dock, my feet got tangled in the ubiquitous duck grass growing up from the shallow parts of the river bottom. It wrapped around my feet like grasping hands, forcing me to yank, tear, and struggle to get within reach of a ladder attached to the dock. But once one hand grasped solidly onto a rung, I relaxed, floated, and breathed. The hardest part was done. 20 or 30 infected were at the fence a few hundred feet up the bank, straining to push their arms and legs through the narrow gaps between the metal bars. But their heads and shoulders just wouldn't follow. In their frustration, they hollered, yelped, and growled. I crawled up the ladder and stood on the dock's wide boards, letting the river water drain out of my clothes. Across the wide lawn, in the bushes, and under the trees, I didn't see anything moving except for swaying branches. The place looked safe, for the moment at least. No safety could be counted on to last for long. The house sat on the inside bank of a bend in the river, a spectacular piece of property with a beautiful view, but a view of water, trees, and a mountain, few houses, and no boat docks, aside from the one I stood on. What to do? Go through the house and possibly confront ravenously hungry whites trapped inside, and me with no weapon in hand with which to dispose of them? But there'd most certainly be something I could use for a weapon inside. No. Best to avoid the infected altogether.
I'd need to find a gate and go out to the street and work my way down, find that boat, and get my ass back upriver to Sarah Mansfield's house.
Suspicious when Freitag returned without me. Dahlhover would still be awake, and probably in the video room. He'd see me out on the river, and open the door for me to come in through the boathouse. That was the solution that would most expeditiously put me back within the safety of Miss Mansfield's walls. No need to go all Rambo on any whites in the house, only to find a butter knife as a weapon. No, I'd pushed my luck too far already. I needed to get home. My anger about what Freitag did to me had boiled down to a simmer by then. I didn't plan to kill her, not anymore. I would evict her and her buddy, Harris, though, and fuck 'em both anyway. The whites, who were still trying to figure out how to squeeze themselves through the fence, howled louder when I started out across the lawn toward the far side of the house. They'd forget me soon enough. I didn't pass too close to the house when I came around the corner. No need to let myself get ambushed by anything that might be lurking there. Luckily, there was nothing, only a gate near where the fence abutted the side of the house. A tug on a pull-down latch was enough to free me back out into the world. White, silent, and anonymous. But weaponless, too. I looked back at the big house. No, just get a boat, go home. No need to be macho about it. The house's front yard was as large as the back, and was bordered with stands of wild oaks, cedar, and thorny vines. Going through the woods to get to the neighbor's house would prove noisy, messy, and slow. It would be better to walk out to the end of the property and follow the street down to the next house on the street. So I walked over an expanse of grass. The sound of the river frogs faded as I got further and further from the water, leaving the cicadas, crickets, and grackles to mask most other sounds. Distant gunshots and the simian vocalizations of the infected found their way through the nighttime cacophony. There were plenty nearby. The topography on this shore of the river was more conducive to development. Pricey houses were built on expensive lots amongst the trees for miles in every direction. Lots of houses meant lots of people. Lots of people meant lots of infected. At the edge of the crumbly asphalt, I looked up the street. It roughly followed the curve of the river that flowed past on the opposite side of the estate-sized lots. Just a short distance down the street, I saw mailboxes in the darkness, most on the far side of the street, but at least two on the riverside of the road. I walked toward them. The first house I passed on the far side of the street looked to have been ransacked. The front door was open. Various items normally found inside the house littered the front porch and yard. There were empty food packages, couch cushions, and a couple of chairs from a dining room set. Slowing my gait, I looked over the mess. It wasn't right. At least, it wasn't right for a mess left by normal human scavengers. The food packaging shouldn't have been torn open and scattered. Not to say that all people are naturally tidy, they aren't. But with the danger presented by all the lingering infected, sitting outside on the front lawn of any house was a fatally bad idea for any hungry looter. The alternative explanation made frightening sense. The infected had figured out how to raid pantries. That jibed well with what I'd seen in the house where I'd left Harvey. The infected had found and were eating up our food supply. That dramatically changed the situation for the survivors. Simply hiding and running was not a sustainable strategy by itself. We'd need to get very busy hoarding every container of preserved food we could find. With extra urgency, I hustled down the street toward the first mailbox and driveway on the riverside of the street. Once there, I jogged down and around the house, across a large stone pool deck, and then over the grass. As I arrived at the boathouse, my heart sank. It was empty. I couldn't see a dock at the next house over because of the river's curve, but the dock attached to the boathouse allowed for me to walk out over the river and get a better look. Thank God. 2 houses down, I spotted a ski boat tied to a neighbor's dock.
It took a few minutes to jog back across the property and get back onto the street. Without slowing, I turned left and started around the curve looking for the mailbox that would mark the driveway to the property I sought. The sound of whites close by gave me pause. I slowed to a walk to hide the sound of my footfalls. I slowed my breathing to make it easier to hear what was going on around me. The road revealed itself by degrees as I made my way around the curve. I stopped. What the fuck is that?
Chapter 10. Up ahead, on the right, tethered to a tree by a chain, was a string of 6 whites, burdened with backpacks and a few shopping bags. Each had a loop of chain around the neck. Each loop was linked to a longer chain that had one end wrapped around a tree. I crept up beside a stacked white limestone mailbox and used it as cover while I stared, wondering what it was that I was seeing. From behind the mailbox, I saw a familiar-looking female white with skin of wrinkled leather and thin, dirty, artificial hair. Around her neck hung drapes of gold and silver chains. Her bony wrists were lost under glittery bangles. She came out of a yard on the far side of the street and made a show of scratching rudely at her crotch, before making her way down the line of chained whites, inspecting each as she passed. In a bag here or a backpack there, she'd drop a piece of metal. Beside one of the chained whites, she stopped and rummaged through the backpack.
Metal in the bag jingled, and the woman's fairy tale witch cackle crinkled through the air. An enormously obese woman, as white as snow, bounded out of the same front yard, prancing happily on her toes, with handfuls of sparkling jewelry. She also came to a stop at the line of docile whites and began depositing her treasures in the bags, while at the same time taking out bracelets that she'd slip on and off of her plump wrists, looking for some particularly pleasing combination. A big man followed the obese woman, keeping subserviently a few steps behind. He didn't look around with any curiosity. He hurried when she hurried. He slowed when she slowed. He didn't seem to have effort for anything besides maintaining a Russell-like position near the big woman. I felt like Jane Goodall after stumbling upon a new troop of apes. I couldn't help but be fascinated by the previously unseen behaviors and unexpectedly complex social structure.
Another white came running from across the street toward the leathery woman, making me think he was attacking. But he stopped very suddenly in front of her and dropped to a knee, holding out his palms. They appeared to be full of forks, spoons, and knives. The leathery one screeched and swatted the offering away, sending the silverware jangling across the asphalt. She wailed in anger and windmilled her spider-fingered hands at the kneeling white, who passively accepted the beating. After a minute, she came to a stop and glared crossly down at him before leaning over and cupping her bony fingers over one of his ears. She then pressed her mouth to her hands. Her jaw moved up and down as though speaking, but the pair was too far away for me to hear. Communication. What were these whites? Were they slow burns like me? If they were smart ones, then the communication was an ominous sign. They were obviously coordinated in a communal activity, hierarchical in nature without a doubt. The collecting of shiny trinkets didn't make any sense to me until I thought about Beanie Babies, baseball cards, and Franklin Mint collector plates. There was something weird hardwired into the human psyche that drove people to hoard too many of useless somethings. I mean, to collect things with no intrinsic value, seemingly, for the sake of collecting it, of possessing it. Maybe the troop was a bunch of hoarders turned slow burn. But the ones on the chains, that was frightening by itself. They were slaves. What did that have to say about my fellow humans? Hell, about all of us. Once a few layers of empathy and humility were peeled away, was slavery such an easy vice to embrace? I checked my watch. It was getting late. I prepared to sneak off in the darkness toward the boat I'd seen tied to a dock nearby. But surprise interrupted that
when something big and heavy hit me from behind, knocking the wind out of me and banging my head into the limestone mailbox.
I saw stars and tried to catch my breath. Legs wrapped around my torso, an arm locked around my throat. I fell to the asphalt, very suddenly in a struggle for my life. I threw an elbow back and hit my attacker. I rolled, I flailed, but the monkey was locked onto my back, and no matter how much I squirmed, the clamp of the forearm on my neck grew tighter. A circle of blackness grew at the edges of my vision, compressing what I could see down to a narrow tunnel. I was caught. My brain cells started to malfunction as they waited for oxygen that was no longer being delivered in sufficient quantities. It occurred to me that I had finally used the last of my luck. In focusing so completely on the grotesquerie of the gold-collecting wenches, I'd not maintained awareness of my surroundings. My guard was down, and I was about to pay the bloody price for that mistake. As I floated into unconsciousness, I pictured the leathery old woman and thought how much she looked like my Aunt Nancy, my mother's fraternal twin. Aunt Nancy and the harpy looked enough alike, twiggy and wrinkly, with harsh eyes and insufficient hair. But where my mother had tiny, misshapen breasts, Nancy's were too large for her chest and always seemed on the verge of spilling out of her blouse, a blouse that was always cut too low or fastened a few too many buttons down from the top. I often suspected that those breasts were at the root of my mother's antipathy toward her. Nancy never married and never had any children. Dan always said she was too butch for any man in Texas. As a little kid, I had no idea what that meant. I did know that while my mother's attitude toward me lived in that spectrum of emotion between resentment and irritation, Nancy's fell somewhere between negligence and kindness. Whereas the harpy's jaws always seemed clenched in anger, Nancy's big yellow teeth clenched an ever-present cigarette and shone in a half-drunk grin against her dark, tanning bed skin. When I was young, I'd often get dumped at her house for a weekend or a week while my parents traveled. Once I was dropped on her doorstep, she would invariably lean down for a hug. As she bent over, I'd get an unwanted glimpse into her blouse. She wore bras less often than she should have, and as a result, I saw her swaying breasts and big brown nipples more times than probably anyone else ever did. I came to welcome the smell of her smoky alcohol breath because it would hit me just as we got close enough so that I could no longer see inside her shirt. But her hugs were long and she squeezed hard. They felt like an advertisement of maternal love. On those visits, she seemed always to be on the phone, arranging some date with friends or gossiping about somebody or other. She'd plant me in front of a television and feed me fish sticks, French fries, or any other deep-fried, microwavable meal that needed ketchup. All the food in Nancy's house needed ketchup. In a lot of ways, Nancy's house was an ephemeral refuge, paid for with glimpses of tits and uncomfortably lingering pinches on my butt. That was a price I could afford. I told myself in those days that I only needed to stay on my best behavior and not fuck it up to make it all last. On one of my last visits to her house, Nancy was on the couch, cigarette in her lips, a sweating long neck perilously dangling between her fingers as we watched some game show around dinner time. I'd already microwaved our tater tots and chicken fingers and left our paper plates between the empty bottles on the coffee table. It was when I went back to the kitchen to retrieve the 32-ounce bottle of ketchup that it happened. In my rush to get back to the living room, I'd snatched the glass bottle from the fridge too carelessly, and as I turned, it slipped from my small hand and shattered on the floor at my toes, covering my feet in a brilliantly red, cold, and viscous blob, slowly spreading shards of glass large and small across the linoleum. I went catatonic with fear. How fast could I clean it up? Had my toes, obscured in red, already numbing in the cold, been cut or severed by the glass? Did Nancy hear the noise? Was there a way to hide it? Could I run?
Could I get out the back door fast enough? All those questions were moot. I only really knew one thing. Through my haste, I'd unleashed the harpy that surely lived within Nancy, and I was only moments from getting the shit beaten out of me. I stared at the red, like blood, spreading so slowly on the floor, soon to be joined by my own blood, the price I'd pay for dropping the ketchup. I didn't breathe. I didn't dare.
Tears were in my eyes, and I wished myself to another place and time. In all those visits to Nancy's house, I'd never fucked up enough for her to beat me. Not once. Sure, she'd yell from time to time, when the beer shortened her temper, and I'd eaten all the tater tots before she'd gotten any. But all of that was at an end. A noise in the kitchen door told me that she was standing there behind me. From the living room she'd heard. There was no getting away with it. I braced myself for what was to come. A fist to my head, a slap on the mouth, a belt on my back or across my legs. Maybe a spatula or wooden mixing spoon. It could have been anything. In waiting, I grasped tightly to my self-control, but my lip quivered, my eyes filled with tears, and I tried so hard to put those emotions somewhere where they couldn't hurt me. There was always such a steep price to pay when my tears came too soon. But they did anyway. The fiction of my refuge was nearing obliteration, and its end was more than I could bear. I sobbed, and then jumped when Nancy's hand touched my shoulder. But it didn't hurt. Her touch was gentle. Nancy wrapped her bony arms around me and pulled into a hug, burying my face between her pillowy tits. I cried. She cooed, "It's all right, sweetie. It's all right. We don't need ketchup." I guess in the most important ways, my Aunt Nancy wasn't anything like my mother. Nancy and my mother were the only two children of an oil field worker who owned a shack of a house near Houston. He was a kind, indulgent man with no ambition, but he was a compulsive saver. And when he died, when I was 9 or 10, he left $97,000 to Nancy. To my mom, he left nothing. There was no grandma to consider in the will. She'd died of meanness before I was born. I was too young to understand much beyond the harpy's anger and her sense of being cheated. But I never saw Aunt Nancy again after that. At least, not until her funeral when I was in high school. My mom didn't go. Dan took me, clearly not because he wanted to. He did it out of some kind of obligation that he very reluctantly fulfilled. The funeral was held on one of those seething, humid Houston afternoons. Beads of perspiration rolled down foreheads and dampened shirts. Dresses clung to skin in unflattering places. I was wearing a shirt buttoned to the top with a collar that was too tight, and wearing one of Dan's ties so long that I had a portion of its length tucked between the buttons of my shirt. It was some kind of cancer with a long and unfamiliar name that had killed Nancy off. I could never remember what it was. As I watched the shiny box full of Nancy's skin and bones, there really wasn't much more left. Lower into the ground amidst the tearless perspirers, I noticed with a boy's attention to trivial details that the coffin's boards didn't stack smoothly on the sides. The corners didn't look square. The hardware had flecks of rust and peeling chrome. Had the harpy, Nancy's only living family, somehow managed to find a hand-me-down coffin for her? In retrospect, I knew it had to have been some sort of shoddily constructed discount coffin. But that was just as bad. Maybe if I had ever been to see a psychiatrist and they had asked me that ever-so-trite question as to when I started hating my mother, I would have told them about that day. That was the day when all of my loathing and years of fear solidified into a core of stony hate. Chapter 11. When I came to, I was disoriented and laying on a grassy lawn, looking up through a canopy of oaks at a sky that was changing color from an early dawn gray to cloudless blue. My head hurt. My arms were rolled over behind me, and I was damned uncomfortable. As I tried to part the clouds inside my head, I felt pretty sure that I hadn't gone to sleep on the grass. I couldn't remember doing so. I remembered getting ditched by Freitag. I'd nearly been drowned afterwards. I remembered the big, bouncing woman and her leathery partner. Then I remembered getting jumped while I hid behind that mailbox. My arms wouldn't readily come out from behind my back. The position in which I'd lain, with my arms pinned behind me, had cut the circulation and left them numb. Looking to my right, I saw the dying grass of someone's front lawn on which I was lying.
To my left, my eyes followed a length of chain for 3 feet to where it was connected by a padlock to another loop of chain wrapped around the throat of a sleeping white. The white had a backpack strapped over his shoulder and a bulging canvas shopping bag at his side. I raised my head to get a better look around and realized that I too had a heavy chain around my neck. I was attached to the string of whites that I'd seen in the wee hours of the night. Shit. Anger started to simmer. Did I really get captured by a stupid fucking white and get harnessed like some kind of dray horse? I managed to pull my arms out and wiggle them about until feeling returned. The white that lay next to me snored through all of my efforts. With hands I could use again, I went to work on the chain around my throat. It wasn't choking me, but it was too goddamned tight to pull over my head. The only way out was to open the padlock that held it all together. My anger passed through the simmer stage and reached the boiling point. My frustration with my situation targeted smack dab on Freitag. No. Breathe. Be cool. Anger makes you stupid. Think it through. Solve the problem. Escape, obviously, was my top priority. But how? What was my fate if I didn't escape? Pack mule for a couple of peculiarly greedy whites? More anger. I wanted to scream out and beat something with my fists. Get it under control, goddammit. Breathe. Put it in the hole. Deal with it later. I lay my head back on the grass and stared up between the leaves and tried to slow my breathing, calm my anger, and get back under control. Chained. Nothing made any sense whatsoever. But that didn't matter. It didn't need to make sense. It only needed to have a solution. Productive thought started to flow. I had no advantage, save one. My brain still functioned at full capacity, so I knew I was the smartest motherfucker in my new little band of stupid whites and crazy bitches, and none of them knew that. Intellect and surprise. That had been enough of an advantage for slow, weak, hairless monkeys to evolve into the dominant species on a planet full of big-toothed predators. It would be enough for me. Over the next few hours, the sun heated up the morning and my chain gang comrades slowly woke. Each one sat up and remained still and quiet. So that's what I did. I sat still and quiet. It would be best to fit in while I watched and learned. The 7 of us sat there waiting for something to happen, tethered to a front porch support pole at one end and with me at the other. All of my comrades were male in varying stages of health. The weaker among us seemed to be near the front, the healthier in the rear. I made the very easy deduction, assuming new guys were added to the end of the chain, that staying on the chain gang was detrimental to one's health. It was late in the morning when the leathery woman came out through the house's open front door, followed closely by the animated, obese one. Behind them came the obese woman's pet, the big man, and 4 other infected men. They squatted on the porch or in shady spots in the grass. The women sat down next to one another on the porch steps and had what I guessed was a lengthy conversation in whispers through cupped hands over each other's ears. All the men watched obliviously, patiently.
When the two women reached an apparent decision, the leathery woman waved each man over to her individually and spent a moment whispering in his ear. It was a curious thing, watching the communication, trying to understand which ones were intelligent and which ones weren't. Certainly, they all understood speech, and the two women still possessed the ability to use it. They all had the stark white skin of the infected. Like me, they were all slow burns, at least to some degree.
How had they managed to band together under the direction of these two women? That would make for an interesting academic question, but it was irrelevant to me at the moment. With all of the individual communicating done, the leathery woman waved her arm and wrangled all of the free men over to her as she got up off of the porch and went over toward the gaunt man at the head of the chain gang. All of us in the gang were on our feet at that point. The leathery woman started jingling through a set of keys on a wire bracelet she wore around her wrist. On the lock that attached the lead man's collar to the long chain, she tried each key in turn until the hasp sprung open. Hands were immediately on the gaunt man, pushing and guiding him out into the center of the lawn. His backpack came off and fell to the grass. His shopping bag dropped as well. Still tethered to the post, the rest of us on the chain gang watched. The obese woman on the porch started to giggle and play with her fingers. The free men surrounded the gaunt man in a tight huddle. By some silent cue, the free whites started beating the gaunt man with their fists and tearing at him with their teeth. His scream ripped the morning air, and he fell under the assault, his brilliant red blood splattering into the air. His last shriek stopped abruptly as the free men fell to the ground to bury their faces in his entrails. It was time to feast. The chain gang surged toward the warm flesh. They wanted to join, but the chain looped around the porch post held fast. A week before, I was Null Spot the Destroyer, rider of the storm, slayer of whites, living on the edge of my luck. But the luck was gone, and I'd become a pack mule and feedstock. It took nearly an hour for the whites to fill their bellies, and the rule I derived from the al fresco brunch was that those of us on the chain gang were going to get worked until near death, and then we'd be eaten.
The alternative, that I hoped wasn't true, was that they ate whomever was on an end of the chain, which meant my chances were just 50-50 at the next mealtime. When brunch was over, the whites each emptied their bowels nearby in the grass. 3 of the men had diarrhea. 2 of those were bloody. Either their bodies weren't adjusting well to their new diet, or the unsanitary conditions under which they were eating and drinking were taking a toll. I suspected that diseases could be transmitted through the consumption of raw human flesh, especially viruses like HIV and herpes. I wondered about more immediately deadly diseases, though never having paid much attention in my biology class, I couldn't think of one. I did know that deadly disease could spread through unsanitary drinking water, and I wondered how the infected were handling the acquisition of that. The drought had left most sources of groundwater dry.
There were few running creeks, and I'd heard news stories over the previous summer about many Texas springs drying up. Where could an infected mind be smart enough to find water? Perhaps in a toilet tank, a freshwater aquarium. I didn't think they'd be smart enough to drain a water heater. They might figure out how to open plastic bottles, but sodas and sports drinks on convenience store shelves were a finite supply. That left the rivers, lakes, and larger springs. I'm sure Jeff Aubrey's math didn't take water into account. How many infected would just die of dehydration? Maybe most of them in Texas would. At least all of the ones either too far from a river to find one, or too dumb to remember where the closest river was, would die. That, of course, led to the conclusion
that the infected would tend to be much more numerous near the natural water sources.
So the further that normal people could find a defensible place away from a natural water source, the lower their chance of coming into contact with the whites. Eventually. That led to another possibility, a way to kill them off en masse. Perhaps dumping bodies in the river would lead to polluting the water with so many diseases that the whites who drank from it would die. But dead bodies contaminating a water source was a truism I'd learned from watching movies. Best not to put too much stock in that solution until I talked it over with Steph. The sated whites found comfortable spots to squat in the shade or lie on the porch. Some napped. We empty-stomached pack mules squatted where we were in the dappled sunlight and grew thirsty. With the shredded remains of the gaunt man buzzing with a black layer of flies, hunger didn't cross my mind. At some point, boredom and my own lack of sleep over the past weeks took its toll, and I nodded off. When I woke again, it was late in the afternoon. My stomach was rumbling, and the chain around my neck was being yanked. The free whites were loitering, and the leathery woman, Nancy, or so I unfairly labeled her, was wrangling her mules. Once we were all on our feet, Nancy came around behind me with the gaunt man's backpack, and in very much the same way I dealt with Russell, she dressed me in it, leaving 40 pounds of weight on my shoulders. She next retrieved the dead man's canvas bag, which she placed in my right hand. It weighed 20 or 30 pounds, and was filled with every shiny-looking piece of jewelry that could be imagined. Most of it was costume junk, but it was weighty nonetheless. There was more whispering in ears between Nancy and the obese one. Bubbles was her new name, before anything else happened. But once we were organized, Nancy took hold of the long length of chain left where the gaunt man had been, and led us across the street and down toward the river.
We pack mules followed, of course. Obese Bubbles pranced along beside leathery Nancy. The free whites who filled out the entourage came along. We crossed over the front yard of one of the houses that I'd checked for a boat the night before. We weaved our way around the landscaping and then out across the backyard. Once at the river, all either squatted or lay on the bank and drank. I was more than reluctant at first, but I knew I wouldn't last through a blazing hot day under a burden of 70 pounds without water. So, contaminated or not, I dropped to the grass and put my face to the river's surface, sucking in as much water as my empty belly would hold. Once full, I sat back and observed the others. I was a captive, but determined not to let despair eke its way in and make my situation anything but temporary. I was going to free myself. Of that, there was no doubt. I also decided that it was not captivation that I was suffering, rather tuition that I was paying.
It was a chance to learn not only what I needed to know to get myself free, but to learn about my enemy. And that's what the whites were, my enemy. They were not sick people, nor were they unfortunate people. What they were in the past had little to do with what they were now. They were semi-brain-dead, infected white monsters who would feed on my innards at the first chance. They did not deserve my empathy, nor my mercy. But the more I knew about them, the longer I was likely to live. The whites around me were all still nervously drinking. For them, it was a slow, difficult process. They'd each inch down to the water's edge. Lips would touch the surface, or a single hand would reach in and scoop out handfuls, while the other gripped the sod in white-knuckled fear. No feet, not even toes, ever touched the water. They were all afraid of it. At least it seemed so. That was good information to have, or at least good information to confirm. The girls on the riverboat had said as much to Murphy and me a few days before. And what of Murphy? Was he still alive? Had the bullet bruised his brain, swelling it into bodily paralysis? Or was he awake and joking with Mandy?
Thoughts for another hour, perhaps. Once communal refreshment time was over, Nancy led us back across the lawn and over to the house's wide and thankfully shaded back porch. Bubbles bounced along with us with her big white pet, Bluto, close behind. We came to a stop at the back of the house, and Bubbles pulled Bluto close and whispered instructions into his ear. After, he stood up straight and looked at her with his blank face and dead eyes. Was he choosing to obey, or trying to interpret the instructions with his weak brain? Either way, after a few moments, he turned his attention to the back door, then ran toward it and slammed it with his massive shoulder. The door flew off of its hinges.
Bluto stepped back from the open doorway, and Nancy pointed one of her long crab-leg fingers into the house. Without hesitation, the free whites ran inside, and the sounds of rummaging and breaking echoed out. We pack mules stood in the shade and waited. None in the train seemed the least bit curious about what was going on in the house, or even curious about anything going on anywhere around them. They all stood and stared, awaiting instructions with empty eyes and closed mouths. Mimicking them, I tried to appear just as mentally passive and disinterested. The first of the free whites to come back out of the house was the one that I'd seen Nancy beating the night before for bringing back handfuls of silverware. He dropped to his knees in front of her, and, unfortunately for him, raised 2 more handfuls of silverware. Oops. Bubbles giggled like a warbling turkey. Nancy's furious, bony hands slapped at the silverware and sent it clinking across the patio before going to work at slapping the white in the face 5 or 6 times. Once her anger was vented, she leaned over, spent a good while whispering through cupped hands into White's ear before pointing back into the house. He hurried inside. For a moment of personal entertainment, I speculated about what he might come back with next. While the whites rummaged for no reason that I could see, Bubbles started to prance around the patio floor on her toes. Unfazed by the dancing, Nancy glared through the back door and into the dimness inside. Bluto watched Bubbles. As discreetly as I could, I looked over the scattered flatware. Forks, spoons, butter knives, standard dinner sets, nothing that would serve as a practical weapon. Still, anything was better than nothing, or so I told myself, not considering what consequences might attach themselves to a weapon found on my person. The nearest butter knife was 8 or 9 feet away. I'd likely not get a chance to sneak it into my bag, but patience could work in my favor.
Another white came out of the house. This one had handfuls of blue glass beads, the kind that might be at the bottom of a clear glass vase with fake flowers. Nancy recognized the shiny beads for what they were, and was none too shy to express her displeasure in the usual way. After his beating, the white hurried back into the house. The third white came out with the good stuff. Nancy made a frighteningly joyous shriek. Bubbles giggled her way over, and the 2 of them squatted on the patio with animated fingers. The white dropped the booty at their feet, and Nancy pulled his head close to her mouth and whispered into his ear. He hustled back inside.
Nancy and Bubbles set themselves to work, sorting with meticulous attention through the necklaces, earrings, watches, and rings, tossing some aside, trying on others, but building a little pile of keepers between them. After the free whites had ransacked the house to Nancy's satisfaction, they squatted near the back wall of the patio and squabbled over a box of baking powder, a half can of Crisco, and some saltines, all of which was disappearing bite by bite into their mouths. When it was all done, Nancy took her time in distributing the pieces between the backpacks and shopping bags that we pack mules carried. When it was all done, we moved to the next house down the street and repeated the process. And that was the whole of my existence for the coming days, as my energy level drained away in the incessant heat, and my body withered from lack of food. I struggled each day to carry my growing load.
I daydreamed about a chance to eat.
I glared hatred at Nancy and Bubbles when they weren't looking. Once, as I was glaring, I got caught. My reward for that was few bony-handed slaps from Nancy. No matter what I observed, no matter what I imagined, I couldn't find a way to escape. The hopelessness of slavery started to leach away my resolve to be free. It was late in the afternoon on some day that I'd lost count of. The tuition that I was paying to learn about the infected had surpassed what I could afford. Having successfully dehumanized my captors in my mind, I was having a little trouble accepting that the brain-dead bunch of them still had me in their control. I was slipping into dark anger at myself, a state of mind that wouldn't help me get free. We were working our way up a gently sloping street away from the river. Wrinkly Nancy was leading us across an intersection with a four-way stop when the sound of a nearby gunshot to our left locked all of us in our tracks and turned every head. All sounds were stifled in our throats. Ever-busy fingers froze in anticipation. All eyes were wide. All faces pointed in one direction. These infected knew exactly what food sounded like. A second gunshot sent two of the free whites running up the street and started a third's feet to shuffling like a toddler's pee-pee dance. Only Bluto and the stupid one with the silverware fixation stayed put, eyes on Nancy and Bubbles, waiting for instructions. Bubbles pranced up to Nancy and leaned her ear close to Nancy's mouth. Nancy cupped her hands and whispered. Bubbles whispered back. Nancy told her one more thing, and then threw a bony finger into the direction from which the gunshots had echoed. Bluto, the dumb one, and the pee-pee dancer bolted up the street. Big round Bubbles bounded in deer leaps after them. Nancy yanked our chain and we followed at a fast walk. We'd passed a dozen or so widely spaced houses, set back in the trees, when Nancy turned off of the asphalt and guided us toward a house where a dozen whites were dragging their hands across the brick walls, pressing their faces to the windows, tripping over the shrubs, and stomping down the dead flowers. Bluto and the dumb white were standing near the curb, looking around at the other houses, but mostly following the movement of whites around this particular house. Nancy took only a moment to assess the situation. She led us across the yard and found a suitable tree at a corner of the garage, looped the length of chain around it, and padlocked our tether in place. I was stuck, again. If the whites' instincts were right, there were normal people inside with at least one gun, a gun they shouldn't have fired. Outside, there were more than a dozen whites, 2 of those were smart ones, and 4 could follow verbal commands. While the feral whites continued their futile activity around the house, Nancy gathered up her pets and took her time in getting in the ear of each to provide instructions. She had formulated a plan of attack, and she was capable of conveying that plan, or so it appeared. That was not good. It was so not good. I racked my brain for a way to warn the people inside the house. They were in more trouble than they knew. I couldn't yell a warning. To do so would be certain death for me, with no guarantee that those inside would hear it, let alone heed it. Crap. I shuffled my feet and urged my chain gang buddies around to the side of the house, out of sight of Nancy, Bubbles, and the other whites who were starting to gather in a group near the front door. I looked for a window that I could tap on, but there was nothing. We were on the outer wall of the garage, but not far from a privacy fence made of vertical cedar boards, and not far from the gate in that fence. With my free hand, I gripped the chain and pulled hard, trying to take out all of the slack. The whites connected to me didn't protest. They let me have my way, apparently willing to accept anyone's rule. But in the end, the 3 and 4 foot lengths of chain between each of us didn't add up to enough chain for me to lay a hand on the latch that opened the gate into the backyard. I deflated, but immediately chastised myself. Could I just quit when normal people's lives were at stake? Giving them a warning was something that couldn't be done. Pushing the limit of my imagination in that moment produced only unworkable ideas. I turned my thoughts to escape.
I put my bag down, knowing that Nancy would beat me if she saw that I had. But she was preoccupied. I put my effort back into tugging at the loop of chain around my neck and tried vainly to pull it up over my head. It was just too damned tight. I knelt down and started rummaging through my shopping bag, looking for anything that might be used to pick the lock. Not that I had any experience with that. In fact, it was likely an endeavor born from the desperation of having no other ideas. A crash at the front of the house alerted me that Bluto had busted open the front door. The whites howled. Time was up. Escape was still on the table, but helping those folks in the house was not. That option had just expired. There was a muffled scream from inside. Lots of noise, more gunfire, 1 shot, 2 shots, 3. More yelling, words I couldn't make out. A sound from the back of the house caught my attention. More gunfire from inside. Without warning, the cedar gate swung open. A girl and boy, late teens or early 20s, rushed out, eyes wide with the surprise of seeing my surprised white face right in front of them. The girl swerved to her right as she passed, keeping out of my arm's reach. The guy, slow to react, lost his balance, teetered through a few running steps as he passed me, and tripped over his own feet, landing on his face. The girl was immediately bent over beside him, tugging his shirt to get him back to his feet. With the boy suddenly lying so close, the chain gang froze, as virus-slowed brains processed the good fortune that landed so very suddenly within reach. Before they could surge toward the boy, the girl's eyes went wide with terror. Movement just past me inside the gate caught her attention. I interpreted the fear as a warning and snapped my head around to look. A white, with arms swimming in the air and mouth agape, was running through. Without a thought, I stuck a foot in front of the crazed white. He tripped and tumbled into a disoriented pile. While he was trying to figure out which way was up, I charged toward him. Too bad for him, he looked up just in time to catch my boot in a full kick right under his jaw. Bone cracked, blood gushed, and the white's face dropped to the dirt. One of the whites in the chain gang gasped loudly. I realized as I watched blood flow from every orifice of the white's head that it was one of the free whites, one of Nancy's pets. Good, 1 down. I cast a guilty look over my shoulder to be sure that neither Nancy nor Bubbles had witnessed my crime. They hadn't. The girl who'd just gotten the boy to his feet looked at me, confused and surprised. I gave her a nod, and she turned and ran into the trees between the houses with the boy right behind. A moment later, another white ran out of the backyard, but totally missed the fact that the boy and girl had run off into the woods. The white instead ran to the corner of the garage and made a left turn into the front yard. There was another gunshot from inside and some more noise, and then the only sounds I heard were elated yowls. The whites had won. They were starting their feast on the dead. At least none of us pack mules would be on the menu for dinner. I'd live through another night. Chapter 13. As the sun sank behind the trees and the lights started to fade, I wondered how many people had died in the house. Neither Nancy nor Bubbles had come out to check on us. I guessed that they were still gorging themselves on uninfected flesh, or had passed out with bloated bellies into tryptophan-induced comas for the night. Maybe Nancy and Bubbles were dead. Perhaps they'd been shot in their greedy rush to feed. But that was just wishful thinking. Well, sort of. If Nancy never came out of the house with the keys, I'd die of thirst chained to a tree. Wrinkly Nancy certainly would have been smart enough to let the other whites go in first and catch the bullets. As much as it pained me to think of them that way, Nancy and Bubbles were smart ones. They not only knew how to survive, but they were smart enough to organize other whites to do their irrational bidding and to domesticate draft animals, namely me.
They were far from stupid. The free white that I'd kicked in the face never moved again. He breathed for a long time through bubbly red snot and cracked teeth, but eventually that petered out to lifelessness. Unfortunately for the whites on the chain, I was the only one able to reach the downed man, which meant that none of them could get their teeth into his cooling flesh. That pissed them off for a long time, their agitation expressed in the bloody sores on their necks from the chain that yanked each of them back whenever they lunged for a bite. But all of that had come to a stop as they eventually accepted that it was going to be another long, hungry night under a buzzing blanket of feasting mosquitoes and crawling fire ants. Through our boredom and hunger, the chain gang had slowly shifted into a semicircle of prisoners, squatting in the sandy dirt off of the corner of the garage. The one chained closest to the front of our line, closest to the tree, now the skinniest of us, had passed out and was lying with his head on the tree roots. Whether he was asleep or something worse, I couldn't tell. I just knew that my fate, if I didn't find a way to free myself soon, was down the road that he was near the end of. I thought about the people who had been inside the house. I wondered whether they'd still be alive if Nancy, Bubbles, and Bluto hadn't been drawn in by the sound of their gunshots. The whites, who were already at the house when we arrived, seemed perplexed. Walls, windows, and doors, taken for granted by normal people, were hard problems to solve for the infected mind. But for the smart ones, they were easy. Too easy. I crossed and uncrossed my legs while I looked up at the sky and watched it slowly grow dark. Little pinpricks of yellow and white sparkle grew out of the deepening blue. Several solar-powered landscape accent lights flicked on around the dead garden. Something bigger than your average bug scratched my knee. I brushed it away without looking. Thinking back to Jeff Aubrey's calculations, the thought of just staying alive for 12 months hadn't seemed like that difficult of a thing. I mean, it both did and it didn't. But I thought at the time what a hopeful thing his idea was, that just hiding out from a bunch of stupid cannibals would be enough to save at least some of humanity. It would save enough of us to start again. There was a future out there for mankind that I wanted to hope would be better than our past. But the smart ones, they were changing those equations. The very real possibility existed that they might eventually root out all of the normal people left.
If that happened, mankind would go extinct when the last of the whites died of stupidity. Again, something touched my knee, and I swatted it away, irritated that some bug, fat on the carcasses of the dead, had the audacity to interrupt my thoughts. Were those thoughts an indication that I was falling into one of my black moods? Or was it a logical conclusion, inevitable given the evidence? I thought it all through a few more times, and the more I thought, the clearer it became that the infected were a big problem. But the smart ones were the problem. Stupid whites could be avoided. Smart whites, though, might kill us all. Again, the scratching on my knee. I looked down, expecting to see a fat tree roach or one of those creepy-ass fuzzy tarantulas on my knee. Instead, I saw a twig, and at the other end of the twig was a human hand. The infected man, 2 mules up in the chain gang, was poking me. "What the fuck, dude?" I glared at him, but of course said nothing. The white looked down at the dirt. I leaned my head back on my shoulders and looked back up in the sky, scratching on my knee again. I jerked my head up and gave the white with the stick my meanest, "leave me the fuck alone" look. He looked down at the dirt in front of him. Irritating fucker. I huffed to emphasize my anger and to discourage him from bothering me again. Instead of scratching me again with his twig, though, he tapped the twig on the ground in front of him. I turned my body so that my knee would be out of his reach, looked out across the wide lawn and empty street,
and tried to think of a way to get myself out of my predicament. But scratching on my arm flared my anger, and I jerked around ready to fight. The guy with the twig very slowly, very deliberately, averted his eyes. Somewhere between my angry thoughts of pummeling him with my fists, it occurred to me to follow his gaze down. Holy shit. There in the dirt at the end of his twig was written the word, hello.
Chapter 14. Nico was his name. A man of 40 years with a ninth grader's face and slim body. Nearly emaciated and a little effeminate, Nico was definitely not masculine. He'd probably been picked on a lot when he was in school, but made up for it by earning a ton of money sitting behind a computer as an adult. Considering the circumstances, Nico didn't look bad. His short black hair wasn't out of hand yet, his jeans didn't show much dirt, and his shoes were in good shape. His shirt wasn't stained or torn. The only things that gave away anything about Nico's predicament were the shadow of a beard on his chin, the bug bites on his neck and exposed hands, and the dirt collecting around his cuticles and under his fingernails. Oh, and of course, there was his blazing white skin. He probably wasn't much for getting outdoors before the virus hit. Given all of that, I should have noticed Nico earlier.
The other infected on the chain gang had the disheveled, dirty look of violent transients, months past their last shower, with a penchant for messy cannibalism along with grime-smeared mouths and blood-stained shirts to prove it. And the stench. The stupidest among the infected had forgotten their potty training when the virus had fried their brains. Through scribbling in the dirt, Nico told me that he'd been on the chain gang for 5 days. Bluto had nabbed him while he was sleeping off the fever alone in a house up near Bee Cave Road a few miles south of where we were chained to that tree. The house he'd been captured in wasn't his. His neighborhood had been overrun with the infected and gun-toting do-gooders who didn't, shortly after the outbreak. Nico, with a lot of luck, had made his way to the well-stocked Bee Cave Road house and had been waiting for things to settle down when the virus found him. Bluto found him next and pressed him into Nancy's service. On the subject of escape, the question that dominated our tediously slow dirt-based conversation, Nico was at a loss. He'd been watching and learning, just as I planned to do, but no opportunity had presented itself. The routine was much the same each day. Drink from the river in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon. Carry looted jewelry from Nancy and Bubbles while their pet whites methodically worked their way up and down the streets. They'd kill and eat normal humans, dogs, cats, squirrels, anything they could get their hands on. They'd just discovered the magic cornucopia of stocked pantries a few days before, and that slowed the rate at which the pack mules were eaten. When Nancy and the other whites did eat one of us from the chain gang, it was always the most tenured member on the front who filled the dinner bill. New chain gang members, always males, were added to the rear. The day before I was collected for the chain gang, Silverware Boy had come out of a house with several kitchen knives. Nancy got pissed. The knives were scattered on a driveway, and Nico managed to stash a big butcher knife in his canvas bag beneath the gold and silver jewelry. Unfortunately, the knife only stayed there for a few hours. Later that afternoon, while Bubbles was rummaging through his bag, trading out her bracelets and necklaces, she found the knife in the bag, squawked, grimaced, and threw it away. Nancy, Bubbles, and their pets slept in the house that night, among the bodies of those that they'd murdered. Nico and I slept in the dirt with the rest of the chain gang. When the sun came up the next morning, it became apparent that the guy in the lead, the one chained closest to the tree, had died. That left 4 of us, Nico, me, and 2 whites. It didn't take too long for the 2 with the rotted brains to figure that one of us was dead and start gnawing on his limbs. Near noon, Nancy waddled out of the house, still carrying a bellyful of holiday feast. Unfazed by the dead white attached to her chain, She wrangled Bluto and gave him his whispered instructions. An hour later, 2 new whites were attached to the chain behind me. We were 6 again, but Nico was just 1 position off of the menu. The sun was high in a cloudless sky by then. It was going to be a scorcher. We crossed an estate-sized back lawn, heading toward the river for our first drink of the day. The grass, however, didn't slope down to the edge of the river like it did on most of the riverside lots. The yard had been leveled as flat as a pool table and spread all the way from the back of the house to a concrete retaining wall with the river lapping at its base 3 feet down. The only practical way to reach the water's surface was immediately apparent to anyone with any mental capacity left.
Nancy saw it and led us to a set of wooden stairs that we descended to a wide, covered pier that extended 25 feet out into the river. The planked deck of the pier was less than a dozen inches above the surface of the river, putting the cool water within easy reach of us all. Of course, Nancy squatted first and set the example for the rest to follow, and we all lined up along the edge of the dock and started to scoop water up to our mouths. Bubbles, however, with her uncontainable enthusiasm for whatever caught her attention, started skipping up and down the dock, frolicking to the sound of her feet clomping on wood. When I'd wet my parched throat with the smelly green water, I took some moments to look around. It was hard to see anything but Bubbles as she bounced up and down. Apparently, the joy of eating fresh, uninfected meat the night before had added an extra spoonful of happiness to her energy level. She reached the end of the dock out in the river, pirouetted twice, then started back toward the stairs. But I didn't see her return that time. There was something down at the end of the dock that was immensely interesting to me. I stared. All the components of an escape were right there in front of me. 3 scuba tanks with buoyancy compensators and regulators attached were lined up neatly along the edge of the dock, perhaps the remnants of somebody's half-baked escape plan gone bad. The icing on that cake bobbed in the current, tied to a dock across the river. A canoe. Thankfully, Nancy was infatuated with a large fish with glittery scales that was swimming just beneath the surface, near where her toes were peeking over the edge of the boards. She didn't have a thought to spare for me. The wheels in my brain started to turn and spun quickly off of their axles. The money I'd spent on getting scuba certified was about to pay a dividend. My half-baked escape plan came together. I checked out my captors to see how much attention they were paying to us on the chain gang. Nancy, I already knew, was fixated on the fish. Bluto was very busily scratching himself in a way that he never would have done in public a month prior. Bubbles still pranced. The 2 remaining whites sat on the stairs up to the lawn and seemed very interested in nothing at all. Only Nancy was between us 6 and the end of the pier, between us and the scuba tanks. I discreetly reached across the white between Nico and I nudged him. When he looked up at me, I motioned with my head toward the end of the dock. He turned and stared for a moment, then looked back with a big question on his face. I motioned again. He looked again and turned back with the same question on his face. With Nico's attention on me, I cupped a hand over my mouth and dramatically drew a deep breath. The sound of that caught Nancy's attention, and I quickly put my hand back down to the water and scooped a palmful up to my mouth. That satisfied her suspicion, and she looked back at the fish. A few moments passed, and I chanced a look back up at Nico. He was wide-eyed and shook his head very subtly, but definitively. He was not on board. I didn't blame him. The plan sucked. There were so many ways it could fail. I had no way of knowing, given the amount of time that would be available to me, whether the tanks had air in them. Cross that out. No, unless the regulators were leaky, the tanks almost certainly had air in them. They were probably brought out to the end of the dock to prepare for a dive, which meant that they'd be full. And at the likely depth of the river,
I could stay under for at least an hour and maybe 2 with a full tank.
If the tanks had been left there by divers after cleaning the bottom of a boat, doing dock maintenance, or futilely clearing duckweed off of the river bottom,
then the divers wouldn't have come up when the tanks were empty. Divers always surface with air still in the tank. To do anything less would be courting disaster. The least that might be in a tank would be 10 or 15 minutes worth of air, sufficient for my purposes, but not leaving much room for other errors. Good enough chances for me. To stay on the chain gang was to choose death, if not from getting eaten, then by starvation or dysentery. I chose my path. I was going, and I was taking the whole chain gang with me. Nico's best chance for survival was to accept that and go along. I started to think about all the things that could go wrong, but I forced those thoughts into the delete bin. There was no point in second-guessing. I held up 3 fingers for Nico to see. He subtly shook his head again. It didn't matter.
He wasn't getting a say, just a warning. I pumped my arm once and dropped a finger. I pumped it again and dropped the second. By the 3rd pump, my pulse was already racing. I jumped to my feet and screamed the most shrill, fearful scream I could manage and started to run toward the far end of the dock. Human nature, being what it is, knows at its reptilian core that when your neighbor screams and runs, your best chance to survive another day isn't in spending time in evaluating the threat, but in simply accepting that a threat is real, and then screaming and hauling ass right along with the first screamer. My bet was that the virus hadn't destroyed that part of the white's brains. It turned out that I made a good bet. I didn't have to drag any of the whites on the chain gang. In fact, within a second, they were all running toward the end of the dock, screaming, outpacing me, and dragging Nico along for me. Before Nancy had any idea what was happening, our leash was ripped from her hand. With the air suddenly full of unqualified fear, she backpedaled away from the most likely source, the shore. Similarly, Bluto, Bubbles, and the others were tentatively putting some distance between themselves and the stairs that led up to the lawn. Knowing at that point that I had nothing to lose by talking, I yelled to Nico, "Grab a tank! Hold on to my belt! Don't let go! I'll take care of you!" And with those last words, the chained whites started to process that one of their number was speaking, that one of us was tasty, and they slowed to an abrupt stop. But that stop put them right at the end of the pier. I didn't slow. I pushed one into the water ahead of me as I grabbed a scuba tank by the valve, grabbed the chain around my neck with the other, lest I hang myself, and fell into the water. I didn't need to pull anyone else. I had a backpack with at least 40 pounds of jewelry. The white that I pushed in had a backpack and a bag. We were both sinking to the bottom and dragging the other 4 with us. Arms, elbows, knees, and skulls were suddenly thrashing wildly under the water. It was cold, dark, and disorienting. My chain was yanking hard in both directions. I pulled myself into a ball, pinched my nostrils between my fingers to equalize the pressure in my ears and relieve the sharp pain that came with the depth. I opened the air valve on my tank and ran my other hand down one of the 4 hoses coming off the valve. The first hose I followed led to the connection on the buoyancy control device. My hand instantly flew back to the valve and followed another hose. In seconds, my hand was on a regulator. I pushed the purge valve to clear it, and the familiar sound of rushing gas bubbling through the water let me know I had air. I pushed it into my mouth and inhaled deeply. I needed to take care of Nico before he drowned. The heroic thing to do, I guess, would have been to take care of Nico first. But that was also the stupid thing to do. With my own air source stabilized, I could be a lot more help to Nico. Without air for myself, I'd risk drowning and killing him in the process. Given his reluctance to go along, I could only guess that he had very little or no scuba experience. Or maybe he was just smarter than me.
with the flailing arms and hands of the drowning infected pushing and punching from all around. I ran my hands around the circumference of my belt and found a hand grasping tight near the small of my back. I followed the arm up to a shoulder, to a neck, and found a face. From what I could tell, Nico was being very calm as the weight of his pack settled him onto the river bottom. I pulled the regulator from my mouth and shoved it into his, pushing on the purge button as I did so. I needed to be sure and put as little river water in his mouth as possible. As soon as the regulator pushed against his lips, Nico's hand let go of my belt and grabbed hold of the regulator in his mouth. With maybe a foot of visibility in the murky water, I was able to see relief in his open eyes. I followed the hose back down to the tank and again ran my hand up another pressure line of the octopus. In a second, my hand was on the second regulator. Thank God for safety-minded divers. I purged the regulator as I pushed it into my mouth and breathed deeply. It worked. So far, anyway. The struggling of the other whites declined quickly as, one by one, they drowned. That left us in a jumble of chains and bodies in 15 feet of water. But Nico and I had air for the moment.